Everlasting Dragon Emperor Chapter 1074 to Chapter 1154. Lu Ming sneered and continued to step forward. He clenched his fist and punched out. There was no doubt that Lu Ming had unleashed the power of 7 dragons and activated the heaven-suppressing art. Coupled with the 5-color concept, his power was terrifying. Clang, another punch landed on the sword. This time, Wucang could not resist it anymore. The sword exploded, revealing his true body. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fled frantically. Oh my god, who is that? It looks like Wucang. Yes, it's him. He's actually running away and being chased. Who's so powerful? To be able to chase after Wucang? Isn't that the weakling? He's chasing after Wucang. He's so terrifying. He just defeated Wucang's bloodline fusion with one punch. What weakling? He's clearly a rare genius with unparalleled combat strength. He's too strong. No wonder he could pass the heavenly market cave. Not far away, 5 or 6 people passed by. When they saw this scene, they were dumbfounded. Wucang did not know Lu Ming because he was not there when he went through the heavenly market cave. He only arrived after the secret manual of the saint's mansion was opened. However, those who passed by recognized Lu Ming. Back then, they also thought that Lu Ming was lucky to pass the heavenly market cave. Now, they were really shocked and thought that they were dreaming. Lu Ming used the 9 dragon sky-stomping steps and was astonishingly fast. He caught up with Wucang in a few moments and punched out again. No! Wucang roared and tried his best to resist, but half of his body was still shattered by the punch. Bang, then, Lu Ming stomped his foot. Wucang screamed and was torn into pieces. Another second-class prodigy had been killed. However, just like Shui Luozi, after Wucang was killed, another ray of white light shrouded him. Not far away, his body actually condensed again. He gave Lu Ming a resentful look, then with a tremor, he disappeared without a trace. Life talismans again. Lu Ming frowned. These second-class geniuses all had the potential to become rulers. The major forces valued them very much and spent a lot of money to buy life talismans from the World Academy. Almost all the second-class prodigies had one. Second-class geniuses were too important. There was hope for them to become rulers. An Emperor Realm expert could make a force become an overlord force, allowing it to prosper for 10,000 to 20,000 years. Compared to a supreme being, who knew how many times more important. What these overlord powers hoped for the most was to have a successor. If there was no successor and no new emperor was born, then the overlord power would quickly weaken. For example, the Medicine King Valley and the Talisman Puppet Sect. In the history of the Divine Wilderness, there had been countless overlord factions, but how many of them had been able to prosper and pass down their legacies? Very few. Many overlord forces eventually weakened because there were no emperors among the later generations. One could imagine how highly those overlord forces valued second-class geniuses. In the distance, the few of them sucked in a breath of cold air and broke out in cold sweat. Lu Ming was too ruthless. A second-grade genius was killed just like that. Fortunately, they had the life talisman. Otherwise, the Sky Martial Sword sect would go crazy. Lu Ming glanced at the few of them and ignored them. He returned to the cliff and continued to comprehend the killing move. The World Academy. Outside the Universe Jade Annulus, it was still crowded with people. High up in the sky, the Supreme sat cross-legged and waited silently. Buzz, suddenly, a white light flashed and Wucang appeared. Everyone's eyes turned to look at him. Wucang, it's Wucang. He was killed. What danger did he encounter? It seems like the secret realm is really dangerous. I wonder how many of those without life talismans died. Danger comes with opportunity. It's worth it if you can get something out of it. Many people looked at Wucang and discussed. Wucang, what happened? High up in the sky, one of the Sky Martial Sword sect's supremes asked. Since the supremes asked, Wucang did not dare to ignore them. A dark-skinned young man. He looked simple and honest, but he was extremely cunning. Wucang did not know Lu Ming's name, so he described Lu Ming's appearance. What? Wasn't this the appearance of that trash Lu Shaoqing? It's him again. He's really a killing god. First, he killed many experts from Cold Blood Hall, Sanguinarum, and now he killed Wu Tsong. He's really terrifying. He killed so many geniuses consecutively. His battle strength is amazing. I'm afraid he's one of the top second-class geniuses. Many people exclaimed. Those from Cold Blood Hall looked gloomy. Sanguinarum gritted his teeth and looked terrible. Why did they have to drag them into it? On the cliff in the Saint Mansion secret realm, Lu Ming was carefully comprehending. Every time the giant eagle returned, he would leave. The next day, when the giant eagle went out to look for food, he would go and comprehend. After 5 consecutive days, he gained a lot. This mark was not complete. It was just a kind of intent. Lu Ming comprehended 5 killing moves from this intent. Lu Ming named them the 5 killing moves. The 5 killing moves did not have a specific move. It was just a way to use the slaughter essence. In other words, without the slaughter essence, it was useless. However, when Lu Ming borrowed the power of the 3rd bloodline, he could borrow the slaughter essence. Thus, the 5 killing moves came in handy. Previously, when Lu Ming borrowed the power of the 3rd bloodline, it was just pure strength. With the 5 killing moves, it would undoubtedly be more powerful. Almost there. 5 days later, Lu Ming got up and left. This mark was not complete. Even if he continued to comprehend, he would not gain much. Lu Ming left and continued to look for opportunities. One day later, Lu Ming came to a lush mountain range. Hey, why are all the spiritual herbs along the way emptied out? Which bastard did this? Dandan ran around like a gust of wind, cursing. In this mountain range, the spirit chi was very dense. Ancient trees towered into the sky. Along the way, Dandan found dozens of pits left behind by the spiritual herbs. According to Dandan's speculation, they were all left behind by level 8 spiritual herbs. He was angry that someone had gotten to them first. They are too clean. Not even a hair is left. Dandan sighed. Lu Ming was also speechless. They had changed several positions in this mountain range, but it was still the same. There is someone in front. Suddenly, Dandan stared and climbed onto Lu Ming's shoulder. Lu Ming restrained his aura and moved forward carefully. In front of him, a figure in white clothes was walking in the air, flashing in the mountain forest. From the back, he looked very young. However, he was bald, and the top of his head was smooth and round. His movement technique was extremely fast. Like a gust of wind, he appeared in front of a spiritual herb. My hair, good, good. The bald man murmured and then waved his sleeve. The spiritual herb left the ground and was kept by him. Could it be a Western Desert holy monk? Lu Ming was surprised. Legend had it that the Western Desert was different from other places. They cultivated Buddhism. The entire Western Desert mainly cultivated Buddhism, and there were many ancient temples. Judging from the bald man's clothes and the Buddhist chants, he was clearly a Western Desert holy monk. After keeping the spiritual herb, the Western Desert holy monk continued forward. Not long after, he came to a dark underground cave and observed carefully. In the Western Desert holy monk's hand, a round plate emitted a beam of purple light that shot into the sky. It was so shocking that it could be seen even from far away. After a while, the Western Desert holy monk put away the round plate and the beam of light disappeared. That was because there were streaks of rainbow light flashing in the distance. Someone was attracted. What is that guy trying to do? Lu Ming was hiding not far away. He had seen everything. The Western Desert holy monk put away the round plate and returned to the dark cave. He shouted, "The treasure in this cave is mine." After shouting, his figure flashed and he quickly left the cave. Soon, more than a dozen streaks of rainbow light flew over, revealing more than a dozen figures. The treasure is in the cave. Kill. We can't let others beat us to it. Get lost. It's mine. More than a dozen experts rushed into the cave. Roar. 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 In the cave, the roars of beasts were heard. The entire ground was shaking as a fierce fight broke out in the cave. That guy is using someone else to do his dirty work. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Didn't they say that the Western Desert holy monks were kind-hearted and would help all living beings? That guy was too unreliable. Could he be a fake? I have hair, I have no hair. Buddha is merciful. That guy chanted again. In a flash, he didn't enter the cave but went in another direction. That guy is very mysterious. Let's follow him. Lu Ming quietly followed the Western Desert holy monk and came to a place dozens of miles away. There was a huge cave in that place. At that moment, Lu Ming heard a loud roar coming from the cave and then it gradually faded away. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. He finally understood that guy's motive. This cave was connected to the other cave dozens of miles away. This guy from the Western Desert was using someone else's cave to lure the ferocious beasts away. Then, he could easily enter this cave and search for treasures. That wasn't a merciful holy monk. He was clearly an unscrupulous monk. That monk looked around furtively. Only then did Lu Ming see his face. She had a baby face and was slightly chubby. Her skin was so smooth that it would make women jealous. Her skin was pink and tender, and she looked harmless to humans and animals. He looked around, then chanted the name of Buddha and rushed into the cave. This guy is really not a good person. On his shoulder, Dandan looked at him with disdain. Lu Ming curled his lips and thought, you're about the same as him. There must be treasures in this cave. Let's go in and take a look. Lu Ming also carefully rushed into the cave. The cave was very large. After a few thousand meters, it became even more spacious, like a huge underground cavern. Faint rumbling sounds could be heard from the front. It was clear that the battle was extremely intense. Next, I saw a few pits. There must have been some spiritual herbs growing there, but they were all dug up by that monk. What a pity! Dandan lamented. As the two of them continued forward, they realized that the underground caverns were crisscrossing. They could no longer see the monk's shadow. Lu Ming walked forward casually. Suddenly, he stopped as a purple light attracted his attention. On one of the walls, a hazy purple light was emitted. It was hazy and beautiful. Lu Ming channeled his true yuan and wiped away the rocks on the surface. A long-sized purple crystal appeared. This is a purple flame crystal. Lu Ming was shocked, but he was overjoyed. Purple flame crystal was a precious material that was rarely seen in the world. It could be used to refine weapons or pills. It was priceless. Most importantly, purple flame crystal was one of the most important main materials for refining nirvana pills. It was a level 9 material. Lu Ming did not expect to find a purple flame crystal here. He immediately condensed his true yuan into a blade and dug out the surrounding rocks to dig out the purple flame crystal. So heavy. The long-sized purple flame crystal weighed more than 10,000 kilograms. It was really shocking. I wonder if there are more. After Lu Ming put away the purple flame crystal, he looked around carefully. It would be great if he could find a few pieces here. Although nirvana pills were not very useful to Lu Ming, they were very useful to others. If Fatty Kong Jin had nirvana pills, he could even raise his third bloodline to level 9 divine grade. There were also his parents and disciples. In the future, when he met Xianxia, Mulans, and the others, they would all be very useful. If there was a chance, Lu Ming wanted to collect the materials and refine a few cauldrons. After walking around for a while, Lu Ming discovered something else. There was purple light emitting from one of the walls. Just as Lu Ming was about to dig, a terrifying gust of wind attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming was shocked. He turned around and threw out a palm strike. Bang! A terrifying force surged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming could not help but take a few steps back. What a powerful force! Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Although he did not release his dragon force earlier, his vital essence was extremely strong. Coupled with the 5 types of intense and the hell-suppressing heaven skill, an ordinary martial artist at the 2nd level of spirit god would be killed by him with one palm strike. But now, he was forced to retreat. My hair. A Buddhist chant was heard. A harmless face appeared in front of Lu Ming. It was the monk. He looked very young, in his 20s. He squinted his eyes and smiled. He put his palms together and said, "Benefactor, the ferocious beasts in this cave were lured away by my friends. It's not good for you to take advantage of them like this, right?" Even though he was talking, the monk was still smiling. Lu Ming and Dandan looked at him with disdain. Those people were obviously tricked by the monk. But in the monk's mouth, they became his friends. How shameless. "Master, everyone has a share. I saw what you did just now. If this spreads out, I'm afraid it won't be good for the reputation of the Western Desert holy monk," Lu Ming said with a smile. "My hair. My Buddha is merciful. I think you've misunderstood. Monks are merciful," the baby-faced monk chanted a Buddhist chant. Roar. Before the monk could finish, a loud roar was heard. A huge lizard shining with purple flames pounced towards the monk. Buzz, a golden light shone from the monk's body. He threw out a palm and a huge golden palm print hit the purple lizard. With a boom, the lizard was shattered into pieces. Merciful? Lu Ming was tongue-tied. "My hair. My Buddha is merciful." The monk chanted a Buddhist chant again. He looked at Lu Ming and said, "Benefactor, I've taken a liking to this purple flame crystal. Why don't you give it to me?" "What if I don't?" Lu Ming said. "My hair. My Buddha, hair your sister." "I know you don't have hair." Lu Ming shouted and suddenly attacked. The dragon force in his body erupted and his strength increased. He threw a punch at Monk Wuliang. Monk Wuliang's body shone brightly. The dazzling golden light spread, making Monk Wuliang look like the reincarnation of Buddha. In addition, he had a harmless face. If Lu Ming had not seen him secretly, he would have thought that he was an enlightened monk. Boom! Boom! A terrifying explosion resounded as energy shot out in all directions. The underground cave shook violently. The rock of this underground cave was extremely hard. Perhaps it was because of the strong beasts living here. If it was an ordinary cave, it would have exploded. Even so, the entire underground cave was shaking violently. Bam! Bam! After one move, Lu Ming's body trembled as he retreated a few steps. So strong. This monk's strength is actually so terrifying? Lu Ming was shocked. At this moment, he had already unleashed his dragon force, but he was still pushed back by the other party. The golden palm print was shockingly powerful, as though it could suppress everything. It was on par with the suppressing hell skill. Lu Ming was shocked. Unscrupulous monk was also surprised. He did not expect Lu Ming to be able to receive his palm without being injured. Roar! Roar! The shaking here attracted the attention of the beasts on the other side. Loud roars could be heard. Clearly, some beasts were charging over. "I have hair. Benefactor, you are so strong. This purple flame crystal can be yours. This little monk will take his leave." Unscrupulous monk chanted Buddha's name and left with his sleeves fluttering. The Western Desert is indeed unfathomable. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Since ancient times, the Western Desert had always been the territory of Buddhism. It had always been mysterious and powerful. Many people said that the Western Desert was second only to the Central Continent among the 5 major territories in the Divine Wilderness. Roar! 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 The thunderous roars caused the underground cave to rumble. Lu Ming did not think too much about it. He dug out the purple flame crystal and left the place in a flash. Next, Lu Ming walked around the underground cave for a while, but he did not find a third purple flame crystal. Instead, he found a few purple giant lizards, which were killed by Lu Ming. However, there was obviously a nest of giant lizards in this underground cave. Some of them were very strong. Lu Ming did not stay for long. After a while, he left the cave and flew into the distance. Hoo-hoo, a gust of wind blew past. Lu Ming smiled. After obtaining 2 purple flame crystals, Lu Ming was in a good mood. There were 7 main ingredients for refining the Nirvana pill. Each of them was extremely precious and rarely appeared in the outside world. Now that he had obtained one, it could be considered an opportunity. Naturally, Lu Ming was in a good mood. Boom, a shocking explosion sounded. Up ahead, sword energy rushed into the heavens. Inscriptions flickered, and space was torn apart. There were people fighting an intense battle. Lu Ming flew over at an extremely fast speed. Using the water concept, he condensed a cloud of mist and hid within it to watch. There were a total of 4 people in the battle, and Lu Ming was quite familiar with a few of them. Sandalwood Fairy, Kong Xian, the genius of the World Academy, and Wu Kong of the Celestial Martial Sword Sect. Lastly, there was a burly man in his 40s who was no weaker than Wu Kong. The 4 of them were in a chaotic battle. However, it was clear that Sandalwood Fairy and Kong Xian were working together. The 2 of them were fighting against Wu Kong and the muscular man. The battle was extremely intense. That is, at this time, Lu Ming discovered that there was a small lake below. The lake water was clear, and in the lake, there were 3 carps swimming around. The 3 carps shone with golden light, and their bodies glowed with light. Sometimes they gathered, sometimes they scattered, and when they did, they looked like a true dragon. Dragon carp, it's actually a dragon carp. Lu Ming was shocked. Dragon carps were also a kind of supreme treasure. It was said that they were the descendants of true dragons and had the blood of true dragons in their bodies. When used to refine elixirs, they were a rare treasure medicine. Its value was even higher than that of purple flame crystals. Coincidentally, one of the 7 main ingredients for refining nirvana elixirs was the blood of dragon carps. You want to compete with me? You're courting death. The dragon carps are mine. Wu Kong shouted, his murderous intent surging. Wu Kong, don't be too overbearing. There are 3 dragon carps. How about 1 for each of us? Sandalwood Fairy spoke. 1 for each of us. Are you qualified? All 3 of them are mine. Wu Kong sneered. His sword energy whistled, and cracks appeared in the space. It was extremely terrifying. The other muscular man did not speak. His body emitted a white light as he waved his hand. A sky-covering palm appeared, tearing the heavens and the earth apart. This is the great sky-splitting palm. This person should be an expert from the Ji family, an overlord force. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Among the 3 parties, Wu Kong's combat strength was astonishing. The muscular man from the Ji family had a profound cultivation and was not weak either. However, when Sandalwood Fairy and Kong Xian joined forces, their combat strength was terrifying. They were not weaker than the others. It was difficult to determine the outcome of the battle in a short period of time. Lu Ming smiled. He suddenly unleashed the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and dashed toward the surface of the lake. In an instant, he appeared above the surface of the lake. With a grab, a huge vital essence hand appeared and grabbed toward the 3 dragon carps. Who is it? You're courting death. At this moment, the people in the air were shocked. Wu Kong even roared in anger. The 3 dragon carps were about to fall into Lu Ming's hand. However, at this moment, the 3 dragon carps glowed and turned into a ray of light. In a flash, they escaped from Lu Ming's true essence giant hand. Lu Ming was shocked. Just as he was about to use all his strength to capture them, a terrifying sword energy slashed toward Lu Ming. Helpless, Lu Ming could only turn around and punch out. Bang, the sword energy was defeated. Whoosh! Whoosh, in a flash, Wu Kong, the brawny man from the Ji family, Sandalwood Fairy, and Kong Xian appeared around Lu Ming. However, they did not attack immediately. Instead, they locked their auras on Lu Ming. Brat, it's you? Wu Kong was taken aback when he saw Lu Ming clearly. Sandalwood Fairy and Kong Xian were also surprised. Apparently, they had recognized Lu Ming. Brat, to be able to block my sword attack, you must be quite capable. You must have been hiding your strength. Wu Kong looked coldly at Lu Ming and continued, however, you dare to capture dragon carps under my nose. You're going to die. In the Martial Saint's secret ground, everyone has a share. Of course, I can take action when I see the treasure. Lu Ming curled his lips. If you take action, you'll have to pay with your life. Wu Kong's killing intent exploded. When Lu Ming had refused to give up his spot in the marrow cleansing pool, he had already wanted to kill Lu Ming. Now, his killing intent was even stronger. Whoosh, Wu Kong swung his sword and a terrifying sword chi slashed at Lu Ming. It was even stronger than before. Lu Ming was fearless. He activated the suppressing hell skill and punched out with his dragon force. Boom, the heavens and the earth trembled as the energy surged. Pillars of water rose from the lake below. The 3 dragon carps flashed and dodged the energy. Bang, the sword chi dissipated. Lu Ming broke the sword chi with his fist. He stepped forward and said in a cold voice, "You're still not strong enough." Then, he punched out again. Lu Ming's fist seemed to contain the force of millions of tons. It was so terrifying that the entire space trembled. So strong? Wu Qinkong was shocked. His true essence surged and his sword hummed as he slashed out a shocking sword chi. However, it was useless. Lu Ming was like an invincible god of war. He punched out and destroyed the sword chi. He quickly approached Wu Qinkong. On the side, Sandalwood Fairy, Kong Xian, and the others were also shocked. They had never imagined that the young man who had passed the heavenly market cave by luck would be so powerful. It was too terrifying. Why do I find this person's fighting style a little familiar? Sandalwood Fairy said. I have the same feeling. Kong Xian said. Whoosh. Don't even think about it. Sandalwood Fairy shouted. She waved her hand and a few elixirs flew out. The elixirs glowed and turned into weapons that attacked the burly man from the Ji family. At the same time, Kong Xian also attacked the burly man from the Ji family. The 3 of them engaged in a fierce battle. Boom. Boom, Lu Ming was brave and invincible. He stepped on the void and punched with earth-shattering force. The void continued to explode as Wu Qinkong was forced to retreat. He was at a complete disadvantage. Finally, he let out a long roar and used bloodline fusion to turn into a battle sword. The sword chi whistled as he fought Lu Ming. To be honest, Wu Qinkong's battle strength was very strong. He was much stronger than Sanguinarum. No wonder he was called one of the strongest experts after the 5 magnates. He had the right to be arrogant. However, his cultivation was still at LV1 spiritual god. Lu Ming was never afraid of anyone at the same level. Clang! Clang! After a few consecutive punches, the battle sword was sent flying and vibrating in the air. Damn it, who are you? Wu Qinkong roared in disbelief. He could not believe that someone who appeared out of nowhere had such terrifying battle strength. Not far away, Kong Xian and the others were also shocked. Wu Qinkong was completely suppressed. It was too shocking. Who else could do this except for the 5 magnates? Rumble. At this moment, a terrifying explosion came from afar. A ray of blood light flew over at high speed. Swoosh, a burly figure appeared in the air. His eyes were like lightning. When he saw Lu Ming, his killing intent was even more shocking. Lu Xiaoqing, die! With a roar, the figure punched out. The blood-red fist radiance pierced through the void and blasted toward Lu Ming. Shuefeng. Lu Ming frowned. This figure was Cold Blood Hall's #1 genius of the previous generation, Shuefeng. He did not expect Shuefeng to be here. Lu Ming punched back and collided with Shuefeng's fist radiance. His body trembled and he was forced to retreat. Shuefeng was very strong. With a level 7 divine bloodline and a LV4 spiritual god cultivation, his battle strength was terrifying. Shuefeng stepped forward with a violent aura. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Lu Ming. At this moment, Sandalwood Fairy and Kong Xian were dumbfounded. Lu Xiaoqing, just now, Shuefeng had called Lu Ming Lu Xiaoqing. This dark-skinned young man was actually Lu Xiaoqing. Sandalwood Fairy and her companion exchanged a blow with the Ji clan's burly man and retreated far away. They did not continue fighting. Shuefeng's arrival made the situation even more complicated. Brother Lu, it's you? Sandalwood Fairy said. Fairy, how have you been? Lu Ming smiled. Facing Shuefeng, he remained calm. It's really you. Kong Xian was also shocked. At that moment, Wu Qinkong retreated far away and observed from afar. This brat offended Shuefeng, he's courting death. Wu Qinkong sneered. Kill. Shuefeng roared, stepped forward, and punched out. The space shattered under the blood-red fist. It was extremely terrifying. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The third bloodline appeared, and a trace of power entered Lu Ming's body. Instantly, a terrifying killing intent emanated from Lu Ming's body, and his hair turned blood red. Then, the third bloodline turned into a sword, which Lu Ming held in his hand and slashed out. Puff, the blood-red sword light flashed and split Xuefeng's fist in half. Is that his bloodline? Strange, why is there no chakra? Sandalwood Fairy and the others were shocked. First, they were shocked that Lu Ming had finally used his bloodline power. His combat strength had indeed increased, and he had not used his full strength before. Second, they were shocked that Lu Ming's bloodline did not have a chakra. This was unheard of. Damn it, this guy probably doesn't have a life talisman. I must find a way to kill him. When he fights Xuefeng, I'll wait for an opportunity to strike. Wu Qingkong's mind kept spinning. Xuefeng was also shocked when he saw Lu Ming's sword break his fist. The true essence in his body circulated wildly, and his aura became even more violent. Divine Blood Leopard Fist. Xuefeng's fists were like blood jade, and he constantly punched out. Fist radiance flew out, and in the process, it turned into a blood leopard and pounced on Lu Ming. This was a divine-level martial skill, and it was extremely powerful. 5 slaughter styles. Lu Ming circulated the 5 slaughter styles, and the blood-red battle sword buzzed. Sword radiance shot out, and scattered the blood leopards one after another. Slaughter mentality. Xuefeng was shocked, and at the same time, he was even more determined to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming's talent was too shocking. He was only at the first level of Spirit God, but he could already fight with him. Bloodline appeared above his head, and in the next moment, he turned into a blood leopard, roaring and pouncing on Lu Ming. Lu Ming was fearless. He held his battle sword and fought with Xuefeng. Lu Ming's combat strength was unparalleled, and he was invincible among those at the same level. However, Xuefeng's cultivation was 3 levels higher than Lu Ming's. Moreover, he had also comprehended a divine-level martial skill, and his bloodline fusion was even more powerful. Lu Ming and Xuefeng exchanged dozens of moves, and gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. The difference between our cultivation is too great. If I use the 9 Dragons bloodline, or the suppressing Hellsteel bloodline, and the 3rd bloodline, I might be able to fight with him. Lu Ming's mind raced. However, this result was already enough to shock everyone present to the extreme. I didn't expect Brother Lu's combat strength to be so strong. This is too shocking. Kong Xian was tongue-tied, and after a while, he said this. He was also at the first level of Spirit God, but he realized that if he fought with Lu Ming now, he would be easily killed. On the other side, the battle sword that Wu Qingkong had transformed into was also trembling in fear. If Lu Ming had used this kind of combat strength, he would not have been able to resist at all. He was too strong. That's right, even the 5 great authorities might not be as strong as him. Sandalwood Fairy sighed. Seal. In the middle of the battle, Lu Ming used the 9 seals of the God Gate, and a light gate was formed. It shone brightly and suppressed Xuefeng. For a moment, Xuefeng was actually frozen. Kill. Lu Ming took a step forward and slashed at Xuefeng's head with his sword. Roar. Xuefeng roared, and a bloody light burst out. With a bang, the light gate was shattered at the critical moment. Xuefeng continued to retreat, but he was still one step too late, and a piece of his scalp was cut off. Then, Lu Ming lifted his leg and kicked Xuefeng's stomach, sending him flying. What a pity! Lu Ming lamented in his heart. His cultivation was still not strong enough, and the gate of the seal was broken by Xuefeng's violent True Yuan. If Lu Ming's cultivation was stronger, or if he had cultivated 2 gates of the seal, it would not be so easy for Xuefeng to break it. The gate of the seal was not omnipotent. If one's cultivation was too strong, Lu Ming would not be able to seal it. Even so, Xuefeng was already shivering. He looked at Lu Ming with fear in his eyes. Just now, he was almost killed by Lu Ming's sword. What kind of secret technique is this? It's so terrifying. He was horrified. For a moment, he dared not step forward to fight with Lu Ming. Kill. This time, it was Lu Ming's turn to take the initiative. He stepped forward and attacked Xuefeng. Buzz. The gate of seals glowed and flew towards Xue Feng like a ray of light. Moreover, the light emitted by the gate of seals also had a sealing effect. Xue Feng could not escape at all. His body was enveloped by the light of the gate of seals and he could not help but stiffen. Swoosh, Lu Ming's body was like a flickering shadow as he rushed towards Xue Feng. The blood leopard that Xue Feng had transformed into let out a furious roar. Blood spurted out like a volcanic eruption and rushed towards the gate of seals. This time, Lu Ming was even faster. The blood sword pierced through the void and pierced through the blood leopard's body in an instant. Roar, the blood leopard let out a shocking roar as it broke through the gate of seals and clawed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression changed. In a hurry, he struck out with his palm and clashed with the blood leopard's claw. With a loud bang, Lu Ming's body was sent flying a few thousand meters away. His qi and blood were in turmoil and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Xue Feng's genuine yuan was too strong. The moment Lu Ming stabbed him, he broke through the gate of seals and launched a counterattack. However, the blood leopard that Xue Feng had transformed into was definitely not in a good state after being stabbed by Lu Ming. At this moment, he roared and did not dare to continue the battle. Instead, he turned and ran. Lu Ming did not chase after him. With his current cultivation, coupled with the 9 seals of the divine gate, he could indeed injure Xue Feng. However, it was almost impossible to kill him. If Xue Feng went all out, Lu Ming would not be in a good state either. In the blink of an eye, Xue Feng had disappeared. As for Wu Qingkong, he had already sneaked away before Xue Feng had escaped. As for the dragon carp, he did not dare to take it anymore. If he stayed, he would definitely be killed by Lu Ming. On the other side, the expression of the Ji family's strong man changed. In the end, he let out a long sigh and turned to leave. His combat strength was only on par with Wu Qingkong. If he continued to stay, he would only be courting death. In an instant, only Lu Ming, Sandalwood Fairy, and Kong Xian were left above the lake. "Brother Lu, why did you disguise yourself? Even your aura has changed." "We are suffering," Sandalwood said with a smile. "There are some people that I don't want to see." "Fairy, please forgive me." Lu Ming smiled. Then, Lu Ming looked at the 3 dragon carps in the lake and said, "Do you two also need dragon carps? It's all thanks to Brother Lu this time. Otherwise, if Xue Feng had arrived, Brother Kong and I probably wouldn't have gained anything. These 3 dragon carps naturally belong to Brother Lu," Sandalwood said. "Fairy, you're too polite. I only need 2. As for the other one, you can take it." Lu Ming smiled and landed on the surface of the lake. He used the divine gate 9 seals. In a flash, the gate of seals appeared and locked the 3 dragon carps in place. Then, his Jing Yuan condensed into a giant hand and scooped up the 3 dragon carps. With a wave of his hand, 2 of the dragon carps disappeared. Lu Ming had collected them into a small lake in the mountain and river diagram. To refine the nirvana pill, he only needed the true blood of the dragon carps, not the dragon carps. Therefore, 2 dragon carps were enough, and more would not be of much use. There was no harm in giving the other one to Sandalwood Fairy. "Thank you, Brother Lu." Sandalwood Fairy was overjoyed. She was an alchemist, and this dragon carp was indeed of great use to her. After Sandalwood Fairy put it away, she was about to say something when her expression suddenly froze. She revealed a look of surprise and stared ahead with wide eyes. On the side, Kong Xian was the same. He seemed to have seen something extremely shocking. Lu Ming was a little surprised. He turned around and in the next moment, his eyes immediately widened. In front of him, at an unknown distance, there was a magnificent palace that emerged from the void. It was surrounded by clouds and mist outside, like an immortal palace. It was incomparably huge, but it was full of vicissitudes, as if it had crossed endless years. It seemed real and illusory at the same time. From afar, it was very unreal, like an illusion. "What kind of palace is this? It wasn't there just now." Lu Ming was surprised. There was nothing there just now, so why would an ancient palace suddenly appear? "Sacred mansion, it's the sacred mansion." Kong Xian muttered to himself, his eyes revealing an incomparable excitement. "Sacred mansion?" Both Sandalwood Fairy and Lu Ming were very surprised. This arcane realm was called the Sacred Mansion Arcane Realm, but Lu Ming had never known what it meant. He did not expect that there really was a sacred mansion. Yes, in the ancient books of our World Academy, there is a sacred mansion in this arcane realm, and there is a supreme existence inside. It is said that it surpasses the Emperor. Xianxia said word by word. His eyes were filled with excitement, as if he was on a pilgrimage. An existence that surpasses the Emperor. Lu Ming and Sandalwood gasped a breath of cold air. In the divine wilderness continent, the Emperor was the strongest. In the eyes of all cultivators, the Emperor was already a supreme existence. Their combat strength was earth-shattering. With a palm strike, they could split the sky and crack the earth, penetrate the earth, and pierce through the sky. It was boundlessly terrifying. The ultimate goal of all cultivators was to become an emperor and dominate the world. But now, there was a figure above the Emperor here? How could it not be shocking? Is this true? Lu Ming asked. Xianxia shook his head and said, I don't know, but it is indeed recorded in the ancient books. And according to the ancient books, the sacred mansion rarely appears. Even when the emperors could freely enter this place, no one has seen it. It has always been a legend, but now it has really appeared. It is incredible. Xianxia sighed again and again. He was very excited, and then he revealed many secrets. According to the old legends, there was an existence that surpassed the sovereign level living in this Saint Mansion. If someone obtained the Saint Mansion token, they could enter the Saint Mansion with it and obtain great opportunities. They might even have the chance to obtain the inheritance of that existence. And the Sacred Mansion token was in the Sacred Mansion Arcane Realm. It is said that this Sacred Mansion Arcane Realm has existed for hundreds of thousands of years. Even if it is an existence above the Emperor, it can't live for hundreds of thousands of years, right? Sandalwood Fairy said with some doubts. The path of cultivation was against the heavens. The higher the cultivation, the longer the lifespan. It was already very heaven-defying for an emperor to live for 10 to 20,000 years. It was equivalent to a mortal living for hundreds of years, watching the world change like a living history book. As for the existence above the emperor, no matter how powerful it was, it could not live for hundreds of thousands of years. It was too shocking and unbelievable. Unless it was a legendary god. Legend said that gods could exist with heaven and earth, but that was only a legend. I'm not too sure about that either. Xianxia shook his head. Even so, their eyes were filled with flames. An existence that surpassed a ruler, this was too shocking. Once one reached such a boundary, one would definitely be all-powerful and unimaginable. If it was true, they would benefit endlessly if they obtained something. Roar. Roar. At this moment, a long howl resounded through the earth. It was extremely shocking. Awoo, the three of them saw a huge silver wolf appear on a mountain peak in the distance. It howled at the sky, and its aura was shocking like a tsunami. With a stomp, the mountain peak collapsed. The silver wolf broke through the sky and flew in the direction of the sacred mansion. Rumble, in the sky, a mountain ridge moved. Upon closer look, it was a giant snake swimming across the sky, heading toward the sacred mansion. Bang, the earth rumbled and trembled. Not far away, a giant ape as tall as a mountain stepped on the ground, causing the earth to crack and the mountains to tremble. The land seemed to be boiling. Powerful beasts went berserk and flew in the direction of the Saint Mansion. Along the way, if they saw any human martial artists, they would kill them immediately. There were even powerful beasts that killed each other. Caw, with a sharp cry, the sky darkened as a terrifying pressure pressed down. Oh no, run! Lu Ming's face changed as he rushed to the side. Sandalwood Fairy and Xianxia's faces also changed as they followed Lu Ming to the side. A strong wind blew as a giant eagle flew over their heads. Its eyes were as sharp as swords as it glanced at the three of them. With a flap of its wings, a terrifying tornado was formed and swept toward the three of them. Wherever the tornado passed, not to mention trees, even huge mountains were uprooted and swept into it. The scene was horrifying. The three of them ran forward at full speed to avoid the tornado. After the giant eagle found out the tornado, it ignored Lu Ming and the others and quickly flew away. The three of them didn't dare to take it head-on. They used their movement techniques to avoid it. After flying for a few thousand miles, the tornado weakened and disappeared into the air. Phew, the three of them let out a long breath. That giant eagle was definitely a beast above the 7th level spirit god realm. It was too strong. They were too weak. It seems that the sacred mansion has really appeared. The powerful beasts in the secret territory have all been alarmed. Xianxia said. What are you going to do next? Lu Ming asked. We'll meet up with the other brothers and see if we can take a gamble. If we can get a little opportunity from the appearance of the sacred mansion, it will be endless benefits. Xianxia's eyes were burning with passion. Sandalwood Fairy nodded. A group of people from the Medicine King Valley had also entered. She also wanted to meet up with them. Fairy, why don't we join forces? The Medicine King Valley is good at inscription. The World Academy also has people who are good at inscription and martial arts. Only by working together can we bring out the best in each other. Xianxia said. Okay, it's decided. Brother Lu, will you come with us? Sandalwood Fairy looked at Lu Ming. No, I have other things to do. I'll take my leave now. Lu Ming shook his head, bid farewell to the two of them, and left. The two of them felt that it was a pity. If Lu Ming were to join them, their chances of success would undoubtedly be greater. Then, the two of them left. With the appearance of the sacred residence, everyone in the secret realm was in an uproar. Everyone from the World Academy knew some secrets, and rumors about those above the ruler level had also spread. All the powerhouses who entered the secret realm were extremely enthusiastic. Powerhouses from various forces gathered and headed toward the sacred residence. Lu Ming flew all the way and soon saw a few corpses of ferocious beasts. They were all killed by the ferocious beasts. Lu Ming landed and his devouring power burst out, devouring the blood essence of the ferocious beasts. This was the reason why he had left Sandalwood Fairy and Xianxia. Just now, the powerful vicious beasts in the mystic realm had gone on a rampage and killed many martial artists and weaker vicious beasts. Lu Ming didn't want to waste them, so he swallowed them and broke through to the next realm. Along the way, Lu Ming devoured all the human martial artists and ferocious beasts that he saw being killed. Many of them were at the spiritual god level. Lu Ming devoured more and more energy. After a full day, Lu Ming had devoured the energy of hundreds of human cultivators and vicious beasts. Then, he found a hidden place and entered the mountain river diagram to begin refining. The energy of the blood essence was all used to improve the 9 dragons' bloodline. The other energy was all converted into vital essence. Lu Ming began to break through to the 2nd level of the spirit god realm. His current conception of heaven and earth was completely ahead of his cultivation. As long as he had energy, he could break through to the next realm. Boom! Boom! The majestic vital essence gathered in the spiritual god, making it more solid. The spiritual god sat cross-legged in his dantian, his whole body glowing and looking solemn. After a long time, with a rumble, Lu Ming's aura surged. The 2nd level of the spirit god realm. Lu Ming had finally broken through to the 2nd level of the spirit god realm, and his strength had greatly improved. If he encountered Xue Feng now, Lu Ming was confident that he could kill him even without using the 9 seals of the divine gate. Lu Ming stood up and stepped out, appearing outside the mountain river diagram. Now I can fight for the Saint Mansion. Lu Ming revealed a confident expression. If it was before he broke through to the 2nd level of the spirit god realm, even if Lu Ming went, he might not be able to obtain any benefits. Many of the previous generation's geniuses had entered the mountain river diagram. Every overlord force probably had an expert like Xue Feng, and there might even be someone stronger. Moreover, these forces had many people. If Lu Ming was at the 1st level of the spirit god realm, even if he went, he might not be their opponent. Moreover, there was also Yang Padian. The battle strength of the 5 young tycoons was absolutely shocking and couldn't be underestimated. But now, Lu Ming was confident that even if he couldn't suppress all of them, it wouldn't be a problem for him to get a share of the loot. Using the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, Lu Ming turned into a streak of light and flew away. Soon, Lu Ming had flown a few 100,000 miles. So far, where is the Saint Mansion? Lu Ming was speechless. After flying a few 100,000 miles, he felt that the Saint Mansion wasn't close at all. It was still so far away that he couldn't see it. Lu Ming continued to fly, flying a few 100,000 miles. Unfortunately, it was still the same. He didn't feel that he was close to the Saint Mansion. The Saint Mansion was floating in the air like an immortal palace. Boom! Suddenly, there was an uproar in front of him. There were experts fighting fiercely. In the distance, the sky was shrouded in endless light. Various colored lights flickered as terrifying attacks collided continuously. Lu Ming was slightly surprised. He restrained his aura and flew over. Fairy, Brother Kong. Below, there were some figures looking up. Fairy Sandalwood and Kong Xian were among them. Lu Ming flew over to greet them. Brother Lu. Seeing Lu Ming, both of them smiled. What's going on? Lu Ming asked. They're fighting for the Saint Mansion's token. Fairy Sandalwood said. What? The Saint Mansion's token has appeared? Lu Ming was shocked. He didn't expect that the battle in the sky was because of the Saint Mansion's token. High up in the sky, dazzling lights flashed. It was impossible to see the faces of the people inside. Only 7 or 8 figures could be seen crisscrossing and fighting fiercely. They were all powerful and terrifying existences. Even Fairy Sandalwood and Kong Xian could only watch from below, unable to interfere. There were many people watching below. Lu Ming saw Yin Bupo from the Sky Eagle Fort and some other experts from the Sky Eagle Fort. In addition, the Ji family from the Demon Mountain was also there. Everyone stared at the sky, watching the progress of the battle. Bang! Suddenly, a huge figure was shot down and fell heavily on the ground. It was a lightning eagle. Its body was covered in lightning, but there was no aura. It was dead. Senior brother. Yin Bupo and the others shouted in anger. Obviously, this lightning eagle was an expert from the previous generation of the Sky Eagle Fort. Swoosh! At this moment, another figure rushed down. Senior brother Luo. Kong Xian's expression changed as he stepped forward. Obviously, this person was an expert from the World Academy. Sigh, I'm no match for them. I don't need the Sacred Mansion token. Senior brother Luo sighed. Kong Xian and Sandalwood Fairy were shocked. They knew that senior brother Luo was the #1 prodigy of the World Academy. He had awakened a 7th level divine bloodline and reached the 4th level of the spirit god realm. He shouldn't be weaker than Xue Feng, but he still couldn't defeat them. The number of people decreased, but the battle became more intense. Terrifying vibrations spread out for thousands of miles. The void was as fragile as a piece of paper. Bang! Bang! Following that, more and more people were sent flying out of the battlefield. 4 people were sent out of the battlefield in succession. They were severely injured and stood in the void, looking at the battlefield unwillingly with fear in their eyes. Lu Ming could see that there were only 2 figures left in the sky, fighting fiercely. Clang! Clang! The sounds of collisions were constantly heard as if 2 gods were fighting. Sizzle! The space cracked and the light faded. 2 figures appeared in front of everyone. Both of them were tall and burly with wild auras. One of them held a halberd in his hand. His black hair hung loosely behind his back, and his aura was shocking to the extreme. Just by standing there, the space around him was like water, constantly twisting and distorting, forming circular ripples. Yang Padian, this person was actually one of the top 5 youths, Yang Padian. The other person stood in front of Yang Padian. His body was even more burly than Yang Potion's, revealing 2 muscular arms. He was holding a huge spiked club. This person looked very young, definitely not more than 30 years old. He was in the same generation as Lu Ming. A prodigy of the younger generation was actually able to fight with Yang Padian. Who was this person? This person is from the Northern Plains and is known as the #1 prodigy of the Northern Plains. I heard that he fought with Yang Padian outside before. Kong Xian explained in a low voice. Lu Ming suddenly understood. So it was a prodigy of the Northern Plains. He had also heard that a prodigy from the Northern Plains fought with Yang Padian to a draw. Between the 2 of them, there was a purple gold token floating in the air, emitting a hazy glow. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This should be the Holy Mansion's token. Tuobashir, let's settle this today. Yang Padian held the halberd in his hand. With a slight movement, he cut open a crack in space. His aura was wild. His hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were like lightning. That's exactly what I wanted. Tuobashir grinned and waved his mace, creating a loud rumbling sound. Waves of energy surged, and the token of the Saint Mansion was blasted high up into the sky. Shwa shwa, at the same time, the two of them moved, rushing towards each other, starting a great battle. Yang Padian had also comprehended the will of space, and his usage of it was even more terrifying than Dishan's. At the same time, he also had the support of other wills. When he struck out with his halberd, it was as if he could sever the void. Tuobashir's muscles bulged like an invincible warrior. His mace danced in the air, crushing everything in its path. When it collided with the ancient halberd, a terrifying rumble could be heard. The two of them clashed fiercely, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. The others gathered around to watch, their eyes filled with amazement. Is this the strength of the five giants? They're indeed powerful. Lu Ming exclaimed. At the same time, a strong fighting spirit appeared in his eyes. Sigh, they're too powerful. They haven't even used the bloodline fusion, but they're already so powerful. I'm too far behind them. Kong Xian sighed. Have their bloodlines surpassed level 8 of the divine level? Lu Ming asked. That's right. The bloodlines of the five giants of the central continent are all at level 9 of the divine level. Sandalwood Fairy said. They're actually at level 9 of the divine level. Lu Ming was also a little surprised. Level 9 of the divine level was the highest level of bloodline. Each of them was extremely terrifying. The higher one's bloodline was, the greater the difference in the talent or bloodline bonus brought by each level. Level 7 of the divine level was much stronger than level 6 of the divine level. However, level 8 of the divine level was much stronger than level 7 of the divine level, whether it was talent or bloodline bonus. As for level 9 of the divine level, it was even more terrifying. This was because level 9 of the divine level represented the peak and perfection. It was not something a level 8 of the divine level could compare to. If level 8 of the divine level meant that one had the potential to become an emperor, then level 9 of the divine level meant that one would definitely become an emperor as long as they didn't die. In the history of the divine wilderness continent, anyone who awoke at level 9 of the divine level bloodline would become an emperor as long as they didn't die. The five giants of the central continent were equivalent to becoming an emperor in the future. It was no wonder that Yang Padian was so arrogant. He always acted as if he was above everyone else. He was destined to become an emperor. Apart from people who were at the same level as him, everyone else was just an ant in his eyes. Perhaps in the depths of his heart, he didn't even care about supremes. Clang! Clang! The battle continued and became more and more intense. Both of them were really angry for the Sacred Mansion token. Both of them were determined to get the Sacred Mansion token. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged more than 100 moves. The purple gold Sacred Mansion token rolled around in their energy. Crack! Suddenly, a crisp sound came from the Saint Mansion's token. Then, under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the token crumbled into pieces. The Sacred Mansion token shattered. Everyone was stunned. Even Yang Padian and Tuobashir were stunned. They stopped fighting and looked at each other. No one had expected the Sacred Mansion token to shatter. Wasn't that the token to enter the Sacred Mansion? The owner of the Sacred Mansion was an existence that surpassed the Emperor. How could his token shatter so easily? Impossible. The Sacred Mansion token is indestructible. It can't be broken. This is fake. This is a fake token. Kong Xian shouted. A fake token? Everyone looked at each other. I know. Someone threw out a fake token. They want to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, then reap the benefits. Someone guessed. Everyone's eyes flashed. They felt that it was very likely that someone wanted to take advantage of the situation. Fairy, Brother Kong, how did the token appear? Lu Ming asked. I heard that before this, someone shouted that he found the token. Many people fought over it. Later, more and more people joined in. In the end, even Yang Padian and Tuobashir were attracted. Kong Xian explained. So you're saying that no one saw where the token came from? Lu Ming asked. Both Fairy Sandalwood and Kong Xian shook their heads. Previously, when everyone saw the Sacred Mansion token, they fought over it like crazy. Who would have thought that the token was fake? Lu Ming nodded. It seemed that someone was really trying to take advantage of the situation. Damn it. Which bastard did this? If I find out, I'll make him suffer. In Bupo from the Heavenly Eagle Castle roared. The Heavenly Eagle Castle lost a peerless expert because of this. Yang Padian and Tuobashir's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Someone actually dared to mess with them. They deserved to die. The two of them scanned the crowd with murderous intent, sending chills down everyone's spine. In the end, they did not find anyone suspicious. Yang Padian snorted coldly and left. Tuobashir grinned and left as well. Since the Sacred Mansion token was fake, there was no need for them to continue fighting. Then, the people from the other forces left one after another. Lu Ming did not leave. He had his eyes on a person. It was a slightly plump young man. He looked very simple and honest. However, his eyes were darting around and Lu Ming felt that they were somewhat familiar. Fairy, Brother Kong, come with me. Lu Ming whispered. Fairy Sandalwood and Kong Xian were slightly stunned, then nodded and followed Lu Ming in a certain direction. In front of them, the simple-looking young man was strolling in the mountains. He did not seem to be walking fast, but his speed was surprisingly fast. The three of them concealed their auras and followed the young man in the forest. Fairy Sandalwood and Kong Xian were curious. They did not know why Lu Ming was following the young man. Could it be that Lu Ming had noticed something? After traveling for 10,000 miles, the young man in front of them stopped and looked around. Then, a light flashed on his body. In the next moment, the young man's appearance changed completely. He had turned into a monk. Unscrupulous monk, Lu Ming recognized the monk at a glance. It was the same unscrupulous monk they had met before. Western Desert Holy Monk. The three of them hid behind a rock and concealed their auras as much as possible. Kong Xian transmitted his voice to the other two. They could only transmit their voice because they were too close. If they spoke, no matter how soft their voices were, unscrupulous monk would hear them. Sigh. At this moment, unscrupulous monk sighed, then reached into his chest and took out a purple gold token. The three of them were dumbfounded. Wasn't that the Sacred Mansion token? It was exactly the same as the one before. My hair, my Buddha is merciful. It's a pity that only a few experts died this time. Yang Padian and Tuobashir were not injured. I thought they would both be injured. The monk muttered in a low voice, but Lu Ming and the other two heard him clearly. The three of them looked at each other, especially Sandalwood Fairy and Kong Xian, whose eyes almost popped out of their sockets. It was actually this fellow. To think that the one who threw out the fake Saint Manor token and started the battle was actually this fellow. Weren't the holy monks of the Western Desert compassionate and merciful? But how could this guy do such a thing? Sandalwood Fairy and Kong Xian were both in a daze. Lu Ming was better off because he was mentally prepared. He had seen how heartless this monk was before. Looks like I have to do it again. Unscrupulous monk mumbled and revealed a harmless smile. With a wave of his sleeve, he strode away. Lu Ming and the other two stared at each other in bewilderment. In the end, they did not continue to follow. They returned to the place where the battle had taken place and gathered with the people from the World Academy and Medicine King Valley. Brother Kong, why can't we get close to the Saint Mansion? I've flown for millions of miles, but it still seems so far away. Lu Ming was a little puzzled. The Saint Mansion should be millions of miles ahead, but because it hasn't fully manifested, it looks so far away. In fact, we've been getting closer. Kong Xian explained. The World Academy was the most familiar with the Saint Mansion's secret realms. Lu Ming nodded. Immediately, Lu Ming, Sandalwood Fairy, and the others flew in the direction of the Saint Mansion. Hundreds of thousands of miles later. The Saint Mansion token has appeared ahead. What? The Saint Mansion token is mine. Let's go. They heard a series of loud shouts as figures streaked across the void and flew in a certain direction. That monk is stirring up trouble again. Xian gritted his teeth. Let's go take a look, but don't do anything, Sandalwood Fairy said. Everyone flew in that direction. Sure enough, there was a terrifying battle in a place, and corpses were falling continuously. In the forest below, they saw a slightly plump young man with rolling eyes. It was the unscrupulous monk in disguise. At that moment, the unscrupulous monk was running around, picking up the storage rings of the dead. Sandalwood Fairy and Xian's eyelids twitched. Is that really the saint monk of the Western Desert? Could it be fake? Sandalwood Fairy's eyes widened in disbelief. That had completely shattered her understanding of the saint monk of the Western Desert. It should be real. I've fought with him before, and I used a Buddhist cultivation technique, Lu Ming said. The unscrupulous monk was unfathomable. He was young, but his combat strength was extremely terrifying. Then, Lu Ming and the others left the place because the Saint Mansion token must be fake. It must be the unscrupulous monk who was stirring up trouble. The group flew for millions of miles. A huge mountain peak appeared in front of them. The peak was bare, without any vegetation. It was all rocks. At this moment, the entire mountain peak was covered with inscriptions. It was glowing and incomparably resplendent. High up in the sky, the wind and clouds gathered. The huge palace was faintly discernible, as if it was in the sky, but it had not fully materialized. Thousands of figures stood in the distance of the mountain. They were all the experts of the major factions who had entered this time. Roar! Roar! Terrifying roars could be heard. Dozens of powerful beasts were fighting fiercely on the mountain. Blood chi soared into the sky. Lu Ming and the others were shocked when they saw that from afar. Those powerful existences in the secret realm were coming here, but they were fighting each other on the mountain. Why was that? The roars were endless, and the fighting was extremely fierce. Those who could come here were all existences above the 7th level of the spirit god realm. Howl! There was a wolf howl that was extremely mournful. Lu Ming saw a huge silver wolf that was 100 meters tall. However, its heart was grabbed by a huge eagle and it fell on the mountain peak. Fresh blood seeped into the mountain peak, making the mountain peak shine even brighter. Ka, the giant eagle was not faring well either. Its wings were grabbed by a giant ape, and its wings were torn off. Then, a giant centipede cut open its stomach. All of them were giant beasts fighting fiercely. Giant beasts fell and were torn apart. A giant snake as big as a mountain was cut into several pieces by a giant mantis. However, the mantis head was bitten off by the giant snake before it died. Whoosh! Whoosh! More and more people came, but they all stopped in the distance and looked at the scene in shock. Half a day later, all the giant beasts fell on the mountain. Their blood seeped into the mountain as if they had become nourishment for the mountain. In the sky, the ancient palace was rumbling. Wind and clouds gathered, and it seemed like it would appear at any time. At this moment, the crowd finally dared to approach the mountain. Lu Ming looked over and saw more than 5,000 people. Lu Ming saw Yang Padian, Tuobashir, and Di Shin. Junior brother Wu, is he the person you were talking about? Suddenly, a cold voice was heard. A murderous gaze stared at Lu Ming. Lu Ming turned his head and frowned. A group of youths with swords on their backs stood not far away. Some of them were looking at Lu Ming coldly. Wu Qingkong. These were the experts of the Sky Martial Sword faction. Senior brother, that's him. His name is Lu Xiaoqing. Wu Qingkong said to a man in his 40s. Humph. The man in his prime stepped out and stared at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. Lu Xiaoqing, how dare you lay your hands on the people from the talent swordsmanship sect? I think you don't need to live in this world. The burly man's aura was oppressive as he exuded a powerful aura. The others heard the commotion and looked over. Lu Xiaoqing, among them, Jing Kongling, Jun Yu, and Yin Bupo were surprised. They had seen Lu Ming before. They were surprised to see Lu Ming. Eh? Isn't that the weakling with a combat strength of 5? Yes, that's him. Did he offend the Sky Martial Sword faction? He's courting death. Why do I feel that Wu Qingkong suffered a loss in his hands? Otherwise, why would he ask the experts of the previous generation to help him? He could have done it himself. That's true. It can't be, right? Is that weakling so powerful? Many people recognized Lu Ming. There were many discussions and various guesses. Lu Ming glanced at the man in his prime and looked at Wu Qinkong. Wu Qinkong, I let you go last time. Seems like you didn't learn your lesson. I'll send you on your way then. As soon as he said that, everyone was shocked. Could it be that Wu Qinkong had really suffered in Lu Ming's hands? Lu Xiaoqing, don't be arrogant. You're the one who's going to die today. Wu Qinkong's face was cold. He wanted to chop Lu Ming into pieces. Clang. Clang, the sound of swords could be heard. Powerful sword auras erupted from the bodies of the Tianwu sword sect members. Their gazes were like swords as they stared at Lu Ming. Swoosh, another tall and sturdy man in the prime of his life stepped out and stood beside the previous man. His aura was astonishing. There are 2 LV4 spirit god realm experts. Lu Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. There were 2 4th-level spirit god experts in the Sky Martial Sword sect. Judging from their auras, they were not weaker than Xue Feng. They should be at the same level as Xue Feng. Oh no, it's them. Brother Lu, these 2 are the strongest geniuses of the previous generation of the Sky Martial Sword faction. Both of them have awakened level 7 divine bloodlines. Sandalwood Fairy said worriedly. Sky Martial Sword faction, don't go too far. If you want to kill Brother Lu, you'll have to go through the World Academy first. Kong Xian stepped forward and stared at the people from the Celestial Martial Sword sect. Although they had seen Lu Ming fight before, and he was indeed powerful enough to injure Xue Feng and force Xue Feng to retreat in a sorry state. But now, the Sky Martial Sword sect had 2 experts like Xue Feng. When Lu Ming fought Xue Feng, it was already very difficult. Facing 2 such experts, he was definitely not a match. World Academy, if you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Within the Sky Martial Sword sect, a robust man at the 4th level of the Spirit God realm spoke coldly and in an extremely domineering manner. What arrogance! From the World Academy, a man in his 30s stepped out, his aura exploding. This was the strongest person from the World Academy this time. He was also the top genius of the previous generation of the World Academy. He was on the same level as Xue Feng. One had to admit that the previous generation's geniuses were too weak compared to this generation. Those who had awakened level 7 divine bloodlines were already the top geniuses of their respective factions. They couldn't be compared to this generation's geniuses at all. The difference was too great. It was as if all the luck had been placed on this generation, allowing it to enter a golden age. Haha, brothers Wu, why don't you count me in to kill Lu Xiaoqing? With a cold laugh, a man in a blood-red robe stepped out. It was Xue Feng. Back when he was injured by Lu Ming, he had been waiting for an opportunity to take revenge. Now that he saw Lu Ming fighting with the people from the Sky Martial Sword faction, how could he miss such a great opportunity? Xue Feng, you came at the right time. Let's work together and kill this person. One of the men from the Sky Martial Sword faction said. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on them. This Lu Xiaoqing had offended so many people. It seemed like he was going to die today. At this moment, Sandalwood Fairy, Kong Xian, and the white-robed man from the World Academy all had ugly expressions on their faces. If it was only the Sky Martial Sword faction, they might still be able to put up a fight. But with Xue Feng, it would be difficult. You're all here. You came at the right time. Let's settle this together today. Lu Ming smiled faintly and took a step forward. Everyone was stunned. What did he say? Facing such a situation, he actually said that he would settle it together? Was he crazy? Sandalwood Fairy and the others were also stunned. Brother Lu. Sandalwood Fairy called out. Fairy, Brother Kong, leave this place to me. Lu Ming smiled at Sandalwood Fairy and the others, then stepped out to face Xue Feng and the others. Brother Wu, this kid has a very evil secret technique that can seal people's movements. Let's work together and kill him. Xue Feng whispered to the 2 experts from the Sky Martial Sword faction. All right. The 2 experts from the Sky Martial Sword faction nodded. They had heard from Wu Qinkong about the battle between Lu Ming and Xue Feng. They knew that Lu Ming was not ordinary. Although he sounded strong, they did not dare to be careless. Boom! 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 The two experts from the Sky Martial Sword faction and Xue Feng unleashed their powerful auras at the same time. Shocking auras shot up to the sky and pressed down on Lu Ming. Whoosh! 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 The three of them moved and surrounded Lu Ming. The three of them are joining forces to deal with Lu Shaoqing? How can this be? Is Lu Shaoqing's combat strength that strong? Otherwise, why would Xue Feng and the others take him so seriously and need the three of them to join forces? They were not fools. When they saw the three's reaction, they knew that something was wrong and guessed what was going on. They were shocked by this guess. Other than the top 5 young geniuses, who else would be so important to Xue Feng and the others? Kid, aren't you very arrogant? Let's see how you're going to die. Xue Feng's eyes were cold. In the next moment, he unleashed his bloodline and performed bloodline fusion, pouncing toward Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming roared. His third bloodline appeared and a wisp of power entered Lu Ming's body, turning Lu Ming's hair blood red. His killing intent rushed out like a tide. At the same time, the 7 dragon powers erupted at the same time, raising Lu Ming's strength to a terrifying level. The third bloodline turned into a blood-red battle sword and was held in Lu Ming's hand. With a slash, a blood-red sword light cut through the void, illuminating the sky and slashing toward Xue Feng. This power, at this moment, Xue Feng's eyes widened and he was terrified. This power was too shocking. It was much more powerful than the last time he fought with Lu Ming. It was much more powerful. Not good. Xue Feng's body turned cold as he tried his best to resist. But with a puff, the sword light slashed through. The blood leopard that Xue Feng had transformed into had one of its claws cut off and was sent flying far away. Xue Feng roared and retreated rapidly. At this moment, the 2 experts of the Sky Martial Sword sect had also arrived. 2 vast sword lights, as large as mountains, slashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming slashed out with his sword and destroyed the 2 sword lights. His figure did not stop as he rushed toward Xue Feng. Xue Feng was terrified and retreated rapidly. You can't escape. The 9 seals of the Gate of God appeared, emitting light and suppressing Xue Feng. Covered by the light of the Gate of Seal, Xue Feng was frozen in the air. He tried his best to release his true essence, trying to break the Gate of Seal. However, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the 2nd level of the Spirit God realm, and the Gate of Seal was even more powerful. Xue Feng couldn't break it at all. No, no. He was extremely anxious and kept growling. Swoosh, Lu Ming rushed over and slashed down with his sword. With a bang, Xue Feng was cut in half. Xue Feng's original body appeared, vomiting blood with a deep wound on his chest. He wanted to retreat, but the Gate of Seal was still there. He couldn't retreat even if he wanted to. No, no, spare me. Xue Feng screamed in horror, but what greeted him was a sword light. Poochie, Xue Feng was cut in half. Even the spirit god in his body couldn't escape. It was smashed and turned into ashes. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that many people couldn't react in time. The 2 experts of the Sky Martial Sword sect wanted to save him, but it was too late. How could this be? The 2 experts of the Sky Martial Sword sect were about to launch a fierce attack on Lu Ming when they saw this scene. Their pupils shrank sharply and they subconsciously stopped in their tracks. Hiss, gasps could be heard coming from all around. Xue Feng was killed by Lu Ming in 2 moves. He couldn't resist at all. How could this be? Xue Feng had awakened a level 7 divine bloodline and his cultivation had reached the 4th level of the Spirit God realm. His combat strength was absolutely terrifying, but he was killed by Lu Ming so easily. This was unbelievable. Sandalwood Fairy, Kong Xian, and the people of the Medicine King Valley and the World Academy were dumbfounded. They were completely stunned and couldn't believe what they had seen. Wu Chengkong was even more tongue-tied. He was almost scared to death. It had only been a few days. A few days ago, Lu Ming could only fight to a draw with Xue Feng. With the help of the Gate of Seal, he barely had the upper hand. But now, he had completely crushed Xue Feng. In just a few days, Lu Ming's combat strength had increased by a large margin. This was too shocking. It's your turn now. Lu Ming looked at the two experts from the Sky Martial Sword sect. His blood-red hair danced in the wind as his killing intent surged. The two experts from the Celestial Martial Sword sect were no longer as confident as before. "Brother Liu, in my opinion, this is all a misunderstanding." One of them revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. Lu Ming, who was surrounded by the three of them, was still able to kill Xue Feng with a thunderous strike. This really frightened them. Misunderstanding? No, there is no misunderstanding. Today, I will kill all of you. I don't need a reason. Lu Ming said indifferently. In the next moment, he took a step forward and rushed towards the two of them like a beam of bloody light. Damn it! Let's attack together and kill him. The two of them roared and unleashed their bloodlines at the same time, turning into two gigantic swords. Without a doubt, both of them had divine-grade bloodlines and had comprehended divine-grade martial skills. Their battle prowess was incomparably terrifying. Clang! Clang! Sword cries rang out as the other experts from the Celestial Martial Sword faction made their move. Unsheathing their swords, sword beams shot up into the sky as they charged towards Lu Ming. Seal! The bloody sword floated in the air as Lu Ming formed a seal with both of his hands. A sealing gate flew out and enveloped one of the gigantic swords. In an instant, the gigantic swords were immobilized. Kill! Lu Ming held the sword in his hand and struck one of the swords away. At the same time, he took several steps and the terrifying power of the 9 dragon sky stomping steps erupted. Boom! 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 After taking 7 consecutive steps, Lu Ming stepped on the sword that was sealed by the sealing gate. The sword immediately crumbled and Lu Ming's body appeared. However, with a flash of sword light, his head fell to the ground. The spiritual deity of this person flew out from his body in panic and fear. Bam! Bam! Lu Ming's left hand executed the suppressing Hell Heaven art and slapped out continuously. His right hand held the bloody sword as he executed the 5 slaughter styles. Dang! The remaining 4th level spiritual deity's sword was sent flying as the sword body trembled continuously. The bloody sword slashed out millions of sword beams. The escaping spiritual deity let out a blood-curdling scream as he was turned into ashes by the sword beams. At the same time, a few Sky Martial Sword Sects experts were also killed by the sword beams. Lu Ming turned into a killing god as he charged towards the last 4th level spiritual deity. Run, run, run! At this moment, that person had been scared out of his wits and was running for his life. Lu Ming was too strong. Not to mention other things, just in terms of strength, Lu Ming had completely surpassed him. Coupled with the sealing gate, it was simply unstoppable. Where do you think you're going? Lu Ming stared at him and rushed past. Wherever he passed, he killed a few more Sky Martial Sword Sects experts. In an instant, Lu Ming approached rapidly and formed a seal with both of his hands. Another sealing gate appeared. That sword was instantly immobilized as Lu Ming charged forward. No! Spare me! Save me! That person roared, but the outcome was already decided. Lu Ming caught up and killed him with lightning speed. From then on, the 3 experts who wanted to kill Lu Ming were all killed by Lu Ming. He also killed a few Sky Martial Sword Sects experts along the way. The other Sky Martial Sword Sect members were terrified. How would they dare to fight? They all fled. So strong. The others present looked at Lu Ming in shock. They were tongue-tied and couldn't say a word. Lu Ming's combat strength was too shocking to kill 3 experts in a row. Yang Padian and Tuobusher looked at Lu Ming in the sky with a serious expression. Previously, they didn't put anyone else in their eyes except for each other. But now, Lu Ming attracted their attention. Looks like we have another opponent. Tuobusher licked his lips with battle intent in his eyes. Yang Potion's eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything. Just when everyone thought that the battle was over, Lu Ming didn't stop. That was because there was still one person alive. Wu Qingkong was running for his life in fear. Damn it! How can Lu Shaoqing be so terrifying? His combat strength has increased too quickly. Once we get out, I must ask the experts in the sect to kill him. He must not be allowed to live. Wu Qingkong's mind was filled with venomous thoughts. Suddenly, he heard the sound of something breaking through the air. He turned around in shock and saw that Lu Ming was already behind him. Boom, Lu Ming could not be bothered to talk nonsense with him. He threw a punch and Wu Chimkong was smashed into pieces. However, Wu Chimkong obviously had a life talisman. With a flash of white light, the life talisman wrapped around him and he disappeared into the air. Lu Ming snorted and flew back to where he was. At this moment, everyone was looking at Lu Ming with awe and respect in their eyes. Too strong. Lu Ming's combat strength was far above the average second-class skyprides. His combat strength was comparable to the 5 giants. It seemed that there was going to be another young giant in the world. Brother Lu, Sandalwood Fairy's beautiful eyes flickered. She looked at Lu Ming and didn't know what to say. Oh, I happened to have a breakthrough in my cultivation when I left 2 days ago. Lu Ming explained. Outside the World Academy's jade wall, the space trembled and Wu Chimkong appeared in a flash of white light. Ah, damn it! Wu Chimkong roared as soon as he appeared. Everyone's eyes turned to look at him. Chimkong, what's going on? One of the Celestial Martial Sword Sect Supremes frowned and asked Wu Chimkong. Wu Chimkong had been killed. 2 of the top geniuses of the Celestial Martial Sword Sect had died in battle. Lu Shaoqing, it's that bastard Lu Shaoqing, Wu Chimkong roared like a mad beast. What? Lu Shaoqing again? Lu Shaoqing is a god of death. First, he killed Sanguinarum of Cold Blood Hall and many other experts. Then, he killed Wu Tsong. Now, even Wu Chimkong has been killed by him. Hee, 2 of the top geniuses of the Celestial Martial Sword Sect have died in the hands of the same person. How interesting. Cold Blood Hall's face darkened. Why did they have to mention Cold Blood Hall every time Lu Shaoqing was mentioned? Lu Shaoqing again. Why? You're not with Wu Long and the others? The Celestial Martial Sword Sect Supremes asked. Wu Long was the top genius of the previous generation of the Celestial Martial Sword Sect. Wu Long and the others have been killed too. They're dead. Wu Chimkong gritted his teeth. What? Wu Long and the others are dead? Who did it? Did Yang Padian do it? The Celestial Martial Sword Sect Supremes roared, believing that Yang Padian did it. No, it's Lu Shaoqing. He did it. Senior brother Wu Long, senior brother Wu Kai, and Xuefeng joined forces to kill Lu Shaoqing. Who would have thought that they would be killed by Lu Shaoqing instead? Wu Chimkong's face was ferocious as he explained the situation. The scene quieted down. Everyone's face was filled with shock. All of this was actually done by Lu Shaoqing alone. Even with the cooperation of 3 great experts, he was still able to create such a battle record. This was too shocking. Another giant. An elder exclaimed. The people of Cold Blood Hall wanted to cry. They had sent such a god of death in with the people of Cold Blood Hall. How sad. Saint Mansion's secret realm. Buzz, at that moment, the enormous mountain began to tremble. The radiance grew even more resplendent, bringing the crowd's gazes back to the enormous mountain. Lu Ming's gaze also landed on the huge mountain. He didn't devour the blood essence of Xuefeng and the rest because the monarch god was here. If he did that, the monarch god might notice something. Now was not the time to reveal his identity. The light from the mountain became more and more resplendent. Finally, 9 purple rays of light shot out. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, amidst the purple light, a token flew out from each of them. It's the Sacred Mansion token. Snatch it. There are 9 pieces. This one is mine. Immediately, the scene became chaotic. All kinds of auras erupted and rushed toward the 9 command medallions. There was no doubt that the token that had rushed out of the giant mountain was the real token of the Saint Mansion. Scram! Yang Padian roared in anger. His aura was astonishing. The heavenly halberd in his hand swept out horizontally. Dozens of experts screamed miserably as they were cleaved in half, dying on the spot. Yang Padian made a grabbing motion, and a Saint Mansion token appeared in his hand. His eyes were like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. Everyone was shocked and did not dare to step forward. On the other side, Tuobusher waved his mace and smashed a group of people into meat paste. He then grabbed a Saint Mansion token. The others sighed. They knew that there was no point in thinking about these 2 tokens. This one is mine. Lu Ming stepped out and rushed toward the nearest Saint Mansion token. A terrifying murderous intent erupted. Many people were shrouded by his murderous intent, and their faces changed in horror. They quickly retreated, not daring to compete with Lu Ming. The power that Lu Ming had just created was too strong. Lu Ming reached out and grabbed a Sacred Mansion token. Yang Padian, Tuobashir, and Lu Ming each had a token. The others did not dare to compete with the 3 of them, so they could only target the others. This was a bloody battle, and it was incomparably fierce. The experts of the major forces attacked with all their might to compete for the tokens. The palace left behind by an existence that surpassed the Emperor realm was too tempting. Even an Emperor realm expert would go crazy if they came, let alone them. People were constantly killed, and corpses fell like raindrops. In the end, the Ji family gathered and obtained a token under the leadership of a LV4 spirit god expert. The World Academy and Medicine King Valley worked together and also obtained a token under the leadership of a LV4 spirit god expert. The Demon Mountain obtained a token. The most surprising thing was that the Emperor God obtained a token with the Space Will. He was so fast that no one could stop him. There was also a monk whose sleeves fluttered in the wind. He had a baby face and seemed harmless to humans and animals. He killed a group of experts with a single palm strike and seized a command medallion. Even Yang Padian and Tuobashir looked at the monk with a serious expression. The Western Desert Saint Monk. Yang Padian murmured to himself. It's that unscrupulous monk again. Lu Ming whispered. The last token fell into the hands of the Floating Mountain sect. As for the Cold Blood Hall, the Sky Eagle Castle, and the Sky Martial Sword sect, they were very unhappy because their leaders had died in battle. Those who obtained tokens were separated into several areas, far away from the others. The others were helpless. Although they were excited, those who obtained tokens were very powerful. Only the Emperor God looked the weakest, but he had the Space Will, so no one could catch him. This is the Holy Mansion token. With this token, you can enter the Holy Mansion. Lu Ming looked at the token in his hand and then injected his genuine qi into it. Buzz, the Sacred Mansion token suddenly trembled and emitted light. A halo enveloped Lu Ming. In addition, there were 3 more halos floating around him. Why are there 3 more halos? Lu Ming was a little surprised. At this time, the others also realized the problem. As long as they injected their genuine qi, 4 halos would appear on the token. One of them would envelop them, and the other 3 would appear. I know. These 3 halos mean that we can bring 3 more people in. That should be the case. I think there's a formation around the Sacred Mansion. We can only enter if we're enveloped by these halos. Some of them shouted and their eyes lit up. In that case, wouldn't there be an extra 27 spots? Many people looked at those who had obtained tokens, especially Yang Padian. Since the Emperor God had obtained tokens alone, they had extra places. Brother D, I'm willing to pay a high price for 3 places. Can I? In Bupo from the Sky Eagle Castle looked at the Emperor God and spoke first. In Bupo, you're too greedy. Can you afford to buy 3 places? Someone was unhappy and wanted to buy a place from the Emperor God. Brother Yang, someone looked at Yang Padian and wanted to buy a place from him. Get lost. Yang Padian spat out coldly. Those people could only retreat. As for the Ji family, Floating Mountain, Demon Mountain, and the World Academy, they didn't even have enough tokens, so they wouldn't sell them. For a time, only Lu Ming, Monk Wuliang, and the Arch were available. Brother Lu. Sandalwood Fairy looked over. I'll give my slot to Medicine King Valley and the World Academy. Lu Ming smiled. The people from Medicine King Valley and the World Academy were overjoyed. They had 3 more slots now. In the end, Immortal Emperor sold the 3 spots. Unscrupulous Monk was all smiles. Finally, he made a huge profit and sold the 3 spots as well. In this way, excluding Yan Potion's 3 slots, there were a total of 33 people who could enter. Buzz, at this time, the light of the giant mountain was extremely bright, forming a huge beam of light that shot into the sky. The beam of light hit the palace in the sky, making a deafening roar. Rumble, the palace slowly appeared. At first, it seemed real and illusory, but slowly, it became real. After a few minutes, the palace became completely real. It was filled with an ancient aura, floating in the air like a huge city. Whoosh, Yongpadian was the first to move. As if he was traveling through space, his body moved and appeared in front of the palace. He then stepped out and rushed in. "Let's go, we can't let Yongpadian beat us to it." The others who had a slot shouted and rushed forward, afraid that Yongpadian would beat them to it. If there were treasures in the sacred residence, the first to enter would naturally be able to obtain the benefits. Whoosh! Whoosh! Dozens of figures were shrouded in a circle of light as they rushed toward the palace. Lu Ming and the others were also among them. In front of the palace, there was a half-open door. Yongpadian was about to rush in. Go! The others also rushed in quickly. Nothing happened. Dozens of people rushed through the door. The others who didn't have a slot looked at each other. I don't think there's anything wrong at all. We don't necessarily need a token to enter. The news about the token is spread by the World Academy. It might not be true. Someone said with a fiery gaze. That's right. I don't think anyone from the World Academy has entered before. It's probably not true. There were others who agreed. Charge. I don't believe it. Some people couldn't hold it in any longer and rushed into the palace. However, as he flew, he suddenly let out a miserable shriek, and his entire body exploded, turning into ashes. The others were dumbfounded. Gulp, those who said they didn't believe the World Academy just now all gasped and swallowed their saliva. Their faces were pale. If they had rushed forward, they would have been the ones to die. Lu Ming and the others rushed in and found a huge corridor. It was very long and extended all the way to the front. What a strong pressure! As soon as they entered this place, everyone landed on the ground. This was because there was a powerful pressure here, and it was a restricted area. Moreover, not only could they not fly, but the pressure on their bodies was also extremely great, causing their speed to decrease by more than 100 times. This is gravity. Lu Ming sensed it carefully and found that this was gravity. It was 100 times stronger than the gravity outside. Everyone circulated their true essence and stepped forward. However, the gravity was too strong. Their speed was about the same as an ordinary person running. Compared to their original speed, it was a far cry. And this corridor seemed to be no less than 100 miles long. However, since they had entered this place, they could only move forward bravely. Gradually, the distance between them slowly increased. Bam! Bam! Yongpadian walked in front. His body glowed as he strode forward. Then, Tuobasher's muscles bulged. Like a wild beast, he also strode forward at an extremely fast speed. In addition, Lu Ming's speed was also extremely fast, second only to Tuobasher. As for the unscrupulous monk, his body was covered in golden light as he walked beside Lu Ming. The two of them came in slightly later, so they were slightly behind Yongpadian and the unscrupulous monk. Behind them were a few burly men. They were the strongest prodigies of the previous generation of their respective forces. Their cultivation had reached the 4th level of the spirit god realm. What was surprising was that the arch-god was also walking beside these people. He had the space concept, so the pressure he faced was much less. As for the second-grade prodigies like Lady Sandalwood and Kong Xian, they were further behind. Everyone strode forward. Slowly, they became more and more accustomed to the gravity here, and their speed became faster and faster. This trip lasted for 2 days. Yongpadian was the first to walk out of the corridor and rushed out. Stop right there! Tuobasher shouted and followed closely behind Yongpadian. Then, Lu Ming and the unscrupulous monk also stepped out and walked out of the corridor. Boom! Boom! When they walked out of the corridor, they heard a violent roar. In front of the corridor was a large hall. Tuobasher and Yongpadian were fighting fiercely. The halberd and mace kept colliding, and the roar was deafening. On both sides of the hall, there were rows of shelves. On the shelves were some jade bottles, jade boxes, and chests. Obviously, the two were fighting for these things. This was the legendary sacred abode of an existence that surpassed the Emperor realm. How precious would the Things inside be. Without hesitation, Lu Ming and the unscrupulous monk's eyes lit up as they rushed toward the shelves on both sides. Get lost. You're courting death. Yang Padian and Tuobashir roared and charged toward the two. Tuobashir attacked the unscrupulous monk. He waved his mace and crushed the void. It was like a mountain range smashing toward the unscrupulous monk. My hair, my Buddha is merciful. The unscrupulous monk chanted the name of Buddha. His body emitted a golden light, and he looked solemn as if he was the reincarnation of Buddha. He slapped out a golden palm print and collided with the mace. With a boom, he blocked Tuobashir's attack and the two began to fight. On the other side, Yang Padian charged toward Lu Ming. The halberd slashed down, and the space directly cracked. It even turned into the power of space and wrapped around the halberd, making it more destructive. Lu Ming's five-colored conception surrounded him, and the 7 dragon powers were added to his body. His blood-red hair fluttered in the wind. The battle sword formed by the third bloodline in his hand changed and turned into a blood-red halberd. The third bloodline was a drop of blood. It could be transformed into a sword, a spear, a saber, or a halberd at will. It could be transformed into anything. Clang, Lu Ming held the blood-red halberd in his hand and slashed down, colliding with Yang Potion's halberd. Clang, a terrifying vibration was heard. The two figures swayed slightly and then fought again. Boom. 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 In the main hall, the four of them fought against each other. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand. Peak second level spirit god. Lu Ming realized that Yang Potion's cultivation was at the peak second level spirit god, which was not much higher than his. However, his combat strength was extremely terrifying. He was the strongest young expert that Lu Ming had ever met. The four of them fought in the main hall. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. The eyes of the four of them flashed. Almost at the same time, they gave up on their opponents and rushed toward the shelves on both sides. They understood that they could not do anything to their opponents for the time being. If they continued to fight, the situation would become even more chaotic when there were more people. Therefore, the four of them began to plunder the treasures on the shelves at the same time. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a white light spread out, enveloping the jade bottles, jade boxes, metal boxes, and so on the shelves. They were all put into the mountain river diagram. There was no time to see what they were now. They would put them away first. The four of them searched frantically. In just a few breaths, the items on the shelves had been swept clean. In particular, the unscrupulous monk actually put a shelf into his storage ring, which made people speechless. But then, Lu Ming and the others followed suit and put away the shelves. At this time, a few more figures rushed out of the corridor. They looked at the empty hall on both sides and were stunned. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, Lu Ming and the others had already rushed into the depths of the hall. There was a door there. Charge! The experts behind them, including the Emperor God, rushed forward at the same time, following closely behind Lu Ming and the others. After rushing through the door, they arrived at another hall. However, this one was bigger and empty. On the opposite side of the hall, there was still a door, and a faint light spread out. Their eyes lit up, and they rushed in at top speed. It was still a hall, but it was exceptionally spacious. In the air of the hall, there were 4 balls of light shining dazzlingly. They were 4 weapons floating in the air. They were of different colors, but they emitted terrifying pressure. These are ruler spiritual weapons. Yang Padian growled and immediately rushed toward one of them. Lu Ming's eyes also lit up. The so-called ruler spiritual weapons were the emperors of spiritual weapons. Just like the martial emperors of martial artists, they stood at the peak of many spiritual weapons. Ruler spiritual weapons were top-grade level 9 spiritual weapons. Even some rulers might not have them. This was because ruler spiritual weapons had domains that could assist rulers in battle. Even if a ruler came here, he would be envious, let alone them. They immediately rushed towards an emperor spirit weapon. Lu Ming rushed towards a small fiery red pagoda. The small pagoda looked like it was made of fire jade, and it emitted an astonishing amount of heat. Sovereign spirit weapon. Behind him, the other experts also arrived. When they saw the Emperor's spirit weapons, their eyes immediately turned red and were filled with greed as they pounced towards the 4 weapons. One of them pounced on Lu Ming. One of them was a robust man that was over 40 years old and possessed a cultivation at the 4th level of the spirit god realm. The other was an imperial god. However, Lu Ming was one step faster. His body was like a stream of light as he appeared in front of the small pagoda and reached out to grab it. However, just as Lu Ming was about to grab it, the small pagoda emitted a halo of light. Lu Ming's grab was actually unable to grab it. Inscription formation. Lu Ming's eyes moved. This small pagoda was protected by an inscription array. However, Lu Ming felt that as long as he spent some time, he would be able to break it. Bang! Lu Ming turned his claw into a palm and slashed at the halo. Bang! The halo trembled, but it was still blocked. At this moment, the imperial god and the robust man also rushed over. The Emperor's spirit weapon is mine. The robust man's eyes turned red as he attacked the small pagoda. The imperial god slashed out with his sword and slashed at the halo. After 2 bangs, the halo was still intact. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted coldly as the blood halberd swept out and attacked the robust man and the imperial god at the same time. The 2 of them were shocked and tried to block it at the same time. The blood halberd carried a terrifying murderous aura as it surged like a tide and suppressed everything. With a bang, the 2 of them were swept away by Lu Ming. Kill. Lu Ming stared at the imperial god and charged towards him. He planned to kill the imperial god here. The imperial god was the most outstanding descendant of De. As long as he killed the imperial god, De would probably be heartbroken. Whoosh, the blood halberd pressed down and slashed at the imperial god's head. The imperial god's face was extremely solemn. The space around his body began to tremble like water waves. Great space slash. The imperial god said solemnly. He held the sword with both hands and slashed out. The space tumbled and a terrifying crack slashed towards Lu Ming. This crack had the power to cut through space and could cut through everything. Of course, this was relative. The blood halberd in Lu Ming's hand changed and turned back into the blood sword. With a flash of sword radiance, the space was cut open, including the great space slash. This was the terrifying part of the 5 slaughter styles. No matter what weapon was used, it could unleash its power. This was because the 5 slaughter styles was not mainly about the moves but about the intent. Once the intent was reached, any weapon would be able to unleash its power. The imperial god's face changed and he quickly retreated. Kill. Lu Ming's blood-red hair fluttered as his murderous aura surged. He stepped forward and charged towards the imperial god. Clang, the imperial god tried his best to block, but he was no match. He spat out blood and retreated with a pale face. It had to be said that the imperial god was strong. He had merged the space will, sword will, and golden flames will. Especially after his space will reached the 4th level, it was even more mysterious and terrifying. His combat strength was even stronger than Wu Qingkong's. However, compared to Lu Ming, he was still a distance away. He was no match for him. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he closed in on the imperial god. The imperial god had no choice but to use the transient step. His body kept flickering. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming formed a seal with both hands and a sealed gate was formed. The imperial god's face changed drastically. He had seen Lu Ming use the sealed gate to seal Xue Feng and the others and then kill them. Space escape. Dishan roared and coughed out a mouthful of blood. However, his body became illusory. Finally, with a bang, his body dissipated and turned into an illusory shadow. His real body had already disappeared without a trace. No one knew where it had escaped to. Lu Ming looked at the defense line outside the main hall. Just a moment ago, the Emperor God had actually traveled through space and appeared in a main hall outside. What a mysterious space will, Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly. He did not continue to pursue. There were many opportunities to kill the Imperial God. Get lost. He turned around and rushed toward the brawny man. The brawny man was trying his best to break the small pagoda's array. Lu Ming rushed back and struck out with his palm. The brawny man was sent flying while vomiting blood. The brawny man looked at Lu Ming with a grave expression. On the other side, an expert from each side rushed toward Yang Padian, Unscrupulous Monk, and Tuobashir. The experts who rushed toward Unscrupulous Monk and Tuobashir vomited blood and retreated. As for the experts who rushed toward Yang Padian, they were trapped by Yang Potion's space will and killed in one blow. Yang Padian was not in a good mood today. Originally, he was high and mighty in the central continent. Other than the other 4 of the 5 young giants, no one was his match. However, in this trip to the Saint Mansion's secret realm, Tuobashir appeared first. His combat strength was not weaker than Yang Potion's and he fought with him several times. Later, Lu Ming and Unscrupulous Monk appeared one after another. They displayed astonishing combat strength that was not weaker than Yang Padian. Moreover, Yang Padian had never seen them before. This made him extremely unhappy and angry. The other experts' expressions were ugly, but they did not dare to continue snatching. The combat power of Lu Ming and the other 3 was too strong. Obviously, they were much stronger than them. If they went crazy and went all out to kill them, they would be in danger. For a moment, no one dared to fight with Lu Ming and the others. However, after a flash of light in their eyes, they bypassed Lu Ming and the others and rushed into the depths of the hall. There was a door there that led inside. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming kept attacking. His 3rd bloodline turned into a sword and slashed at the light shield protecting the small pagoda. After dozens of attacks, the light shield was finally broken. Lu Ming was overjoyed and grabbed the small pagoda. It's so hot. Lu Ming felt that his palm was almost burned, and there was a meaty smell. Lu Ming quickly put the small pagoda into the mountain river diagram. Almost at the same time, Yang Padian and the others also broke the formation and put away the treasures. At the same time, the 4 of them rushed inside. There was another hall inside. Rumble, as soon as they entered the hall, they saw that the masters were fighting fiercely. There was only one thing floating in the air of the main hall. It was a jade plate that was sparkling and translucent, emitting a vast and boundless pressure. This pressure was too shocking, surpassing everything. It was as if it was the embodiment of the entire world. It was incomparably terrifying, far surpassing the sovereign spiritual weapon from before. What kind of treasure is this? It's amazing. Lu Ming was a little stunned. Yang Padian and the others were also a little dazed. Then, their eyes lit up with a blazing fire. Judging by its aura, it had surpassed the Emperor's spiritual weapon. It must be a peerless divine weapon used by someone who had surpassed the martial Emperor realm. It seemed that the World Academy was right. This was indeed the residence of someone who had surpassed the martial Emperor realm. How terrifying would a divine weapon used by someone who had surpassed the martial Emperor realm be? Whoosh! Whoosh! Almost at the same time, the 4 of them rushed toward the jade plate. Get lost. Kill. Their attacks were aimed at the masters. The masters' faces changed drastically. They quickly blocked the attacks and retreated with injuries. Damn it! Those people were furious and sullen, but there was nothing they could do. They were truly helpless. They were all geniuses of the previous generation. In their era, they were all powerful figures. They were high and mighty, looking down on geniuses of the same generation. But after 10 or 20 years, the current generation had reached the golden age. Each and every one of the geniuses was countless times more brilliant than them. And now, the geniuses of the younger generation had to berate them and suppress them. This made them feel a sense of sorrow. This treasure is mine. Yang Potion's eyes flashed with cold-killing intent. What a joke, who do you think you are? Tuobashir shouted coldly, not giving Yang Padian any face. And me fa, I think this treasure is fated to be with this poor monk. Everyone, please don't fight with this little monk over it. Unscrupulous Monk still had a smile on his face, but his fiery eyes betrayed him. Lu Ming was too lazy to talk nonsense with them and rushed towards the jade plate. Boom, a golden palm print covered Lu Ming. It was that heartless monk. Benefactor, this treasure is really fated to be with this little monk. Why do you have to fight with this little monk over it? Unscrupulous Monk said. Fated my ass. Stupid monk, get lost. Lu Ming slashed at Unscrupulous Monk with his sword, colliding with the golden palm print. Benefactor, don't be angry. Unscrupulous monk shouted. His body glowed like a golden Buddha as he threw out a few palm strikes with terrifying power. Stupid monk, stop pretending in front of me. You were the one who used a fake sacred mansion token to cause a huge battle. Don't think that others don't know. I saw it by chance. Lu Ming shouted. Unscrupulous monk's face stiffened. Yang Padian and Tuobashir, who were fighting, stopped and looked at unscrupulous monk coldly. So you're the one who stirred up trouble. Stupid monk, die. Yang Padian roared and charged towards unscrupulous monk. Tuobashir also held his mace and charged towards unscrupulous monk. The two of them were filled with killing intent towards unscrupulous monk. How could they be fooled by unscrupulous monk? They had been trying to find out who the mastermind was. My hair. Benefactors, it's a misunderstanding. Unscrupulous monk shouted and jumped up and down, trying his best to defend himself. Lu Ming moved and pounced towards the jade plate. Buzz, suddenly, the jade plate vibrated and emitted a terrifying aura. Lu Ming felt like he was going against heaven and earth. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell down. Buzz, buzz. The jade plate vibrated slightly and emitted a supreme light. Countless inscriptions appeared in the hall and formed terrifying chain-like objects that danced in the hall. Unscrupulous monk, Yang Padian, and Tuobashir could not help but stop what they were doing and look around in shock. They were also greatly shocked by the sudden change in events. What's going on? At this moment, a group of people rushed in. It was Sandalwood Fairy, Xianxia, and the Emperor God. At this moment, the people behind had already arrived. When they saw this scene, they were inexplicably shocked. Whoosh, a vortex suddenly appeared on the ground. The vortex was black and it emitted a terrifying suction and devouring force. Ah! Oh no! Save me! A few of the weaker cultivators screamed as they were devoured by the vortex and disappeared without a trace. Oh no! Lu Ming and the rest rushed up to the sky, but it was extremely difficult for them. The devouring force was too strong and it was pulling them down. Save me! A sharp cry was heard as Bupo transformed into his true form, a giant eagle. He flapped his wings with all his might in an attempt to defend himself. However, he could not do so and was being pulled down. With a loud roar, his figure disappeared. At the same time, Xianxia was also being devoured. Sandalwood Fairy's glabella emitted a silver light. Elixir pills flew out and formed a pair of wings to support her. However, she was still sinking rapidly. Get out of here! Lu Ming roared and flew towards Sandalwood Fairy. He grabbed her slender waist and tried to bring her out of the hall. However, it was impossible. The devouring force was too strong and he could not move her at all. Brother Lu, don't worry about me. Escape by yourself. Sandalwood Fairy pushed Lu Ming and fell into the vortex. At this moment, Yang Padian and the rest tried their best to get out of the hall. However, it was useless. The devouring force was too strong and they could not get out. Lu Ming was in the same situation. His body was sinking too. No, Lu Ming saw a few level 4 spirit gods and the Emperor God being devoured. In the end, only Lu Ming, Yang Padian, and Scrupulous Monk, and Tuobashir were left. Buzz, suddenly, the devouring force surged and multiplied several times. Lu Ming and the other 3 were swallowed and dashed into the vortex. Lu Ming felt like he was drifting in the eternal darkness, not knowing where he was drifting to. Slowly, his mind became more and more confused, as if his memories were fading. Everything that happened in the past seemed to become blurry and slowly dissipated. Slowly, Lu Ming became oblivious to everything. After an unknown period of time, Lu Ming suddenly sat up. With a creak, he found himself sitting on a bed. Where is this? What happened to me? I seem to have had a very long dream just now. Lu Ming looked around in confusion. At this moment, the door opened and a beautiful girl walked in. The girl was 14 or 15 years old and was very beautiful. When she saw Lu Ming wake up, she immediately revealed a happy smile and cheered, "Brother Ming, you're finally awake. You really scared me to death." Yaoer. Looking at Lu Yao's worried expression, Lu Ming felt warm in his heart. He then asked, "Yaoer, what happened to me?" I remember that I went to awaken my bloodline 3 days ago. What happened after that? Brother Ming, you went to awaken your bloodline 3 days ago. During the process, you suddenly fainted. You have been unconscious for 3 days. During these 3 days, you have been having nightmares. You kept calling out strange names like De. Brother Ming, are you alright? Lu Yao said worriedly. I'm fine. It's just a nightmare. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He really had a dream. It was a very long dream. But for some reason, that dream was becoming more and more blurry in his mind. He almost couldn't remember it. He only vaguely felt that in that dream, Lu Yao left him. Later on, he obtained a treasure, cultivated to become an expert, and went on an adventure on the continent. He only had a vague impression of it. But the more he thought about it, the more blurry and ethereal the dream became. What a strange dream. Lu Ming smiled. He, Lu Ming, was just a useless young master in Fiery Wind City who couldn't cultivate. How could he have such a strange dream? Yao did my bloodline awakening fail? Lu Ming asked. Brother Ming. Lu Yao wanted to say something but stopped. Say it. I'm fine. Lu Ming smiled. Brother Ming, it's a failure, but it's fine. Even if Brother Ming can't cultivate, your place in Yao's heart won't change. My father has already discussed it with your mother. In half a month, we will hold our wedding. Lu Yao blinked her eyes and said. After she finished speaking, she was a little shy and her face was a little red. The wedding will be held in half a month. Lu Ming was slightly taken aback. At this moment, he didn't know why, but he felt an indescribable pain in his heart. A figure appeared in his mind. This figure was very blurry, and he couldn't see the face clearly. It was a person that Lu Ming had met in his dream. A woman. A feeling of reluctance rippled in Lu Ming's heart. This figure seemed to be very important to him. Who is she? Why do I feel heartache? Was it really a dream? Lu Ming muttered to himself in a daze. Brother Ming, what's wrong? Don't scare Yao. Lu Yao called out softly. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He reacted and smiled. Nothing, I just thought of that dream again. Brother Ming, after all, it's just a dream. Don't think too much. Drink the medicine. Lu Yao picked up the medicine and fed it to Lu Ming. At this moment, two people walked in from outside the door. One was a beautiful woman, and the other was a beautiful teenage girl. Mother, Mid-Autumn Moon. Lu Ming called out. Ming have a good rest. In half a month, you will be the groom. Li Ping smiled slightly, revealing a doting expression. Yes, young master. Mid-Autumn Moon, congratulations to you. The girl by the side said softly. Mid-Autumn Moon. Lu Ming looked at Mid-Autumn Moon. In that dream, Mid-Autumn Moon seemed to have become a martial arts genius. However, it was just a feeling. Lu Ming felt that the dream was a little blurrier. As time passed, it slowly faded away. Ming you just woke up. Have a good rest. Don't think too much. Li Ping said. Then, she left the room with Mid-Autumn Moon and Lu Yao. That dream is so strange. Who is that figure? In the room, Lu Ming was lying on the bed in a daze. Time passed quickly. Day by day, Lu Ming's body recovered quickly. The dream in his mind became more and more blurred. As time passed, it became more and more blurred. He believed that he would soon forget it completely. But he didn't know why. Every time he thought of that dream, a figure would appear, causing Lu Ming to feel a piercing pain in his heart. Who is that figure? Why does it feel so real? Lu Ming whispered. That was the figure of a woman. In Lu Ming's mind, it was hard to erase. In the backyard of the Lu family, a small stream flowed. Beside the stream, there was a pavilion. In the pavilion, a young man and a young woman were cuddling together. Brother Ming, Yao will marry you tomorrow. We will never be separated from each other again. Lu Yao said softly. Her eyes were filled with anticipation and shyness. Lu Ming hugged Lu Yao. His mood was extremely relaxed. The gentle breeze emitted a faint fragrance of flowers. This is really good. Lu Ming looked at the sky and thought. If he couldn't cultivate, then so be it. Wouldn't it be good if he could live an ordinary life? Lu Ming enjoyed such a life. That dream was ultimately a dream. Just let it drift away with the wind, only that figure couldn't be erased. Occasionally, it would appear in Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming, wake up. Suddenly, a voice entered Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming was stunned. He turned his head and looked around, but he didn't see anyone. Lu Yao was still in his arms, as if she didn't hear anything. What are you looking at? I'm here, in the stream. That voice sounded again. Lu Ming was shocked and hurriedly looked toward the stream. He saw a little tortoise floating in the stream, staring at him with its eyes wide open. Are you talking to me? Lu Ming's pupils suddenly widened, revealing a look of disbelief. What are you looking at? Who else could it be if not me? The little turtle berated. Brother Ming, what's wrong? Who are you talking to? Lu Yao looked at Lu Ming in surprise. Lu Ming took a deep breath to calm himself down. He said, nothing. You heard wrong. Yao, you can go back first. I'll pick you up tomorrow. Okay, I'll wait for you. Lu Yao blinked his eyes and trotted away. Then, Lu Ming looked at the little turtle again and said in surprise, a tortoise? No, a turtle can actually talk. Could it be a legendary king-level turtle? No, Senior, it's Senior. Junior. Lu Ming pays his respects to Senior. Lu Ming bowed to the little turtle. As far as he knew, only the legendary demonic beasts that had reached the king level could speak. He was shocked that there was a king-level monster in the backyard of the Lu family. There might not even be a king-level monster in the entire Burning Sun Empire. King-level my ass. I'm the world turtle, the head of the top 10 battle beasts. What king-level? It's not even worthy to carry my shoes. Boy, Lu Ming, you're in an illusion. Wake up quickly. Are you going to stay in it for the rest of your life? Illusion? Dreamland? That's impossible. I'm me. I remember everything that happened to me. How could I be in a dreamland? Senior, you must be joking. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. What are you joking about? You're Lu Ming. In the real world, you were deprived of your bloodline by Lu Yao. Thanks to the help of the 9 Yang remnant spirit, you merged with the 9 dragons' blood essence and awakened your bloodline. Have you forgotten? Little Tortoise shouted. What? Yao deprived me of my bloodline? Impossible? How is that possible? Nonsense. Lu Ming was in disbelief. However, after hearing Little Tortoise's words, the dream he had back then, which was getting fainter and fainter, it seemed to have become clearer. Nonsense. Also, you rose in the end, participated in the Battle of Luck, won first place, and became the first on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Wilderness. Moreover, you're the Xianxia of the Talisman Puppet Sect. Now the Talisman Puppet Sect is besieged by Martial Emperor De and is in danger. Don't you care? Little Tortoise scolded loudly. With every word, Lu Ming's body trembled slightly. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Talisman Puppet Sect, list of top 1,000 talents. Lu Ming muttered to himself. He felt that the dream was getting clearer and clearer, as if it was about to appear. What's your name? I seem to have had a dream before. There was also a little tortoise. Lu Ming's eyes looked even more perplexed. His dream world was slowly emerging. He was in the midst of the intersection between dream world and reality. He could not tell which was real and which was fake. Perhaps everything was just a dream. Little Tortoise held back for a long time. His eyes widened, and finally he shouted, My name is Dandan. You gave it to me, you bastard. It's so King unpleasant. Dandan. Lu Ming muttered to himself. He seemed to have thought of something. Also, your little lover, your little wife, Xianxia, don't you care about her? She was caught by her father and her life is uncertain. Are you going to give up just like that? Dandan shouted. Boom. 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 The name Xianxia exploded in Lu Ming's mind like a thunderbolt. That figure that could not be erased, That figure that made his heart ache at the thought of, suddenly became clear and vivid in Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming. Nianqing, Nianqing. This is an illusion. Lu Ming's eyes lit up all of a sudden, emitting endless brilliance. Everything. The surrounding scenery seemed to have been shattered by Lu Ming's punch. It began to peel off and eventually disappeared completely. Lu Ming discovered that he was standing in a long corridor. Dandan was lying on his shoulder. Lu Ming let out a long breath. He was extremely shocked. That illusion was too powerful. It erased his real memory and made him fall into an illusion forever. He couldn't extricate himself. This time, it was really dangerous. If it weren't for Dandan, he might really be trapped in the illusion forever. That would be equivalent to dying. Thinking of this, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel a little scared. His back was wet with cold sweat. Kid, this place is no small matter. Emperors can't do it. Be careful. I'm going to hide. After Dandan finished speaking, it automatically went into the mountain river diagram. Lu Ming looked around. He remembered that they were swallowed by a vortex, but he was the only one around. Yang Padian, Tuobashur, Sandalwood Ferry, and the others were nowhere to be seen. This was a passage that led straight ahead. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and walked forward. After walking through the passage, he arrived at a secret room. The secret room was very large. Above the secret room, Lu Ming saw a longan-sized bead floating in the air. The moment Lu Ming stepped into the secret room, the bead suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Amidst the light, a figure appeared. The figure sat cross-legged in the air, and the bead happened to be between the figure's eyebrows. The figure was not very burly, but the aura it emitted was earth-shattering. It gave Lu Ming the feeling that he was facing the heavenly path. A vast heavenly might filled the air. It was irresistible and unstoppable. This was Lu Ming's intuition because facing this figure was like facing the entire world. It was not that Lu Ming had never felt the majesty and pressure of a ruler, but compared to this figure, it was simply child's play. It was as if a ruler was an ant in front of this figure. Gulp, Lu Ming swallowed a mouthful of saliva and raised his head with difficulty to look at the figure. Fortunately, the supreme aura was restrained after a slight release. The figure opened his eyes and looked at Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming felt as if he had been completely seen through. You actually managed to break through the illusion I set up. Not bad. The figure said. Junior Lu Ming greets Senior. Lu Ming bowed. He knew that the existence above the ruler in the World Academy was most likely the figure in front of him. He was secretly shocked. It was said that the Saint Mansion's secret realm had existed for hundreds of thousands of years. Could it be that the person in front of him had lived for hundreds of thousands of years? This was really unimaginable. As if seeing through Lu Ming's thoughts, the figure said, Little guy, don't think too much. I can't have lived for so many years. What you see is just the sacred heart I left behind and a trace of my origin imprint. The real me has already fallen many years ago. Sacred heart? Lu Ming was puzzled. He didn't understand what a sacred heart was at all. Well, it's normal that you don't understand. You're in a remote and barren island, so it's normal that you don't know. Above the ruler is the Saint Realm, also known as the Saint Realm. You've condensed a sacred heart. The figure explained casually. Saint Realm, Saint Realm. Lu Ming muttered to himself. He finally knew what the realm above the ruler realm was. Saint Realm, the figure in front of him must be a Saint Realm expert. Well, little guy, you have great luck. Unfortunately, you're not an inscriber. When I was alive, I became a saint through the path of inscription. Otherwise, I could pass on my mantle to you. The figure suddenly let out a long sigh. Inscriber inheritance. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Although he wasn't an inscriber, his second body was. This time, he focused on the path of inscription and had progressed to an extremely profound realm. It would be great if his second body was here. Senior, did the others not pass the illusion? Lu Ming asked. No, they all failed. However, I won't really make things difficult for them. They've all woken up. Look. The saint waved his hand and a series of images suddenly appeared in the air. Yang Padian, Tuoba Shi, Monk Wuliang, Kong Xian, and the others were in a secret room, looking around. Eh? Sandalwood Fairy. This little girl is very talented in the path of inscription, but unfortunately, she's still a little lacking. I'll give her some benefits and hope that she can benefit from it. The saint said. Lu Ming was happy for Sandalwood Fairy. Although the saint had already fallen, he was still a saint when he was alive, an existence that surpassed the emperor's. If he said that he would give some benefits, it would definitely be no small matter. Even the emperors would be jealous. Alright, little guy, since you were able to come here and pass my test, I won't let you go back empty-handed. I'll give you some benefits and then send you out. With that, the saint waved his hand and the images disappeared without a trace. Senior, wait a minute, I might be able to inherit your mantle. Lu Ming hurriedly said. You? Haha, little guy, don't talk nonsense. I see that you don't have any spirit fire at all. How can you inherit my mantle? The saint smiled faintly, looking very calm. Senior, have you heard of the twin life restriction? Lu Ming asked. Twin life restriction? The saint frowned slightly and looked puzzled. Obviously, he had never heard of it. Senior, the twin life restriction can allow one to cultivate a second body. Lu Ming immediately told him about the twin life restriction and what he had obtained. When the saint first heard that the twin life restriction could actually allow one to cultivate a second body that was the same as the original body and could be cultivated wholeheartedly, he was extremely shocked. Even with his knowledge, he had never heard of such a strange technique in the world. Later on, when he heard that Lu Ming had obtained it in the Battle of Providence, he felt relieved. It was not strange to obtain any kind of fortuitous encounter in the Battle of Providence. This was because the saint had also participated in the Battle of Providence when he was young. There's actually such a secret technique in the world. According to what you said, not only did your second body inherit your talent, but it also has no distracting thoughts. In that case, it's really suitable for my mantle. The saint sighed and his eyes lit up. Back then, due to an accident, he was seriously injured and on the verge of death. He fled to the divine wilderness continent and found this mystic realm in order to avoid his enemies, but in the end, he still died there, leaving behind his saint heart and a wisp of imprint. The imprint was attached to the saint heart, which was why it could be preserved for so many years, but it would dissipate sooner or later. However, when an expert was about to fall, they would not wish for their life's cultivation and achievements to go up in smoke. They would want to find a suitable successor to pass on their legacy. Lu Ming was undoubtedly a suitable candidate. But senior, my second body is currently trapped in a place by an enemy. I'm afraid it won't be able to come for the time being. Lu Ming sighed. Oh? How about this? You take this disc array. As long as you give this disc array to your second body and let him activate the inscriptions on it, you can be directly transmitted here. A disc array appeared in the saint's hand and handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He took it and thanked the saint again. Well, my name is Xianxia. You can call me Xianxia Saint. That's it. I'll send you out now. There's no need to open this secret realm anymore. I'll seal this secret realm forever. No one can enter. After the heavenly profound saint finished speaking, he was about to send Lu Ming and the others out. Senior, please wait. Lu Ming blurted out. The heavenly profound saint was startled. Allow me to disguise myself. I still have enemies outside. Lu Ming chuckled as his figure changed once again. A moment later, his figure became thinner and turned into a pale-faced young man. Even his aura changed tremendously. Now, no one could recognize him. Done. Lu Ming said. The heavenly profound saint waved his hand, causing the space to twist. Lu Ming felt a force pulling him away, causing his figure to disappear instantly. At this moment, Sandalwood Fairy, Yang Padian, and the others outside the Saint Mansion were all enveloped by a power and disappeared. World Academy, outside the all-knowing Jade Disc, the 9 light pillars suddenly disappeared, allowing the all-knowing Jade Disc to return to its calm state. What just happened? The place was immersed in an uproar. Even the 9 Heaven Supremes were astounded. What just happened? Why did the 9 light pillars suddenly disappear? Those who went and haven't come out yet. A supremacy from a major faction said with a grim expression. Many people looked at a supremacy from the World Academy. I don't know either. This has never happened before. The supremacy from the World Academy said solemnly. Can you open it again? A supremacy asked. The supremacy from the World Academy shook his head, causing an uproar among the crowd. There were many people from the various major powers within. In fact, the strongest successors of the Floating Mountain and Devil Mountain were all within as well. If they were to be trapped within, it would be an incomparably huge loss for them. However, the people from the Sky Martial Sword sect and the Cold Blood Hall were gloating. This was because their successors had been killed by Lu Ming and they had come out long ago. The most outstanding prodigies of the previous generation had also been killed. Even if the rest of them did not come out, they would not have suffered as great a loss as the other forces. At this moment, the space above the all-knowing jade disc twisted as figures emerged one by one. They're out. They're out. Many people were overjoyed. More than 10,000 people appeared in the sky. The crowd saw Yang Padian, Sandalwood Fairy, Kong Xian, and other geniuses among them. What's going on? How's the sacred mansion? One by one, the supremacies asked with excitement in their eyes. Previously, when Wu Qinkong was killed, they learned about the sacred mansion from Wu Qinkong. They were all shocked but also looked forward to it. They couldn't wait to rush in themselves. An existence surpassing the Emperor realm was too tempting, especially for many supremacies. They were stuck at the supremacy level and couldn't break through to the Emperor realm. If they could obtain the inheritance or enlightenment of an existence surpassing the Emperor realm, they might be able to break through. In a flash, Sandalwood Fairy, Kong Xian, Junyu, and the others flew to their respective supremacies and told them about the situation in the sacred mansion. What? You all failed. When they heard that Kong Xian and the other geniuses didn't pass the test, they sighed with regret. But then, they looked at Yang Padian, Tuobashir, and Monk Wuliang. These people had surpassed the second-tier geniuses. They were the top geniuses. Perhaps they had succeeded? My hair, Buddha is merciful. I'm ashamed. My mind is not strong enough. I still need to train myself. Monk Wuliang had a solemn expression as he chanted the name of Buddha. His face was filled with compassion. Lu Ming among the crowd looked at him with disdain. If he hadn't seen the monk's true appearance, he would have mistaken him for an eminent monk. Monk Wuliang's words implied that he had failed too. Damn it, that illusion is too powerful. I didn't pass it either. Tuobashir grinned. Tuobashir, we'll fight another day. Yang Padian said coldly. Then, he stepped out and headed out of the World Academy, disappearing in an instant. No one tried to stop him. Not only was Yang Padian a peerless talent, he was also from the heaven-suppressing godly troop. It was obvious that he had failed as well. It seemed that no one had succeeded this time. No, there was one more person. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Where was Lu Shaoqing, the young genius who had killed Shui Luozi and the experts of Cold Blood Hall, Wu Tsong, Shui Feng and the other LV4 spirit gods, and Wu Qinkong? Why was he nowhere to be seen? Where's Lu Shaoqing? The Supremes of Cold Blood Hall and Sky Martial Sword sect scanned the area with their sharp eyes. They spread out their spiritual senses to search for Lu Ming. Supremes, Lu Shaoqing is good at disguising himself. He can even change his aura. He must be in the crowd. Sanguinarum shouted. He had fought with Lu Shaoqing in Pill City, so he knew Lu Shaoqing's appearance and aura very well. However, Lu Shaoqing's appearance and aura were completely different when they were in the Saint Mansion secret realm. If he had not recognized Lu Ming's devouring power, he would not have recognized Lu Ming's identity. Therefore, he knew that Lu Ming must be proficient in the art of disguise. Humph, do you think I wouldn't be able to find you if you disguised yourself in the crowd? I'll check you one by one. A terrifying aura rose from the Sky Martial Sword sect's supremes. His spiritual senses shrouded Lu Ming and the others who had entered the Saint Mansion secret realm like a storm. Many people's expressions changed drastically. Lu Ming's expression also changed slightly before returning to normal. Check them one by one? How are you going to do that? Some supremes from other forces said unhappily. Just soul search them one by one. The Sanguinarium Supreme sneered. Haha, soul search, who do you think you are? How can I let you soul search the disciples of Floating Mountain Sect? The Supremes from Floating Mountain Sect laughed coldly. That's right, who do you think you are? How can I let you soul search the disciples of Sky Eagle Castle? If you want to capture Lu Xiaoqing, think of a way yourself. The Supremes from Sky Eagle Castle sneered. Some of the Supremes from the Overlord forces looked coldly at the Supremes from Cold Blood Hall and Sky Martial Sword Sect. They were all Overlord forces, so they were not afraid of them. The Celestial Martial Sword Sect and Cold Blood Hall had suffered heavy losses because of Lu Xiaoqing. Wasn't it ridiculous that he wanted to search their disciples' souls? The faces of the Supremes from Cold Blood Hall and Sky Martial Sword Sect turned ugly. The disciples of the Overlord factions may leave, but the other factions and rogue cultivators must stay behind. We will search their souls. The Supreme Being of the Celestial Martial Sword Sect pondered for a moment before speaking up. What? You want to search our souls? No, don't be so overbearing. I will never agree. This is the World Academy, not the Sky Martial Sword Sect or Cold Blood Hall. Immediately, the people from the smaller factions started shouting. Everyone had their own secrets, so how could he allow others to search his soul? Shut up. The Supreme Being of the Sky Martial Sword Sect bellowed as a boundless sword might burst forth, causing many people to gasp for breath. Overlord forces were tyrannical and tyrannical. Other than forces of the same level, other forces were just ants in their eyes. That was the truth. Once the Emperor appeared, no one dared to challenge him. Whoosh whoosh, at this moment, the wind and clouds gathered high in the sky. Endless clouds gathered to form a huge face, and boundless Emperor's aura emanated from it. The Emperor has appeared. Someone shouted. Many people's faces changed drastically. Greetings, Your Majesty. Everyone in the World Academy, be it the ordinary disciples or the Supreme Beings, bowed respectfully. Because this was the Emperor of the World Academy. The people from the other factions also hurriedly bowed. This was their respect for the Emperor. Let them go. Since we are in the World Academy must ensure everyone's safety. The Emperor said indifferently, but his voice was firm. But, the Supreme Being of the Sky Martial Sword Sect wanted to say something. Say no more. Go. The Emperor interrupted him. The Supremes of the Sky Martial Sword Sect and Cold Blood Hall nodded. They had no choice but to obey the Emperor's words. Let's go. The Supreme Being of the Sky Martial Sword Sect glanced at the people from the smaller factions and the rogue cultivators, and then left with the people from the Sky Martial Sword Sect. The Supreme Being of Cold Blood Hall also left with the people from Cold Blood Hall. After that, the people from the other overlords also left. With a whoosh, the huge face in the sky disappeared without a trace. The Emperor's aura also disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. However, the people from the smaller factions did not leave. They planned to leave through the teleportation formation of the World Academy. This was because the Sky Martial Sword Sect and Cold Blood Hall might intercept them outside the World Academy. It was too dangerous to go out like this. The teleportation formation was the safest way. The World Academy had no reason to refuse. This was because they had to pay a large sum of spiritual crystals and primordial stones to use the teleportation formation. Lu Ming was also among the crowd. He also planned to use the teleportation formation to leave the World Academy. In the sky, Kong Xian and Sandalwood Fairy were looking around. They were probably looking for Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming did not plan to show himself. He found a random mountain and sat down cross-legged to cultivate quietly. There were too many people now. There would definitely be a queue for the teleportation formation. It would be better to leave in a few days. After the three of them left, Lu Ming set off. After paying a sum of primordial stones, Lu Ming stepped into the teleportation formation. Saint City, I'm here. Xiaoqing, how are you now? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. His destination was the Saint City of the Central Continent. It was the imperial capital of the Central Continent ancient Saint Dynasty, the largest city in the world. The teleportation formation flashed and Lu Ming's figure disappeared. The saint city of the central continent was the largest city in the divine region. It was the imperial capital of the ancient Saint dynasty. There were 8 citadels surrounding the saint city. These 8 citadels all had teleportation formations. If an outsider wanted to enter the saint city, they had to first teleport to the citadel and then fly to the saint city. On this day, the teleportation formation of one of the citadels in the east flashed and Lu Ming's figure appeared. Lu Ming did not stop at the citadel. He left the citadel and soared into the sky, flying towards the saint city. The citadel was 10 million miles away from the saint city. However, Lu Ming's current speed was terrifying. Soon, he crossed the 10 million miles and a huge city appeared in front of him. Ancient, vicissitudes of life, filled with the traces of time. This was Lu Ming's first impression of the saint city. The huge city walls were filled with the marks of swords and sabers. It seemed to be describing the ancient history of the saint city. The central continent's holy city was very large and majestic. However, it was definitely not the largest city in the divine wilderness continent, nor was it the top. At the very least, the 9 Dragons city of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was much larger than the holy city. However, the saint city was still the largest city in the world. The holy city had existed for far too long. It had left behind countless legends, and it also contained countless secrets. Moreover, there were many entrances to secret realms in the saint city. In fact, those secret realms could be considered as a part of the saint city. Together with those secret realms, the saint city was terrifyingly huge. Lu Ming flew towards the holy city and landed on a pipe. He followed the crowd and walked through the city gate. There were soldiers guarding the city gate. Lu Ming looked around and realized that these soldiers were all experts in the spirit embryo realm. After a casual check, Lu Ming entered the holy city. Instantly, an ancient aura rushed towards him. In the holy city, every street, palace, and house was filled with the aura of time. It was as though they had traveled through time and space from millions of years ago. What rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It even contains origin chi. Also, the concept of heaven and earth is very clear. The entire holy city is like a huge array that continuously gathers the spiritual energy and origin chi of heaven and earth. Lu Ming sighed. If he cultivated here, his cultivation speed would definitely be very fast. The holy city was divided into the outer city, inner city, and the most important palace. Ordinary martial artists, small forces, and rogue cultivators all lived in the outer city. As for the inner city, it was the residences of the powerful forces in the holy city. For example, the residences of the ancient Saint dynasty's princes, dukes, and ministers. Of course, the other overlords of the central continent had branches in the holy city that were guarded all year round. As for the palace, it was where the core members of the ancient Saint dynasty Xia family lived. Lu Ming strolled around casually. He was now in the outer city. He was thinking about how to sneak into the palace and find out about Xianxia. After strolling for a while, Lu Ming walked towards a restaurant. Restaurants were the best places to gather information. After ordering a few dishes, Lu Ming sat down at a table. In another 2 months, the ancient Saint dynasty's million-year state sacrifice will be here. The holy city will be bustling again. That's for sure. It's a million-year state sacrifice. How important is it? Not only will the overlords of the central continent gather in the holy city, but other forces will also send people over. Even the forces of the western desert, northern plains, southern underworld, and eastern wilderness will send people over. That's going to be bustling. It's a rare sight. When the time comes, all the geniuses will gather. It's a rare event. That's most likely the case. There are many experts in this generation. When the geniuses gather, there will be competition. Haha. Not long after Lu Ming sat down, he heard some important news. A million years of national sacrifice? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The ancient Saint dynasty Xia family had been established for 1,000,000 years. It was truly astonishing. In the entire divine wilderness continent, which force could have such a long history? It was too shocking. Although the ancient Saint dynasty had declined and the emperors had divided their territories, they still had to respect the ancient Saint dynasty in name. They still had to listen to the ancient Saint dynasty's orders. Of course, this was only in name. Therefore, the ancient Saint dynasty's million-year national ceremony was something all the major powers had to attend, even if it was just for show. At that time, the emperors of some overlord forces might come. I'm really looking forward to it. Yes, at that time, there will definitely be many experts. I heard that the Imperial Palace has already issued an order to recruit more Imperial Dragon Guards to maintain order in the Holy City and protect the Imperial Palace. There's such a thing? When will the recruitment begin? I want to give it a try too. It has already started today and has been recruiting for the past half a month. You can go and give it a try. However, the recruitment requirements of the Emperor Dragon Guards are very high. Without the cultivation of Spirit Embryo Realm, it's impossible to enter. Lu Ming continued to listen. True enough, he heard a lot of news. Emperor Dragon Guards? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The Emperor Dragon Guards were the Imperial Guards of the ancient Saint dynasty. They were in charge of guarding the Imperial Palace and protecting the Emperor's relatives. Wasn't he trying to sneak into the Imperial Palace? Wouldn't it be fine if he joined the Emperor Dragon Guards? However, the Emperor Dragon Guards were in charge of guarding the Imperial Palace and protecting the Emperor's relatives. Therefore, he had to investigate his identity thoroughly before he could join. Otherwise, if anyone could join, wouldn't the safety of the Emperor's relatives be in danger? Lu Ming's gaze shifted. He picked up his wine cup and walked towards a table at the side. Hello, brothers. I heard you say that you want to join the Emperor Dragon Guards, right? Lu Ming raised his cup and smiled. There were two burly men sitting at the table. One of them looked like he was in his 40s while the other looked like he was in his 30s with a full beard. That's right. What can I do for you, little brother? The burly man with a full beard looked at Lu Ming and asked. Little brother comes from a small power and has just entered the sacred city. I want to find a job and join the Emperor Dragon Guards. I heard the two of you talking about this and thought that we might be able to work together in the future. Therefore, I wanted to make friends with you. Lu Ming smiled. Hearing Lu Ming's words, the two of them relaxed and revealed a smile. He wants to join, so I won't go. However, little brother, the requirement to join the Emperor Dragon Guards isn't low. You need to have the cultivation of Spirit Embryo Realm. The burly man in his 40s laughed. That's great. Little brother has just broken through to Spirit Embryo Realm, so I can give it a try. As he said that, Lu Ming's body gave off a faint aura. It was the aura of the first level of Spirit Embryo Realm. Not only could illusory breath change one's aura, it could also hide one's cultivation. Now, Lu Ming had hidden his cultivation to the first level of Spirit Embryo Realm. When they found out that Lu Ming was only at the first level of Spirit Embryo Realm, the two of them were even more relieved. The burly man with a full beard said, Little brother is so young, and to be able to reach the first level of Spirit Embryo Realm, you can be considered a prodigy. Respect. Big brothers are flattering me. Come, this meal is on me. Let's drink to our heart's content. Lu Ming said straightforwardly. Haha, how can we accept this? The burly man in his 40s laughed. This was the sacred city. Any random restaurant's food wasn't cheap. Since Lu Ming was treating, the two of them had a good impression of Lu Ming. The three of them chatted and drank. As Lu Ming had just arrived, there were many things he didn't know about the sacred city. He consulted the two of them and the two of them told him everything they knew. Lu Ming understood that the two of them came from a small power outside the sacred city called Black Spear Sect. They weren't far from the sacred city and often came to the sacred city to purchase items. The burly man in his 40s was called Ma Wu and the burly man in his 30s was called Ming Lu. Ming Lu, what a coincidence. If you read my name backwards, isn't that Ming Lu? Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. The three of them chatted and drank. After 3 rounds of drinking, Ma Wu and Ming Lu were drinking to their heart's content. Junior brother Ming Lu, since you want to join the Imperial Dragon Guards, you can stay here and register with little brother Lu. I'll return to the sect first and tell them about you. If you work in the Imperial Dragon Guards, it will be much more convenient for our Black Spear sect to do things. Ma Wu said. Alright, senior brother Ma, you can return first. I'll go register tomorrow. Ming Lu nodded. Immediately after, Ma Wu bade farewell and left. Lu Ming and Ming Lu found an inn nearby to stay, planning to register tomorrow. Soon, night fell. Lu Ming restrained his presence and entered Ming Lu's room silently. As soon as Ming Lu opened his mouth, Lu Ming struck out with his palm and knocked Ming Lu unconscious. He then put Ming Lu into the mountain river diagram and asked Dandan to engrave a formation, trapping him on the ground. I'm sorry, I'm borrowing your identity. There will be compensation in the future. Lu Ming mumbled. His muscles and bones began to squirm and transform into Ming Lu's appearance. Then, his presence changed and became extremely similar to Ming Lu's. I'm still missing a beard. Lu Ming smiled and walked out of the inn. He bought a fake beard and stuck it on his face. Instantly, he looked exactly like Ming Lu. Now, even if Ma Wu was beside him, he wouldn't be able to recognize that Lu Ming was an imposter. Lu Ming borrowed Ming Lu's identity to sneak into the Imperial Dragon Guards and wait for an opportunity to inquire about Xianxia's whereabouts. The next morning, Lu Ming went to the registration area of the Emperor Dragon Guards. When he arrived, he got a shock. There was already a long queue at the registration area. To some people from small factions, the Emperor Dragon Guards was a good job. Joining the Emperor Dragon Guards was equivalent to joining the ancient Saint Dynasty, and they would be able to obtain more cultivation resources. Those below Spirit Embryo Realm, leave quickly. We don't need anyone below Spirit Embryo Realm. At the registration area, there were a few burly men wearing purple long robes embroidered with a picture of a flood dragon. They were the Emperor Dragon Guards. Their auras were very strong. Lu Ming swept his gaze across and realized that they were all at the 7th level of Spirit Embryo Realm and above. There was also an elder sitting at the side with his eyes closed. He was also wearing the uniform of the Emperor Dragon Guards, but his aura was unfathomable. However, it couldn't hide from Lu Ming's senses. Lu Ming realized that this person was at the 1st level of Spirit God Realm. Only those above Spirit Embryo Realm can join. The requirement is too high. Let's go. Some people sighed and walked away while shaking their heads. Take out your identification card and report your information. We will verify it. After that, there will be a test. Because there is a limit to the number of Imperial Dragon Guards this time, there are too many people who have signed up. We can't recruit all of them. Only the strong can stay. Okay, the registration starts now. A burly man said. Then, they started to register one by one. Lu Ming waited patiently for 2 hours before it was his turn. Lu Ming moved his hand and an identity token appeared. He passed it to an Emperor Dragon Guard. This identity token was taken from Ming Lu. It was the identity token of a disciple of Black Spear Sect. Black Spear Sect, Ming Lu. Lu Ming said. The burly man checked the identity token and registered it. We will send people to verify your identity. If there is any falsehood, we will kill you on the spot. Do you understand? The burly man said with a cold gaze. Yes, I understand. Lu Ming nodded his head repeatedly. Wait over there. There will be a test later. The burly man said. Lu Ming walked to the side and waited patiently. After another 2 hours, the registration ended. There were more than 2,000 people who had registered. All right, come with me. At this moment, the old man at the Domain Enlightened Spirit God Realm stood up and spoke indifferently before he walked in with large strides. Lu Ming and the others followed behind him. Soon, they arrived at a military camp. In the middle of the military camp, there was a huge stone tablet. This stone tablet can test your cultivation base. All you need to do is infuse your true qi into the stone tablet and we will know your cultivation base. There are 2,000 people who signed up this time, but we only need 200 people. Therefore, we will only accept those whose cultivation base is in the top 200. Now, the test begins. The old man announced. After that, the applicants went up to take the test one by one. As long as he poured his true qi into the stone steel would light up, and through the light, he would be able to tell his cultivation. Starting the test one by one, Lu Ming discovered that most of them were at the 1st level of Spirit Embryo Realm. Those at the second level of spirit embryo realm were much lesser, and those at the third level of spirit embryo realm were even lesser. Soon, it was Lu Ming's turn. Just in case, I'd better input a bit more Yuan. Lu Ming thought to himself. Only 200 people were accepted. To guarantee that nothing would go wrong, Lu Ming planned to input a bit more true qi. Walking to the stone tablet, Lu Ming pressed his hand on the stone tablet and poured his true qi into it. Wang, the stone tablet shook, and 7 silver lights flashed out. Enough. Lu Ming withdrew his true qi. 7 silver lights represented the cultivation of the 7th level of spirit embryo realm. This way, there should be nothing wrong, and he would definitely be accepted. 7th level of spirit embryo realm. The eyes of the old man at the spirit god realm lit up. Those who came to sign up were usually people from small forces and their cultivation base wasn't too high. Those whose cultivation base was too high normally wouldn't join the Imperial Dragon Guards, so there weren't many who could reach the 7th level of spirit embryo realm. Yes, not bad. The old man at the spirit god realm nodded. The test continued. Not long after, all the tests were completed. Lu Ming noticed that there were a total of 3 people who had reached the 7th level of spirit embryo realm, and only 1 person had reached the 8th level of spirit embryo realm. This made Lu Ming rub his nose. Was his performance too outstanding? Alright, the test is over. Those who are ranked in the top 200 can stay in the barracks for now. Wait for our news in a few days. The old man at the spirit god realm instructed. Those who weren't ranked in the top 200 could only sigh and leave. As for Lu Ming and the others, they were led to their rooms. For the next few days, Lu Ming stayed in the barracks and cultivated while waiting for news. 3 days later, the news came that Lu Ming had been accepted and officially became a member of the Imperial Dragon Guards. The 4 of you are very good. I've temporarily arranged the position of deputy flag bearer for you. If you perform well in the future, it won't be a problem for you to be promoted. Also, the positions that you need to guard have been arranged. Someone will inform you in a while. After the old man at the spirit god realm finished his announcement, he gave each of them a token that represented a deputy flag bearer. The flag in the Imperial Dragon Guards had the meaning of an official position. A flag had 500 people. The main flag could command 500 Imperial Dragon Guards, and the deputy flag bearers weren't small either. This was because their cultivations were profound. No matter where they were, strength represented everything. Not long after, someone delivered the robes that represented the Imperial Dragon Guards to Lu Ming and also delivered the news of the positions that they needed to guard. Naturally, the 4 deputy flags were separated from each other. The guards of the 8th Prince. Lu Ming's gaze moved. His temporary duty was to be the 8th Prince's guard. This made Lu Ming's eyes slightly strange. Because according to what he knew, wasn't the 8th Prince Xianxia, wasn't it Xianxia who had gone to 9 Dragons City and taken away Xianxia? What a coincidence. I can inquire about Shaoqing from Xianxia. The corner of Lu Ming's mouth rose into a smile. Of the 200 people that had joined together, there were still 30 people that were with Lu Ming. They were all the 8th Prince's guards. Not long after, a skinny man in his 40s came and stood in front of Lu Ming and the others. I'm your general. My name is Shifeng. In the future, you will follow me. Now, follow me to the 8th Prince's mansion. The skinny man's gaze swept over them, especially stopping on Lu Ming's body. A cold light flashed in his eyes. This Shifeng seems to be hostile to me, but this is the first time I've seen him. Strange. Lu Ming slightly frowned as he thought to himself. The 8th Prince's mansion was very spacious in the inner city. It was like a villa with a radius of 100 miles. The Imperial Dragon Guards couldn't directly enter the 8th Prince's mansion. They had to live in a military camp outside the mansion. In the military camp outside the 8th Prince's mansion, Lu Ming and the others gathered. Shifeng stood on a high platform, looking down at them with a cold expression. I'll tell you some things now. The first thing to do in the Imperial Dragon Guards is to obey orders and protect the safety of the Imperial family with your life. Also, I'll tell you that there are many experts in the Imperial Dragon Guards. Some of you shouldn't be complacent just because you have some strength. There are many experts in the Imperial Dragon Guards who are stronger than you. Any one of them can suppress you. Do you understand? Lu Ming frowned. He always felt that Shifeng's words were targeted at him. However, he had never seen Shifeng before, so why was Shifeng always targeting him? Could it be that this Ming Lu had offended Shifeng in the past? Lu Ming thought to himself. After Shifeng finished speaking, he turned around and left. After that, someone arranged a place for them to stay. Lu Ming was the vice banner and had a small courtyard. There was also another person who stayed in Lu Ming's courtyard to help Lu Ming out. This person was also a newly joined Imperial Dragon Guard and looked to be around 50 years old. He looked rather shrewd and was called Sun Lin. Lord Vice Banner, you have to be careful. Arriving at the courtyard, Sun Lin reminded him. Oh? What do you mean? Lu Ming asked. Lord Vice Banner should be able to feel that when Commander Shi spoke, a lot of his words were actually for you. Sun Lin said. Oh? Could it be that you know why? Lu Ming asked. He was also very curious. Lord Vice Banner has just arrived, so you probably don't know the rules of the Imperial Dragon Guard. In the Imperial Dragon Guard, everything is based on strength. Those who are strong can continue to rise as long as they make contributions. Lord Vice Banner, your cultivation is at the 7th level of Spirit Embryo Realm, while Commander Shifeng's cultivation is only at the 6th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. Your cultivation is higher than his. Hearing until here, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. What you mean is that Shifeng is worried that I will threaten his position. Lord Vice Banner is wise. The reason why Shifeng can have the position of commander is because he has an elder brother who is the personal guard of His Highness the 8th Prince. That's why he can become the position of commander, commanding 500 Imperial Dragon Guards. Furthermore, the highest level of people in this banner was only at the 6th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. Therefore, Shifeng has a very stable position as the commander. However, Lord Vice Banner's cultivation is higher than his, so as long as Lord Vice Banner makes some contributions, surpassing Shifeng or even replacing him would be very normal. Therefore, Shifeng naturally wouldn't be nice to Lord Vice Banner and might even do something secretly. Sun Lin explained. Lu Ming smiled. So that's how it was. However, he didn't take it to heart. He could suppress a mere Shifeng with a single finger, so there was no need to take it to heart. After chatting for a while, Lu Ming walked into the room and sat down cross-legged, beginning to comprehend the concept of heaven and earth. Previously, in the Saint Mansion's secret realm, Lu Ming had devoured many intent realm runes. Not only had he made a breakthrough in his cultivation, but his intent of heaven and earth had also improved. His thunder concept and wind concept had both broken through to the lower level of the 4th level. Including his fire concept, he now had 3 other concepts that had reached the lower level of the 4th level. Now, he was fully focused on comprehending the earth concept and water concept. Nothing much happened in the first 2 days. The Imperial Dragon Guards were usually very idle when they had nothing to do. After all, they were all warriors. They didn't need to patrol like ordinary people. When they had nothing to do, they just needed to cultivate in peace. They would only be mobilized when something happened. On the evening of the 3rd day, Lu Ming heard some movement outside. He ended his cultivation, opened the door, and walked out. There were 2 people in the courtyard. One was Sun Lin, and the other was a middle-aged man who looked like a skinny monkey. At this moment, Sun Lin took out a storage ring with an ugly expression and handed it to the skinny middle-aged man. The skinny middle-aged man took the storage ring. When he saw Lu Ming, he chuckled and walked over. You're Ming Lu? That's right. Lu Ming said. I was just about to look for you. Since you've joined the Imperial Dragon Guards, Commander Shifeng will take care of you in the future and let you maximize your benefits and live a good life. However, Commander Shifeng can't do it for free. You have to show some appreciation. Do you understand? The skinny middle-aged man stretched out his hand and pinched his fingers. Lu Ming's lips curled up. He understood that the skinny middle-aged man was sent by Shifeng to collect benefits. Needless to say, every new person who joined would be patronized. How greedy. Tell me, how much do you want? Lu Ming said. You're the deputy commander. The higher your position, the more you have to pay. For the others, 50,000 origin stones, you can give me 200,000 origin stones. The skinny middle-aged man chuckled. 50,000? 200,000? The smile on the corner of Lu Ming's lips became even wider. How ruthless. For a normal person, 50,000 origin stones was definitely a huge burden for a normal spirit embryo realm martial arts practitioner. Yet for him, the skinny middle-aged man wanted 200,000. This was 200,000 origin stones, and it wasn't a small sum. Even a normal spirit embryo realm martial artist would find it hard to take it out. It was completely an exorbitant demand. It's a pity that I don't have so many origin stones. Please return. Lu Ming said indifferently. You don't have it? Don't try to trick me. You're a martial arts practitioner at the 7th level of spirit embryo realm. How can you not have 200,000 origin stones with all your assets? The skinny middle-aged man sneered. Oh? Even if I have 200,000 origin stones with all my assets, what will I use to cultivate if I give it all to you? Lu Ming said. I don't care about this. This is your problem. If you can't take it out, it's best you get out of the Imperial Dragon Guards. Otherwise, without the protection of Commander, you won't even know how you died. The skinny middle-aged man's face darkened as he threatened. Haha. Lu Ming was so angry that he laughed. If I need Shifang's protection, how can a martial artist at the 6th level of spirit embryo realm protect me? What a joke. Alright, get out of here immediately. Otherwise, I'll throw you out. Audacious. How dare you mock Commander, you're simply audacious. You're courting death. The skinny middle-aged man shouted. Scram. Lu Ming suddenly shouted angrily and took a step forward. A terrifying aura burst forth and pressed down on the skinny middle-aged man. The skinny middle-aged man trembled as if he was struck by lightning. He retreated a few steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. You with the surname Ming, just you wait. You're dead meat. The skinny middle-aged man staggered out with a face full of resentment. In a blink of an eye, he had disappeared. Commander, if you offend him like this, I'm afraid Shifang will be here soon. Sigh. Sun Lin sighed and was slightly worried. He's just a clown, what's there to be afraid of? Lu Ming said casually. Shifang is nothing. But his older brother is the personal guard of the 8th prince, an expert at the 1st level of the spirit god realm. Sun Lin spoke while a trace of terror appeared in his eyes. If a spirit god realm expert wanted to slap him to death, then it would be no different than slapping an ant to death. Oh. Lu Ming spoke indifferently with a calm expression, and then he casually sat down on a stone bench in the courtyard as if nothing had happened. Sun Lin was filled with worry at the sight. After a short while. Bang, the door to the courtyard was blasted open, and then Shifang walked in with a few of his trusted aides with a gloomy expression. Ming Lu, you entered another Imperial Dragon Guard for no reason or rhyme. I suspect that you have ulterior motives. Kneel down obediently and receive your punishment. Shifang shouted loudly and directly pushed the crime onto Lu Ming. Lu Ming glanced indifferently at Shifang and said, what an idiot. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to fuck off right now. How audacious. You dared to go against your superior. Your crime is even worse. Your cultivation should be crippled and you're expelled from the Imperial Dragon Guard. Shifang shouted loudly. Haha, Shifang, feel free to give it a try. Humph, you still dare to resist? Shifang said solemnly. He didn't believe that Lu Ming would dare to resist. He, Shifang's elder brother, was a strong practitioner at the 1st level of Spirit God and the personal bodyguard of the 8th prince. If Lu Ming dared to make a move on him, he would be courting death. Furthermore, he had learned a rather powerful martial technique from his elder brother and his innate talent was not bad. Even if Lu Ming's cultivation was 1 level higher than his, he wouldn't be afraid if they really fought. Lu Ming didn't answer Shifang and instead stood up and walked towards Shifang. 3 breaths have passed. Looks like I can only personally throw you out. Audacious, you really dare to make a move on me. Everyone, let's attack together and suppress this person. Shifang shouted angrily and the aura on his body burst forth as he charged towards Lu Ming. Besides Shifang, the other 3 people also made their move. Their aura burst forth and they were actually all at the 6th level of spirit embryo realm. These people were the strongest in this banner. Usually, they would follow Shifang's lead. The 4 of them working together wasn't weak, but in Lu Ming's eyes, it was no different from children playing house. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming kicked out. The instant this kick was kicked out, it turned into 4 shadows of legs. Bang! 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 All the attacks of Shifang and the other 3 turned into bubbles and shadows under Lu Ming's legs. The soles of Lu Ming's feet directly imprinted on their faces. 4 miserable shrieks rang out as Shifang and the other 3 flew out of the courtyard like 4 cannonballs. Their miserable shrieks rang out in the night sky and became further and further away. No one knew how far they had flown. On the field, there was still that skinny monkey-like middle-aged man who hadn't left. At this moment, his eyeballs were almost popping out and his body was trembling non-stop. His face was pale from fright. He didn't think that Lu Ming would be so daring to even hit Shifang. Most importantly, he did not expect that not only did Lu Ming dare to fight, but his combat strength was also so strong that he sent Shifang and the others flying with a single kick. Even though Lu Ming's cultivation was 1 level higher than Shifang and the other 3, Shifang had 4 people and yet they didn't even have the slightest bit of resistance. It could be seen that Lu Ming's battle power was much stronger than normal 7th level spirit embryo realm practitioners. At this moment, he looked at Lu Ming in horror. Scram! Lu Ming berated. Yes, I'll leave right now. The middle-aged man turned around and was about to leave. I told you to scram, not leave. Lu Ming said coldly. The skinny middle-aged man's face was pale. Looks like I have to do it myself. Lu Ming's gaze turned cold. No. The skinny middle-aged man was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He could only lie on the ground in humiliation and roll out of the courtyard. Then, he got up and ran away. Deputy Flag Lord, I'm afraid that Shifang will not let this matter rest after offending him like this. Sun Lin was full of worry. He wasn't worried for Lu Ming. He was afraid that he would be implicated by Lu Ming. What are you afraid of? Lu Ming said casually and returned to his room to cultivate. With a wave of his hand, numerous bottles, jars, jade boxes, and metal chests appeared in the room. There were over 100 of them and they were all obtained from the sacred matter in the sacred matter's secret realm. Lu Ming didn't check them previously and now was the perfect time to check them out. These are spirit refinement pills. Lu Ming looked at those jade bottles and was elated. Those jade bottles were actually spirit refinement pills. Spirit refinement pills were refined using the spirit refinement fruit as the main ingredient. If one spirit embryo was perfected and consumed it frequently, it could greatly increase the chances of breaking through to spirit god. If spirit god strong practitioners consumed it, they could condense their spirit god and strengthen their spiritual consciousness. There were over a dozen jade bottles here and they were all filled with spirit refinement pills. Every jade bottle had 9 pills. There were at least a few hundred spirit refinement pills here. He had struck it rich. Following that, Lu Ming looked at other things. Many of the other things were pills and they were all very precious pills. Most of them weren't inferior to spirit refinement pills. There were also all kinds of materials that were very precious. Lu Ming couldn't name many of them. Lu Ming kept them one by one. Finally, with a thought, a small fiery red pagoda appeared. Emperor-level spirit weapon. Once the small fiery red pagoda appeared, it trembled slightly as though it was about to leave. However, Lu Ming's vital essence spread out and enveloped the small pagoda. Emperor-level spirit weapon, if I refine it, it will definitely increase my strength. However, it won't be that easy to refine it. Furthermore, with my current cultivation, even if I refine it, I won't be able to unleash much of its power. It's better to refine it properly another day when I'm free. Thinking until here, Lu Ming put away the small pagoda again. He then took out spirit refinement pills and refined them to condense his spirit god. Time slowly passed. Tonight, there was no movement. On the second day, there was also no movement. On the second night, Lu Ming made his move. He asked Dandan to inscribe a formation to restrain his aura. His body was like a ghost as he tore through the void and headed towards the 8th Prince Xiaxin's mansion. Lu Ming planned to enter Xiaxin's mansion to see if he could find out some information about Xianxia. Of course, the 8th prince's mansion was guarded by the Imperial Dragon Guards. However, given Lu Ming's current cultivation level and the array formation that Dandan had set up to conceal his aura, the Imperial Dragon Guards could not discover him at all. The 8th prince's mansion was very big. There were many palaces and pavilions. The area was very wide. Lu Ming spread out his spiritual sense and looked around. After a while, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. His figure moved and appeared above a palace. As his spiritual sense swept out, the situation below the palace was directly imprinted in his mind. It was clearer than seeing with his eyes. This was the wonder of spiritual sense. In a room below the palace, 2 figures were discussing something. One of them was Shifang, and the other person was over 50 years old. He had a robust figure and a rather dignified appearance. "Big brother, you must take revenge for me. That new vice flagmaster was actually so arrogant and even dared to hit me. He clearly didn't give big brother any face." Shifang complained tearfully. This robust man over 50 years old was the 8th prince's personal guard, an expert at the first level of the domain enlightened spirit god realm. However, Lu Ming's current cultivation had attained the 2nd level of the domain enlightened spirit god realm. How formidable was the domain enlightened spirit god realm that he cultivated? His spiritual sense was formidable, so how could it be noticed by his opponent? Alright, I understand. This Ming Lu is truly audacious. However, I'm at the domain enlightened spirit god realm and the 8th prince's personal guard. If I were to make a move against him directly, then I would probably be criticized by others. How about this? I have a method to eliminate him. When he spoke up to hear, Shifang's older brother started to send a voice transmission, and Lu Ming was unable to hear the rest of it. Haha. Let me see how all of you eliminate me. Lu Ming sneered, and then his figure flashed and left this place to look for the 8th prince's residence. It wasn't long before Lu Ming finally found the 8th prince in the depths of the estate. The 8th prince really is Xiaxin. After not seeing him for a few years, Xiaxin has matured slightly, and his cultivation has become much stronger as well. At this moment, Xiaxin was sitting high up in a great hall. Below him, a few people were kneeling there, reporting to him about some matters. Bang! Xiaxin suddenly slapped the table heavily and shouted coldly. What? They failed again? What a bunch of trash. 8th prince, even though 16th princess is in the 9th hell, her natural talent is truly too formidable, and the advancement of her cultivation is too terrifying. All the people we sent were killed by her. 16th princess? Is it Xiaoqing? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes were suddenly filled with cold killing intent. Listening to the conversation just now, Xianxia was in the 9 nether devil domain, and Xiaxin had sent people to kill him. Damn it, at this moment, Lu Ming's killing intent was extremely strong. But in his heart, he felt relieved. At least, Xianxia was fine and alive. I really don't know what father is thinking. She's a different species, a bitch born from a lowly servant. Father actually didn't kill her directly or suppress her in the 9 underworld demon domain, but only imprisoned her in the 9 underworld demon domain and let her fight with the demons. She's really let off easy. Xiaxin's face was gloomy, and his voice was cold. 8th prince, what should we do next? One of them asked. That bitch hates me to the bone. If I let her live, I will never be able to rest easy. Xiaxin said coldly. 8th prince, in my opinion, you don't have to worry too much. His Majesty didn't kill her most likely because of their father-daughter relationship. But 16th princess is a different species, and she is a taboo of our Saint Emperor clan. Even if His Majesty doesn't kill her, he won't let her out of the 9 underworld demon domain. She will most likely spend her life in the 9 underworld demon domain. Someone below said. Even so, that bitch's talent is too high. As long as she's alive, I won't be able to rest easy. Xiaxin said with a gloomy face. 8th prince, should we continue to send people? Let's talk about it later. In less than 2 months, it will be the 1 million year national sacrificial ceremony. During this period, father will not continue to cultivate in seclusion. He is very concerned about the big and small matters. It's not a good time to take action. After the ceremony, we will send experts into the 9 underworld demon domain and kill her in one fell swoop. Xiaxin's eyes were gloomy. Creak, Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly, and he almost lost control of his killing intent. Who is it? But only a little bit was leaked, and it was sensed by an expert. Whoosh, Lu Ming's figure flickered, and he left the place. In the blink of an eye, he appeared 100 miles away and returned to the dormitory. He really wanted to slap Xiaxin to death, but he knew that now was not the right time. He still had to find a way to find the entrance to the 9 underworlds and save Xianxia. If he killed Xiaxin now, he would definitely alert the enemy. Right now, he could only let Xiaxin live for a while longer. However, Lu Ming swore that he would kill Xiaxin sooner or later. In the following days, Lu Ming would take some time to wander around the 9 underworlds, trying his best to gather information about the 9 underworlds. Unfortunately, he got nothing. It seemed that very few people knew about the 9 underworlds. Lu Ming speculated that the demon realm of the 9 serenities was probably a realm, and the entrance to it was probably somewhere in the imperial palace. As for Lu Ming, other than going out to inquire about things, he would refine the spirit-refining pills and comprehend concepts. The soul-refining pill couldn't directly improve Lu Ming's cultivation, but it could make his spiritual spirit more and more condensed, and his spiritual sense more and more powerful. The more powerful his spiritual spirit was, the more helpful it would be for his future cultivation. 3 days later, while Lu Ming was cultivating, Shifeng came again. Lu Ming walked out of his room, looked at Shifeng indifferently and said, "What's wrong? You want to get beaten again?" "Humph." Shifeng's face turned ugly. He coldly snorted and said, "I'm here to inform you that there's a mission. The 8th prince wants to go hunting in the Bestial Mountain. We need to go together. Let's go." "Okay." Lu Ming smiled and walked out in big strides. Shifeng looked at Lu Ming's back, and the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile. The Imperial Dragon Guards gathered and followed Xiaxin to the Bestial Mountain. The Bestial Mountain was a boundless mountain range, where countless fierce beasts lived. It was a hunting ground for the Xia family's disciples to train their cultivation. The Xia family's disciples would often come to the Bestial Mountain to hunt. In fact, they would enter the Bestial Mountain and fight with fierce beasts. Outside the Bestial Mountain, there was a huge military camp with living quarters and guards. "Shifeng, you will lead the Imperial Dragon Guards and follow me into the mountain, but you don't need to protect me. You guys will hunt separately and see who can kill more fierce beasts. What do you think?" Looking at the Bestial Mountain, Xiaxin was in high spirits. "8th Prince, how can we be compared to you?" Shifeng revealed a flattering smile. "Don't worry, there are also experts in the Imperial Dragon Guards. Try your best to compete with the half-prince. Those who perform well will be rewarded." Xiaxin smiled. "Okay, I'll bring them along." Shifeng bowed again and again. "Then let's go." Xiaxin waved his hand and flew towards the Bestial Mountain. Shifeng and the others also flew towards the Bestial Mountain. Could it be that they want to kill me in the Bestial Mountain? Lu Ming thought in his heart. He guessed that Shifeng's elder brother might attack him in the Bestial Mountain. Lu Ming's mouth curved into a cold smile. If the other party wanted to die, he wouldn't mind sending him on his way. After flying into the Bestial Mountain, the group dispersed. Lu Ming was bored as he flew towards the depths of the Bestial Mountain. The level of the beasts in the periphery of Beast Cry Mountain was very low. There were some king-level and spirit sea-level beasts. As long as Lu Ming glared at them, these beasts would disappear without a trace. After flying for half an hour, no one made a move. "Still not making a move?" Lu Ming muttered. He sat cross-legged on a huge rock and waited. Even after 2 hours, no one made a move against him. "Seems like I guessed wrong. They won't make a move here." Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He was a little surprised. "Forget it, I guess Xiaxin's hunt is about to end. I'll just kill a few beasts to deal with it." Lu Ming's figure flashed and soared into the sky. Caw. Caw. After a while, cries could be heard as a flock of silver eagles flew past. The moment they saw Lu Ming, over 10 of them charged towards Lu Ming. "It's you guys. Lu Ming flicked his finger and long spears condensed out, shooting towards the silver eagles. Puff puff, 5 of the silver eagles were pierced by the spear light. The remaining eagles were frightened as they cried out and fled. Lu Ming didn't give chase. He swept the 5 eagles up with his true essence and flew back to the army camp. These 5 eagles were equivalent to the 8th level of Spirit Embryo Realm, which was more or less enough. In the army camp, Xianxia and the rest had already returned. On the ground of the army camp, there were beasts of all shapes and sizes. 8th Prince is truly powerful, to actually be able to hunt down 3 fierce beasts at the 8th level of Spirit Embryo Realm and 3 fierce beasts at the 7th level of Spirit Embryo Realm in just a few hours. 8th Prince is indeed a genius, this little one is impressed. Shifang stood in front of Xianxia and started to flatter him. This is nothing. As long as you guys cultivate properly, you can do it too. Xianxia said modestly. However, the complacency on his face couldn't be concealed. His cultivation was at the 6th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. To be able to hunt down 3 fierce beasts at the 8th level of Spirit Embryo Realm and 3 at the 7th level of Spirit Embryo Realm in less than 3 hours in the vast Beast Cry Mountain was already considered a pretty good achievement. And? With a casual throw, he threw the 5 huge eagles onto the ground, causing the ground to tremble slightly. These are silver eagles, all 5 of them are silver eagles, so powerful. Furthermore, all 5 of them are silver eagles at the 8th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. Deputy Flag Ming's abilities are actually so strong, to be able to hunt 5 silver eagles at the 8th level of Spirit Embryo Realm in less than 3 hours, truly astonishing. The moment Lu Ming returned, it caused a wave of exclamations as the Emperor Dragon Guards started discussing spiritedly. Even though Lu Ming had only hunted 5 demonic beasts, they were all at the 8th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. In terms of value, he had already surpassed Xianxia. This caused Xianxia's face to turn slightly gloomy. Besides Xianxia, Shifang's big brother gave a cold smile. Deputy Flag Shifang, who is this? Xianxia asked. 8th Prince, this is the new Deputy Flag. His name is Ming Lu and his cultivation is at the 7th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. Shifang replied. Oh, so it's the new Deputy Flag. Xianxia glanced at Lu Ming. When he saw that Lu Ming merely cupped his fists at him casually without any hint of respect, he felt even more displeased. Xianxia walked towards Lu Ming in large strides and said, Deputy Flag Ming's battle power is astonishing, this prince admires you. Deputy Flag Ming, this prince is itching for a fight, how about you spar with this prince? Spar? The corner of Lu Ming's mouth raised slightly. That's right, spar with me. Use your full strength and don't hold back. Don't worry, you won't be able to hurt this prince. Bang, as Xianxia spoke, he slowly walked forward and his body gave off an intense golden glow as his aura flourished. He had awakened the bloodline of the 5th level of God grade and his battle power was very strong. Normal martial artists at the 7th level of Spirit Embryo Realm weren't his match, therefore, he was filled with confidence. At the side, the others scattered far away. Shifang and his big brother looked at each other in the eyes and sneered. Make your move. Boom, Xianxia threw a punch towards Lu Ming. The golden fist aura whistled through heaven and earth as it attacked Lu Ming. A long spear condensed in Lu Ming's hand. Ming Lu came from Black Spear sect and used a long spear. Whoosh, the long spear trembled, the tip of the spear trembled, stirring up the wind and clouds as it pierced towards Xianxia's fist. Bang, Xianxia's fist light was penetrated by the long spear and collapsed. Xianxia's gaze sharpened as a trace of killing intent flashed across his eyes. Boom. Boom, following that, the golden light on Xianxia's body grew even brighter as he punched out unceasingly. Boundless golden light surged and enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming's long spear trembled, and spear flowers bloomed in the air. Bang. Bang, intense collisions rang out, and the fist radiance and spear radiance disappeared without a trace. Back then in Nine Dragons City, Xianxia's cultivation was at the peak of the 7th level of the Spirit Sea Realm. Now that 3 years had passed and Xianxia was in the ancient Saint dynasty, he definitely had plenty of resources. His cultivation had risen to the 6th level of the Spirit Embryo Realm and his battle prowess was indeed not bad. Ordinary martial artists at the 8th level of the Spirit Embryo Realm weren't his match and would be killed by him. However, he was facing Lu Ming, and Lu Ming was already doing his best to suppress his own power. After dozens of moves, he still couldn't take down Lu Ming. Xiaxun's eyes flashed with killing intent. Above his head, a tall burly man in golden armor appeared. He was 100 meters tall and held a long spear in his hand. 5 golden chakras shone brightly, making him look like a god. Xiaxun turned into a ray of light and entered the body of the burly man in golden armor. Kill! The burly man in golden armor shouted as the golden long spear in his hand emitted a dazzling radiance and pierced towards Lu Ming. The huge long spear brought along a terrifying whistling sound, and its power was extremely shocking. What a strong killing intent. He wants to kill me. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a trace of cold light. If it wasn't for the fact that he was worried about alerting the enemy, Lu Ming would have killed Xiaxun right away. Boom! Lu Ming took a step forward and soared into the sky. The spear radiance condensed in his hand grew rapidly, becoming 100 meters long and 10 meters wide. He swept the spear towards the burly man in golden armor. Boom! The 2 long spears collided, and the entire barracks shook. The burly man in golden armor's body shook violently as he was blasted back repeatedly by Lu Ming's spear. Swoosh! Lu Ming charged over directly, and the huge long spear smashed down fiercely with the force of splitting a mountain. Boom! The long spear smashed heavily onto the burly man in golden armor, causing his body to shake violently and almost fall to the ground. After that, Lu Ming's spear changed into a horizontal sweep, and it smashed heavily onto the burly man in golden armor. The burly man in golden armor let out a shrill cry as his body directly collapsed and transformed back into Xiaxun's appearance. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he retreated. How audacious! You dare injure the 8th prince? You're courting death. Bang! Shi Feng's older brother, Shi Zheng, took a step forward and appeared before Lu Ming. His aura at the first level of the domain enlightened spirit god realm erupted with a bang, and a terrifying pressure suffused the sky above the barracks. The expressions of many people changed drastically because the pressure of the domain enlightened spirit god realm was truly too strong, causing many people to tremble and break out in cold sweat. However, Lu Ming was like a cool breeze and didn't feel anything at all. He glanced casually at Shi Zheng and said, "The 8th prince asked me to use my full strength just now, and I was merely obeying the 8th prince's orders. You still dare to quibble? The 8th prince's body is extremely precious, and he's extremely respected. You actually dared to injure him. You've offended your superior and have no sense of seniority. You simply deserve death for your crimes. I'll cripple you right now and lock you in prison to properly reflect on your actions." Shi Zheng's gaze was gloomy while a trace of a complacent cold smile hung on the corners of his mouth. The nearby Shi Feng was even more complacent, and he glared fiercely at Lu Ming. On the other hand, Xiaxun's expression was gloomy and unsightly, yet he didn't stop Shi Zheng. Just as Shi Zheng had said, Lu Ming had actually dared to injure him, and he simply deserved death for his crimes. Ha ha ha. Truly laughable. The 8th prince personally gave the order for me to attack with my full strength, and I was merely obeying the order and exerting my full strength, causing me to accidentally injure the 8th prince. Yet you made a move against me because of this. Do you think the 8th prince's orders are nonsense? Would anyone listen to him in the future? Lu Ming roared with laughter and wasn't afraid in the slightest. He finally understood now that all of this was a trap set up by Shi Zheng. Shi Zheng understood Xiaxun very well and knew that Xiaxun was narrow-minded. If Lu Ming were to compete with Xiaxun and win or even injure Xiaxun, then only death would await Lu Ming. That was why today's matter happened. Even if Lu Ming's kills didn't surpass Xiaxun's, Shi Zheng would still find a way to let the 8th prince and Lu Ming exchange pointers. But today, everything went smoother than Shi Zheng had imagined. Lu Ming's kills actually surpassed Xiaxun's, which made Xiaxun unhappy with Lu Ming. He directly challenged Lu Ming to a battle, and there was no better result than this. Before the battle began, Xiaxun already had the intention to kill Lu Ming. If Lu Ming's battle strength wasn't enough and he wasn't Xiaxun's opponent, then Xiaxun would most likely kill him on the spot. But if Lu Ming's cultivation was stronger than Xiaxun's, then Xiaxun's killing intent would definitely be heavier, and Lu Ming would also be on the road to death. Therefore, whether Lu Ming won or lost, his death was certain. Bold, presumptuous, who do you think you are? You are insulting the 8th prince, and you deserve 9 exterminations. Shifang shouted from the side. And the killing intent in Xiaxin's eyes was even thicker. A lowly ant actually dared to insult him, he deserved to die 10,000 times. Boom. Looks like I can't use this identity. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He planned to kill Shizheng, Shifang, and Xiaxin together. Right at that moment, haha, 8th brother, what's the matter? Why is it so lively? A loud laugh sounded. Then, a roar came from the sky. It seemed like a huge army was running towards them. There were about a few hundred cavalrymen, and each of them was riding a fiery red warhorse. These warhorses were covered in fiery red scales, and there were 2 dragon horns on their heads. Flames danced all over their bodies, and they looked extraordinarily mighty. It was a dragon horse. Legend had it that it had the bloodline of a true dragon. The powerful dragon horse was not weaker than a Wyrm. The few hundred cavalrymen were all riding on dragon horses. The leader was a young man. He was tall and slender. He wore fiery red armor and fiery boots. His hair was loose, and his eyes were like lightning. His aura was powerful. 10th Prince. Many people exclaimed. Rumble, the dragon horse stepped into the air and appeared in the sky above the camp. Greetings, 10th Prince. Shizheng, Shifang, and the others hurriedly knelt in front of the 10th Prince. Their eyes were filled with reverence. 10th brother, why are you here? Xiaxin's face was a little ugly. There was a trace of jealousy and reverence in the depths of his eyes as he looked at the young man in front of him. The 10th Prince, Xiayan, was a peerless genius. He was one of the best amongst all the children of the current sacred emperor, and he was a second-rate genius whose name shook the central continent. His cultivation was formidable, and he'd even stepped foot into the domain spirit god realm now. His status in the ancient Saint dynasty wasn't something that Xiaxin could compare to at all. In the imperial family, Xiayan was second only to Xianxia. 8th brother, you can hunt, but I can't. What are you doing? It seems like you want to attack one of your subordinates. What's going on? Tell me. The 10th Prince, Xiayan, pointed at one of the imperial dragon guards and ordered. His tone was arrogant and indisputable. The imperial dragon guard did not dare to be negligent, nor did he dare to hide anything. He recounted everything that had happened. Haha, so that's how it is. 8th brother, you are getting worse and worse. You can't even defeat a deputy flag of the 7th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. But it's fine if you can't defeat him, but you said you would kill him after you lost. If this matter were to spread out, wouldn't our Saint Emperor clan become a joke? Xiayan said indifferently. Haha, 10th brother, you've misunderstood. I didn't mean to kill him. Just now, bodyguard Shizheng saw that I was injured and was worried. That's why he stood in front of me. Everything is a misunderstanding. Xiaxin's expression fluctuated for a while before he revealed an ugly smile. Really? So it was all a misunderstanding. However, this vice flag commander's combat strength is not bad. He is only 1 level higher than 8th brother, but he can easily crush 8th brother. He is a talent. Xiayan smiled. Xiaxin clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. He was simply furious. Taking a deep breath, he calmed himself down and revealed a smile. That's right. This vice flag commander Ming Lu's combat strength is indeed not bad. Therefore, I plan to transfer him to the law enforcement army. Coincidentally, the million-year national sacrifice is about to begin. When that time comes, the sacred city will definitely be in chaos. The law enforcement army is in need of manpower. When he said that, Shifang and Shizheng's eyes lit up and revealed a cold smile. As for the others, they looked at Lu Ming with pity. Lu Ming's heart moved. What was the meaning of these gazes? Haha, he is 8th brother's man. You can arrange him however you want. Let's go. Xiayan smiled and led the 400 cavalrymen towards Beast Cry Mountain. After Xiayan left, Xiaxin's expression turned gloomy. He swept a cold glance at Lu Ming and said, Vice Flag Commander Ming, go back and wait. The order will be given soon. You shall go to the law enforcement army and be a commander. With your combat strength, it's about time. When Xianxia said that, the expressions of the others became even weirder. They looked at Lu Ming with even more pity. And you will be transferred to the law enforcement army with him. Then, Xianxia pointed at Sun Lin. Plop, Sun Lin's expression changed drastically. Then, he knelt down with a thud and kowtowed as he screamed, "No, 8th Prince, I beg you. No, don't transfer me to the law enforcement army. I only live with him. I don't know him." "Humph, you want to disobey this prince's order?" Xiaoxin's eyes turned cold. Sun Lin's face turned pale and he stood there in a daze. "Let's go." Xiaoxin soared into the air and returned to his residence. The others quickly followed. "Sigh, Ming Lu, I'm going to die because of you." Sun Lin let out a long sigh with a bitter expression. "What's going on? Why don't you want to join the law enforcement army?" "The law enforcement army, from the name, it should have a lot of power." Lu Ming asked curiously. Many sects had their own law enforcement hall. The law enforcement hall had a lot of power. They enforced the law on behalf of the sect and were respected by everyone. Why did Sun Lin seem to be afraid of joining the law enforcement army? When the others heard that Xiaoxin wanted to transfer Lu Ming to the law enforcement army, they all looked at him with pity. "Sigh. You might not know this, but the law enforcement army does have a lot of power. However, that power is useless now." Sun Lin sighed and continued to explain, "The law enforcement army is the law enforcement organization of the ancient Saint dynasty. They are responsible for enforcing the law in the holy city and maintaining the security of the holy city. No matter who you are, no matter which force you are from, the law enforcement army will be dispatched to enforce the law if you commit a crime in the holy city." Lu Ming nodded his head. "Isn't that a lot of power? If it was 30,000 years ago when the ancient Saint dynasty ruled the world, everyone would be afraid of the law enforcement army. They had great power and anyone who committed a crime would be suppressed or even killed on the spot. At that time everyone wanted to join the law enforcement army. As long as you joined the law enforcement army, everyone would be afraid of you. But now, the ancient Saint dynasty is weak and the emperors are divided. Each of them is powerful and the position of the law enforcement army is very awkward. For example, if the disciples of the major forces commit a crime, should the law enforcement army take action or not? If they don't take action, the law enforcement army represents the reputation of the ancient Saint dynasty. In that case, the imperial family might blame them because it would be a disgrace to the imperial family. However, if they take action, the experts of the major forces would put pressure on the imperial family. Under the pressure, the imperial family would usually hand over the law enforcement army to appease the other party's anger. In that case, who would be willing to go to the law enforcement army? Sun Lin explained. Lu Ming had a sudden realization. He finally understood. The main reason was that the ancient Saint dynasty was weak and they did not dare to offend the major forces. If that was the case, the power of the law enforcement army would be rendered useless. If they didn't do anything, they would be throwing the face of the ancient Saint dynasty. If they did something, the people from the major factions would be able to pressure the law enforcement army. The law enforcement army would then become the scapegoat. No matter what they did, they would be jumping into a fire pit. It was no wonder that when the others heard that Lu Ming would be transferred to the law enforcement army, they all reacted that way. Sigh, once he is transferred to the law enforcement army, it's all over. Moreover, the 1,000,000-year national ceremony is coming. When the time comes, the holy city will gather and all the major forces of the divine wilderness continent will gather. It will definitely be chaotic. What should the law enforcement army do? Only death awaits. 3 days later, the transfer order was officially issued. Lu Ming was transferred to the enforcer army as the commander, leading a team of 100 people. Sun Lin would follow him. Lu Ming took the transfer order and set off with Sun Lin. Lu Ming didn't mind. To him, the enforcer army was better as it gave him more freedom. He could walk around the holy city as he pleased. That way, he would be able to gather more information. Sun Lin, on the other hand, was listless. He had a gloomy expression on his face. Soon, the two of them arrived at the enforcer army's encampment, the enforcer hall. There were many enforcer halls in the holy city. A team of 100 people was led by a commander. They were stationed in the Enforcer Hall and were responsible for enforcing the law in a certain area of the Holy City. Lu Ming was the commander of this team of enforcers. He was mainly in charge of an area in the northeast of the Holy City. When Lu Ming walked in, he only saw a few figures sitting listlessly in the Enforcer Hall. He didn't see anyone else. After seeing Lu Ming's group, those people only glanced at Lu Ming casually and continued to sit listlessly. Lu Ming frowned and said, "Just the few of you, where are the others?" One of them looked at Lu Ming and said, "Who are you? You dare to barge into the Enforcer Hall without permission, do you know that this is a serious crime?" "I'm the new commander." "Let me ask you, where are the others?" Lu Ming took out a token and shouted coldly. "The new commander?" Those people's eyes suddenly lit up, flickering with greed and burning flames. They seemed to be suddenly energized and stood up one after another. Then, one of them shouted, "A new commander is here. Brothers, come out, we have money to spend again." His voice spread far and wide. Just as his voice fell, the sound of breaking wind rang out. Figures rushed out from various rooms in the Enforcer Hall. There were at least 80 to 90 people. As soon as these people appeared, they stared at Lu Ming and Sun Lin with burning eyes. It was as if they were burly men who had been thirsty for decades and saw a peerlessly enchanting beauty. "Haha, another unlucky bastard has arrived, and it's even a commander. You've come at the right time. Take out all your origin stones and treasures and share them with us brothers." A burly man who looked like a gorilla stepped out. His muscles bulged as he stared at Lu Ming with a ferocious gaze. "Hee, you're actually just a martial arts practitioner at the 7th level of Spirit Embryo Realm and you're transferred here to be a commander. I really don't know which big shot you've offended. However, no matter who you've offended, since you're here, hand over the origin stones and treasures." A gray-haired old man in his 60s sneered. "Haha, once we get the origin stones, let's go eat and drink to our heart's content, shall we?" "That's for sure. Motherf *Cur, I haven't enjoyed it for a long time." The others were also in a hubbub, talking one after another, looking at Lu Ming as if they were looking at a piece of fat meat. Sun Lin's face was pale. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. This was the law enforcement army? This was the law enforcement hall? Lu Ming almost thought that he had come to a bandit's lair. These people actually wanted to rob him. After careful observation, this was undoubtedly the law enforcement hall. "You guys want to rob me?" Lu Ming's face revealed an indescribable smile. "If you want to interpret it that way, that's fine too. Hurry up, otherwise my fist is going to itch." The burly man who looked like a gorilla stared at Lu Ming unkindly. The smile on Lu Ming's face became even wider. Sweeping his gaze, he said, "Since that's the case, alright, I'll rob you now. Hand over all your storage rings." What did you say?" Once Lu Ming's words came out, the entire place quietened down. Everyone looked at Lu Ming dumbfounded. After a while, everyone burst into laughter. "Haha, did I hear wrongly? This fellow at the 7th level of Spirit Embryo Realm actually wants to rob us? Who does he think he is? Does he really think he's a commander? Isn't he the same as us, an unlucky fellow who offended someone he shouldn't have offended? What a joke." Bang! The burly man with the gorilla took a step forward and a violent aura burst out from his body. With a wave of his hand, he grabbed at Lu Ming. This person's cultivation was at the consummate level of Spirit Embryo Realm. Among this group of people, he was at the peak. "Let's see what abilities you have." The burly man with the gorilla revealed a ferocious expression. Lu Ming's gaze turned cold. He stretched out a hand and grabbed the wrist of the burly man with lightning speed. His vital essence burst forth as he grabbed the burly man and flung him violently. Boom! The burly man with the gorilla was like a sandbag as he crashed heavily onto the ground, causing the entire law enforcement hall to tremble violently. If it wasn't for the powerful formation inscribed in the law enforcement hall, it would probably have exploded. The burly man with the gorilla screamed miserably as he crashed onto the ground. His cultivation and vital essence were incomparably weak in the hands of Lu Ming. They were completely scattered by Lu Ming. At this moment, his entire body seemed to have fallen apart. He didn't have any strength left as he laid on the ground, howling in grief. Everyone suddenly became silent as they looked at Lu Ming in shock. The burly man with the cultivation of the consummate level of spirit embryo realm was actually beaten to the point where he couldn't resist at all. How was this possible? Brothers, let's attack together. This person's battle prowess is profound, so he must have a lot of benefits on him. Let's attack. The white-haired elder shouted loudly. 80 to 90 law enforcers also shouted and rushed towards Lu Ming like a swarm of bees. Bang, Lu Ming took a step forward and rushed over like a flowing light. He slapped out. Pack. Pack. In the law enforcement hall, rapid slapping sounds could be heard, as well as howls and screams of agony, which were all mixed together. In less than a minute, 80 to 90 law enforcers were lying all over the law enforcement hall. They were lying on the ground and howling in grief. One side of their faces was bulging up, making them look incomparably miserable. Sun Lin looked at this scene dumbfoundedly. His mouth was opened so wide that he could swallow a duck egg. Was Lu Ming's cultivation at the 7th level of spirit embryo realm? Wasn't his battle prowess a little too strong? In this team of law enforcers, there were 5 to 6 people with consummate spirit embryos. The rest of them were experts at least at the 4th level of spirit embryo realm and above. However, in less than a minute, they were all beaten down by Lu Ming. They were as weak as babies. This was too terrifying. He felt that his head couldn't quite turn around. You dare to attack me? You're courting death. Lu Ming shouted coldly. Now, Lu Ming had the appearance of a burly man with a full beard. When he glared, he looked quite imposing. Grabbing the air with his palm, his vital essence burst forth. The storage rings on the fingers of these law enforcers were all sucked over by Lu Ming. If they wanted to rob him, they had to be prepared to be robbed by him. First, Lu Ming picked up the storage ring of the burly chimpanzee and scanned it with his spiritual consciousness. He was dumbfounded. This? Aren't you a little too poor? Lu Ming stared at the burly chimpanzee and was completely speechless. In the storage ring of the burly chimpanzee, other than a few spirit crystals, there was almost nothing else. Origin stones, no. Good spirit weapons, no. Not to mention any precious medicinal pills or materials. It was completely empty. There was nothing at all. This was a storage ring with a consummate spirit embryo after all. How could it be so poor? Next, Lu Ming looked at the storage rings of other people. Many of them were even poorer than the burly chimpanzee. Lu Ming scanned dozens of storage rings and found that they were all similar. The contents inside were miserable and didn't look like the storage rings of martial artists above the 4th level of spirit embryo realm at all. Looking at Lu Ming's dumbfounded expression, the chimpanzee and the others were embarrassed. With a wave of his hand, all the storage rings flew back to the chimpanzee and the others. Get up, don't play dead. Lu Ming looked around and said coldly. Lu Ming didn't hit them hard just now. He only scattered their vital essence temporarily, so it wasn't a big deal. After all, Lu Ming was the commander of these people. He couldn't kill them as soon as he arrived. The chimpanzee and the others got up from the ground one by one. Commander, your battle power is profound. I'm really impressed. As soon as he got up, the chimpanzee showed a simple and honest smile, which was completely different from the ferocious look just now. Yes, yes. Commander, your cultivation is unparalleled. You got rid of us in just a few moves. It's the first time I've seen something like this in all my years. The white-haired elder also flattered. Commander is invincible. Commander is mighty. The other members of the law enforcement army also flattered. Lu Ming's eyelids kept twitching. He was quite speechless. What kind of people were these? They wanted to rob him just now, but now they changed their attitudes so quickly. Why are you so poor? You don't even have a piece of origin stone in your storage rings? Lu Ming asked curiously. Sigh. We are the law enforcement army. It's so hard. Commander, it's like this, everyone started to explain to Lu Ming. After listening, Lu Ming fell into deep thought. The life of the law enforcement army was even worse than what Sun Lin said. The law enforcement army had to enforce the law in the sacred city and protect the reputation of the ancient Saint dynasty. However, the ancient Saint dynasty had declined. Although it was still an overlord force, or even the strongest one, it was just an overlord force. It no longer had the power to dominate the world. Therefore, when it did things, it had to be scrupulous and had to build a good relationship with other forces. Therefore, the law enforcement army didn't dare to arrest or punish the people of the big forces when they committed crimes. However, they had to protect the reputation of the royal family. What could they do? Therefore, most of the time, the law enforcement army had to pay out of their own pockets to give gifts to the disciples of the big forces and those who had committed crimes. They would ask them to do a good deed and apologize in public. In this way, the law enforcement army would naturally protect the reputation of the royal family. The criminals would also admit their mistakes and the matter would be resolved. However, they had to fork out their own money. Over time, it would be strange if the law enforcement army was not poor. It was no wonder that they wanted to rob Lu Ming as soon as they saw that he was new. Lu Ming was speechless. The law enforcement army was too cowardly. The culprit was fine, but they had to give the culprit benefits. This was simply unheard of. The law enforcement army is supposed to enforce the law under the heavens and represent the ancient sage dynasty in enforcing the law. However, it's a pity that the ancient sage dynasty no longer has the power to do so. In fact, the law enforcement army could have been removed long ago. However, the imperial family has kept it for the sake of their dignity. The white-haired old man sighed. Lu Ming finally knew why Xianxia transferred him to the law enforcement army and made him a commander. The million-year national ceremony was getting closer and closer. People from all the big forces would gather. It was an eventful time. If something went wrong, Lu Ming would offend someone and he wouldn't even know how he died. Moreover, the responsibility of a commander would naturally be greater. Xianxia, if you want to play, let's play. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. He waved his hand and a storage ring flew towards the chimpanzee man. There are 10,000 origin stones here. Use it to buy some good wine and delicacies. I'll treat everyone to a good meal. If there's more, each of you can buy a spiritual weapon. These people were simply too poor, to the point that they had even sold their own spirit weapons. 10,000 origin stones? The chimpanzee man took the ring and was stunned at first. Then, he was overjoyed and said, "Thank you, Commander." The others were also overjoyed. They thanked Lu Ming and then went to buy good wine, delicacies, and spiritual weapons. The wine and delicacies that martial artists ate were different from those of ordinary people. They were all from powerful fierce beasts and demon beasts. The wine was also spiritual wine, which was very expensive. Half a day later, the chimpanzee man and others bought a lot of good wine and delicacies. The 80 to 90 people were divided into several tables and ate to their heart's content. They hadn't eaten and drank to their heart's content for a long time. At the moment, they were quite grateful to Lu Ming. Everyone ate and drank while chatting. Through chatting, Lu Ming learned that these people had offended big shots and were transferred here. They had families and friends in the sacred city. They couldn't escape, so they could only suffer in the law enforcement army. Everyone ate and drank for a few hours. Not good. Someone destroyed a shop on North Street and killed the shopkeeper. He's still there now. Suddenly, a law enforcement army soldier rushed in to report the news. What? Who did it? Trouble, something happened again. The chimpanzee man and others' faces changed drastically. They were usually most afraid of accidents because once something happened, it would be easy to deal with some unknown people. However, if it was a big shot, it would be difficult. It's the young master of the Huang family, Huang Ku. The messenger said. What? The Huang family is a family with many spiritual immortals. What should we do? The chimpanzee man and others' faces changed drastically. They couldn't offend any force with a spiritual immortal. Otherwise, the spiritual immortals of the other party could directly find their superiors and put pressure on them. Let's go and have a look. Lu Ming picked up a glass of wine, drank it all, and strode out. You, we'll go together. The chimpanzee man picked a dozen people and followed Lu Ming out of the law enforcement hall. Their law enforcement hall was in the northeast of the sacred city. It was very close to North Street. They arrived in a short while. On the way, Lu Ming also knew what was going on. Huang Ku, the young master of the Huang family, took a fancy to a treasure in a shop, but there was no origin stone. He said that he owed it first and wanted to take the treasure first. Those who knew Huang Ke knew that he had never paid back anything he owed. The shopkeeper naturally didn't agree, so Huang Ke killed the shopkeeper and destroyed the shop. He even wanted to kill the shopkeeper's family. As soon as he arrived, he heard an arrogant voice. "Damn it, I gave you face but you didn't take it. I said that you owed it first. It's not like you won't pay it back. Why don't you agree? You're courting death. Who can you blame?" An arrogant voice sounded. "Get out of the way. If you don't get out of the way, I'll kill you too." A deep voice sounded. It must have been Huang Ke's servant. "Get out of the way, get out of the way. The law enforcement army is on duty. Get out of the way." The chimpanzee man roared. The crowd made way, and Lu Ming strode over. A white-haired old man was lying on the ground, no longer breathing. That youth was Huang Ke. Behind Huang Ke, there was even a burly man following behind her. At this moment, Huang Ke also saw Lu Ming and the rest. However, not only was he not afraid, he even sneered. "What's going on?" Lu Ming walked over and asked with a frown. "So it's people from the law enforcement army. This person offended me and was killed by me. You guys can collect his corpse." Huang Ke had his hands behind his back as he casually glanced at Lu Ming and said indifferently. "Killed by you? This person was running a shop in the sacred city and should be protected by the law enforcement army. Why did you kill him? Follow us to the law enforcement hall and give us an explanation." Lu Ming said coldly. "What did you say? You want to capture me and bring me to the law enforcement hall?" Huang Ke seemed to have heard a very funny joke and almost laughed out loud. He looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. The others at the side were the same. The law enforcement hall dared to capture Huang Ke? Huang family was considered quite a power in the sacred city. Now that the law enforcement army existed in name only, would they really dare to capture Huang Ke? "Nonsense, Tai Xing, capture him!" Lu Ming shouted loudly. Tai Xing was the name of the burly chimpanzee. The burly chimpanzee revealed a difficult expression. "Commander, this Huang Ke is not to be offended." Tai Xing whispered in Lu Ming's ear. "Humph, if you guys don't make a move, I'll do it myself." Lu Ming's gaze turned cold as he stepped forward. "You dare?" Huang Ke shouted loudly. "Why wouldn't I dare?" Lu Ming sneered. "A mere law enforcement army, you're courting death. Kill him." Huang Ke waved his hand and the burly man behind him stepped forward. A violent aura burst forth as the aura of the 8th level of Spirit Embryo Realm burst forth. "Die!" The burly man shouted angrily with cold killing intent. He unsheathed his battle knife and slashed towards Lu Ming's neck. "Want to kill me? Die!" Lu Ming took a step forward and struck out with his palm. Space rumbled, and the terrifying power instantly broke through all of the burly man's defenses. A palm slapped the burly man's chest, and a large hole directly appeared in his chest. He screamed, and with a look of disbelief, his life was cut off. Even at the moment of his death, he still could not believe that the trash of the law enforcement army had become so domineering. You dare!" Huang Ke was so scared that her face turned pale. She trembled all over and looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. "If you want to kill me, you have to be killed by me. Since you asked him to kill me, I'll cripple you first." Lu Ming's eyes flashed with killing intent. "No, don't." Huang Ke was extremely terrified. Whoosh, Lu Ming flicked his finger and a spear light shot out, crippling Huang Ke's cultivation. "Ah, you crippled my cultivation, I want you to die a horrible death, a horrible death." Huang Ke screamed miserably. At the side, the others were incomparably shocked. This law enforcement army was completely different from before. They were actually so ruthless and decisive. However, there were also many people who secretly clapped their hands and cheered. This Huang Ke had relied on her family's power to commit all kinds of evil. She finally got her retribution. However, this law enforcement army was going to be miserable later. The Huang family would not let this matter rest. Behind Lu Ming, Tai Xing and the others widened their eyes, not knowing what to do. Although they also felt very good doing this, their entire bodies felt comfortable. But now, they felt comfortable. But what about the consequences? If Huang Ku was crippled, the Huang family would probably go crazy. Lu Ming sucked Huang Ku and the burly man's storage rings over and handed them to the two women at the side. One old and one young, obviously the shopkeeper's family. The two of them cried bitterly with a helpless face. Take these two storage rings and leave the sacred city. Go live somewhere else. Lu Ming handed over the storage rings to the two and said. Thank you, sir. The two of them thanked him repeatedly and then quickly left the city. Tai Xing, bring this trash back to the law enforcement hall. Lu Ming ordered, then turned around and walked towards the law enforcement hall. Tai Xing and the others looked at each other. In the end, they gritted their teeth and carried Huang Ke back to the law enforcement hall. Along the way, Huang Ke's crying attracted many people's attention. There's a good show to watch. The Huang family will definitely go crazy and kill their way to the law enforcement hall. They probably won't kill the law enforcement army directly, but they will put pressure on the law enforcement army and then kill their way to the law enforcement hall. Let's go and take a look. Let's go and take a look. Along the way, a large group of people followed behind Lu Ming and the others to the law enforcement hall. Not long after, Lu Ming and the others returned to the law enforcement hall. When the remaining law enforcement army saw this scene and heard what had happened, they were all pale with fright. It's over. How are we going to deal with the other party's experts when they come knocking on our door? Forget it, we can't hide. Let's go all out. But I feel pretty good in my heart. That's true. Haha. The other members of the law enforcement hall discussed softly. Lu Ming's face was calm. He crossed his arms and closed his eyes to rest, waiting quietly. The sky around the law enforcement hall was filled with people. Some were waiting quietly while some were gloating. Time passed slowly. 2 hours later. The Huang family is here. Someone shouted. Whoosh, at this moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes and looked at the sky. There were a total of 3 people in the sky. The 2 old men were dressed like Huang Ku. They should be the experts of the Huang family. The other middle-aged man was actually wearing the uniform of the law enforcement hall. It's the commander-in-chief. Tai Xing's face changed and whispered in Lu Ming's ear. The commander-in-chief he was referring to was the commander-in-chief of the law enforcement army. He was in charge of all the existing law enforcement army in the Holy City. The commander-in-chief of the law enforcement army's face was as black as a pot. His gaze fell on Lu Ming and he scolded, Ming Lu, why aren't you releasing young Master Huang Ku? The commander-in-chief of the law enforcement army was extremely displeased. Especially when he looked at Lu Ming, he was even more displeased. How could Lu Ming not be aware of the current situation of the law enforcement army? He had accidentally apologized to them and even dared to kill the guards of the Huang family and cripple Huang Ke's cultivation. It would be strange if the Huang family didn't fly into a rage. Look, their domain enlightened spirit god expert had directly come looking for him and pressured him. Release him? Haha, Commander-in-Chief, this person killed the shopkeeper of a store on the street. That shopkeeper had to be protected by the ancient Saint dynasty to do business in the Holy City. Otherwise, who would dare to do business in the Holy City in the future? I'm acting impartially. Why should I release him? Lu Ming sneered as he replied. The other members of the law enforcement hall behind him broke out in cold sweat for Lu Ming. The commander-in-chief of the law enforcement army was a domain-enlightened spirit god expert. Lu Ming actually dared to speak to a domain-enlightened spirit god expert like that. Sure enough, Lu Ming's words caused the commander-in-chief of the law enforcement hall's expression to become even more gloomy. However, he was unable to find the words to refute Lu Ming. Because Lu Ming was right. Lu Ming was carrying out the duties of the law enforcement hall. As the commander-in-chief of the law enforcement army, how could he refute Lu Ming? Haha, Commander-in-Chief Chen, looks like your subordinate doesn't listen to you at all. Since it's like that, then allow me to personally cripple this person's cultivation and bring him back to the Huang family to be dealt with. First level of spirit god. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. The elder from Huang family was at the first level of spirit god, and the other elder beside him had an even weaker cultivation. He was only at the perfected spirit embryo. However, this person had a powerful aura that was far from ordinary perfected spirit embryos. Lu Ming guessed that this person had awakened his god-level bloodline but hadn't broken through to the spirit god realm. He was considered an old monster and his battle power was much stronger than ordinary perfected spirit embryos. Bang! Lu Ming stepped on Huangke's face, making him scream like a pig being slaughtered. How dare you say you want to cripple me, the commander of the law enforcement army, in the disciplinary hall. You are simply disgraceful and deserve to die. Lu Ming shouted and glared at him. With his face full of beard, he looked righteous. He exerted force with his feet and rubbed Huangke's face against the ground. Ah, old ancestor, save me! Huangke screamed miserably. How dare you, evil creature, you are courting death. The elder with the perfected spirit embryo shouted and took a step forward with a violent aura. He formed a huge palm and pressed down on Lu Ming. Not good, it's an old monster with a perfected spirit embryo. The expression of Tai Xing and the rest changed drastically. Tai Xing also had a perfected spirit embryo, but his battle power was far inferior to that of a perfected spirit embryo who had awakened a god-level bloodline. However, Lu Ming's expression was still calm. He clenched his hand into a claw and clawed upwards. With a poof, the old man's palm collapsed instantly. Lu Ming's claw, which was condensed by his vital essence, continued to grab the old man at an incredible speed. In an instant, the old man was caught in his hand. Break! The elder's expression changed drastically, and his god-level bloodline appeared. He executed bloodline fusion and unleashed a violent attack, wanting to break apart Lu Ming's vital essence claw. However, it was a pity that it didn't budge. Come down! Lu Ming shouted softly. He pulled his claws downwards and directly pulled the old man's body down from the air, smashing him onto the ground ruthlessly. Boom! The earth quaked and the old man screamed miserably. His protective Jin Yuan had been shattered by Lu Ming. His bones crackled and popped, and it was unknown how many of them had been broken. He lay on the ground, screaming miserably like a dying dog. The surrounding onlookers, including the other members of the law enforcement hall, were all dumbfounded. They looked at this scene in disbelief. The onlookers, in particular, swallowed their saliva like crazy. This disciplinary hall commander was too awesome. Firstly, his battle prowess had exceeded everyone's expectations. An old monster with a perfect spirit embryo was pulled down from the sky in one move and smashed into the ground half dead. Such battle prowess could be said to be astonishing. Secondly, this commander was too audacious. Not only had he crippled Huangke, he'd even bashed a senior of the Huang clan to the point he was on the verge of death. Next, he would definitely have to face the rage of a domain-enlightened spirit god. Bastard, you're courting death. Sure enough, the spiritual god expert from the Huang clan was furious. He let out a loud roar as a terrifying aura erupted from him. A pressure that was as deep as the ocean suffused the entire area. Many people's expressions changed drastically as they retreated madly. The pressure formed by a spiritual god expert's attack was too strong and absolutely terrifying. Die! The spiritual god of the Huang clan shouted and pointed his finger. Everywhere his finger passed, yellow rays of light burst forth. The space distorted like ripples of water and was finally torn apart. Whoosh! A terrifying finger force was aimed at the center of Lu Ming's eyebrows. This awesome commander is finished. Such a thought flashed through everyone's mind. Boom! Just when such a thought flashed through everyone's mind, Lu Ming blasted a fist towards the sky. A fist aura soared into the sky and collided with the finger force. With a loud boom, the finger force and the fist aura disappeared at the same time. What? He blocked the attack of the domain. Enlightened spirit god? Waves of cries of disbelief came from the surroundings. Lu Ming's battle prowess had once again exceeded everyone's expectations. He had actually blocked the attack of the domain-enlightened spirit god. The eyes of the commander of the law enforcement hall flickered, and he was incomparably astonished. According to what he knew, Ming Lu had been transferred to the law enforcement army because he had offended the 8th prince. According to the information he had received, this person's battle prowess was only slightly stronger than the 8th prince. When he had sparred with the 8th prince, he had recklessly injured the 8th prince. Therefore, no matter how strong his battle prowess was, it was still limited. He had never expected that he could actually block the attack of the domain enlightened spirit god. It seems that this person has been hiding his strength, the commander of the law enforcement army thought to himself. A murderous intent flashed through Lu Ming's eyes. His gaze was like two resplendent spear auras that pierced towards the Huang clan's elder. He said indifferently, "It seems that you want to be like him." The him that Lu Ming was talking about was the elder with a perfected spirit embryo. At this moment, the Huang clan's spiritual god's heart couldn't help but tighten. At this moment, he actually felt a terrifying pressure from Lu Ming. It was as if he was facing a terrifying ferocious beast that could tear him into pieces once it went berserk. This kind of feeling made him panic in his heart. "What do you want?" The Huang clan's spiritual god asked with an unsightly expression. "Apologize and admit your mistake in front of everyone," Lu Ming said. "Don't even think about it. Don't go overboard. If you let him go now, I won't pursue the matter." The Huang clan's spiritual god's face turned ugly. However, by saying so, he was already taking a step back. Lu Ming sneered and said, "This person killed the shopkeeper of the holy city for no reason. I am the commander of the law enforcement army, and I am here to enforce the law on behalf of the Saint Emperor. Your Huang clan is so audacious that you actually dared to kill your way into the law enforcement hall. Are you looking down on the ancient Saint dynasty and the imperial Xia clan? Are you trying to overturn the heavens? And you, as the commander of the law enforcement hall, it's fine if you don't enforce the law impartially, but you actually helped the other party to bully the law enforcement hall. It seems that you also don't put the imperial family in your eyes." Lu Ming's every word struck the heart of the Huang clan's spiritual god and the commander of the law enforcement hall. Their expressions changed drastically and became abnormally ugly. Lu Ming was pulling the wool over their eyes and putting a big label on them. However, this label was too heavy for them to bear. Today, there were so many people here. If Lu Ming's words reached the ears of the imperial family and even the Saint Emperor, they would definitely have to bear the consequences. Although the law enforcement hall existed in name only now and no one really cared about it, it was still the law enforcement hall in essence. Before the law enforcement army was withdrawn, it had the same meaning as it did 30,000 years ago. It had the power to enforce the law. In fact, other law enforcement hall people could also put a label on others because once this matter was blown out of proportion, the imperial family would definitely intervene. However, the premise was that they had to have strength. For example, if Lu Ming was not strong enough, he would have been slapped to death by the Huang clan's expert. There would be no chance to put a label on him. However, it was different now. Since Lu Ming had already spoken out and put a label on them, if they continued to act, it would really be like what Lu Ming said. They didn't put the imperial Xia clan in their eyes. After that, the imperial Xia clan would definitely take action. Otherwise, where would their face go? Damn it. The Huang clan's spiritual god and the commander of the law enforcement army gritted their teeth, but there was nothing they could do. "Okay, this is my Huang clan's fault. I apologize. In the future, I will definitely warn the Huang clan's disciples to follow the rules of the law enforcement army." The Huang clan's spiritual god was helpless. In the end, he could only apologize. Then, he looked at Huang Ku and asked her to apologize. Scram. Lu Ming picked up Huang Ku and threw him to the Huang family's spirit god as if he was throwing trash. The Huang family's spirit god's face was very cold. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the elder with a perfect spirit embryo before leaving without looking back. Today, the Huang family had lost all face. The commander of the law enforcement army also snorted and left by stepping into the air. The surrounding onlookers looked at each other in disbelief. They had originally thought that with the Huang family's large-scale attack, the commander would most likely be dead. Who would have thought that even though the Huang family's experts had come, they would return with their faces covered in dirt? As for the commander, he was completely unharmed. This was out of everyone's expectations. This commander of the law enforcement army is really awesome. He's really awesome. He's the most awesome commander of the law enforcement army I've ever seen. Everyone was discussing spiritedly. The people of the law enforcement army were also tongue-tied. They didn't expect the final result to be like this. However, it felt great. The eyes of the 80 to 90 people of the law enforcement army lit up. They felt extremely comfortable. As for Lu Ming, they were full of admiration. "Commander is mighty," Tai Xing roared. "Alright, cut the crap and get to work." Lu Ming waved his hand and returned to his room. Everyone dispersed, but the matter of the law enforcement army having a powerful commander spread out like a whirlwind. It gave everyone something to talk about while they were cultivating. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had been in the law enforcement army for half a month. During this half a month, other than cultivating, Lu Ming was strolling around the sacred city. Of course, he wasn't really strolling around. Instead, he was loitering outside the imperial palace to see if he could find a chance to sneak in. In the end, he gave up helplessly. There were too many terrifying existences in the imperial palace. He had carefully sensed and found that there were countless existences in the imperial palace that could easily kill him. There were even some incomparably terrifying auras that were like the aura of a supreme being. They were definitely supreme beings. Lu Ming had sensed no less than 10 of such auras. And this was what Lu Ming had sensed. If he hadn't sensed anything, then there was definitely something else. Although the ancient holy court had weakened, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. The ancient holy court was still the most powerful force in the central continent, and its power was unfathomable. This was to be expected as well. If they weren't strong, they would have long been destroyed by the other overlord forces. After all, there were many overlord forces who were eyeing them covetously. In the past half a month, more and more people had gathered in the holy city as the ancient sage dynasty's 1 million-year state ceremony was getting closer. However, due to the incident with the Huang family last time, some small forces would not be too presumptuous. In the areas under Lu Ming's jurisdiction, nothing major happened. On this day, a shocking piece of news spread throughout the holy city. The sage emperor intended to choose a husband for one of the princesses during the million-year national sacrifice, and he wanted to choose one of the heroes of the younger generation. As soon as this news came out, it was like an earthquake that shook the entire holy city. Countless people were shocked. The current sage emperor had a total of 16 children. Among them, there were 13 princes and only 3 princesses. However, the 13 princes were completely suppressed by the 3 princesses. That was because 2 of the 3 princesses' names shook the world. Their magnificence was unmatched, and they were simply too outstanding. Xianxia was one of the top 5 youths in the central continent. At the same time, she was also one of the top 5 beauties of the central continent. Her beauty was unparalleled and unparalleled. There was another princess, Xianxia. She was also one of the top 5 beauties of the central continent. However, her martial arts talent was slightly inferior to Xianxia's. Nevertheless, she was still a second-grade genius and was on par with Sandalwood Fairy and Jing Kongling. These 2 princesses were so outstanding that countless people were envious of them. It was said that there was another princess. She was the youngest of all the princes and princesses. She was also peerlessly beautiful. Her appearance and temperament were not at all inferior to the other 2 princesses. Even her martial talent was incomparably shocking. However, not many people had seen her before. That was because that princess was an anomaly in the imperial Xia family. Anomaly was a taboo word in the imperial Xia family. That was because the imperial Xia family was weakened because of an anomaly. Which princess was the sage emperor going to choose a husband for? Everyone was extremely curious. However, no matter which princess it was, many young geniuses from the major factions were tempted. Then, the major faction sent people to investigate and verify the authenticity of the news. Lu Ming's heart trembled when he heard the news. Who was the sage emperor going to choose a husband for a princess? Lu Ming was very worried. He was afraid that it was Xianxia. 3 days later, an even more shocking piece of news was released. The current sage emperor personally ordered someone to spread the news. It was true that he was going to choose a husband for a princess. The princess was Xianxia. Moreover, it was going to be a competition between young geniuses on the day of the million-year national sacrificial ceremony. The person who won first place would become Xianxia's husband and would also be able to enter the sage emperor's ancient palace to cultivate. The person who won second and third place would be able to make a request to the Sage Emperor. The Sage Emperor would try his best to fulfill the request and would also be able to enter the Sage Emperor's ancient palace to cultivate. The person who won 4th to 10th place would be able to enter the Sage Emperor's ancient palace to cultivate. When the news was released, it caused a huge earthquake in the sacred city. Countless people were shocked. At the same time, the news spread to the central continent and even the surrounding territories at the speed of a tornado. Countless young geniuses were shocked. Their eyes lit up. Some of the geniuses were not interested in the person who won first place or being able to marry a princess. Instead, they were interested in a condition from the Sage Emperor, which was to enter the Sage Emperor's ancient palace to cultivate. The Sage Emperor was an emperor. There was no need to mention the value of a condition from him. The Sage Emperor's ancient palace was a sacred place for cultivation. Legend had it that the ancient dynasty's sage emperors had comprehended the palace. If one could comprehend it, it would be very useful for breaking through to the emperor realm in the future. The ancient dynasty's Xia family had been passed down for millions of years. They had produced many emperors and had never stopped. That was why they had always been strong. Some people said that it had something to do with the Sage Emperor's ancient palace. This made the geniuses who wanted to become emperors extremely excited. After confirming the news, they all rushed to the sacred city. When Lu Ming heard it, he heaved a sigh of relief because the princess was not Xianxia. However, at the same time, Lu Ming was also very excited. What he was excited about was not Xianxia, nor was it about entering the Sage Emperor's ancient palace. It was about a condition from the Sage Emperor. If he could get second or third place, he would be able to ask the Sage Emperor to let Xianxia go. At the thought of this, Lu Ming decided that he would participate in this competition. This piece of news caused the ancient sacred dynasty to lose its peace. It became the top topic of discussion. People talked about it every day, and it didn't die down for a long time. Many people were secretly guessing why the Sage Emperor would do this. However, it was not difficult for people with foresight to guess that the imperial Xia family wanted to use this method to increase the strength of the imperial family. The person who could get first place and marry Princess Xianxia would definitely be a genius from an overlord force. This way, through marriage, the imperial family would increase the strength of the imperial family. Amidst the hustle and bustle, time passed day by day. The holy city became even more lively, and more people came. However, Lu Ming's daily routine remained the same. Apart from cultivating, he would be strolling around the sacred city with his men. This mansion is so strange. It's covered in dust and there's an inscription formation on the outside to seal it off. In the northeast of the sacred city, Lu Ming brought his men for a stroll and arrived at a huge mansion. The mansion was ancient and majestic, occupying a large area. However, no one was living in it as it was sealed off by a formation. It was rare to see such a mansion in the sacred city. "Sir, lower your voice. This mansion is a taboo," Sun Lin said softly with a heavy expression. He seemed to be afraid of it. "Taboo? I'm curious. Tell me about it," Lu Ming asked curiously. Sun Lin's face was filled with hesitation as he squeaked. "Tell me." Lu Ming's face sank. "Alright, Commander, I'll tell you through voice transmission. This mansion is the mansion of the chaotic Sky Divine Emperor, Xiaoluan," Sun Lin said to Lu Ming through voice transmission. The chaotic Sky Divine Emperor, Xiaoluan? The Emperor of Chaos Sky who caused the internal strife of the ancient Saint Dynasty 30,000 years ago and caused the ancient Saint Dynasty's strength to plummet. Lu Ming was shocked. "That's right. It's the mansion of the chaotic Sky Divine Emperor," Sun Lin said. "Oh, Sun Lin, you seem to know a lot about the chaotic Sky Divine Emperor. Do you know why he betrayed the Imperial Xia family?" Lu Ming asked. "Lord Commander, I've accidentally read about it in an ancient book. Legend has it that the chaotic Sky Divine Emperor, Xiaoluan, is an anomaly in the Xia family. The Imperial Xia family has a noble bloodline and the bloodline that they awaken is pure and holy. However, there's a small chance that someone will awaken a bloodline that's completely different from the others. It's an extremely dark bloodline. This kind of person is called an anomaly by the imperial Xia family and will be looked down upon and mocked. When the chaotic Sky Divine Emperor was young, he grew up under all kinds of ridicule and humiliation. Therefore, he hated the imperial Xia family. However, the chaotic Sky Divine Emperor was terrifyingly talented. The more bloodlines he awakened, the more terrifying his talent became. He was simply unparalleled in the world. Therefore, the imperial Xia family attached great importance to him and entrusted him with important tasks. Later on, the chaotic Sky Divine Emperor broke through to the Emperor realm. His combat strength was terrifying and he was able to suppress the other emperors. At that time, the chaotic Sky Divine Emperor finally erupted. He led his subordinates and started a rebellion. They fought against the imperial Xia family. Although the chaotic Sky Divine Emperor was suppressed in the end, the ancient Saint dynasty suffered a great loss in that battle. Countless spirit gods and sovereigns were killed. Even the emperors were killed. Since then, the ancient Saint dynasty's strength was greatly weakened. The ancient Saint dynasty's strength has reached a new height. Sun Lin told Lu Ming everything that he had read. Lu Ming fell into deep thought. The chaotic Sky Divine Emperor's experience was similar to Xianxia's. The bloodline that he awakened was called an anomaly by the imperial Xia family. It's just a bloodline. It's ridiculous that they treated it like that. The chaotic Sky Divine Emperor, Xiao Wan, was extremely talented. If the others did not mock and humiliate him when he was young, why would he rebel when he became stronger? If he didn't rebel, he wouldn't be where he was today. The ancient Saint dynasty Xia family would only become more prosperous and powerful. I heard that the current 16th princess also awakened an anomaly bloodline. Sigh, it's so pitiful. The anomaly bloodline has always been looked down upon by the imperial family. Moreover, after the chaotic Sky Divine Emperor, the anomaly bloodline ended up in a worse state. Before the chaotic Sky Divine Emperor appeared, the imperial family would still nurture the anomaly bloodline of the imperial family if they showed great talent, just like the chaotic Sky Divine Emperor. However, after the chaotic Sky Divine Emperor appeared, the imperial family suppressed any anomaly bloodline directly. The stronger one's talent was, the more they suppressed them. It's simply a taboo because they are afraid that another anomaly like the chaotic Sky Divine Emperor will appear. Sun Lin continued. Crack, Lu Ming could not help but clench his fists tightly. No matter what, he had to save Xianxia. No matter how difficult it was, he had to go through it. Then, Lu Ming left without asking any questions. Time passed quickly. Soon, there was only half a month left until the million-year state ceremony. After this period of cultivation, Lu Ming's cultivation had also improved and reached the mid-second level of the spirit god realm. It's too slow. It's really too slow to increase my cultivation by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Lu Ming sighed. However, there was nothing he could do. He didn't have many origin stones with him now. The amount of origin stones needed to increase one's cultivation in the spirit god realm was simply terrifying. However, the water intent of heaven and earth had broken through and reached the fourth level of the initial stage. Now, only the earth intent had not broken through to the fourth level of the initial stage. On this day, Lu Ming had just ended his cultivation and was about to go out for a walk when someone came to report that something had happened. Someone had killed someone on the street and the battle was still ongoing. Who is it? Lu Ming asked. I heard that it's a disciple of the Sky Martial Sword sect. Tai Xing replied with an ugly expression. The Celestial Martial Sword sect was an overlord force. Furthermore, it was an extremely powerful overlord force. What should they do now? They knew that something was going to happen as the various overlord forces gathered in the holy city. What should we do? Of course, we have to do it impartially. Lu Ming said. Impartially? Commander, the other party is the Sky Martial Sword sect. Tai Xing cried out worriedly. So what if it's the Sky Martial Sword sect? Don't forget that this is the holy city and not the Sky Martial Sword sect. All of you, follow me. Lu Ming shouted coldly and walked out with large strides. The others had no choice but to follow. They flew in the air and soon arrived at the scene of the incident. It was outside a restaurant. At this moment, the restaurant was surrounded by people. Lu Ming appeared in the air and looked down. On the street, two people were lying on the ground with blood flowing everywhere. Their throats were slit by a sword and they were no longer breathing. On the other side of the two corpses, the battle was still ongoing. 3 celestial martial sword sect disciples in white robes were currently attacking 3 people. One of them was an old man and the other 2 were young men and women. However, the 3 of them were no match for the 3 sky martial sword sect disciples. The 3 sky martial sword sect disciples were all experts at the 5th level of spirit embryo realm. They were very young and belonged to the younger generation. To have such a cultivation at such a young age, they were clearly the top prodigies of the sky martial sword sect. As for the old man and the young man, the old man's cultivation was at the 7th level of spirit embryo realm. However, the young man and woman's cultivation were only at the 1st or 2nd level of spirit embryo realm. The difference was too great. Although the old man's cultivation was high, the 3 sky martial sword sect disciples were all top prodigies. It was normal for them to fight above their level. They completely suppressed the old man and made him unable to retaliate. Hee, you guys are courting death. How dare you talk about the sky martial sword sect behind our backs? One of the sky martial sword sect disciples sneered. The sky martial sword sect is too overbearing. You don't even allow others to talk? In the World Academy's Saint Manor secret realm, Wu Chengkong and the rest were killed by Lu Xiaoqing. This is the truth and everyone knows it. Are you guys going to kill everyone in the world? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Through the simple conversation between the two parties, it wasn't hard to guess what was going on. The young lady and the others must be talking about what happened at the World Academy and the Sacred Mansion secret ground. In the Sacred Mansion secret ground, the 2 strongest sky prides of the previous generation of the Sky Martial Sword sect were killed by Lu Ming. The 2 strongest sky prides of the current generation were also killed by Lu Ming. They only managed to survive because of the life talisman. This matter had already spread far and wide. Lu Xiaoqing's name had even shaken the entire middle continent. The young lady and the other disciples of the Sky Martial Sword sect must have heard about this matter. Given the tough style of the Sky Martial Sword sect, they naturally took action. Shut up. How dare you mention this matter again? Who knows what despicable means Lu Xiaoqing used to harm our senior brothers of the Sky Martial Sword sect? How dare you talk nonsense here? You're courting death. Kill. The disciples of the Sky Martial Sword sect bellowed as they attacked even more violently. Stop. The enforcers are here. Lu Ming stepped down from the sky and shouted. The 3 disciples of the Tianwu sword sect turned to look at Lu Ming. Their eyes were filled with contempt. This is the Sky Martial Sword sect's business. Unrelated people, scram. One of the disciples of the Sky Martial Sword sect bellowed in an extremely domineering manner. The enforcers were nothing in their eyes. It's that awesome commander of the enforcers. Could it be that he dares to touch the disciples of the Sky Martial Sword sect? Impossible. No matter how awesome he is, he might be able to deal with a small faction like the Huang family. But this is the Sky Martial Sword sect, one of the top overlord factions. Unless he's tired of living, he wouldn't dare to touch the disciples of the Sky Martial Sword sect. That's right. Didn't you see those disciples of the Sky Martial Sword sect ignoring him? At this moment, many people in the crowd recognized Lu Ming. However, no one thought that he would dare to touch the disciples of the Sky Martial Sword sect. A puny enforcers dared to touch the disciples of the Sky Martial Sword sect? Wasn't that just courting death? Kill. The 3 disciples of Celestial Martial Sword sect ignored Lu Ming and their attacks became more and more violent. Their sword chi was like rainbows, and the elder of the 7th level of spirit embryo realm was completely at a disadvantage. He couldn't withstand the attacks at all, and his chest was slashed by a sword light. A deep sword wound appeared, and he was almost cleaved into 2 halves. Young miss, young master, leave quickly. That elder roared loudly, risking his life to erupt with power, wishing for that young man and woman to quickly leave. Leave? Today, none of you will be able to leave. How dare you spread rumors about my Celestial Martial Sword faction? All of you deserve death. A disciple of the Celestial Martial Sword sect shouted coldly. With a flash of his body, he bypassed the old man like a beam of sword light and charged towards the young woman. No! That elder roared loudly, but he couldn't even protect himself, so how could he help? The young girl's face was snow white. She was only at the first level of spirit embryo realm while her opponent was at the 5th level. Furthermore, he was a prodigy with strong battle prowess. She couldn't defend against him at all. Die. The disciple of the celestial martial sword sect revealed a malevolent look in his eyes as his sword flashed like lightning, slashing down at the young woman. However, when the sword light was halfway through, it stopped. That was because someone had grabbed onto the disciple's wrist, preventing him from slashing down. The person who had grabbed onto his wrist was naturally Lu Ming. At the crucial moment, Lu Ming appeared in front of the young woman and blocked the disciple's sword. When he saw that it was Lu Ming, the disciple of the celestial martial sword sect had a shocking murderous intent in his eyes. He shouted, "How dare you, a mere enforcer, interfere with my attack? I'll kill you as well." His vital essence burst forth as the sword chi on the disciple's body whistled. His other hand was like a sword, piercing towards Lu Ming's throat. Bam! Lu Ming immediately kicked out, landing a kick on the disciple's stomach. The disciple let out a blood-curdling scream as his body flew dozens of meters away, landing heavily on the ground. You dare to retaliate?" The disciple of the celestial martial sword sect cried out in disbelief. Lu Ming actually dared to retaliate? He was a disciple of the celestial martial sword sect. Idiot! Lu Ming said indifferently. This person wanted to kill him earlier. Wasn't it normal for him to retaliate? Could it be that this disciple of the celestial martial sword sect was so superior that no one dared to retaliate when he killed someone? His head must have been kicked by a donkey. At this moment, the other 2 disciples of the celestial martial sword sect stopped their attacks as they looked at Lu Ming in shock. A mere enforcer, an ant, actually dared to hit a disciple of the celestial martial sword sect? They were still in a daze. The onlookers were also dumbfounded. It took a while for someone to react. Oh my god, this awesome commander is really awesome. He even dares to hit a disciple of the celestial martial sword sect. Yeah, this is really beyond my expectations. He's way too gutsy. Gutsy, but brainless. How is he going to deal with the aftermath? Lu Ming's actions caused a commotion as everyone was shocked. Previously, no one thought that Lu Ming would dare to make a move. But the truth was beyond their expectations. Kid, you're courting death. At this moment, the other 2 disciples of the celestial martial sword sect finally reacted. One of them hollered as he became one with his sword. Turning into a sharp sword light, he charged towards Lu Ming, wanting to kill Lu Ming with a single slash. Bam! But what welcomed him was another kick from Lu Ming. This kick was the same as the previous one. It landed on the disciple's stomach. It was fast, accurate, and ruthless. The celestial martial sword sect disciple cried out in pain as he flew far away. He landed beside the previous disciple and fell flat on his face. Both of their postures were exactly the same. The crowd gasped. Lu Ming was truly audacious. If Lu Ming accidentally hit the disciple of the celestial martial sword sect because he was in a hurry to save someone, then this time, it was completely intentional. He wasn't afraid of the disciples of the celestial martial sword sect at all. Amongst the crowd, the enforcers who came with Lu Ming were all sweating profusely. They sighed in their hearts. They had messed up big time. The remaining disciple of the celestial martial sword sect was shocked. Lu Ming's combat strength was too horrifying. With just a casual move, he had taken care of a fellow disciple who was about the same level as him. This made him not dare to make a move. Kid, how dare you hit the genius of our celestial martial sword sect? You're dead. Not only you, but the forces behind you and your family are all dead. They're all going to be wiped out. Just you wait. A lowly enforcer. Just you wait. The remaining disciple of the celestial martial sword sect shouted malevolently before turning around to leave. Did I allow you to leave? Lu Ming said indifferently. The disciple froze. Looking at Lu Ming, he asked, You. What do you mean by that? He was about to leave on his own accord, and Lu Ming still wanted to pursue the matter. Nonsense. You want to leave after killing someone in my territory? Who do you think I am? What do you think the enforcers are? Lu Ming shouted and stepped forward. You. Don't come over. I'm telling you, you're dead. The remaining disciple of the celestial martial sword sect shouted. But when he saw Lu Ming approaching, he was so frightened that he couldn't even speak properly. Phew. This kick was as fast as lightning. By the time the other party came to his senses, Lu Ming had already kicked him in the stomach. He screamed and flew out, landing in a row with the previous two people. He was sprawled on the ground, looking like a dog eating feces. Ah. Bastard, you're dead meat. The elders of my celestial martial sword faction, as well as senior brothers Wu Chun-kong and Wu Tsong, are all here. They're not far from here. The news will spread out soon. A disciple of Tianwu sword sect yelled and threatened Lu Ming. Bam! Lu Ming strode over and stomped on the disciple's face, causing his face to rub against the ground. Wu Chun-kong, Wu Tsong? They're just two pieces of trash who were killed by Lu Shaoqing in the Sacred Mansion's secret realm. If it weren't for the life talisman, they would have died long ago. I'll wait here for these two pieces of trash. If Lu Shaoqing can kill them, so can I. Lu Ming lowered his head and looked down at the three disciples of Tianwu sword sect. His cold voice echoed throughout the area. Everyone was stunned. This awesome commander is too awesome. He's going to wait here for Wu Chun-kong and Wu Tsong? Is he going to learn from Lu Shaoqing and kill supreme talents? Lu Shaoqing was a peerless supreme talent who was comparable to the five giants. How could a mere law enforcer compare to him? However, they couldn't help but admire Lu Ming's courage. Lu Ming was going to step on the disciple's face and wait here. The other two disciples of the Tianwu sword sect lay on the ground, not daring to say a word. They were afraid that they would be trampled on. However, in their hearts, they hated Lu Ming to the core. They could not wait to tear him into pieces. Tai Xing and the others were drenched in cold sweat. Tai Xing walked quietly to Lu Ming's side and said, Commander, isn't this too much? What if the experts of Tianwu sword sect arrive? What's there to be afraid of? We're from the Law Enforcement Hall. We're here to enforce the law on behalf of the Saint Emperor. What's there to be afraid of? Lu Ming said casually. Tai Xing and the others were speechless. They could only bite the bullet and wait with Lu Ming. News of what happened here spread like a whirlwind. What? Was there such a thing? There's actually such a powerful commander? Let's go take a look. When many people heard the news, they didn't believe it at first. Then, they were extremely curious and wanted to go and take a look. Many disciples and geniuses from the overlord factions were astonished when they heard the news. Over the years, the royal clan's power had been declining steadily. The law enforcement army was practically useless. The geniuses and disciples of the transcendent powers could do whatever they wanted in the Saint City. How would the law enforcement army dare to control them? They would rather curry favor with them. Now, there was actually someone who dared to beat up the Sky Martial Sword faction's genius. This piqued the curiosity of many and they all rushed over to watch. In 8th Prince Xiaozhen's residence, Xiaozhen was drinking tea in the courtyard when Shizheng rushed in. Guard Shi, why are you in such a hurry? Xiaozhen asked. 8th Prince, it's about Ming Lu. Shizheng Dao. Oh? Is that blind guy dead yet? Even if he didn't die, he wouldn't be able to survive, right? Humph. How dare you injure this prince? What a blind dog. Xiaozhen drank a mouthful of tea and said slowly. He didn't die. That guy is really audacious. Huang Ku from the Huang family killed someone some time ago. He actually crippled Huang Ku's cultivation. Shizheng replied. Crippled Huang Ku's cultivation? Didn't the Huang family come and kill Ming Lu? Xiaozhen asked curiously. Of course they did. A spiritual god expert and an old monster with a perfected spirit embryo went. They even called the commander of the law enforcement army. Shizheng said. Oh? If that's the case, then Ming Lu isn't dead yet? Xiaozhen was curious. In his opinion, Ming Lu should have been slapped to death by the spiritual god of the Huang family. No. That Ming Lu's combat strength is amazing. He actually blocked the attack of the spiritual god and even used the carelessness of the Saint Emperor. Xianxia gave a brief account of what had happened the last time. Damn it. This Ming Lu actually has such a cultivation and even used the name of the royal clan. Humph. He's lucky to have escaped this calamity. After listening, Xiaxian's face turned ugly. He was very unhappy. Then, his expression changed and he said, "You said you rushed here because of Ming Lu. What happened to him?" Hee. This time, he's dead for sure. He actually beat up a disciple of the Sky Martial Sword Sect. Xianxia told him about how Lu Ming beat up a disciple of the Sky Martial Sword Sect and how he was waiting for the experts of the Sky Martial Sword Sect. This Ming Lu is really audacious. Haha. Let's see how he's going to die this time. Let's go. We can't miss such a good show. Let's go and take a look. Xiaxian stood up excitedly and rushed over with Xianxia. In the northeast of the Saint City, in front of the restaurant, Lu Ming stepped on the face of a disciple of the Sky Martial Sword Sect and waited there quietly. In the sky, more and more people came and filled the sky. Wu Tsang is here. A loud shout shook the entire place. In one direction, many people opened up a path. In the sky over there, two figures were walking in the air. One of them was the second-grade sky pride of the Sky Martial Sword Sect, Wu Tsang. Behind Wu Tsang was Shifang. This stunned Lu Ming for a moment. Then, he realized that Shifang must have reported to Wu Tsang. In fact, that was the case. When Shifang heard that Lu Ming had beaten up a disciple of the Sky Martial Sword Sect, he knew that his chance had come. He had always wanted to befriend a sky pride like Wu Tsang, but he never had the chance. Now, the chance had come. Without hesitation, he rushed to Wu Tsang's residence and passed the news to him. As expected, Wu Tsang was enraged and rushed over. Wu Tsang's footsteps were slow. Every step he took caused the sky to buzz and tremble. It seemed like it couldn't withstand Wu Tsang's anger. Wu Tsang's eyes were filled with killing intent. He said in a cold voice, "Trash of the law enforcement hall, how dare you beat up a disciple of the Sky Martial Sword Sect?" Good. Very good. Just you? Where's Wu Chungkong? I heard that you and your fellow disciples were beaten up badly by Lu Xiaoqing. Today, I'll learn from Lu Xiaoqing and beat all of you up. Unfortunately, it's just you. Lu Ming glanced at Wu Tsang casually and said indifferently. The crowd was stunned. Isn't this commander a little too arrogant? Wu Tsang alone isn't enough. He wants to beat up Wu Chungkong and Wu Tsang like Lu Xiaoqing. Who does he think he is? Wu Tsang was a second-grade sky pride. He was famous in the world and had reached the spiritual god realm. A sky pride like him couldn't be compared to an ordinary spiritual god. Lu Ming was able to block a blow from the Huang clan's spiritual god. Does he really think he can compete with such a sky pride? He's too naive. Many people shook their heads. They thought that this awesome commander was dead meat today. Tai Xing and the others had ugly expressions. They didn't dare to say a word. They just stood behind Lu Ming with gritted teeth. They had no choice. In such a situation, they could only hold on. Haha, let's see how you're going to beat me up then. Wu Tsang laughed in anger and took a step forward. Boom, heaven and earth shook violently. Sword chi surged into the sky and stirred up the wind and clouds. A terrifying light was emitted from Wu Tsang's body. Every ray of light was like a sword chi. Those who had never seen a second-grade genius in action were shocked. Is this the strength of a second-grade genius? His aura was too terrifying. Many people retreated frantically, afraid that they would be affected by Wu Tsang's sword. When such a genius attacked, his aura alone could kill an expert of the same level. This commander is dead for sure. Seeing Wu Tsang's aura, many people sighed. Wu Tsang was so strong. What could Lu Ming use to block him? Die. Wu Tsang shouted coldly. His palm was like a sword, bursting with light, forming a dazzling sword light that slashed towards Lu Ming. As the sword light slashed through, even the space was torn apart, revealing a dark and terrifying space crack. This is not good. Dodge. Behind Lu Ming, Tai Xing and the rest were terrified. In the face of such a powerful sword, they felt that it was impossible to resist. Only death awaited them. They screamed and wanted to retreat, but they realized that their bodies were shrouded by a terrifying sword aura, making it hard for them to move. It's over, it's over. We're finally killed by this unreliable commander. Tai Xing and the rest had this thought flashing through their minds. But at this moment, they saw a long spear condensing in Lu Ming's hand. As the long spear shook, it buzzed and even the space trembled. At this moment, Tai Xing and the rest realized that the sword aura that shrouded them had disappeared and they had regained their freedom. Whoosh, then, they saw Lu Ming holding the long spear and sweeping it out. This spear was like a long spear sweeping across the water. Wherever the long spear passed, ripples would appear in the space and these ripples would all gather on the long spear. Bang, the long spear and the sword light collided. There was only a slight sound and Wu Tsong's sword light was destroyed. He blocked it, Tai Xing and the rest were stunned. The surrounding onlookers were also stunned. This badass commander could actually block Wu Tsong's move, since when was a commander of the law enforcement army so powerful? A bunch of questions flashed through the minds of the crowd. Wu Tsong was also stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect that a lowly commander of the law enforcement army could block his attack. Although he didn't use his full strength in that attack, it still made him feel embarrassed. Who was he? He was a famous second-class genius in the central continent, second only to the 5 young giants. How could he not take down a commander of the law enforcement army with one move? This made him burst out with even stronger killing intent, a blazing killing intent. Good, very good. So you do have some ability. But today, your fate has already been decided. Wu Tsong coldly shouted as the sword qi around his body became even hotter. His Jing-yuan continued to pour out before finally transforming into a sword qi that was several times more powerful than before, slashing towards Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming still casually swept out with a spear, dispersing Wu Tsong's sword energy, turning it into nothingness. Show me what you've got, or else it's not enough. Lu Ming cast a sidelong glance at Wu Tsong. Damn it! Wu Tsong shouted angrily as he unsheathed his sword. A shocking sword light shone as if it was going to split the heaven and earth apart. Kill! Wu Tsong held the battle sword in his hand. His power was incomparably terrifying. When the battle sword slashed out, the space shattered. Heavens, he's too strong. Wu Tsong is angry. This is too terrifying. Retreat, retreat. Many people cried out as they frantically retreated again. Whoosh, Lu Ming held the spear in one hand as the long spear in his hand slashed out violently. It became 1,000 meters long and swept out in a barbaric manner. With a bang, Wu Tsong's sword qi shattered once again. However, this time, Lu Ming did not stop. The terrifying giant spear continued to press towards Wu Tsong. Impossible! Wu Tsong shouted in disbelief. He had already used a divine-level martial skill in the previous move, but it was still defeated by Lu Ming's spear. How was this possible? He could not believe it. What was most unbearable for him was that Lu Ming's spear swept towards him, giving him a strong sense of crisis. How could a mere enforcer, an ant-like thing, have such a powerful expert? Erupt, erupt! Wu Tsong roared in his heart as he unleashed his divine-level bloodline. He executed the bloodline fusion and turned it into a battle sword with shocking sword qi. Suppress! Lu Ming stepped into the air. The long spear contained the power of the suppressing hell skill. The spear changed its momentum and smashed towards Wu Tsong. Clang, the long spear clashed with the battle sword that Wu Tsong had transformed into. The attack from the battle sword was instantly defeated. The battle sword trembled violently before exploding with a bang. The battle sword exploded, revealing Wu Tsong's original body. His face was pale as he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His eyes were filled with disbelief. In the surroundings, everyone looked at the scene in disbelief. Wu Tsong was defeated. Wu Tsong was actually defeated by Lu Ming's spear. How was this possible? What was going on? Was this still the commander of the Enforcer army? How could he be so powerful? Those who thought that Lu Ming was dead for sure almost bit off their tongues and stared with their eyes wide open. It was simply too unbelievable. As for Shifeng, he thought that he was dreaming. Wasn't Ming Lu only at the 7th level of Spirit Embryo Realm? Wasn't he just a disciple of Black Spear sect? How could he be so strong? His body started to tremble slightly due to disbelief. As for Tai Xing and the rest, they were completely petrified. The 3 disciples of Celestial Martial Sword Sect were also petrified as they stared blankly at the sky. How weak. I thought a second-class prodigy of Celestial Martial Sword Sect would be strong. Lu Ming curled his lips, his face full of disdain. Wu Tsang was infuriated. He was so angry that he wanted to roar at the sky. In the past, he was terrifyingly talented and powerful. In Celestial Martial Sword Sect, only Wu Chenkong could suppress him. Even in the Battle of Destiny, he didn't lose too badly. But recently, he was killed by Lu Shaoqing in the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. If it weren't for the life talisman, he probably wouldn't have survived. Now, he was defeated by a mere commander of the Enforcer army. This was a great humiliation. From now on, his name, Wu Tsang, would become a laughingstock. How could he not be angry and resentful? If he knew that Lu Shaoqing and the commander of the Enforcer army in front of him were the same person, how would he feel? Bastard, just you wait. You're dead for sure. Wu Tsang roared and retreated quickly, planning to retreat first. Since you're here, where do you want to go? Why don't you lie down with your junior brothers? Lu Ming stepped out. His body was like a flash of light. He dashed to Wu Tsang in a few moves. How dare you? Wu Tsang roared. Lu Ming wanted to suppress him and make him lie there with the other disciples of Celestial Martial Sword Sect? How dare he? He was the second-class prodigy of Celestial Martial Sword Sect. He was completely different from the other prodigies. Suppress. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He stepped in the air and the power of the 9 dragon sky-stomping steps was unleashed. He took 7 consecutive steps toward Wu Tsang. Bam. 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 Bam, Lu Ming's body fell and stepped on Wu Tsang's body once again. Wu Tsang shrieked in pain as his cultivation was completely sealed by Lu Ming. He could not muster any strength at all. The crowd gasped. The disciplinary army commander was too ruthless. He even dared to suppress Wu Tsang. How overbearing. Lu Ming grabbed Wu Tsang and threw him to the side of the other 3 disciples of the Tianwu Sword Sect to lie on the ground. The 3 Sky Martial Sword Sect disciples looked at each other before looking at Wu Tsang with an interesting expression. Initially, they had been suppressed by Lu Ming and were lying on the ground like dogs eating feces. They felt extremely humiliated. However, at the sight of Wu Tsang lying on the ground, they suddenly felt much better. Even a genius like Wu Tsang was suppressed and forced to lie there. It made sense that they were forced to lie there as well. Ah! Wu Tsang howled like a wild beast. He was furious, especially when he saw the strange looks from the crowd. He wanted to kill himself. Of course, it was just a thought. How could he bear to die? He had a bright future ahead of him. Where are you going? At this moment, Lu Ming looked at a person in the air not far away. That person was Shifang. When he saw that even Wu Tsang was suppressed, he almost peed in his pants. Just as he was about to sneak away, Lu Ming saw him. He revealed a smile that was uglier than crying and said, Ming Lu, what? What are you trying to do? What am I trying to do? As an Imperial Dragon Guard, you actually brought people from the Sky Martial Sword Sect to deal with the disciplinary hall. You colluded with the enemy. What do you think I'm trying to do? Lu Ming sneered. His true energy erupted and he grabbed at Shifang. Shifang turned pale with fright. He wanted to retreat, but he felt a terrifying force enveloping him. He couldn't move at all. In the next moment, a force pulled him down, and he fell heavily to the ground. Ah, no! He screamed. Bam! Lu Ming lifted his leg and stepped on Shifang's dantian. Shifang's entire body arched like a big prawn. He then let out a heart-wrenching scream. My cultivation base! My cultivation base! You've crippled my cultivation base! Shifang let out a roar of despair. The spirit embryo in his dantian had been crushed by Lu Ming. Crippling your cultivation is your punishment. Scram! After saying that, he kicked out. Shifang was kicked away like a rubber ball. He turned into a black dot and disappeared in the air. It was unknown how far he flew. As for whether he would fall to his death, Lu Ming was too lazy to think about it. Alright, the harvest is not bad. What are you guys waiting for? Bring them all back to the law enforcement hall. Lu Ming looked at Tai Xing and the others and said. Bring him back to the law enforcement hall? Tai Xing and the others looked at each other with unsightly expressions. Nonsense. Only by bringing them back will we have the capital to negotiate with them. Do you think that the Celestial Martial Sword faction will let this matter rest just because you let them go? Don't just stand there. Bring them away. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming grabbed Wu Tsang and flew toward the Hall of Justice. Helpless, Tai Xing and the others could only lead the other 3 disciples of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction to follow Lu Ming. There's going to be a show to watch. This matter will definitely provoke the seniors of the Celestial Martial Sword faction. Let's go and take a look. This commander is indeed impressive. However, with the seniors of the Celestial Martial Sword faction taking action, let's see how he's going to deal with this. Let's go and take a look. There were tens of thousands of people in the crowd. They followed Lu Ming from afar and headed toward the law enforcement hall. Moreover, the number of people was increasing. Not long after Lu Ming and the others left, Xianxia and Shijing rushed over. When they heard that Wu Tsang was suppressed by Lu Ming, both of them were dumbfounded and in disbelief. They were confident that Lu Ming would be beaten half to death by Wu Tsang or even killed on the spot. However, the outcome was the complete opposite of what they expected. Let's go to the law enforcement hall. Xianxia brought Shijing and rushed to the law enforcement hall. When Lu Ming brought Wu Tsang and the others back to the law enforcement hall, the remaining members of the law enforcement army were stunned. Following which, their eyes were filled with fear. Lu Ming had actually suppressed a disciple of the Celestial Martial Sword faction and even Wu Tsang. This was going to break the heavens. If the seniors of the Celestial Martial Sword faction were to go berserk, how would they deal with it? We are the law enforcement army. We enforce the law on behalf of the Saint Emperor. What are you afraid of? Follow my instructions and get to work. Lu Ming shouted. He then gave Tai Xing and the others some instructions. As for Lu Ming, he threw Wu Tsang and the others on the ground and lined them up in a row. He took out a wooden armchair and sat there, closing his eyes to rest. The onlookers looked at each other. This commander of the law enforcement army was really bold. At this moment, he was sitting leisurely on the armchair with his eyes closed. The sky above the law enforcement hall was filled with people. As time passed, more and more people arrived. This was different from the previous incident against the Huang family. This time, it was against the Celestial Martial Sword faction. Moreover, the suppression of a second-grade genius had caused a huge commotion. Many people were shocked and rushed over to watch. Xianxia and Shijing had arrived. There were even second-grade geniuses from other overlords. The crowd saw Jing Kongling, Kong Xian, and Sandalwood Fairy. There were also Sanguine Aram, Yin Bupo, and the others. There were at least 7 or 8 of them. These geniuses were shocked when they saw Lu Ming sitting on the armchair with his eyes closed. Wu Tsang was as famous as them. However, this ordinary-looking law enforcement army commander was so powerful that he could suppress Wu Tsang. This shocked them. The royal family of the ancient Saint dynasty indeed has a strong foundation. To think that they would have such a powerful law enforcement army commander. Some of them thought to themselves. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended from the sky. The crowd felt as though there was a huge mountain pressing down on them. There was a terrifying roar from the aura. Under the pressure, the crowd opened up a path for 3 old men to step through the air with gloomy faces. The 3 old men were dressed in white robes and carried ancient swords on their backs. There seemed to be endless sword chi roaring around their bodies. Just their aura alone was shocking. They're here, the crowd was shocked. The elders of the Celestial Martial Sword faction were here. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes and looked at the sky. The 3 experts of the Celestial Martial Sword faction stepped through the air and stopped above the law enforcement hall. Bastard! You're finished. You're dead. Haha. You're dead. When Wu Tsang saw the arrival of the 3 old men, he yelled out in joy. Bam! Lu Ming stood up and stepped on Wu Tsang's face, causing his face to fall heavily onto the ground. Wutsong took a mouthful of mud and struggled wildly. He was so frustrated that he was about to explode. The crowd was shocked as well. Lu Ming dared to do such a thing in the face of 3 elders of the celestial martial sword faction. He was simply lawless. The gazes of the 3 elders were as sharp as swords, landing on Lu Ming. "How dare you?" one of the old men bellowed. His eyes were extremely sinister as he scolded, "Kid, do you know who you have taken down? Aren't they just a few trash from the celestial martial sword faction? Why? Do you think that you're proud of raising a few trash?" Lu Ming curled his lips and said casually. "How presumptuous. How bold. You deserve to die." The 3 old men of the Tianwu sword sect yelled with cold gazes. Their bodies were engulfed in powerful sword intents. "Haha, you asked for it. That despicable son of AB*TCH is dead for sure." The 8th Prince Xianxia let out a hollow laugh. "Kid, you should commit suicide. Everyone in the law enforcement hall should commit suicide as well. Then, I'll forget about this matter. Otherwise, not only you, but your families and the forces behind you will not be able to escape punishment." The old man who spoke first continued to speak. His tone was filled with an air of superiority and indisputability. His gaze swept across Tai Xing and the others, causing them to feel a chill down their spines. "Ha ha ha." Lu Ming burst out laughing all of a sudden and stomped his foot on Wutsong's face, causing him to cry out in agony. His lips curled upward as he stared coldly at the old men of the Tianwu sword sect and said, "Punish? Let this matter rest? What a joke, what right do you have to punish us? We are the ones who should be punished. The disciples of the Tianwu sword sect have killed someone in the sacred city for no reason. We, the disciplinary army, are enforcing the law on behalf of the sacred emperor. However, the Tianwu sword sect dares to attack the disciplinary hall openly. Are you looking down on the royal family? Are you looking down on the sacred emperor? Do you really think there's no one in the royal family?" The old men of the Tianwu sword sect were enraged after hearing the words. They stared at Wutsong, who was still under Lu Ming's foot, with an unpleasant expression. Lu Ming had used the royal family and the sacred emperor to pressure them. Even if they did not care about the royal family and the sacred emperor, they could not say it out loud. After all, the ancient sage dynasty was still the ruler of the world. Furthermore, they were currently in the sacred city, which was the core territory of the ancient sage dynasty. No matter how arrogant the Tianwu sword sect was, they would still be intimidated. "Kid, what will it take for you to let them go?" The old man who had spoken first said coldly as he glanced at Wutsong and the others. Wutsong was a second-grade genius who had a chance to become a martial emperor. They could not afford to lose him, thus they decided to save Wutsong first. "Let them go? Sure, but since they have committed a crime, they should be punished. How about this, you can pay the ransom. 500,000 primordial stones for the 3 trashes. Wutsong? 2 million ores it is," Lu Ming said indifferently. As soon as these words came out, the whole place exploded. Extortion. This was blatant extortion. To think that this puny commander of the law enforcement army would dare to extort a powerful being of the Sky Martial sword sect. He was truly blinded by greed. The 3 old men from the Sky Martial sword sect were seething with anger as their eyes turned red. Even though they had lived for thousands of years, they had never met such a daring person. To think that he would dare to extort them, the Sky Martial sword sect. "Bastard, I'll kill you." The old man who spoke first was enraged. He couldn't bear it any longer and let out a long roar. A terrifying sword chi condensed and slashed towards Lu Ming. 4th level spirit god. This old man was a 4th level spirit god expert, and his battle prowess was several times stronger than Wutsong. Lu Ming's glabella glowed as a small red pagoda appeared and rapidly expanded. This small pagoda was the Emperor's spirit weapon that Lu Ming had obtained in the Sacred Mansion Mystic Realm. After so many days of refining, Lu Ming had already begun to refine it. The aura of the Emperor's spirit weapon in the small pagoda was also completely restrained. Outsiders could not sense it at all. Lu Ming wanted to take this opportunity to test the power of the small pagoda. After all, there were countless pagoda-shaped spiritual weapons in the world. Lu Ming wasn't afraid of being recognized as long as he withdrew his aura. Lu Ming grabbed the body of the pagoda and smashed it towards the sword light. With a loud boom, the sword light was shattered. Lu Ming's body didn't move at all. The Emperor's spiritual weapon consumes too much true essence. I really can't bring out much of its power. Lu Ming muttered to himself. He had used up a large amount of true essence in the previous attack. Even a martial emperor would be envious of an emperor's spiritual weapon. It was normal that he couldn't bring out its power. As he muttered to himself, he put the small pagoda away. He wasn't satisfied, but the others were already stunned. Lu Ming could actually block the attack of a 4th-level spirit god expert. He was too strong. At this moment, Lu Ming was unfathomable in the eyes of the crowd. Every time others thought that he had reached his limit, the strength he displayed would exceed their imagination. You're just a law enforcer. Your treasure is good, but let's see how many of my moves you can take with just your treasure. The elder from the Sky Martial Sword sect shouted angrily. His aura became even more shocking. A sword light shot up 10,000 meters high, and the sword's power was vast and terrifying. If a tiger doesn't show its might, you'll take me for a sick cat. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. A long spear condensed in his hand, and he pierced it towards a Sky Martial Sword sect disciple. Puff! The Sky Martial Sword sect disciple screamed miserably as he was nailed to the ground by Lu Ming. Lu Ming used a thunderous method to tell them not to think that he didn't dare to kill. Give me the origin stone as a ransom. Otherwise, I'll kill all of you. Lu Ming's voice was very cold. Lu Ming wouldn't miss such a good opportunity to extort a sum of money. Purely absorbing the spirit energy of heaven and earth for cultivation was too slow. After such a long time, Lu Ming's current cultivation level was only at the mid-second level of the spirit god realm. If he could devour a large number of primordial stones, his cultivation level would improve rapidly. However, he lacked resources now. There was still half a month before the million-year national sacrificial ceremony began. The competition set by the Sacred Emperor would also begin. Lu Ming's goal was to get into the top 3. The Sacred Emperor could agree to one condition for the top 3. However, it wasn't that easy to get into the top 3. When Yang Padian and Tuobashir were in the Sacred Mansion's secret realm, their cultivation had already reached the peak 2nd-level spirit god level. Now that some time had passed, it was very likely that they had made a breakthrough. If a genius like Yang Padian had reached the 3rd-level spirit god level, it would be more troublesome for him to defeat him. Moreover, there were 5 such geniuses in the central continent and Nanming. It wouldn't be easy for the geniuses of the Western Desert to get into the top 3. However, if Lu Ming's cultivation also broke through to the 3rd-level spirit god level, he would have full confidence. How dare you? Bastard, you're courting death. Kill. Lu Ming's killing of a Sky Martial Sword sect disciple completely enraged the 3 elders of the Sky Martial Sword sect. Terrifying auras erupted, and sword chi soared into the sky. Their killing intent was incomparably cold as if winter had arrived. Especially the auras of the other 2 elders, they were even more terrifying than the one who attacked before. They definitely surpassed the 4th-level spirit god level. Such experts wanted to join forces, and their momentum was too shocking. The law enforcement flag, please. Lu Ming suddenly shouted. The law enforcement flag is here. Within the law enforcement hall, Tai Xing rushed out with a large flag. Lu Ming took it and stabbed it into the ground. It was a 10-meter-long flag with a sword and a saber embroidered on it. It was incomparably sharp and looked like a real saber and sword. However, the flag looked very old and was even covered in dust. It was obvious that it hadn't been used for a long time. It's the law enforcement flag. The law enforcement flag that rules the world. The law enforcement flag that was created by the ancient Saint Emperor. Discussions broke out in the crowd as many of them had serious looks in their eyes. The law enforcement flag was created by the ancient Saint Emperor when he created the law enforcement army. It was used to rule the world. 30,000 years ago, wherever the law enforcement flag passed, everyone would tremble in fear. However, after the war 30,000 years ago, the ancient Saint dynasty was weakened and the law enforcement army was useless. Since then, the law enforcement flag had lost its deterrence. It had been many years since anyone took out the law enforcement flag. However, the moment the law enforcement flag was taken out, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Do you think you can stop us by taking out the law enforcement flag? How naive. You must die today. An old man yelled out as he took a step forward. With every step he took, sword chi would spread out, slicing apart the void one after another. This was an existence that surpassed the fourth level of the spirit god realm. In fact, it was even higher than the fifth level. He was too strong. How dare you? The law enforcement flag is here. We are the law enforcement army. By raising the law enforcement flag, we represent the ancient Saint dynasty, the royal family, and the ancient Saint Emperor. You people from the Sky Martial Sword sect have no respect for the royal family and the ancient Saint Emperor. Are you people from the Sky Martial Sword sect trying to rebel and destroy the Xia family and replace them? Lu Ming stood straight and pointed his spear at Wu Tsong's back as he shouted. His words swept through the crowd like a storm. The three old men from the Sky Martial Sword sect looked terrible and solemn. Lu Ming's accusation was too big. He directly accused them of wanting to rebel and destroy the Xia family. Although the Sky Martial Sword sect really had such thoughts, how could they say it out loud? Moreover, the Sky Martial Sword sect didn't have the strength to do so now. The Sky Martial Sword sect has wild ambitions. You look down on the royal family and the royal power. Today, the 8th prince is here. Are you going to rebel in front of the 8th prince and look down on the royal power and the Xia family? How can the 8th prince tolerate you? At the end of his words, Lu Ming looked at Xia Zhen. Lu Ming had noticed Xia Zhen a long time ago. Everyone else also turned their gazes to the 8th prince. Xia Zhen's face fell as he cursed Lu Ming 1,000 times in his heart. Lu Ming was using him as a shield. But what could he do in this situation? Lu Ming took out the banner. The banner had been created by the ancient sage emperor. His ancestor had represented the face of the Xia clan. Lu Ming was a member of the law enforcement army, acting on behalf of the sage emperor. If the Celestial Martial Sword sect wanted to make a move against Lu Ming, or even kill Lu Ming, it would be the same as slapping the Xia clan's face. In this sort of situation, Lu Ming had once again dragged him into the water. If Xia Zhen didn't do anything, and word of this reached the ears of the other members of the Xia clan, or even the sage emperor, he would have to bear the consequences. Moreover, there were more than a dozen princes at the moment, and they weren't very harmonious. They were fighting openly and covertly. If he didn't handle it well today and caused the imperial Xia family to lose face, there was no guarantee that the other princes would use this point to attack him. Thinking of this, Xia Zhen gritted his teeth, wishing he could chop Lu Ming into pieces. 8th prince, am I wrong? Lu Ming continued to ask. You're right. In the end, Xia Zhen gritted his teeth and stepped down from the air to stand beside Lu Ming. He faced the 3 elders of the Celestial Martial Sword sect and said unwillingly, the 3 of you, Commander Ming Lu is right. This time, the Celestial Martial Sword sect's disciple committed the crime first. The law enforcement army will handle this impartially to protect the imperial clan's face. After saying that, Xia Zhen felt even more disgusted than if he had eaten a dead rat. He felt so sullen, so sullen. What was his goal in transferring Lu Ming to the law enforcement army? Wasn't it to let Lu Ming offend these major powers and then be slapped to death by them? But now? He had achieved the early results, but the later results were completely different from what he had expected. Not only was Lu Ming not slapped to death, in the end, he had to step in personally to protect Lu Ming. What kind of situation was this? He felt so sullen. He hated Lu Ming so much that he almost broke his teeth. The 8th prince is right. As expected of the imperial clan's outstanding talent. You 3 old men, if you want to kill me today, you'll have to step over the 8th prince's dead body first. Come on, if you have the ability, come on. Lu Ming shouted. Xia Zhen almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What did he mean by stepping over the 8th prince's dead body to kill him? Xia Zhen was so angry that he almost vomited blood. However, he couldn't back down now. He could only glare at the 3 elders of the Celestial Martial Sword sect while gnashing his teeth. In the eyes of others, Xia Zhen had a strong sense of righteousness and wasn't afraid in the face of danger. However, they didn't know that it was because he was angered by Lu Ming. The three elders of the celestial martial sword sect had ugly expressions. The eighth prince, Xianxia, wasn't Lu Ming. If they killed him, then so be it. Xianxia was the son of the sage emperor and they were in the holy city. If they dared to kill Xianxia in front of everyone, they would definitely incur the wrath of the imperial clan Xia family. They wouldn't be able to leave the holy city. Among the crowd, there were many members of the law enforcement army who came from the other law enforcement halls to watch the show. They felt their blood boiling and their hearts were filled with joy. All these years, the members of the law enforcement army had been too cowardly and sullen. Their lives were worse than dogs. When the people from the major factions committed crimes, they had to take out origin stones and treasures to ask the other party to apologize. How were they going to live their lives? Now that they saw this scene, they felt a sense of exaltation. It felt too good. Law enforcement army, law enforcement flag, the current sage emperor is enforcing the law. A burly man shouted and stepped out. A large flag suddenly appeared in his hand. Law enforcement flag. At this moment, another law enforcer from the law enforcement hall stood beside Lu Ming, holding the law enforcement flag in his hand and inserting it beside Lu Ming's law enforcement flag. Law enforcement army, enforce the law on behalf of the sage emperor. Another group of people shouted and rushed out, standing behind the burly man. All of them were from another law enforcement hall. There were more than 100 of them. Haha, that's right. Law enforcement army, enforce the law on behalf of the current sage emperor. Another person laughed and rushed out. Another law enforcement flag appeared and was placed in a row with the first two. Haha, I'm here too. Enforce the law on behalf of the current sage emperor. With loud roars, law enforcement army members appeared one after another. Law enforcement flags appeared and were placed in a row. In the end, a total of 9 law enforcement flags were placed in a row, fluttering in the wind. Law enforcement hall members from all over the holy city had arrived. They took out their law enforcement flags and were ready to fight alongside Lu Ming and the rest. Nearly 1,000 people stood behind Lu Ming and Xianxia, glaring angrily at the 3 old men from the Sky Martial Sword sect. Usually, they would swallow their anger and suffer in silence. But today, they were ready to go all out. The surrounding crowd looked at the scene in shock. 9 law enforcement flags were out. How many years had it been since something like this happened? Today, it happened again because of Lu Ming. Now, what would the Sky Martial Sword sect do? Damn it! Xianxia roared in his heart. But in this situation, he could only hold on. They could neither advance nor retreat. If they advanced, they would offend the ancient Saint dynasty. If they retreated, they would lose all their dignity. They looked coldly at Lu Ming, their eyes filled with murderous intent. They could not wait to tear Lu Ming into pieces. It was all because of Lu Ming that such a situation had occurred. Just as the two sides were in a standoff, a ray of golden light appeared from afar and shot towards them. It was so fast that many people could not react to it. Before they could react, the ray of golden light had already appeared in front of them. A dignified middle-aged man appeared in the air with his hands behind his back. He was wearing a golden dragon robe, a golden crown, and a pair of golden boots. He exuded a majestic aura that made it difficult for everyone to breathe. It was as if they were facing a human king who was inspecting the world. Royal uncle! Xianxia exclaimed when he saw the middle-aged man. Everyone was shocked. If Xianxia called him royal uncle, he must be the younger brother of the current sacred emperor. An important figure from the imperial Xia family had appeared. As expected, it has appeared. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Today's matter had blown up. Lu Ming was certain that the Xia family of the royal family would definitely send someone to protect the dignity of the royal family. After all, although the ancient Saint dynasty was weak, it was still the strongest force in the central continent. Xianxia's royal uncle looked at Xianxia and nodded. You are not bad. He then looked at the 3 elders of the celestial martial sword faction and said, there are rules in the holy city. You are not allowed to kill innocent people in the holy city. If you have a grudge, you can fight on the battle stage. No one cares about your life or death. However, killing innocent people in the holy city is an act of disrespect to the ancient Saint dynasty. The law enforcement army should enforce the law. You are guilty. Xiaxin's royal uncle's voice echoed throughout the area. Everyone was shocked. Then, they realized what was going on. The ancient Saint dynasty was nearing the end of 1,000,000 years, and things had gotten out of hand. The imperial Xia clan had to protect the dignity of the imperial clan. If they were to compromise in front of the Sky Martial Sword sect, the imperial clan would lose even more of their dignity in the future. If today's matter hadn't been blown out of proportion and the celestial martial sword sect's expert had slapped Lu Ming to death, everything would have been over. But now that things had gotten out of hand, the imperial Xia clan had no choice but to support the law enforcement army. The 3 elders of the Sky Martial Sword sect had ugly expressions on their faces. They were well aware of this fact. Then what do we have to do to let him go? The 3 elders of the Celestial Martial Sword sect exchanged glances. One of them spoke up, clearly admitting defeat. The law enforcement army naturally has its own rules. You can discuss with the commander of the law enforcement army about what to do. The middle-aged uncle said. I've already stated my conditions. Just do as I said. If you're guilty, you should be punished. Lu Ming squinted his eyes and chuckled. The 3 elders of the Sky Martial Sword sect had gloomy expressions. After pondering for a while, one of the elders took out a storage ring and waved it a few times before tossing it over to Lu Ming. Lu Ming caught it and scanned it with his spiritual consciousness. His face darkened as he said, "Why are there less than 500,000? Don't you want this guy anymore?" Lu Ming pointed at the disciple of the Sky Martial Sword sect that he had killed. You've already killed him. Do you still want to keep him? One of the elders of the Sky Martial Sword sect asked. A corpse is still a person. If you don't want his corpse, I'll throw it out to feed the dogs. Lu Ming said indifferently. You, the elder of the Sky Martial Sword sect, was filled with killing intent. However, Lu Ming looked at him indifferently without any fear. In the end, the Sky Martial Sword sect had no choice but to give in. For the sake of their reputation, they could only take out another 500,000 origin stones. Trash. Take them away. Lu Ming waved his hand and Wu Tsang and the other 3 disciples of the Sky Martial Sword sect flew into the sky. An elder waved his hand and caught them. He stared coldly at Lu Ming and said, "You are good. Very good. I hope you can stay in the sacred city and the enforcer army forever." After saying that, he snorted and turned into 3 sword lights, disappearing from the place. Huff. Huff, the crowd of onlookers let out a long sigh of relief. Their eyes were still filled with disbelief. This matter had actually ended just like that. The elder of the Sky Martial Sword sect had charged in aggressively, but in the end, he left behind a few million origin stones and left with his tail between his legs. Before this, no one had expected such an outcome. Everyone's gaze landed on Lu Ming, this awesome commander. Before this, no one would pay attention to a mere commander of the enforcer army. However, he had attracted everyone's attention now. First, he suppressed Wu Tsang with his powerful combat strength. Then, he blocked the attack of a level 4 spirit god expert. Although Lu Ming used a treasure, it still proved his powerful combat strength. However, what was more important was his courage and wisdom. He dared to face the elder of the Sky Martial Sword sect alone and was good at borrowing the power of the Imperial Xia family. He even borrowed the power of the ancient Saint Emperor who created the enforcer army to force the elder of the Sky Martial Sword sect to retreat with his tail between his legs. It was hard to believe that all of this was done by this bearded man. With such means, if this person was 10 years younger, he would be able to compete with all the heroes in the world. Zhen, let's go. In the sky, the middle-aged imperial uncle glanced at Xiaxin before looking at Lu Ming. What's your name? The middle-aged imperial uncle asked. Ming Lu. Lu Ming replied in a tone that was neither humble nor overbearing. Ming Lu? Good. You are very good. The middle-aged imperial uncle said a few words before waving his hand and leaving. He has ill intentions towards me? Lu Ming looked at the sky and pondered. Lu Ming didn't feel any kindness from the middle-aged imperial uncle. Instead, he felt ill intentions. After pondering for a while, Lu Ming revealed a cold smile on his face. He could roughly guess why the middle-aged imperial uncle had ill intentions towards him. Now, the ancient Saint dynasty wanted to form an alliance with some overlord forces to increase their strength. However, although Lu Ming seemed to have defended the dignity of the imperial family, he had also offended the Sky Martial Sword sect. Moreover, he had forced the imperial family to offend the Sky Martial Sword sect. It would be harder for the imperial family to form a good relationship with the Sky Martial Sword sect in the future. The middle-aged imperial uncle naturally didn't have a good impression of Lu Ming. In his heart, he probably wanted to slap Lu Ming to death for being a busybody. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He didn't mind. After all, he had infiltrated the Imperial Dragon Guards and then the Enforcers because he wanted to use this identity to investigate Xianxia's whereabouts. When he found Xianxia in the future, he would just leave. Who would be able to find him? Mighty. The commander is mighty. At this moment, the Enforcers were the most excited. They were so excited that they were trembling. It was as if they had eaten a chilled watermelon during the hottest days of the year. They had been sullen all this time. However, today, they could finally hold their heads high. Even an overlord force like the Sky Martial Sword sect had admitted defeat before the Enforcers, paid a large amount of origin stones, and left with their tails between their legs. This kind of satisfaction was brought about by a sudden outburst after a long period of sullenness. It was better than anything else. Commander is invincible. Commander is mighty. Commander Ming is mighty. At first, it was Tai Xing and the others who were shouting. Later on, the other enforcers from the disciplinary hall also shouted. Lu Ming raised his hands and the crowd quietened down. Brothers of the enforcers, I'm grateful for your help this time. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. The 9 enforcers' flags were also a form of deterrence. Commander Ming, you're too courteous. It's because of you that our enforcers can hold our heads high and let out the frustration in our hearts. We should be the ones thanking you. That's right. We should be thanking you. The others spoke one after another. Everyone, you're too courteous. Since you're all here today, I'll treat everyone today. Let's have a good time. Tai Xing, bring some of your brothers and buy some food. Lu Ming took out some origin stones and handed them to Tai Xing. All right. Tai Xing took the origin stones and brought a few of his men out in a hurry. At the same time, the crowd in the sky also dispersed one by one. Soon, everyone had left. However, the news of what had happened that day spread like wildfire. This time, it was different from the incident with the Huang family. The previous incident with the Huang family only attracted the attention of a small number of people and became the topic of gossip. This time, it was against the overlord force, the Sky Martial Sword sect. Naturally, it caused a stir. As for the awesome Commander Ming Lu, his reputation soared. Some people even called him the most awesome enforcers commander in the past 30,000 years. Soon, Tai Xing bought a large amount of food and wine. In the disciplinary hall, a banquet was held. There were more than 1,000 enforcers drinking and chatting in the disciplinary hall. It was late at night before they dispersed. Tai Xing, here are 500,000 origin stones. Take them and share them with your brothers. After the other enforcers left, Lu Ming took out a storage ring and handed it to Tai Xing. Commander, this won't do. You risked your life to get these. We didn't contribute anything. Tai Xing waved his hands. The others shook their heads. Although they were poor, they still had their principles. Take it. If it weren't for you guys supporting me from behind, why would the Celestial Martial Sword faction be afraid of us? Take it and divide it. Lu Ming handed the storage ring to Tai Xing, then returned to his room alone. After closing the door, Lu Ming entered the mountain river diagram. With a wave of his hand, a huge pile of ores appeared before him. A total of 3 million. It's time to break through to the 3rd level of the spirit god realm. With a thought, Xianxia summoned the bloodline of the 9 dragons. Opening his mouth, he swallowed 100,000 ores and began assimilating them. As the primordial stone continued to be refined, Lu Ming's cultivation level increased rapidly. From the late 2nd level of the spirit god realm to the peak 2nd level of the spirit god realm, he started to break through to the 3rd level of the spirit god realm. 3 days passed in a flash. After Xiaoqian refined 3 million primal stones, the quintessence in Lu Ming's body surged endlessly. It was like countless true dragons roaring in Lu Ming's body. After a while, it slowly calmed down. I've finally reached the third level of the spirit god realm. However, I've used up all 3 million origin stones. Lu Ming opened his eyes. There was a trace of excitement in his eyes. The consumption was huge, but the gains were huge as well. In a short 3 days, Lu Ming's cultivation advanced from the middle stage of the second level of the spirit god realm to the early stage of the third level of the spirit god realm. Lu Ming's combat prowess soared once again. Lu Ming was very confident about the competition that would take place in more than 10 days. Almost 2 years have passed since Martial Monarch De sealed the Talisman Puppet Sect. The Talisman Puppet Sect can only last for 5 years. There are still a little more than 3 years left. At that time, will I be able to deal with De? Lu Ming could not help but think of the Talisman Puppet Sect. When he thought of this, he felt a lot of pressure. It was too difficult to reach the level where he could deal with De in the remaining 3 years. Based on Lu Ming's current progress, it was almost impossible. Lu Ming shook his head. There was no point in thinking too much. He could only push forward and do his best. Lu Ming stretched his back. His bones vibrated and crackling sounds came from his body. He stood up and walked out. In the following days, Lu Ming regained his calm. Apart from cultivating every day, he would walk around the holy city. Ever since the incident at the Tianwu Sword Sect, the disciples of the various overlords became much more well-behaved in the holy city. Especially in the area under Lu Ming's jurisdiction, they did not dare to attack others for no reason. Even if there was a grudge, they would fight it out on the platform. Lu Ming's days were leisurely and carefree. Soon, 10 days passed. The day of the ancient Saint Dynasty's million-year national sacrificial ceremony was approaching. During this period, the holy city was unusually lively. Lu Ming could see experts from various places as he walked on the streets. The Northern Plains martial artists were all tall and sturdy. Even the women were mostly tall. The weapons they used were either spiked maces, giant hammers, or giant axes. They were all heavy weapons, and their auras were wild. They rode on all sorts of mounts, making them easy to recognize. There were also some martial artists who had a gloomy aura. They were either filled with ghost chi or blood chi. Everyone who passed by them gave off a cold feeling. They were all martial artists from the southern underworld. There were also some monks with bright heads wearing kasayas. Naturally, they were holy monks from the western desert. On the other hand, Lu Ming did not see many people from the eastern wilderness. On this day, the ancient Saint Dynasty's million-year national sacrificial ceremony finally began. Buzz, there was a buzzing sound in the sky. There was a strong fluctuation. Lu Ming, Tai Xing, and the others walked out of the law enforcement hall and flew into the sky to watch. They saw that the sky above the holy city was filled with colorful clouds and heavenly music. The space was constantly distorted in the light. Rumble, finally, a huge platform appeared in the sky. The platform was neither made of gold nor jade. It was filled with colorful lights. There were dragons and phoenixes flying in the sky. There was also a Qilin walking around. Of course, it was not real. It was formed by a formation. Then, tables and chairs appeared on the east and west sides of the platform. The tables and chairs were made of fine jade. There were dragons and phoenixes carved on them. They were extremely luxurious. There were many of them. At a glance, there were more than 10,000 of them. All of them were suspended in the air above the holy city. When the tables and chairs appeared on the east and west sides, a jade staircase appeared in the north. There were 99 steps. At the end of the staircase, a huge ancient altar appeared. The altar was ancient and heavy, as if it had gone through the vicissitudes of time. It was 10,000 meters tall and disappeared into the clouds. The Holy Emperor has arrived. Suddenly, a voice came out from the palace. The voice rolled and spread throughout the entire holy city in an instant. In the palace, heavenly music sounded. Holy light filled the air and shot up into the sky. Then, a group of people stepped into the air. The person at the front was wearing a golden robe embroidered with a picture of the human king patrolling the world. He looked to be in his 50s. He was tall and sturdy. His body was filled with holy light. There were stars shining in his eyes. He was filled with endless majesty. Beside Xianxia, there were two old men with white hair. They looked ordinary, but they exuded a terrifying aura. Lu Ming had seen this aura more than once. The aura of an emperor. The two elders beside Xianxia were also sovereigns. In this way, including Xianxia, the imperial Xia family had 3 sovereigns at once, which was really terrifying. That was just on the surface. Lu Ming did not believe that there were no emperors in the imperial family. There was a rumor that the previous emperor of the ancient Saint dynasty might still be alive. The ancient Saint dynasty was indeed an ancient force that had been passed down for millions of years. Even though it had weakened, it had a strong foundation and was not something that an ordinary overlord force could compare with. Behind Xianxia and the 2 old men, there were more than 10 men and women. All of them had the looks of dragons and phoenixes. The older ones were middle-aged while the youngest ones looked like they were in their 20s. There were a total of 15 people and they were the children of the current emperor. They were the princes and princesses of the ancient Saint dynasty. Xianxia. Lu Ming's heart trembled. In the crowd, he saw a woman who looked extremely similar to Xianxia. However, compared to Xianxia, she was even colder and more holy. She was like an inviolable goddess who stood high above the masses, looking down on them. Besides Xianxia, there was another lady who was in her 20s. She was in her prime and she was extremely beautiful. Although the lady did not look like Xianxia and Xianxia, she was still a rare beauty. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. That lady must be the other princess, Xianyanlin. However, he did not see Xianxia. They did not even let Xiaoqing appear on such an important day. They really don't treat Xiaoqing as their own child. Lu Ming clenched his fists. He also saw Xia Zhen and the 10th prince, Xia Yan. Lu Ming had never seen the other princes before. Behind the princes and princesses, there were some concubines, nobles, ministers, and some experts of the ancient Saint dynasty. There were more than 1,000 people who stepped out and landed on the platform in the air. The arrival of the sage emperor, please take your seats. It was that same voice again. It spread through the entire holy city. The person who transmitted the voice was definitely a Zun cultivator. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud laugh rang out. Haha, is Yinyang Palace the first to arrive? A burly, white-haired old man wearing a long robe with the pattern of the Yinyang fish on it arrived in the air with a group of people. This old man's aura was terrifying and shocking, suppressing the heaven and earth. An emperor, this was another emperor. The Yinyang emperor of the Yinyang Palace and his disciples have arrived. That voice resounded throughout the holy city. I wonder how many big shots will come today. Beside Lu Ming, Tai Xing and the others were already so excited that their eyes were shining. The Yinyang Palace was also an overlord force in the central continent. It was extremely powerful and was no weaker than the Sky Martial Sword sect. Brother Yinyang, please have a seat. Xie Qitian raised his hand. Thank you, brother. The Yinyang Divine Emperor cupped his fists and led the experts of the Yinyang Palace to a nearby table. The Demon Emperor of Mount Tianyao has arrived. Immediately, another big force arrived. It was the overlord force of the central continent. Mount Tianyao was very similar to the Myriad Demon Valley in the eastern wilderness. They were both gathering places for demonic beasts and were led by a demon emperor. Yuxian Martial Emperor of Mount Shankong and his disciples have arrived. Cold Blood Hall, Heavenly Sun Palace. Next, many overlords of the central continent arrived one after another. Moreover, each overlord force was led by an emperor. Soon, more than a dozen emperors appeared on both sides of the platform in the sky. In the holy city, countless people's eyes lit up as they looked at this scene in shock. More than a dozen emperors gathered together. This lineup was too shocking and terrifying. It was so rare that it would not happen even once in many years. Perhaps many emperors had gathered in the ancient city of fate in the last battle of fate, but that was in the ancient city of fate. Ordinary people could not see it at all. But now, more than a dozen emperors were in full view of the public. As for the supremes, there were even more, but they were completely overshadowed by the emperors. More than a dozen emperors. What kind of power was this? If they joined forces, they could really destroy the world. By Jean Marshal, Emperor of the Heaven-Guarding Divine Army has arrived. Suddenly, a voice was heard, and the crowd fell silent. Everyone turned to look in the same direction. There, a middle-aged man in black armor walked over. Behind him, a group of people followed. Everyone was wearing armor, and their auras were wild and their fighting spirit was soaring. Everyone was filled with an extremely strong fighting spirit, as if they were ready for a big battle at any time. Hiss, the Heaven-Guarding Divine Army is here. Someone sucked in a breath of air and whispered among themselves. In the central continent, if there was a force that was not weaker than the ancient Saint dynasty, it would be the Heaven-Guarding Divine Army. If there was a force that hated the ancient Saint dynasty the most, it would be the Heaven-Guarding Divine Army. The Heaven-Guarding Divine Army was originally the strongest army of the ancient Saint dynasty. There were many experts in it and they were invincible. Back then, they had helped the ancient Saint dynasty suppress the world and everyone feared them. They were known as the Heaven-Guarding Divine Army. However, in the war 30,000 years ago, the Heaven-Guarding Divine Army chose to watch from the sidelines. In the end, the Heaven-Guarding Divine Army caused the Imperial Xia family to suffer heavy losses. The Heaven-Guarding Divine Army then announced that they would lead the Xia family and dominate the world. Some people said that if the Heaven-Guarding Divine Army had participated in that war, the Imperial Xia family would not have suffered such heavy losses. They would not have been unable to control the world and the current situation in the central continent would not have happened. Therefore, the Imperial Xia family viewed the Heaven-Guarding Divine Army as a traitor and an enemy. In the past 30,000 years, the two sides had fought many terrifying battles. However, the two sides were on par with each other in terms of strength. They had suffered losses and neither side could do anything to the other. Yang Padian, one of the 5 great youths, was from the Heaven-Guarding Divine Army. Originally, some people thought that the Heaven-Guarding Divine Army would not come today. However, they did not expect the Heaven-Guarding Divine Army to be here. Moreover, the Heaven-Guarding Divine Army was leading the team. Xie Tian's eyes shone brightly as he stared at the Heaven-Guarding Divine Army. He said, "Today, everyone is a guest. Please take a seat." "You're welcome," the Heaven-Guarding Divine Army said casually as he led the team to a seat at the side. The third Underworld Emperor of the South has arrived. The Western Deserts Wu Mia Buddha Emperor has arrived. The Northern Plains experts have arrived. The Supremes of the Eastern Wilderness Heavenly Deity Palace, Heavenly Corpse Sect, and Sky Monster Valley have arrived. Following that, announcements were made one after another. In the south, an Underworld Emperor of the South had arrived. Ghostly Chi filled the sky as he led a group of experts. In the west, an old monk had a benevolent smile on his face. He wore a simple kasaya and his body was covered in golden light. There was a Buddhist halo above his head. This was a Buddha, also known as the Buddha Emperor. He was an emperor. As for the Northern Plains and Eastern Wilderness, no emperors had arrived. That was because the Northern Plains and Eastern Wilderness were the same. There were several major forces entrenched in the Northern Plains and they were at odds with each other. The emperors could not leave, otherwise, their enemies might take advantage of the situation. The Wang family's patriarch, Wang Xingtian, and the Jiang family's patriarch. There were 2 leaders from Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, the Wang family head and the Jiang family head. As for Sky Corp Sect and Sky Monster Valley, they each had 2 supreme martial artists leading them. After everyone had taken their seats, some smaller forces, such as Medicine King Valley, who did not have any sovereigns, came and took their seats on both sides. Of course, those who were able to take their seats were all reputable forces. At the very least, they had a supreme martial artist. Those smaller forces were not qualified to take their seats. After half an hour, everyone had arrived. Let the ceremony begin. As the voice sounded, the huge altar started to shine. Endless light bloomed and the entire holy city was shrouded in the light. Xie Qiqian stepped out and climbed up the 99 stone steps to the bottom of the altar. The imperial family, Xie family, and the ministers all looked solemn as they faced the altar. All the experts from the powerful forces in Divine Region also stood up. The first ceremony is for the first sacred emperor since ancient times, Xie Qiqian said as he bowed to the altar. Ceremony was not for the heavens, but for the ancestors. Martial artists were supposed to go against the heavens. Naturally, they would not offer a ceremony to the heavens. For the first sacred emperor since ancient times. The imperial family and the ministers followed Xianxia and bowed. As for the people from the other forces, they just looked and did not bow. If it had been 30,000 years ago, everyone would have bowed. But now, all the major forces had lost their respect. It was good enough that they could come. Naturally, no one would bow with the imperial family. Just as Xianxia and the rest were bowing, a beam of light shot up to the sky from the altar. Then, a statue appeared. This statue was the first sacred emperor of the ancient Saint dynasty a million years ago. He was also the one who had founded the ancient Saint dynasty. Then, Xianxia bowed again to offer a ceremony to the second sacred emperor. Similarly, another statue appeared. It was the statue of the second sacred emperor of the ancient Saint dynasty. Then, the ceremony continued. On the altar, statues of the past sacred emperors of the ancient Saint dynasty appeared one after another. On the altar, there was a terrifying aura. It was as though the past sacred emperors had been revived. In the end, there were a total of 108 statues on the altar. They represented the 108 sacred emperors who had passed away. The ancient Saint dynasty had been around for a million years and there had been more than 100 sacred emperors. There's no statue of the previous sage emperor. Could it be that the previous sage emperor is still alive? Someone noticed something fishy. Indeed, there was no statue of the previous holy emperor. If the previous holy emperor had already passed away, his statue would definitely appear here. However, it didn't appear now, which meant that the previous holy emperor was still alive. Many sovereigns of the overlord forces had solemn looks in their eyes. Although the imperial Xia family had weakened and could not be compared to 30,000 years ago, they were still not to be underestimated. Hee, that old fellow is indeed still around. The 100 battles martial emperor of the Heaven Suppression Army sneered. The sacrificial ceremony is over. Bestow wine and pills. Xianxia's voice was heard. He then waved his hand and the space split open. The huge altar entered the space crack and disappeared. Then, tables and chairs appeared where the altar used to be. The members of the Xia family, as well as the nobles and ministers, sat down at the tables and chairs. Bestow wine and pills. A voice resounded throughout the entire area. Heavenly music was heard again. At the same time, large cauldrons appeared in the palace. These large cauldrons were as big as mountains. Under the large cauldrons, there were burly men who were naked. Each of the burly men carried a large cauldron and walked in the void. Bam! Bam! These large cauldrons seemed to be extremely heavy. Every time the burly man took a step, the space would vibrate and ripple in the void. At a glance, there were a total of 108 burly men carrying 108 cauldrons that were as big as mountains. They walked in the void and appeared in the sky above the holy city. After the 108 burly men, another 108 young women appeared. They were all dressed in light muslin, and their curves were graceful. Every single one of them was a peerlessly beautiful woman. Each of the 108 beautiful women held a purple golden gourd in their hands. Bestow spiritual wine and spiritual pills. Hurry up and grab more. Tai Xing and the others' eyes lit up as they stared at the sky. Pour. A voice was heard. Ha! The burly men shouted as they turned the large cauldrons and poured the wine down. Immediately, the spiritual wine in the large cauldrons poured out. Each cauldron was as big as a mountain and it was unknown how many kilograms of spiritual wine it contained. At this moment, 108 large cauldrons fell at the same time as if 108 waterfalls were falling from the sky. It was extremely spectacular. Moreover, these were all spiritual wines, not ordinary wines. They were made from spiritual herbs and were very useful for the cultivation of martial artists. Whoosh, the spiritual wine fell from the sky and the rich wine fragrance filled the entire holy city. It was intoxicating to smell it. Haha, mine. Me too. In the holy city, countless martial artists rushed into the sky and used their methods to draw the spiritual wine to their side. During this process, they could use various methods to obtain the spiritual wine. However, they were not allowed to attack or kill others. Otherwise, they would be killed without mercy. That was the rule, no one attacked or killed others. They only used their own methods to obtain the spiritual wine. Whoosh, Lu Ming opened his mouth and sucked. There seemed to be a vortex in his mouth. The spiritual wine in the sky gathered into a bundle and was swallowed into his mouth. When the wine entered his mouth, it immediately turned into a warm current that flowed throughout his body. It was very comfortable. The medicinal power of this spiritual wine is not of much use to me. Lu Ming smiled and stopped trying to snatch it. Although the spiritual wine was not of much use to spirit god martial artists, it was definitely of great use to those below the spirit god realm. The lower the cultivation, the greater the effect. Those at the Sea of Soul realm and King realm could definitely increase their cultivation and condense their true yuan. 108 cauldrons that were as big as mountains filled the sky. It was unknown how many kilograms of spiritual wine they contained. The entire holy city was raining spiritual wine. However, not a single drop fell to the ground. They were all pulled by true yuan and collected. Soon, there was not a single drop left in the sky. Bestow pills. Then, the voice sounded again. 108 beautiful women pulled out the lids of the gourds in their hands and poured them down. Immediately, pills were poured out of the gourds and scattered all over the holy city. Those gourds might not look big, but the space inside was like a storage ring. It was unknown how many pills were stored in them, and they continuously scattered on the ground. Countless people's eyes lit up as they used all their strength to collect the pills. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a dozen pills were immediately caught in his hand. Lu Ming glanced at them and found that these pills were not of much use to him. However, they were quite useful to those below the spirit god realm. Among them, there were all kinds of pills. There were healing pills, recovering true yuan, detoxifying pills, increasing cultivation, and so on. What extravagant spending! Lu Ming exclaimed. Although the spirit wine and pills were not of a high level, there were too many of them. With such a terrifying amount added together, the value was enormous. The Xie family of the imperial family had put in a lot of effort for this sacrificial ceremony. Obviously, the imperial family had been preparing for a long time. Otherwise, they would not have taken out such a large amount of spirit wine and pills. In the air, the people from the major factions watched with faint smiles. Not long after, the pills in the gourds were emptied. The burly men and women carried the cauldron and the gourds and flew back to the imperial palace. Then, young girls flew out of the imperial palace with all kinds of delicacies and wine, placing them in front of the people from the major factions in the air. Ha ha ha, today is the million-year anniversary of the sacred dynasties. Establishment. Thank you all for coming here and spending this day with me. Come, let me offer you a toast. Xianxia raised his wine cup and drank with the major factions. Then, Xianxia continued, I believe everyone has heard that I intend to choose a young talent as my husband for my daughter, Nianlin. Today, all the talents from all the factions in the Divine Region and the 5 major dominions are here. We will have a competition. Regardless of gender, everyone can participate. The person who wins first place will be Nianlin's husband. Of course, if a woman wins first place, her husband will be pushed back by 1 rank. At the same time, I promise that I will agree to 1 condition of the 2nd and 3rd place. As long as it is within my power, I will allow you to enter the sacred Emperor Ancient Palace to cultivate. The 4th to 10th place can also enter the sacred Emperor Ancient Palace. It's here. When Xianxia said that, many people's eyes lit up. It was finally time for the most anticipated segment of the day. Xianxia's conditions were too tempting. Not many people could resist. Today, all the geniuses of the Divine Region were gathered. There would definitely be an exciting battle. Back then, the War of Providence had taken place in the ancient city of Providence. Not many people had seen it and not many knew how exciting it was. But today, they could see it. Moreover, it wasn't just the Middle Continent's heaven's prides today. The South Underworld, West Desert, North Plains, and East Barren Territories' heaven's prides had all gathered. Most importantly, numerous top geniuses had stepped into the Domain Enlightened Spirit God realm in succession, and they were about to carry out the strongest battles in the Domain Enlightened Spirit God realm. This was undoubtedly something that everyone looked forward to even more. Many young heaven's favorites in particular were rubbing their fists and rubbing their palms, ready to show off their skills. Brother Xia, how should we compete? The Yinyang Emperor of Yinyang Palace asked. There are too many geniuses here today. It's impossible to compete with them one by one. Firstly, you have to be below the age of 30. Then, you have to go through a round of selection. Only those who pass the selection can enter the official competition. Xianxia said. Then, he waved his hand, and from the south of the platform, paths condensed by rainbow-colored lights appeared. There were a total of 18 paths, spreading out in the shape of a fan that was 100 miles long. There were tables and chairs on both the east and west sides of the platform, and they were all filled with people. Only the south side was empty. Xianxia must have had a plan. The selection process is very simple. Everyone has to go through this path. Those who pass will be considered to have passed. Xianxia said. Those who pass through this path will be considered to have passed? Many people's hearts trembled as they looked at the 18 paths with a slightly solemn expression. Since it was a selection process, it was definitely not that simple. There would definitely be obstacles on the path. Those who want to participate, enter through that door. Xianxia waved his hand, and a huge door appeared at the end of the 18 paths. On the side of the imperial family, experts flew towards the door and stood guard on both sides of the door. Only those who passed through the door could participate in the selection process. Let's go. I'm going. Immediately, many young figures flew out from the great forces. There were also young figures flying out from the holy city, flying towards the door. Haha, I'm going. Lu Ming smiled at Taixing and the others. You're going too? Commander, the Sacred Emperor said that only those below the age of 30 can participate. How old are you? Taixing and the others looked at Lu Ming suspiciously. Lu Ming had a full beard now. No matter how one looked at him, he didn't look like he was below the age of 30. He was at least close to 40 years old. Moreover, martial artists aged very slowly. Lu Ming's actual age might be a few hundred years old. Lu Ming actually wanted to participate. If he was caught trying to make up the numbers, he would have to bear the consequences. Hey, what's with your expressions? I'm not even 30 years old, alright? Lu Ming looked at Taixing and the others in disdain before striding towards the door. Not even 30 years old? Taixing and the rest of the enforcers stared with their eyes wide open. Their jaws were almost dislocated. It was simply unbelievable. Lu Ming swaggered to the door. At this moment, there was already a long queue at the door. Lu Ming lined up at the back. Who is that? That bearded man, why is he lining up at such an old age? Isn't that the awesome commander? What is he doing? Didn't he hear the Sacred Emperor say that only those below the age of 30 can participate? This weird commander is really audacious. Watch carefully. He will definitely be chased away later. Some people noticed Lu Ming and started to discuss among themselves. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered with the surrounding gazes and lined up leisurely. Soon, it was Lu Ming's turn. Hold it. What are you doing here? Leave quickly. A burly man guarding the door stopped Lu Ming. What am I doing? I'm here to participate in the competition. Lu Ming glared. Competition? The Sacred Emperor has ordered that those above the age of 30 are not allowed to participate. How old are you? How dare you ignore the Sacred Emperor's order? You're courting death. The burly man bellowed with an imposing manner. Haha, this weird commander is finished. He dares to ignore the Sacred Emperor's order. The commotion here naturally attracted the attention of everyone present. Nonsense. Which eye of yours saw that I'm over 30? Let me tell you, I'm not 30 yet. I'm just a little older. Don't judge a book by its cover. Lu Ming said casually. This made many people stunned and then burst into laughter. Lu Ming didn't look like he was under 30. He was definitely over 30. This guy was clearly trying to sneak in. Many people thought so. You, get out of the way, don't block the way. A cold shout came from behind Lu Ming. It was a woman's voice. It sounded very pleasant, but very cold and arrogant. Lu Ming turned his head and saw a beautiful woman. She was tall and beautiful. She was not inferior to Sandalwood Fairy, Jing Kongling, and the others. That's Lu Yusen, one of the 5 great beauties of Xianxia State. Some people discussed and looked at Lu Yusen excitedly. So it's Lu Yusen, one of the 5 great beauties of Xianxia State. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he couldn't help but take a few more glances. There were 3 or 4 young men surrounding Lu Yusen. They were clearly Lu Yusen's escorts. Standing in the middle of the 3 escorts, Lu Yusen was like the moon surrounded by stars. She was extremely cold and arrogant. She glanced at Lu Ming nonchalantly. There was slight disdain in her eyes. She was like a proud white swan. Big beard, what are you looking at? Is Yusen for you to look at? Why don't you take a piss and look at your reflection? You're already so old, yet you still want to join the competition. Do you want to marry Princess Nianlin? You're really out of your league. Get lost. Beside Lu Yusen, a few young men berated him one after another. These people obviously came to the sacred city later and didn't know about Lu Ming's achievements. Where did these wild dogs come from? Don't you know the rules? I'm here first. I haven't entered yet. Line up for me. Do you understand? Lu Ming cast a nonchalant glance at the few of them, his eyes full of contempt. You. What did you say? You're courting death. Trash. The young men's faces were ugly as they berated. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't fight here, they would have killed Lu Ming. Lu Yusen's face was also ugly and gloomy. Obviously, Lu Ming's words had included her. This trash doesn't respect the sacred emperor's order. He's obviously over the age limit, yet he wants to sneak in. I suggest that we kill him immediately as a warning to others. A young man in a red robe was the loudest. What if I'm not over the age limit? Lu Ming glanced at him. If you're not over 30 years old, I'll kneel down and eat dirt immediately. The young man in a red robe shouted. He looked at Lu Ming carefully and was even more certain that Lu Ming's age couldn't be below 30 years old. Okay, I want to test my bone age. Lu Ming shouted and his voice spread far and wide. Approved. Let him take the test. A majestic voice was heard. It was Xianxia's voice. Naturally, the rulers had witnessed everything that had happened here. Yes. Beside Xianxia, an old man flew out. With a wave of his hand, a mirror appeared. This is the bone testing mirror. It can test your bone age. The old man explained. Then, a beam of light shot out from the bone measuring mirror and enveloped Lu Ming. At this moment, almost all eyes were on Lu Ming. Could it be that Lu Ming was really under 30 years old? That's impossible. He looks like he's almost 40 years old. His actual age must be even older. At this moment, the bone testing mirror shook. Then, 25 wheels appeared, shining with golden light and filling the air. This was the bone wheel. Each wheel represented 1 year. On the bone measuring mirror, there were 25 wheels, which meant that Lu Ming was only 25 years old. Moreover, the 25th wheel was not very bright, which meant that Lu Ming was still a little short of 25 years old. The scene suddenly quieted down. Everyone stared at Lu Ming with their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Oh my god, he's not even 25 years old. This awesome commander is not even 25 years old. How is that possible? He looks like he's almost 40 years old. He's growing too fast. What an eyesore. If he's not even 25 years old, doesn't that mean he belongs to the younger generation? He suppressed Wu Song before. There was an uproar at the scene. However, when the last sentence was said, the scene suddenly became quiet again. Yes, if he's not even 25 years old, he belongs to the younger generation. Most importantly, he suppressed Wu Song. If Lu Ming was really in his 30s or 40s, or even older, and suppressed Wu Song, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, he had been cultivating for many years. However, Lu Ming was only in his 20s, which was younger than Wu Song. This meant something different. It meant that this awesome commander was a rare supreme talent who was stronger than Wu Song. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This awesome commander was too awesome. It really exceeded everyone's expectations. It wasn't that no one had thought that Lu Ming was someone else in disguise. However, if he wanted to enter the law enforcement army, he would have to go through a background check. If he could disguise his appearance, could he also change his aura? Damn this guy. Wu Tsang naturally saw this scene from inside the gate. He immediately gritted his teeth and wanted to bite Lu Ming. Some people from the Sky Martial Sword sect had ugly expressions. They had suffered a great loss because of this commander. The eyes of some emperors flickered as they sized Lu Ming up curiously. Oh my god, Commander, he's only 25 years old? Tai Xing and the rest were completely stunned. If it wasn't for the bone measuring mirror that measured Lu Ming's bone age, they would still find it hard to believe. Behind Lu Ming, Lu Yusen and the other young men's eyes almost popped out. The red-robed young man almost bit his tongue off. Can I enter now? Lu Ming looked at the burly man guarding the gate. Yes. Yes, haha. The burly man laughed awkwardly. And you, what did you say just now? If I'm below 30 years old, you will kneel down and eat dirt. Let's begin now. Lu Ming looked at the red-robed young man and said coldly. This? That? I was just saying it casually. I was just saying it casually. The red-robed young man's face flushed red and he was extremely embarrassed. Bullsh****. Lu Ming roared and stared at the red-robed young man furiously. Even his beard stood up. A powerful aura burst out and shrouded the red-robed young man. He berated, "Where do you think you are? All the sovereigns are here and the Saint Emperors are seated. How dare you speak casually in front of the Saint Emperors? Who do you think the sovereigns are? Do you think they are the targets of your jokes? I think you are courting death." Lu Ming's every word was like a giant hammer that hammered the red-robed young man's heart. His face turned pale and there was no trace of blood. No, I didn't. You are spouting nonsense. I didn't disrespect the sovereigns. The red-robed young man shook his head repeatedly with cold sweat dripping down his face. You're still denying it? Then why don't you do as you say? If you don't do it, I'll teach you. Lu Ming roared and moved his body. He suddenly appeared in front of the red-robed young man and pressed his hand down on the red-robed young man's shoulder. This red-robed young man was a third-class prodigy with a perfected spirit embryo cultivation. He was worlds apart from Lu Ming and had no power to resist at all. Lu Ming pressed him down and they fell to the ground. Bang! After landing on the ground, the red-robed young man immediately knelt down. Next, Lu Ming pressed his head down to the ground. With a bang, the red-robed young man's face smashed into the ground and smashed the ground, causing him to eat a mouthful of dirt. Gulp! Many people in the surroundings swallowed their saliva and stared at Lu Ming with their eyes wide open. This awesome commander was too tyrannical. He really did what he said and made the red-robed young man eat dirt. Impudent. On the west side of the platform, an elder from a large force slammed the table and shouted angrily. This force was Cold Blood Hall, and the red-robed young man was a prodigy from Cold Blood Hall. Many people from Cold Blood Hall glared fiercely at Lu Ming. Calm down. Just now, it was indeed the red-robed youth who said that if Lu Ming was below 30 years old, he would have to kneel down and eat dirt. Everyone, including the sovereigns, had heard it. Lu Ming directly used the sovereigns to suppress the red-robed youth before attacking. Cold Blood Hall could not stand up for the red-robed youth. Interesting. Interesting indeed. He's very bold. Some of the sovereigns around the platform said faintly as they looked at Lu Ming with great interest. What a good appetite. It's the first time I've seen someone who likes to eat dirt instead of delicacies. Lu Ming muttered as he stepped into the air again and came to the gate. Those from Cold Blood Hall were so angry that they almost vomited blood. Lu Yusen gritted her teeth and glared at Lu Ming with an ugly expression. On the other hand, the few young men beside Lu Yusen looked at Lu Ming with fear. They were shocked that the red-robed youth could not fight back against Lu Ming. Girl, why are you glaring at me? Be careful or I'll spank you. Lu Ming glanced at Lu Yusen's perky butt, then laughed and walked through the gate. Lu Yusen's eyes were red. She swore to herself that if she had the chance, she would make Lu Ming regret it. Lu Ming walked through the gate and came to the front of the 18 paths. Some of the geniuses looked at Lu Ming curiously. They were all very curious. When did such a genius appear? Slowly, more and more people came to the front of the 18 paths. In the end, there were no less than 500 people, all of whom were top geniuses. Okay, let's begin. Remember, if you fly out or land on this path, you'll fail. Xianxia's voice rang out. Whoosh! Whoosh! Immediately, someone rushed up. There was one person on each path. When they rushed onto the path condensed by the rainbow light, a figure appeared on the path and attacked the geniuses on the path at the same time. As the palm print blasted out, the 18 youths on the 18 paths roared and were sent flying out of the range of the rainbow light path. Failure. In an instant, all 18 youths were defeated. That's the strength of a spiritual god. It's actually the strength of a spiritual god. There are spiritual deities blocking the way. How are we going to charge through? This is too difficult. Many people's expressions changed greatly, becoming very ugly. Along the way, there were actually spirit gods obstructing them. How could those youths in the spirit embryo realm possibly charge through? Looks like a lot of people will be eliminated during the screening phase. That's indeed the case. With a spiritual deity blocking the way, how many people can charge through? That's normal. The Saint Emperor also said that only the top 10 can enter the Saint Emperor's ancient palace. So what if those spirit embryo realm geniuses manage to enter? You're just here to make up the numbers. You might as well get eliminated earlier. Around them, many people were discussing animatedly. On each of the rainbow paths, there was a figure standing with their hands behind their backs. Although they were not real, there was still a powerful aura spreading out. As long as I charge over, I might still stand a chance. Some people's eyes flickered as they began to calculate. Whoosh! Whoosh! Then, another 18 people rushed up. Boom! Boom! The 18 of them struck out with their palms at the same time. Their palms were like raging waves, unceasing and unending. Among them, 17 of them were directly sent flying by the palms and were eliminated. However, there was one person who was a third-class genius. Moreover, he was a powerful figure among the third-class geniuses. His cultivation was infinitely close to the spiritual deity level. He took the palm head-on, but he was not sent flying. Instead, he seized the opportunity, aimed for an opening, and executed an extremely powerful movement technique to charge through. He charged through that figure's obstruction. Haha, I've made it. I've succeeded. The young man was ecstatic as he rushed forward. However, before he could rejoice, another 3 figures condensed in front of him. Each of the 3 figures was at the first level of the spirit god realm. 3 powerful palms surged toward the young man. You can't play like this, the young man shouted as he was sent flying by the powerful palms. 3 spiritual deities, 3 spiritual deities. How are we going to pass? Many people sighed. It was already difficult to pass one, but now, there were 3 on the road ahead. How is it possible to pass? It's almost impossible to pass if you're not a spiritual deity. Someone shook his head. However, there were still people who did not give up and wanted to give it a try. The facts proved that every road was the same. There was only one first-level spirit god at the beginning, and 3 first-level spirit gods at the end. Of course, the strength of these figures was considered ordinary among the first-level spirit gods. Many people failed: Lu Mingsa Shuijiani and Shizhan of the Heavenly Corpse sect, Dongfeng Yu of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, Ao2 of the Sky Demon Valley, Feng Xian, and the others fail one after another. Although their talent was considered top-notch in the Eastern Wilderness, it was very ordinary in the vast Divine Wilderness continent. None of the first few batches succeeded. Until the 6th batch, a second-class genius made a move. This person was an old acquaintance of Lu Ming, Sanguinarum. Sanguinarum directly sent the first spiritual deity flying with a move and rushed past. Then, he faced 3 spiritual deities, but it did not cause much trouble for Sanguinarum. Sanguinarum struck out 3 times in succession and repelled the 3 figures before he rushed past. What was shocking was that before Sanguinarum reached the end, more figures condensed on the road. This time, a total of 9 figures appeared. 9 experts at the first layer of the spirit god realm. Boom. 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 The 9 figures struck out a palm at the same time. The 9 palms connected, and the palm force was like a landslide. Sanguinarum's face turned serious. A bloody light flashed and condensed into a blood-red battle saber. He slashed out continuously and broke the 9 palms one by one. However, the 9 figures struck out again after the first palm strike. 9 consecutive palm strikes converged and erupted with terrifying power. The 9 figures seemed to be of one mind, and their cooperation was flawless. A sharp cry resounded. Sanguinarum directly executed bloodline fusion and transformed into a bloodwing bat. He emitted a terrifying sound wave that broke through the palm force, and then his wings were like blades that slashed out and slashed one of the figures into 2. He forcefully charged through the gap and flew forward swiftly. After he charged past the 9 figures, there were no more obstructions behind him, and his path was unobstructed. Sanguinarum became the first person to charge onto the platform. Even then, it still caused many people to have dejected expressions. The difficulty of this was too great. The joint forces of 9 first-level spirit gods were too formidable. Besides those who had broken through to the spirit god realm, who else below the spirit god realm could charge through? But now, besides second-class geniuses, no one in the younger generation had broken through to the spirit god realm. Alas, forget it. It's impossible for me to have any hope. The gap is too great. Someone shook his head and sighed with the intention of giving up. There's indeed no need. There's no hope at all. There's no need to embarrass yourself. That's right. Let's just be a spectator this time. Many people spoke and gave up successively. Humph. What a waste of time. At this moment, a cold grunt resounded as a young man stepped forward. Nan Ming, Underworld Child. Someone whispered as they looked at him with fear. Underworld Child was rumored to be on par with the 5 giants of the central continent. However, he had never fought with any of the 5 giants before, so many people were suspicious of him. The 5 giants of the central continent were all outstanding geniuses. Not everyone could reach that level. Who would believe it without seeing it with their own eyes? Boom! Suddenly, Underworld Child's aura skyrocketed as a terrifying pressure filled the air. Then whoosh, Underworld Child turned into a ray of light as he charged forward without stopping. His speed was terrifyingly fast. In the first stage, Underworld Child rushed past the figure who had just sent out a palm strike. Underworld Child's body exploded and did not obstruct Underworld Child at all. In the second stage, 3 figures attacked at the same time, but the result was the same as the previous figure. Underworld Child rushed past the 3 figures and caused them to explode. Underworld Child's speed was not affected at all. It was as if the 3 spiritual gods were air. Underworld Child's figure was like a ray of light. In the third stage, 9 figures could not obstruct Underworld Child at all. All 9 figures exploded as well. Whoosh, Underworld Child's figure appeared on the platform. Hiss, gasps could be heard at the scene. Underworld Child was too powerful and terrifying. Ordinary first-level spiritual gods were nothing in front of him. In the eyes of many people, Underworld Child had just turned into a ray of black light and arrived on the other side in a flash. The time he used was shockingly short. Too terrifying. His strength is far beyond ordinary second-level prodigies. He has definitely reached the level of the 5 giants. Not bad. This is going to be interesting. The geniuses of the other domains will clash with the 5 giants. It will definitely be exciting. Underworld Child's strength shocked everyone. Haha, then I'll go too. A young man in a golden robe stepped out with a loud laugh. This person was golden in color. He had golden hair, golden clothes, and golden boots. His body emitted rays of golden light as if he was a small golden sun. Lion Metropolis, one of the 5 giants. Someone recognized this young man. Lion Do was from the Lion Tiger Hall, an overlord force. It was said that he was a golden lion with 90% of the bloodline of the divine beast Sun Lion. He was extremely powerful. 90% of his bloodline had almost become a pure sun god lion. However, there were almost no innate pure-blooded divine beasts in the divine wilderness continent. Those demon emperors had all transformed into pure-blooded divine beasts when they broke through to become emperors. However, this was an acquired cultivation success. There was still a huge gap between them and innate pure-blooded divine beasts. Lion Capital, let's go together. As soon as Lion Do stepped out, another young man wearing a five-colored feather robe also stepped out. Everyone was shocked as they recognized this young man. Kong Lin was a supreme genius of the Wanya Mountain, an overlord force. It was said that he had 90% of the bloodline of the divine beast Five Elements Peacock and was exceptionally powerful. Similarly, they were two of the five magnates of Zhongzhou State. Among the five magnates of Zhongzhou State, 3 were from the human clan and 2 were from the demon clan. Kong Lin. Shurdo looked at Kong Lin and grinned. The two of them looked at each other and moved almost at the same time. A ray of five-colored light and a ray of golden light respectively rushed towards a different path. Whoosh! Whoosh, almost without stopping, the light flashed past. Just like Underworld Child, the spiritual deities blocking their path were directly blasted apart. They did not stop them at all. In an instant, the two of them had already appeared on the opposite platform. The five magnates are really powerful. Many people sighed. This was the strength of the five magnates. Compared to them, ordinary geniuses were too far away. Even many second-class geniuses felt powerless. My hair, this poor monk is coming. A Buddhist chant that Lu Ming was very familiar with sounded. A monk with a baby face and a smile stepped out. This unscrupulous monk. Lu Ming curled his lips. Ba. A crisp Buddhist chant sounded. A petite figure stepped forward and came to a path next to the unscrupulous monk. A female bodhisattva. What a beautiful female bodhisattva. Many people's eyes lit up. It was actually a nun. She was petite and wore a snow-white kasaya that was spotless. Her body was filled with holy Buddhist light, like a female bodhisattva who walked out of a painting. She was very beautiful. Even if she did not have 100,000 strands of hair, she was still peerless and holy. One could not bear to look away after taking a glance at her. What a pity. Such a peerless beauty who is not inferior to the five beauties is actually a female bodhisattva. Sigh. Many people sighed and felt that it was a pity. Hee, the two bald donkeys of the western desert are going to fight. Let me accompany you. With a sneer, a young man in a black robe with black flames all over his body stepped out and appeared on another path. Someone recognized that this person was a genius of the southern underworld. Bam! Bam! On the other side, 2 tall figures stepped out at the same time, attracting everyone's attention. They were Yang Padian and Tuobashir of the northern plains. Haha, it's really lively. I'll go then. The unscrupulous monk smiled. His body was filled with Buddhist light, and with a flash of light, he rushed forward. At the same time, the others also moved. They turned into rays of light and rushed forward. On the way, the figures of the spirit gods were useless. The next moment, on the opposite platform, Yang Padian, Tuobashir, the unscrupulous monk, the female bodhisattva, and the young man covered in black flames arrived almost at the same time. Almost everyone was stunned. How is this possible? There are so many prodigies of the five magnates? Many people gasped and stammered. It was unbelievable. Yang Padian had long been one of the five magnates of the middle continent. This was not surprising. As for Tuobashir, he had fought with Yang Padian a few times and was already famous in the middle continent. As for the unscrupulous monk, his performance in the Sacred Mansion's secret realm of the World Academy had also spread. Everyone also treated him as one of the five magnates. Those 3 people were not surprising. However, the female bodhisattva and the young man covered in black flames were also terrifying. It was too shocking. Don't tell me those 2 are also as strong as the five magnates. How can they compete? The top 10 spots are almost all taken up. Many people sighed. First, it was the Nether Child, followed by Lion Do and Kong Lin. Now, there were 8 unfathomable existences like them in total. There were not many spots left. Next, many second-class prodigies began to step forward. Now, almost all the second-class prodigies had stepped into the spirit god realm, so such a test was naturally not difficult for them. Those second-class prodigies stepped forward one by one. Lu Ming saw Sandalwood Fairy, Jing Kongling, Kong Xian, Jun Yu, Di Shen, and others. There were also some that Lu Ming did not recognize. This time, most of the prodigies of the divine wilderness continent had come. At this moment, a young man with an ordinary appearance stepped forward. This young man was really very ordinary. His appearance was ordinary, and his figure was ordinary as well. He had a medium build, and his face was very calm. He didn't have any overbearing arrogance, nor did he have the noble and domineering aura of a king. He was just like an ordinary young man. However, when this young man walked out, he attracted the attention of everyone. Even the monarch realm experts looked over. Because this young man was Long Chen. Long Chen was a name that everyone in the central continent knew. Because he was the well-deserved overlord of the younger generation of the central continent. He was invincible and could sweep through all his opponents. All along the way, he had never tasted defeat among those of the same generation. During the battle of karmic luck, he'd stepped into the domain enlightened spirit god realm, and he was far ahead of the other four great figures. He was reputed to be a rare genius of the central continent in 100,000 years. No one spoke. Everyone's gazes descended onto Long Chen. They wanted to see how he would perform. Bang, Long Chen moved and took a step forward. That's right, it was just an ordinary step. Then, he took another step. Just like that, he took one step at a time, neither hurried nor slow, and walked forward step by step. He traversed several kilometers with a single step. His speed wasn't fast. Not to mention being unable to compare to Yang Padian and the others, he couldn't even compare to second-grade prodigies. He took a few steps and arrived before the first figure. That figure slapped out with his palm. Long Chen swung his palm as well. Bang! That figure exploded into pieces. After that, Long Chen continued forward. In next to no time, he arrived before the three figures in the second stage. He swung his palm again, and the three figures exploded into pieces. After that, he continued forward and arrived before the third stage. He swung his palm again, and another 9 figures exploded at the same time. He seemed to be very relaxed and carefree. After that, he stepped onto the platform again. His speed wasn't fast, but the speed at which he passed the stage was very fast. Those figures couldn't obstruct him at all. So, in general, he surpassed most second-grade prodigies. This person is unfathomable. Lu Ming stared at Long Chen and noticed that he couldn't see through Long Chen at all. I'll go as well. Lu Ming smiled and stepped forward. He randomly chose a path and charged forward. Lu Ming's performance wasn't too shocking either. Although he managed to break through at an extremely fast speed, his speed was only average among the second-class prodigies. Therefore, he didn't cause too much of a commotion. Because Lu Ming was able to suppress Wu Tsang before, it was normal for him to have such a result. The others were not too surprised. After Lu Ming passed, several second-class heavenly legends passed the test one after another. After these second-class geniuses passed, no one else tried. The remaining third-class geniuses, and even those who were weaker, all shook their heads. There was no need for them to try, because it was impossible. Alright, the screening is over, Xianxia said. With a wave of his hand, the 18 rainbow paths disappeared without a trace. At the scene, everyone's eyes fell on the platform. There were a total of 40 people on the platform. In other words, only 40 people had passed the selection. Nanming is really something. 2 of them are suspected to be on the same level as the Great Five, and 3 other second-tier prodigies. Northern Plains is also impressive. Other than Tuobashir, there are also 3 second-tier prodigies. I think the Western Desert is unfathomable. They have 2 suspected Great Five, but no second-tier prodigies. This isn't realistic. I don't think even the second-tier prodigies are here. I can't see how strong they are at all. Indeed. The Western Desert has always been unfathomable. They have a long history. No one knows how long ago the Western Desert Saint Monk appeared. Speaking of which, the Eastern Wilderness is really awkward. Only one the Arch passed the selection. Haha. Many people were discussing. Lu Ming looked around. It was indeed so. Central Continent had the most people. Other than him, there were a total of 27 people. 5 from Nanming, 4 from Northern Plains, and 2 from Western Desert. However, the two from Western Desert were unfathomable. Eastern Wilderness only had one, the Arch. Eastern Wilderness? It's just a barren land. Li Lai is the weakest. How many prodigies can there be? It's already good that they have won the Arch. I heard that there's also someone called Lu Ming, who's above the Arch, but he didn't come. He didn't come. I'm afraid he's declined, so he doesn't dare to come. He used to be stronger than the Arch, but now he's probably weaker than the Arch. That's true. Let's not talk about the Eastern Wilderness. Everyone discussed and expressed their opinions. However, when the Eastern Wilderness was mentioned, they all looked at it with contempt. In the crowd, Shui Jiani, Ao2, Dongfang Yu, and the others' faces turned red. However, they felt helpless in their hearts. They had no choice. The Eastern Wilderness was indeed the weakest. This was an indisputable fact. They used to stand at the top of the Eastern Wilderness and were full of confidence. They thought that even if they came to Central Continent, they would be able to make a name for themselves. However, ever since they came to Central Continent, they had been dealt a heavy blow. There were too many people in Central Continent who were stronger than them. Even the Arch was only a second-tier prodigy. This made them feel dejected. I wonder what kind of name Lu Ming will make if he comes to Central Continent. He'll probably be suppressed and won't be able to do much. At this moment, Shui Jiani, Dongfang Yu, Ao2, and the others thought of Lu Ming. However, they thought that even if Lu Ming came, he would probably be weaker than the Arch. The Arch had comprehended the intent of space and was extremely powerful. During the Battle of Providence, the Arch's intent of space was still weak. The intent of space would become stronger as one progressed. They believed that the Arch had already surpassed Lu Ming. Alright, there are 40 people in total. Now, let's begin the first round. The rules of the first round are very simple. I've already recorded the time you took to pass the selection. Now, according to the time you took to pass, you'll be divided into two groups. The shorter the time, the better the result. The top 20 will be in one group, and the bottom 20 will be in the other. The rule of the first round is that the bottom 20 will challenge the top 20. If they succeed, they'll advance directly. If they fail, they'll be eliminated directly. Moreover, each person can only challenge once. Those who are challenged can only accept one challenge. Xianxia announced. What? The bottom 20 will challenge the top 20? Many people's expressions changed. There was no doubt that Yang Padian, Lion Du, and the others had taken the shortest time, and those who were challenged could only accept one challenge. This meant that someone would definitely challenge Yang Padian, Lion Du, and the others. Wouldn't that mean that they would lose? Now, I'll announce the names of the bottom 20. Wu Tsang, Sanguinarum, Xianxia announced the names of the bottom 20. Those whose names were called had ugly expressions. At the same time, they began to size up those whose names were not called. I didn't expect to enter the top 20. Lu Ming smiled slightly. Apart from him, Sandalwood Fairy, Jing Kongling, the Arch, and Wu Chun-kong, the second-grade prodigies that Lu Ming knew, were all in the top 20. Kong Xian, Jun Yu, and the others were in the bottom 20. Lu Yusin was also in the bottom 20. Her expression was ugly. Yang Padian, Lion Do, Kong Lin, and Long Chen were ignored. Tuobusher and Scrupulous Monk, and other powerhouses were also ignored. Challenging them was no different from admitting defeat. Besides, the Emperor God, who had mastered the space concept, was also excluded. Wu Chun-kong, who had always been at the top of the second-grade prodigies, was also excluded. There were also a few others who gave off an unfathomable feeling. There were also Sandalwood Fairy and Jing Kongling, two peerless beauties who were pursued by many people. Of course, no one would challenge them. There were only a few people left. Many people's gazes swept over Lu Ming and the other two people. Lu Ming had defeated Wu Tsang before, but Wu Tsang was considered weak among the second-grade prodigies. Besides, Lu Ming had used a treasure to block the attack of a fourth-grade spirit god. However, in such an occasion, one would not be allowed to win with a treasure. One had to rely on one's own strength. Therefore, Lu Ming was undoubtedly one of the best targets to challenge. Before we start, I'll say two things. First, this is only a competition. You can't kill your opponent. Second, don't rely too much on external items. You have to rely on your own strength. Xianxia announced. You, the bearded man, I challenge you. What are you doing? That bearded man is mine. Get lost, all of you. He's mine. As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, a few people stared at Lu Ming, wanting to challenge him. Hey, do you all think I'm easy to bully? There was a fierce glint in Lu Ming's eyes as he scanned the few of them. Wait a minute. This is too messy. We'll do it according to the results. Those with good results in the bottom 20 will have priority. As soon as Xianxia said that, the place quieted down. Following which, an old man walked out and reported the rankings of the following 20 people one by one. The more they reported, the uglier their faces became. Those with good results would have priority, so they would definitely challenge the weak. In other words, the last one would be the strongest. For example, Long Chen, Yang Padian, and the others. Who would challenge them at the beginning? Those who were ranked at the bottom would definitely encounter Yang Padian and the others. How could they be happy? Now, let's begin. After the names were reported, Xianxia announced. I'll go first. Lu Yusen stepped out. Her results were the best among the 20 people behind her. She almost made it into the top 20. Her gaze swept over the crowd and finally landed on Lu Ming. A cold light flashed in her eyes as she said, Big Beard, I challenge you. Previously, Lu Ming did not give her any face at all, and even suppressed the cold-blood hall genius in front of everyone. In Lu Yusen's view, this was a complete slap to her face. She had long wanted to teach Lu Ming a lesson. Now that there was such an opportunity, how could she miss it? Little girl, you want to challenge me? Like I said before, be careful or I'll spank you. Lu Ming grinned as his gaze swept over Lu Yusen's perky buttocks. You are courting death. Lu Yusen's face turned ugly. This guy is really courting death. Shurdo, one of the 5 magnates, emitted a cold light and murderous intent, causing those standing beside him to tremble. Everyone in the central continent knew that Shurdo had always been Lu Yusen's suitor. Since Lu Ming dared to flirt with Lu Yusen, it was obvious that Shurdo had his eyes on him. Lu Yusen challenged Lu Ming. Everyone else stepped back and stood at the edge of the platform. Only Lu Ming and Lu Yusen stood facing each other on the platform. If I don't beat you until you beg for mercy today, I'm not Lu Yusen. Lu Yusen's beautiful eyes were full of cold light. She was confident that she could defeat Lu Ming. Because she had not used her full strength in the selection. Swoosh, suddenly, Lu Yusen moved. She pounced on Lu Ming. The strange thing was that as Lu Yusen dashed out, there were more and more of her figures. 1 into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8, in the end, the platform was filled with Lu Yusen's silhouettes. There were hundreds of them, densely packed around Lu Yusen. This is the illusion demon body technique of the Dark Illusion sect. Lu Yusen has actually cultivated it to this level. How shocking! At the edge of the platform, some second-grade prodigies recognized this body technique and had a serious expression. With hundreds of silhouettes appearing all of a sudden, how could he fight back? Lu Yusen's battle strength was considered above average even among second-grade prodigies. Illusion Demon Finger. With a shout, the hundreds of silhouettes stretched out their hands at the same time. Her slender, jade-like fingers seemed slender and weak, but they exuded a power that was more terrifying than that of a divine weapon. They pierced through the void, aiming to kill Lu Ming. Swoosh! Swoosh, there were finger forces in all directions, aiming at the vital parts of Lu Ming's body. A black spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Ming Lu was from the Black Spear sect, so he had bought a black spear some time ago. It was a middle-grade level 8 spirit weapon. Swoosh! Swoosh, with a shake of the spear, streaks of black spear flowers condensed in the air and flew towards the finger forces. Bam! Bam, there was a series of collisions, and the spear flowers and finger forces disappeared. Wang, then, the black spear radiance expanded and swept out with a force that could wipe out an army. However, Lu Yusen's body technique was indeed impressive. In the face of such an attack, the hundreds of silhouettes on the platform flashed and dodged Lu Ming's spear. Let's see how many spears you can dodge. Lu Ming held the spear and swept out continuously. The spear radiance was like a black dragon, surging on the huge platform and enveloping the entire platform. Although Lu Yusen's body technique was strong, its power was greatly reduced on such a platform. Soon, she could no longer dodge, and the silhouettes were hit by the spear radiance and dissipated. Humph! Lu Yusen snorted and advanced instead of retreating. Her figure flashed continuously at an incredible speed. Lu Ming's spear radiance was like a dragon, but he could not hit her. When she approached Lu Ming, a gray fog appeared above Lu Yusen's head. On the gray fog, there were 8 golden chakras. This was Lu Yusen's bloodline. Great dream of spring and autumn. At this moment, Lu Yusen transformed into a ball of gray fog. The gray fog expanded rapidly, shrouding Lu Ming within it. When Lu Ming was enveloped by the gray fog, the surroundings suddenly changed. Boom! The heavens and earth shook violently. Lu Ming saw an intense battle taking place in front of him. Talisman Puppet Sect. Lu Ming was shocked. The Talisman Puppet Sect was in front of him. At this moment, the yin-yang formation of the Talisman Puppet Sect was broken. The Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's army was swarming in and charging into the yin-yang mountain. At this moment, both sides were fighting a bloody battle. He saw the 9 sons prime, Yan Quantu, being killed by martial monarch De. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others died at the hands of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's primes. His parents, his disciples, and his friends were all turned into ashes in the bloody battle. Illusion, illusion, this is an illusion. Lu Ming took a deep breath and his eyes flickered continuously. In the sacred mansion's secret realm, he had entered an illusion created by an existence that surpassed the Emperor realm and almost got lost. Compared to that illusion, this illusion was too fake. How could it confuse Lu Ming? At this moment, at the edge of the platform, the geniuses, the rulers, supremes, and many other powerhouses on their seats, as well as the powerhouses in the holy city in the surrounding air, were all staring at the platform. They saw Lu Ming's figure being shrouded by the gray fog. It's Lu Yusen's dream of spring and autumn. That guy called Ming Lu is finished. The outcome has been decided. That's right. Once Lu Yusen's dream of spring and autumn is used, he can only retreat. Once he's shrouded, he'll fall into an endless illusion. Even the top 5 youths would be in danger. Lu Yusen has won. A few second-class geniuses were discussing. They knew how terrifying Lu Yusen's dream of spring and autumn was. This was Lu Yusen's bloodline secret technique. It was very mysterious and unpredictable. After that, no one made a sound and they waited quietly. Lu Ming's eyes were tightly shut in the gray fog. However, 2 minutes later, Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes. Let's end this. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile as he shouted. The scene of the Talisman Puppet Sect's battle suddenly froze. Then, it shattered like a mirror and turned into nothingness. Lu Ming was still standing on the platform as the gray fog shrouded him. Break! Lu Ming's palm was like a sword as the 5-colored intent exploded and he slashed down. Boom, heaven and earth shook violently as the gray fog rolled. It was constantly being destroyed by Lu Ming's true origin. In the next moment, Lu Ming took a step forward and dashed in a certain direction. He grabbed with his claw and a terrifying force suddenly erupted. In that direction, the gray fog was destroyed and Lu Yusen's figure appeared. At this moment, her eyes were wide open and her mouth was agape. Her face was filled with disbelief. His true origin condensed into a huge hand and grabbed Lu Yusen. His true origin surged in and sealed Lu Yusen's major acupoints, preventing her from circulating her true origin. As Lu Yusen was grabbed by Lu Ming, the gray fog dissipated. When the crowd saw this scene, they were stunned. Lu Yusen has been defeated and captured. What's going on? Many people did not see what had happened because of the gray fog. They thought that Lu Ming would definitely lose. However, after 2 minutes, the fog dissipated and they saw this scene. Some sovereigns and sovereigns' eyes flickered but they did not speak. They had obviously seen something. Let me go. Lu Yusen struggled hard in the true origin hand's hand. But her true origin was sealed. How could she break free with just her physical strength? Let you go? Hee hee, did I forget what I said? Lu Ming grinned, his eyes darting all over Lu Yusin's body. Lu Yusin stared at Lu Yusin. What do you want? Of course it's to spank you. Su sss your will. King sovereigns you. How? How? Lu Yusin glared at Lu Ming angrily. Her threat was self-evident. You dare to threaten me? You're asking for a beating. With a thought, he controlled his true origin and grabbed Lu Yusin. Then, he slapped Lu Yusin's round buttocks. Smack. A clear and crisp sound echoed throughout the entire area. Lu Ming's palm slapped Lu Yusin's but hard, causing her but to tremble violently in front of everyone's eyes. Silence, the scene suddenly fell into a dead silence. Countless people stared at the scene with their mouths open. He hit Lu Yusin's butt. After a long time, someone stammered, but he couldn't finish his sentence. They couldn't believe it, the peerless beauty Lu Yusin who was capable of causing the downfall of nations was actually being spanked in front of everyone. This was simply inconceivable. How could this Ming Lu be so daring? Lu Yusin was one of the 5 peerless beauties of Xianxia state. Of course, more people were envious. Whether young or old, they were envious. Some even had red eyes. They also wanted to slap one of the 5 great beauties of Xianxia state, but they didn't dare to. Pervert, lecher. A woman scolded and looked at Lu Ming with disdain. You're courting death. A loud roar was heard, and a terrifying murderous intent erupted. A golden light soared into the sky. Sherdou looked at Lu Ming with murderous intent, wishing he could tear Lu Ming into pieces. As everyone knew, Sherdou had been pursuing Lu Yusin. Since Lu Ming dared to treat Lu Yusin like this, he naturally wished he could kill Lu Ming. At this time, Lu Yusin was also stunned. She stared at Lu Ming in a daze. After a long while, she let out an earth-shattering scream. She was actually being treated like this by Lu Ming in front of everyone. She wished there was a hole in the ground and she could crawl into it. You're dead. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Lu Yusin screamed and struggled desperately. What are you screaming for? How dare you threaten me? Hit me again. Lu Ming scolded and slapped her again. The clear and melodious voice once again echoed throughout the entire area. Everyone's eyes were about to explode, especially the men. They were so envious that their eyes turned red. Some of them were so excited that they were trembling. It was as if they had replaced Lu Ming to teach Lu Yusin a lesson. Commander. Commander, he, Tai Xing and the other members of the law-enforcing army were completely speechless. They knew that Lu Ming was awesome, but this was too awesome. Even some of the sovereigns and supreme beings at the table felt their eyelids twitching. How dare you? A supreme being from the Serene Fantasy sect couldn't hold it in any longer. He shouted and his supreme being aura spread. However, he was immediately stopped by the sovereigns of the Serene Fantasy sect. Today was the ancient Saint Dynasty's million-year sacrifice ceremony. Many experts had gathered. Besides, Lu Ming and Lu Yusin were having a fair fight on the fighting stage. It wasn't appropriate for them to interfere. Ming, you're dead. The golden light on Sherdou's body shone brighter, and terrifying murderous intent shrouded Lu Ming. What are you screaming for? Who are you? Shut the hell up. Lu Ming stared coldly at the lion. He was stunned and berated. The lion was enraged. It almost dashed out to kill Lu Ming. In the end, he held it in. With so many sovereigns here, he didn't dare to break the rules. You still dare to threaten me? Lu Ming looked at Lu Yusin again. Ah, I'm going to kill you, Lu Yusin screamed. Smack, another slap was sent down, and Lu Yusin's scream stopped abruptly. The surrounding people were already numb. This awesome commander is too awesome. He's already defying the heavens. He's completely lawless and audacious. Where did this Ming Lu come from? I've never heard of him before. He seems to have appeared out of nowhere. First, he suppressed Wu Song. Now, he's treating Lu Yusin like this. To be honest, I'm really impressed. A Sky Pride spoke. He looked very simple and honest. Everyone recognized that he was a Sky Pride from the soldier manner. I'm me-haired. I'm envious. A Buddhist chant was heard. Everyone was stunned because the person who said he was envious was the heartless monk. However, you're just a monk. What are you envious of? Do you want to go up and have a try? Many people were speechless. Ba. Are you still threatening me? Lu Ming continued to stare at Lu Yusen. Lu Yusen bit her lips. This time, she did not dare to speak. That's right. I've already warned you twice, but you didn't listen. Little girl, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. Don't hold a grudge. I'm doing this for your own good. Lu Ming spoke eloquently, as if he was an elder lecturing a junior. Coupled with his big beard, he looked like he was in his 40s. He really did have that kind of aura. Lu Yusen could only glare at Lu Ming hatefully. She did not dare to say a word, but she could not wait to cut Lu Ming into pieces. She hated it. In the future, when others saw her, they would definitely think of this bearded man. Alright, that's all for today. Behave yourself in the future. Don't be so arrogant. With that, Lu Ming waved his hand and Lu Yusen flew out. When she flew out of the platform, Lu Ming had already unsealed the quintessential essence in her body. Lu Yusen's quintessential essence spread out. She glanced at Lu Ming with murderous intent, then flew to the seats of the Xuanhuan sect without saying a word. Ming Lu wins this battle. An elder from the Imperial Xia family announced. Lu Ming grinned and walked to the side of the platform. This big brother is amazing. I'm impressed. At the side, Monk Wuliang put his palms together, his face full of admiration. This made the hearts of the people around him twitch. Is this monk really a holy monk of the Western Desert? Haha, master, you're exaggerating. Lu Ming said casually. However, he did not dare to underestimate this monk Wuliang. He felt that this monk was unfathomable. Next, the competition continued. A skypride from Nanming stepped forward. His ranking was second only to Lu Yusen. This person chose a skypride who was slightly weaker. Unfortunately, he still lost and followed in Lu Yusen's footsteps. Next, the challenges continued one after another. The next two contestants were very strong. They both won. However, from the fifth challenge onwards, the challengers began to lose. Kong Xian challenged Wu Qingkong and was defeated. Wu Qingkong's cultivation had actually reached the second level of spirit god. Wu Qingkong must have made another breakthrough during this period of time. Two people challenged Sandalwood Fairy and Jing Kong Ling, but they both failed. Sandalwood Fairy used her body to carve a formation. The peerless killing formation within her body erupted, and it was extremely powerful. In addition to his alchemy skills, his combat prowess was astonishing. Pure emptiness had comprehended 3 different mentalities. The combination of the 3 mentalities was mysterious and unpredictable. His battling power was also very strong. It would not be difficult for him to defeat his opponent. Immediately, someone challenged Di Shin. The concept of space was truly worthy of being called the king of concepts. The further one cultivated it, the more astonishing its power was. In the end, Di Shin defeated his opponent and maintained his position in the top 20. Soon, only Long Chen, Yang Padian, and Unscrupulous Monk were left. The faces of the remaining 9 people who had yet to issue a challenge were extremely ugly. Some people were really unwilling to accept it. After picking and choosing, they finally chose Monk Wuliang. This fellow didn't seem reliable. Perhaps his battle prowess wasn't strong enough. Then, the second-class prodigy who had issued the challenge was sent flying off the platform by Heartless Monk. He won in one move. The difference was too great. The remaining 8 people sighed. Knowing that it was meaningless to challenge him, they all admitted defeat. The first round was over. There were 20 people left. Everyone looked at Xie Qitian, wanting to know the rules of the next round. Would it be a one-on-one battle again? In the second round, let's decide the winner and the loser in one fell swoop. Xie Qitian said, the 20 of you will fight in a free-for-all on the platform. You can fight however you want. The score will be calculated according to the time you stay on the platform. The longer you stay on the platform, the better your score will be. In the end, the top 10 and top 3 will be determined. A free-for-all? Everyone was shocked. Xianxia had actually used a free-for-all method to let the 20 prodigies on the platform fight to determine the winner. This made the situation complicated. A free-for-all was not a one-on-one battle. They could join forces or form alliances. The situation was ever-changing. Now, let's begin. Xianxia's voice spread across the entire platform. Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as Xianxia's voice fell, a figure on the platform moved away from the people around him and stared at the others cautiously. Everyone was an enemy except for himself. No one could guarantee that no one would suddenly attack him. Only Longchen looked calm and indifferent. He stood there casually and looked straight ahead as if he did not care at all. On the platform, everyone looked at each other and the atmosphere became extremely tense. Xianxia, let's continue to fight. Today, we must decide the winner. A loud roar broke the silence. Tuobusher held the mace in his hand and charged towards Xianxia. That's what I want. I'll defeat you today. The sky halberd appeared in Yang Potion's hand. He took a step forward and charged towards Tuobusher. Boom, the sky halberd and the sky halberd collided heavily. The space was torn apart and a terrifying force swept out in all directions. Third-level spirit god. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Xianxia and Tuobusher's cultivation had indeed broken through to the third-level spirit god. They were stronger than when they were in the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. Such prodigies were terrifying. Not only were their combat strengths shocking, but their cultivation speed was also terrifying. Boom! 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 The two exchanged more than 10 blows and the entire world seemed to be trembling. So powerful. The second-class prodigies were shocked when they saw this scene. Was this the strength of the young tycoons? They were too powerful. How could they compete with them? Western Desert bald donkeys, I won't fight for a while. Let's see if your strength has improved. The young man covered in black flames stared at Monk Wuliang and the female bodhisattva. Little dog on fire, I'll fulfill your wish. Monk Wuliang took a step forward and his body was covered in golden light. A golden palm print blasted towards the young man covered in black flames. The black flames on the young man's body burned fiercely. It was terrifying as if they were flames from hell. Boom! Boom! Monk Wuliang and the young man covered in black flames exchanged a few blows. The flames and the golden light split the world into two sides. The others on the side retreated far away. Fortunately, the platform was big enough and sturdy. Otherwise, the others would not have a place to stand. The commotion caused by the battle between the two was not any smaller than the battle between Xianxia and Tuobusher. Ba. The female bodhisattva of the Western Desert chanted the name of Buddha and stepped forward. With every step she took, a golden lotus would appear under her feet. It was holy and beautiful. Her target was the underworld child. The Western Desert and Southern Underworld had been enemies since ancient times. One was Buddha and the other was evil. The prodigies of the two domains naturally knew each other and had fought many times in the past. This time, they naturally clashed as soon as they met. As soon as the competition began, the Western Desert and Nanming continent prodigies started fighting. Xianxia and Tuobusher were engaged in a fierce battle. While the 6 prodigies were engaged in an intense battle, the rest did not move. Longchen stood there calmly. His expression was indifferent and his aura was calm. There did not seem to be anything special about him. However, everyone took the initiative to distance themselves from him. Naturally, no one would be courting death by attacking him. Among the remaining prodigies, only Lion Do and Kong Lin were left. Both of them scanned the second-class prodigies coldly. Especially Lion Do. His cold and murderous gaze swept past Lu Ming from time to time. The remaining second-class prodigies were wary of each other and distanced themselves from each other. Brother Lion, Brother Kong, I have a suggestion. Why don't we team up and defeat all of them? That way, there will only be 10 of us left. Wu Kong walked toward Lion Do and suggested. Then, he scanned all the second-class prodigies, including Lu Ming. The second-class prodigies' expressions changed when they heard that. There were a total of 9 prodigies on the platform. Including Wu Kong, there were 10 of them. Wu Kong's intention was obvious. Once everyone was defeated, he would be able to secure a spot in the top 10. Lion Do and Kong Lin's eyes flashed as they scanned the crowd. Alright, we'll do as you say, Lion Do said. Lion Tiger Hall was on good terms with Tianwu Sword Sect. Lion Do was also on good terms with Wu Qingkong. That was why he agreed to Wu Qingkong's suggestion. Another reason was that it would be beneficial for them to leave the top 10 on the platform earlier. The prodigies would definitely fight for the top 10. However, if they fought now and someone lost, wouldn't they fall out of the top 10 and be taken advantage of by the second-class prodigies? If they could secure a spot in the top 10, they would be able to fight to their heart's content. Even if they lost, they could still enter the Sacred Emperor Ancient Palace to comprehend. Kong Lin had obviously thought of that too. His eyes flashed as he said, I agree too. Alright, Kong Lin. Let's team up and get rid of these trash. Lion Do sneered and his eyes were cold. The second-class prodigy's expressions turned ugly. Wu Qingkong, you're despicable. Damn it. Everyone, I suggest we team up. Otherwise, we'll all lose. Alright, I agree. Let's work together. Several second-class geniuses spoke one after another. In a flash, 6 second-class geniuses gathered together, intending to join forces against Sherdou, Kong Lin, and Wu Qingkong. However, Sandalwood Fairy and Jing Kongling did not follow them. The two peerless fairies gathered together and retreated to the side. In addition, Dishan did not gather with them. His figure flickered and he retreated. Of course, it was impossible for Lu Ming to meet up with them. You guys, why aren't you coming over? Do you want to be defeated by them one by one? A young man shouted coldly as he glanced at Dishan and Lu Ming. You don't have to worry about me. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Humph, stubborn. You think you have some strength, so you're getting carried away. Let's see how you'll be defeated. The young man scolded Lu Ming. He was very unhappy that Lu Ming did not join them. Do it. Lion opened his mouth and stared at Lu Ming first. Brother Lion, you don't have to do anything for this guy. I'll take him down. Wu Qingkong said as he stared at Lu Ming. Alright. The Saint Emperor said that we can't kill him, but that's all. You know what to do now, right? Lion Do pondered for a moment and nodded. Don't worry, I'll break his limbs and bones. I guarantee that he won't be able to get out of bed for half a year. Wu Qingkong revealed a sinister smile. Now that he had broken through to the second-level spirit god realm, his combat strength had increased tremendously. He was full of confidence and did not take Lu Ming seriously at all. Bam! Bam! He took a few steps forward and the sword chi on his body whistled as he closed in on Lu Ming. How dare you injure the elites of Sky Martial Sword Sect? I'll let you know the consequences now. Wu Qingkong's voice was extremely cold and his eyes were as sharp as a sword. Smashing Sky Martial Sword Sect, it seems like you don't learn your lesson. This time, I'll teach you a lesson. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He took a step forward and struck at Wu Qingkong. Clang, the sword aura let out a long cry. Wu Qingkong unsheathed his combat sword and a sharp sword aura slashed toward Lu Ming. His cultivation had broken through to the second-level spirit god realm and his combat strength was much stronger than when he was in the Sacred Mansion secret realm. The sword chi cut through the void and slashed at Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming's palm struck Wu Qingkong's sword chi and shattered it. At the same time, his palm continued to strike. Clang! When the palm landed on the sword, there was a loud explosion. The battle sword trembled non-stop. Wu Qingkong felt as if he had been hit by an ancient divine mountain. He could feel a terrifying force surging towards him, causing his body to involuntarily retreat. How is this possible? Wu Qingkong roared, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had been forced back by Lu Ming's palm strike. He was already one of the top second-grade prodigies. Now, he was ahead of the other second-grade prodigies and was the first to reach the second-level spirit god realm. His combat strength was so strong that he was almost invincible among the giants. But now, he had been forced back by Lu Ming's palm strike. It was hard for him to accept. The surrounding spectators were also shocked beyond words. This bearded commander's combat strength had exceeded their expectations. Could he really be a match for Wu Qinkong? Boom? Boom. At this moment, Sherdou and Kong Lin had already made their moves. The two of them displayed their terrifying combat strength and attacked the 6 second-grade prodigies like a storm. Although the 6 second-grade prodigies tried their best to resist, they were still at a disadvantage. This showed the terrifying combat strength of a giant prodigy. Dong, Lu Ming took a step forward and the entire platform rumbled. His true yuan surged as he used the suppressing hell skill. Every move he made contained terrifying power. He instantly appeared in front of Wu Qinkong and punched out a few times. The punches carried endless power. The sky shook and groaned as if it could not withstand Lu Ming's punches. How can he be so strong? Wu Qinkong was terrified. He unleashed all his strength and slashed out shocking sword chi with his battle sword. But all of them were suppressed and defeated by Lu Ming's punches. Lu Ming was like a hot knife through butter. Wu Qinkong was forced back. His body trembled and he vomited blood. Explode! Explode! Wu Qinkong activated his bloodline and transformed into a battle sword as he retreated. But it was useless. Lu Ming's punches were too powerful and suppressed everything. Clang! 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 The punches landed on the battle sword. After 7 punches, the battle sword that Wu Qinkong had transformed into exploded. Wu Qinkong's body reappeared and he was vomiting blood. His face was pale. Defeated, Wu Qinkong was defeated. This result was beyond many people's expectations. Although Lu Ming had defeated Wu Tsang was considered weak among the second-grade prodigies. Wu Qinkong, on the other hand, was a top second-grade prodigy who had broken through to the second-level spirit god realm. His combat strength was much stronger than Wu Tsang's. At first, no one thought that Lu Ming would be a match for Wu Qinkong. This commander of the law enforcement troop is really unexpected. Some of the older generation exclaimed. Smack! Lu Ming rushed over and slapped Wu Qinkong's face. Wu Qinkong let out a blood-curdling scream as his body slammed into the platform. His head was like a hammer, causing the platform to rumble. Wu Qinkong felt his head buzzing. He was completely dumbfounded. Crack! Then, a piercing pain came from his left leg, waking him up. My leg! He screamed. Lu Ming stomped on one of his legs, breaking all the bones. Crack! Then, Lu Ming stomped on his right leg, breaking it. Wu Qinkong screamed as he broke out in cold sweat. What are you screaming for? Didn't you say you were going to break all my limbs and bones? If that's the case, I'll let you have a taste. Lu Ming scolded as he formed a long spear in his hand. He swept it across Wu Qinkong's arms, breaking all the bones in his arms. This was not an ordinary bone break. It contained Lu Ming's terrifying vital essence. Wu Qinkong's vital essence vibrated, shattering all the bones in his arms. Even with Wu Qinkong's powerful cultivation and physical strength, he would not be able to recover in a few months. In the spectator stands, the Tianwu sword sect's upper echelons looked extremely gloomy. Some of them wanted to rush up and chop Lu Ming into pieces. However, they could only endure it in such a situation. Your screams are so king unpleasant. You sound like a pig being slaughtered. Get lost. In the end, Lu Ming kicked Wu Qinkong, sending him flying off the platform. Of course, the last kick had also shattered all the bones in Wu Qinkong's body. It would be difficult for him to recover in less than half a year. In a battle between geniuses, every second mattered. Wu Qinkong would probably be overtaken by other geniuses in half a year's time. A disciple of the celestial martial sword sect flew out and caught Wu Qinkong, carrying him to the spectator stand. An elder of the celestial martial sword sect fed Wu Qinkong a healing pellet. That thief is so ruthless. The Tianwu sword sect's elder gnashed his teeth in hatred. Lu Ming was too ruthless. He had shattered all the bones in Wu Qinkong's body. Not a single bone was left intact. It would be difficult to recover in a short period of time. At this moment, the battle on the platform became even more intense. Lu Ming had defeated Wu Qinkong, while Sherdou and Kong Lin were about to win as well. One of the 6 second-class prodigies had already been knocked off the platform. That trash. Seeing that Wu Qinkong had been defeated, Sherdou could not help but yell. Then, he let out a wild roar as his body shone with a dazzling golden light. In the next moment, Xianxia transformed into his true form. It was a golden lion, 5 meters tall and more than 10 meters long. Its entire body was covered in golden fur, and there were even golden flames dancing on its fur. Sun Lion, Lion Do had 90% of the Sun God Lion's bloodline. He was almost a pure-blooded Sun God Lion. As long as he broke through to become a ruler, he would be able to transform into a real Sun God Lion. Roar, Xianxia let out a loud roar. Now that he had transformed into his true form, he was even more terrifying. With a loud roar, the heavens and earth shook, and the clouds in the sky were scattered. With a slap of his huge paw, a second-class prodigy was sent flying off the platform. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The difference was too great. One move was enough to seriously injure him. The second-class prodigies who were able to enter the top 20 were all elites among the second-class prodigies. However, they were still no match for Xianxia. Roar. Xianxia let out a loud roar. His golden flame surged as his combat strength exploded. 2 more prodigies were sent flying. The remaining 2 were sent flying by Kong Lin's 2 slaps. In this way, the 6 second-class prodigies were all defeated. Including Wu Kong, who was sent flying by Lu Ming, a total of 7 prodigies were defeated. There were only 13 left on the platform. As long as 3 more prodigies were defeated, the top 10 would be born. Xianxia's cold gaze first fell on Lu Ming. On the other side, Kong Lin's gaze first swept across Sandalwood Ferry and Jing Kongling, then landed on Dishan. Xianxia, leave Dishan to me and Ming Lu to you. How about we take one each? Kong Lin said. That's exactly what I want. Xianxia said. At this moment, Kong Lin's gaze fell on Sandalwood Ferry and Jing Kongling. He smiled and said, Sandalwood Ferry, after I take care of Dishan and Ming Lu, there will only be 11 prodigies left on the platform. I'll have to ask Miss Kongling to step down. This way, you can also enter the top 10. Kong Lin was one of Sandalwood Ferry's admirers. Naturally, he would seize the opportunity to court her. Is that so? Are you that confident, young Master Kong? Don't tell me you can't do it? Sandalwood Fairy squinted her eyes and smiled. Ha ha ha, can't do it? Other than the prodigies, no one can escape from me. Kong Lin smiled and suddenly moved. A 5-colored light flashed as he pounced at Dishan. His speed was terrifying. Kong Lin's true form was a peacock. He had 90% of the 5 elements peacock's bloodline and his speed was unparalleled. However, his opponent was Dishan. He was the king of space and was also good at speed. Whoosh! Whoosh! Dishan didn't fight with Kong Lin. Instead, he used the instant step to dodge Kong Lin's attack. The 2 of them chased each other and their speed was astonishing. They kept flashing on the platform. It was hard to tell who was the winner. Second-level Spirit God. Dishan has also reached the second-level Spirit God. Someone exclaimed as he saw Dishan's cultivation. Eastern Wilderness finally has a decent prodigy. Although he's not as strong as the prodigies, he's one of the best among the second-tier prodigies. Someone commented. Dishan had comprehended the space intent and had reached the second-level Spirit God. He was already at the peak of the second-tier prodigies. Perhaps even Wu Kong was no match for him. Roar! When the lion roared, it stomped on the ground and pounced toward Lu Ming. The golden claw radiance was like a golden heavenly saber that tore the space apart. Dragon power. With a thought, the 7 dragon powers in his body exploded. There was a purple glow on Lu Ming's body. However, there was no scale armor. Therefore, the head of the Wang family and the head of the Jiang family could not recognize Lu Ming. Lu Ming's power was even more shocking. At the same time, he punched out with the 5-colored intent. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Ming Lu wants to fight Xianxia head-on. He's overestimating himself. That's right. His combat power is indeed strong. However, there's still a big gap between him and a prodigy. It's unwise to fight him head-on. Many people initially thought that Lu Ming would learn from the arch and try his best to retreat and stall for time. As long as he waited for the battle between Xiamo and Nan Ming, or Yang Padian and Tuobashir to emerge victorious, he would be able to enter the top 10. They didn't expect that Lu Ming would choose to fight Sherdou head-on. Wasn't it suicide to fight a prodigy head-on? 5 colored intent. He has comprehended 5 intents. On the spectator stand, the Wang and Jiang family leaders were shocked. Previously, they had seen Lu Ming comprehend 4 types of intents. That was already the highest number of intents they had seen someone comprehend. But now, they actually saw someone comprehend 5 types of intents. They didn't think that Ming Lu was Lu Ming. Firstly, they had seen Lu Ming outside the Talisman Puppet sect. It was impossible for him to be in the Central Continent. Secondly, Lu Ming had only comprehended 4 intents in the Battle of Providence. It was too difficult for him to comprehend new intents at such a high cultivation. Boom! Lu Ming's fist and Lion Dou's golden claw collided heavily. Suddenly, 5-colored light and golden light burst out, forming a 6-colored light pillar that soared into the sky. Terrifying waves of air rushed out in all directions. Bang! Bang! The 2 figures retreated simultaneously, each retreating 100 meters and facing each other. It was a draw. This move was a draw. This made many people dumbfounded. This Ming Lu could actually block Lion Dou's move. Although he was pushed back, he still pushed Lion Dou back. Wasn't this too strong? Could it be that Ming Lu was also a giant-level Heaven's Pride? Everyone's hearts kept twitching. Since when were giant-level Heaven's Pride so worthless? Lion Dou himself was also very shocked, but this aroused his fierceness even more. Die! With a loud roar, the golden flames on Lion Dou's body jumped dozens of meters high. The terrifying heat seemed to be able to melt everything, causing the space to distort and even directly burn through, revealing a dark space. His aura also became more violent and more shocking. The sun god lion's bloodline in his body began to boil, as if it was about to turn into a golden sun. Peak 2nd level spirit god, Lion Dou's cultivation was peak 2nd level spirit god. Ming Lu, we're both 2nd level spirit god. I'll let you understand the difference between you and me. Lion Dou said coldly, looking at Lu Ming with a very cold gaze. Just now, Lu Ming's cultivation was 2nd level spirit god. Who said I'm 2nd level spirit god? Lu Ming smiled faintly. In the next moment, boom, a violent aura rushed out from Lu Ming's body, vast and mighty. 3rd level spirit god. At this moment, Lu Ming's cultivation was 3rd level spirit god. What? This Ming Lu's cultivation is 3rd level spirit god? How is this possible? Nestle, he's too strong. This guy has been hiding his strength all along. Isn't this too abnormal? The eruption of Lu Ming's cultivation caused an uproar in all directions. Lu Ming's cultivation had actually reached the terrifying 3rd level of the spirit god realm. When he tested his bone age earlier, his age clearly hadn't reached 25 years old yet. Being able to reach the 3rd level of the spirit god realm before the age of 25 was too shocking and terrifying. Even some of the supremes and rulers in the spectator stands were surprised. Sacred Emperor, I never thought that there would be such a peerless genius hidden within the imperial family. Truly admirable. A ruler spoke. Xie Qitian's eyes were filled with surprise. To think that there was such a prodigy in the law enforcement army, and he hadn't noticed it before. As for 8th Prince Xie Zhen, his eyes were filled with disbelief. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that this Ming Lu, the lowly ant he had demoted to the law enforcement army, was actually so terrifying. If this person had wanted to kill him before, he would have died long ago. In the crowd, Shi Jing and Shi Feng, whose cultivation had been crippled, were pale and bloodless. The eruption of Lu Ming's cultivation had also shocked the other prodigies on the platform. Yang Padian, Tuoba Shi, Underworld Child, and the other prodigies who were fighting felt Lu Ming's powerful aura, and a trace of seriousness appeared in their eyes. As for Lion Dou himself, he was even more shocked. 3rd level of the spirit god realm? How is this possible? Lion Dou roared. Lion Dou, I heard that you're ranked 5th among the 5 giants of the Central Continent. Although you're a little weak, your appearance is not bad, similar to my little gold. I'll reluctantly take you as my mount. Lu Ming stepped forward with a wild aura. The little gold he was talking about was King Kong, the golden tiger that Lu Ming had taken down in the Battle of Providence. Everyone was shocked. This awesome commander actually wanted to take Lion Do as his mount. This was simply wishful thinking, arrogant, and ignorant. You're courting death. Don't think that I can't do anything to you just because your cultivation has reached the 3rd level of the spirit god realm. Lion Do was furious, and his lungs were about to explode. Lion Do was destined to become an emperor in the future, but this bearded man actually wanted to take him as his mount. He deserved to die. So what if he was at the 3rd level of the spirit god realm? It was common for Lion Do to fight above his level. The sun god Lion's blood boiled, and Lion Do seemed to have completely turned into a golden sun that suppressed Lu Ming. Boom, the true essence of the 3rd level of the spirit god realm in his body boiled and surged like a tsunami. He activated the heaven-suppressing hell skill, coupled with the intent realm and dragon power, and blasted towards the golden sun. An earth-shattering explosion sounded, and everyone was shocked to find that the golden sun was sent flying. On the other hand, Lu Ming's body only swayed a little. Kill. Then, Lu Ming shouted and rushed towards Lion Do, launching a storm of attacks. Lion Do let out a long roar. The lion's roar shook the heavens, causing the space to ripple like water. Sanguinarum also knew the sound wave technique, but he was not even worthy of carrying Lion Do's shoes. Lu Ming punched with both fists, breaking Lion Do's sound wave technique, and the fist energy landed heavily on Lion Do's body. Dong. Dong, Lion Do's body was as hard as diamond and exuded a terrifying heat, but he still held in pain under Lu Ming's fists. Everyone gasped. Lion Do was at a disadvantage. I forgot to tell you that I have never lost in a battle of the same level, not to mention that you are 1 level lower than me. Lu Ming's voice was full of confidence. On the other side of the platform, Sandalwood Fairy and Jing Kongling's eyes were shining. Why do I feel that his aura is very familiar? Sandalwood Fairy mumbled. I also feel that it is very familiar. There is an invincible confidence that is very similar to Lu Shaoqing's. Jing Kongling also said. Lu Shaoqing seems to be very good at disguising himself. Could this person be Lu Shaoqing? Sandalwood Fairy seemed to have thought of something as she covered her mouth and whispered. Jing Kongling didn't say anything, but watched the battle carefully. Endless sun. The lion was suppressed by Lu Ming and it felt extremely aggrieved. It roared crazily, revealing its terrifying abilities to the fullest. Lion Do was indeed very strong. He had 90% of the Sun Lion's bloodline, which was comparable to a human martial artist who had awakened a level 9 divine bloodline. His combat strength was extremely terrifying. Killing opponents who were a few levels above him was as easy as eating and drinking. If it was an ordinary 2nd-level spirit god martial artist or demonic beast, Lu Ming could kill him with one slap. But now, Lu Ming had unleashed the true essence of a 3rd-level spirit god, 7 dragon powers, and wills. He could only gain the upper hand. It would take some effort to defeat Lion Do. Lu Ming was amazed. Lion Do was already so powerful with 90% of a divine beast's bloodline. How terrifying would it be if there was a pure-blood divine beast? A 90% bloodline was fundamentally different from a pure-blood divine beast. The gap was huge. According to ancient legends, pure-blood divine beasts had once appeared in the divine wilderness continent. Born divine beasts were invincible once they were born. Among their peers, no one could defeat them. Even a peerless genius who had awakened a level 9 divine bloodline was still far from being a match for them and would be suppressed. It was said that a pure-blood divine beast could reach the Emperor realm with just a little bit of cultivation. Its talent was too strong. What are you shouting for? Fight. Lu Ming raised his fists and kept punching at Lion Do. Lion Do roared and used all his skills, but it was useless. He was defeated by Lu Ming's fists, which landed heavily on his body. Lion Do's huge body trembled like a drum. Its soft golden fur was beaten into a mess. In the end, it broke off and danced on the platform, causing the platform to be covered in golden light. I can't waste it. Lu Ming waved his sleeve and kept the golden fur that fell from Lion Do's body. It was an extraordinary treasure. If it was woven into a robe, it would have a strong defensive ability that was impenetrable by water and fire. Some people in the crowd were envious. Such golden fur was a rare treasure. Roar, Lion Do roared in shame and anger. He wanted to bite Lu Ming to death. Unfortunately, he couldn't do it and was beaten back by Lu Ming. In the end, Lu Ming rode on Lion Do's body and punched him. Lion Do roared and howled in grief. He even rolled on the ground, but it was useless. He couldn't get rid of Lu Ming. Every punch of Lu Ming's was extremely powerful. It suppressed everything and kept hitting Lion Do's body. Lion Do felt that his bones were about to break and blood kept flowing out of his mouth. Demonic beasts had extremely strong bodies, especially those with 90% divine beast bloodline like him. His body was even stronger. However, he couldn't withstand Lu Ming's iron fists. Bang! In the end, Lion Do lay on the ground heavily and gasped for breath. Lion Do was defeated, that was the thought that flashed through everyone's mind. Before this battle, no one would have thought that Lion Do would be defeated by the strange commander of the law enforcement army. It was like a fantasy story. However, that was the truth. Although Lion Do was ranked last among the 5 giants of the central continent, no one dared to underestimate his strength. Those second-class geniuses could only be crushed by Lion Do. However, he was no match for the commander of the law enforcement army. How about it? Are you convinced now? Be my mount. Lu Ming stood on top of Leo and looked down at him. Roar! Lion Do roared madly, leaped into the sky, and rushed out of the platform. Even if he lost, he would drag Lu Ming down with him. Forget it, I'll let you off this time. Lu Ming's body moved and flew backward. He kicked Lion Do's butt and sent him flying far away, landing outside the platform. Lion City was defeated. Lion Do let out a long roar as if he wanted to vent the depression in his heart. After roaring a dozen times, he transformed back into his human form and went to the seat of the Lion Tiger Hall. His face was extremely gloomy. He actually failed to enter the top 10 and was eliminated. It was mainly because he had to deal with Lu Ming, which led to his early elimination. At this moment, there were only 12 people left on the platform. Kong Lin continued to chase after the Monarch God, but the Monarch God used the space concept and avoided Kong Lin's attacks with all his might. With the Monarch God's cultivation and the space concept's profundity, Kong Lin still couldn't catch up to the Monarch God even though he was fast. Whoosh! At this moment, Kong Lin stopped and did not continue to pursue the Emperor God. Instead, he looked at Lu Ming with a grave expression. It was completely out of his expectations that Lion Do didn't defeat Lu Ming, but was defeated by Lu Ming. At this moment, the situation was in a stalemate again. Sandalwood Fairy and Jing Kongling teamed up and stood on the side of the platform. Long Chen had been standing there since the start of the battle. Kong Lin couldn't catch up to the Monarch God and was wary of Lu Ming. He was also Sandalwood Fairy's admirer, so he naturally wouldn't attack Sandalwood Fairy and Jing Kongling. As for the Monarch God, he obviously planned to use the advantage of the space concept to delay as much as possible until the others were defeated and enter the top 10. Therefore, he wouldn't attack first. Yang Padian and Tuobashir were still fighting fiercely. The battle between Western Desert and Southern Ming was even more intense. At this point in the battle, the difference in strength had been revealed. Unscrupulous Monk was fighting a youth covered in black flames. At this moment, the youth in black flames had transformed into his true form, which turned out to be a demonic beast. He looked almost the same as the legendary Cerberus. The youth in black flames had 90% of the Cerberus bloodline and was extremely powerful. Each of the 3 heads could launch a different attack. Black flames filled the air, but there wasn't the slightest bit of heat. Instead, it gave people a feeling of extreme coldness. It was as if this flame could freeze one's soul. This was the Hell Flame. The Cerberus was very strong, but Unscrupulous Monk was stronger. Unscrupulous Monk looked solemn and dignified. His body was covered in golden light, and a golden Buddha floated above his head. Rings of Buddha's light were emitted, suppressing the Cerberus. The Cerberus was completely suppressed by the golden Buddha's light, and it was in a very difficult situation. On the other side, the battle between the Underworld Child and the female Bodhisattva was also very intense. However, the Underworld Child was indeed very powerful. He was called the Underworld Child and was the strongest person in Southern Ming's generation. He was even stronger than the Cerberus. His underworld chi filled the sky and suppressed the female Bodhisattva. However, the Buddhist sect's martial skills were very mysterious and had both offense and defense. The female bodhisattva used the bloodline fusion technique and turned into a real female Buddha. Buddha's light filled the air and formed a Buddha's wall. Although she was at a disadvantage, she was still able to withstand the attacks. So strong. Each of them is stronger than Lion City, and they are all in the third-level spirit god realm. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the battlefield and he saw through everyone's cultivation base. The Western Desert and Southern Ming's four great geniuses were the same as Yang Padian and Tuoba Shi. They were all in the third-level spirit god realm, and their battle strength was above Lion City's. Stinky dog, lose for me. Unscrupulous monk became more and more courageous as the battle went on. His battle strength was unfathomable, and he completely suppressed the Cerberus. The Cerberus tried his best to resist, and at the same time, he scanned the battlefield with his spiritual consciousness. This can't go on. There are still 12 people on the battlefield. If this continues, I will be defeated by this bald donkey, and I won't even be able to enter the top 10. Those two women are weak, so I have to deal with them first. Even if I am defeated, I can still enter the top 10. The Cerberus thought quickly and made up his mind. Then, he used all his strength to block the attack of the heartless monk. His body flashed and turned into a ray of black light, rushing towards Sandalwood Fairy and Jing Kongling. He was as fast as lightning and arrived in front of them in an instant. Stop. Sandalwood Fairy reacted quickly. She stepped lightly on the ground and dense inscriptions appeared on the ground, forming a few arrays. A few shields appeared in front of her. At the same time, Jing Kongling also moved. Rivers appeared and ancient trees grew in the rivers. They stretched out their branches and blocked in front of them. Boom! Boom! There was a violent explosion. The underworld flame spread and burned the shields, rivers and ancient trees. However, after this block, Sandalwood Fairy and Jing Kongling's follow-up attacks burst out. The two peerless beauties cooperated well, which made people's eyes light up. There was no doubt that Sandalwood Fairy and Jing Kongling were the best of the second-class geniuses. However, their opponents were the overlords of their respective factions. Explosions rang out, an energy blast shot out. Their attacks were all defeated by the Cerberus attacks. Get down! The three-headed hellhound roared and clawed at them, which made Sandalwood Fairy and Jing Kongling pale. Are we going to fail? The two of them thought to themselves, feeling a little unwilling in their hearts. There were still 12 contestants left. If they could hold on a little longer, they might be able to enter the top 10. Unfortunately, they could only go this far. They sighed and decided to withdraw from the platform and admit defeat. At this moment, a burly figure suddenly appeared in front of them. He punched out and collided with the claws of the Cerberus, blocking its claw. It's him. Their eyes lit up. It was Lu Ming who stood in front of them. Sandalwood Fairy and Jing Kongling had helped him in the ancient herb garden and prevented him from falling into Cold Blood Hall's trap. Now that he saw them in danger, he naturally would not sit back and do nothing. It's you who wants to save the damsel in distress. Then I'll send you down. The three-headed hellhound roared, and the terrible hell flame broke out. Lu Ming's spiritual spirit trembled slightly, as if his soul was about to be frozen. What a powerful hell flame! Lu Ming exclaimed in his heart, but he laughed out loud. Haha, you're more powerful than that lion. I wanted to take him as my mount, but he wouldn't agree. Although you're a little ugly, you're good enough to be my mount. While laughing, his genuine vitality burst out and he punched a few times. In an instant, he exchanged several blows with the three-headed hellhound. Big Beard, why are you stealing my prey? Monk Wuliang appeared not far away and said with a smile. Monk, I'll take care of your prey for you. Lu Ming said. Haha, that's great. Saves me the trouble. Unscrupulous Monk chuckled. He turned his gaze and stared at Underworld Child. Sister Moonless, how about I help you? Monk Wuliang came to the place where Underworld Child and the female bodhisattva were fighting. The female bodhisattva's name was Moonless. Underworld Child looked at Monk Wuliang with some fear. Wuliang, do what you should do. I don't need your help. Moonless' face was cold. She seemed to have a bad relationship with Monk Wuliang. Not far away, Lu Ming almost tripped and fell. This unscrupulous monk's name was Unscrupulous. It was too apartment I have hair, the falling flowers are in love, but the flowing water is heartless. Sister Moonless doesn't want my help, so forget it. Unscrupulous monk mumbled. Then, his eyes darted around as he scanned his surroundings. The onlookers were speechless. Was this really a Western desert holy monk? Why was he so? Even some rulers on the spectator stands had strange looks on their faces. Elens, with Buddha SS, with the hell monks was hell. Boom, at this moment, Lu Ming and the Cerberus were already fighting. It was an intense battle. The Cerberus was very strong. It had reached the 3rd level of the spirit god realm and its combat strength was stronger than lions. At this moment, the Cerberus divine beast bloodline was boiling. Lu Ming didn't activate his bloodline and was at a disadvantage. It seems like it's impossible to get 3rd place without activating my bloodline today. With that thought, a drop of blood appeared on top of Lu Ming's head. Borrow power. Whoosh, a wisp of power from the 3rd bloodline surged into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's aura skyrocketed. His hair instantly turned blood red and his body emitted a blood red light. Kill. As the power of the 3rd bloodline surged into his body, Lu Ming's body emitted a terrifying killing intent. He struck out with his palm towards one of the Cerberus's heads. The 3-headed hellhound's head spewed out a terrifying attack, but it was defeated by Lu Ming's palm. His palm landed heavily on one of the 3-headed hellhound's heads. With a loud bang, the 3-headed hellhound screamed miserably and its body retreated rapidly. That head was almost smashed by Lu Ming. Its frontal bone caved in and blood flowed profusely. Lu Xiaoqing. He's Lu Xiaoqing. At this moment, a few shocked cries came from the crowd. Sanguinarum, Wu Chengkong, and a few others who had seen Lu Ming in the Saint Mansion's secret realm exclaimed in disbelief. What? He's Lu Xiaoqing? Ming Lu is Lu Xiaoqing? This awesome commander is Lu Xiaoqing? Cries of surprise rang out. By now, Lu Xiaoqing's name had spread far and wide. In the World Academy's Saint Mansion's secret realm, Lu Xiaoqing had killed the top geniuses of the previous generation of Cold Blood Hall and Sky Martial Sword sect. He had also fought with Yang Padian and the others. Everyone had long regarded Lu Xiaoqing as a magnate. They had thought that Lu Xiaoqing had not come to Saint City. Could this awesome commander with a beard be Lu Xiaoqing? He's Lu Xiaoqing. I can't be wrong about this cultivation technique. Wu Chengkong and Sanguinarum spoke with certainty. He's really Lu Xiaoqing. Sandalwood Fairy and Jing Kongling's eyes flickered as they whispered. Ha ha ha, this stupid beard, it's so uncomfortable to have it stuck to my face. At this moment, Lu Ming laughed. He grabbed the fake beard off his face and threw it away. This was equivalent to admitting that he was Lu Xiaoqing. Everyone was shocked. Ming Lu was indeed Lu Xiaoqing. But how did he sneak into the law enforcement army? What a brilliant technique to change one's aura. Even we were fooled. One of the sovereigns said. Just now, none of the sovereigns on the scene noticed this. Roar. Roar. Roar, the Cerberus roared. Its 3 heads opened their mouths and launched terrifying attacks. One of the heads spewed out black liquid, one head spewed out black flames, and one head spewed out black lightning. Each attack was extremely terrifying and could kill a 2nd-grade prodigy. Lu Ming clenched his fist in the air. His 3rd bloodline wriggled and changed into a blood-red spear. Lu Ming held it in his hand. Lu Ming performed the 5 slaughter styles and swung his spear 3 times in a row. Boom. Boom. Boom, the 3 blood-red spear shadows shattered the void and defeated the Cerberus attack. Then, the spear turned into a blood-red lightning, piercing through layers of space and piercing toward one of the heads. That head was the one that Lu Ming had injured previously. Poof, the spear pierced through the sunken area and pierced through the Cerberus head. Roar. Roar, the other 2 heads of the Cerberus roared crazily and launched terrifying attacks at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's left palm struck out continuously. He activated the heaven-suppressing hell skill and collided with the Cerberus attack. The Cerberus vitality was extremely tenacious. It had 3 heads. Unless all 3 heads were chopped off or one head was pierced through, it would only be severely injured but would not die. In the future, it would grow back 3 heads. At this moment, the Cerberus looked at Lu Ming in horror. "Kill!" Lu Ming shouted. His killing intent surged like a tide. His blood-red hair fluttered in the wind, and even his eyes were blood-red. He strode towards the Cerberus. Although the slaughter intent in the 3rd bloodline could only be borrowed and could not be merged with his 5 intents, it could still complement each other and become stronger. The blood-red spear danced, forming a blood-red storm of slaughter. The Cerberus tried his best to fight Lu Ming, but after a few moves, his 2nd head was pierced through by Lu Ming's spear. It was even more severely injured. In the end, the Cerberus had no choice but to withdraw from the platform and admit defeat. The Cerberus was defeated. This commander, Lu Xiaoqing, had defeated Lion Do and Cerberus, 2 supreme geniuses, one after another. This caused everyone's hearts to tremble. At this moment, the battle between Underworld Child and Moonless had entered its final stage. Although Moonless was strong, she was still inferior to Underworld Child. She was at a disadvantage at the beginning, but in the end, she was completely suppressed. After Lu Ming defeated the Cerberus, she had no choice but to admit defeat and withdraw from the platform. With Moonless' withdrawal, the top 10 were born: Long Chen, Yang Padian, Tuobashir, and Scrupulous Monk, Underworld Child, Kong Lin, the Arch-God, Sandalwood Fairy, Jing Kongling, and Lu Ming. Entering the top 10 meant that they could enter the Sacred Emperor Ancient Palace and comprehend the insights of the past Sacred Emperors. It would lay the foundation for their path to becoming an emperor. At this moment, except for Yang Padian and Tuobashir, the others did not make a move. They were watching each other. "Brother Lu, thank you for your help." Sandalwood Fairy and Jing Kongling bowed to Lu Ming. "You're too polite." Lu Ming grinned and said generously. "Brother Lu, it's up to you now. Sister Kongling and I are extremely lucky to enter the top 10. Sandalwood Fairy said coquettishly. Then, she and Jing Kongling withdrew from the platform. The 2 of them admitted defeat just like that. No one was surprised. This was within their expectations. Sandalwood Fairy and Jing Kongling were extremely lucky to be able to enter the top 10. With their true strength, it would be very difficult for them to enter the top 10. Being able to enter the top 10 and enter the Sacred Emperor Ancient Palace was already more than enough. Withdrawing now was the wisest choice. Thus, there were only 8 people left on the platform. Boom! With a loud explosion, Yang Padian and Tuobashir both retreated after exchanging a blow. They separated into 2 sides and stopped fighting. The 2 of them had already exchanged hundreds of blows, but there was still no clear victor. "Yang Padian, I heard that you are ranked number 3 among the top 5 young warriors of the Central Continent. Xianxia is number 2 and Long Chen is number 1. Are they really stronger than you?" Tuobashir spoke, his voice like a great bell. "Why don't you give it a try?" Yang Padian said. "Ha ha ha, you don't have to provoke me, but I really want to try." Tuobashir laughed loudly. Then, he turned his gaze to Long Chen. Everyone was shocked. Was Tuobashir going to attack Long Chen? Everyone was looking forward to it. Long Chen had not attacked since the Battle of Providence. In fact, Long Chen had not attacked since the Battle of Providence. Everyone was curious. How far had Long Chen progressed? How strong was he? Would he be surpassed by the other elites? There was a glint of anticipation in Lu Ming's eyes. Long Chen gave him a strong sense of pressure. He also wanted to know how powerful Long Chen was. Bam! Tuobashir stepped forward and the platform buzzed. He walked towards Long Chen. The aura on his body was extremely strong. The mace in his hand vibrated according to Tuobashir's emotions. His muscles slowly bulged as if they were filled with endless power. Relatively speaking, Long Chen was very ordinary. His temperament and appearance were ordinary. He was like an ordinary youth in the crowd. On the platform, everyone retreated far away and looked at Long Chen and Tuobashir. "Long Chen, everyone says that you are number 1 in the Central Continent and even the Divine Region. I would like to give it a try." Tuobashir stood in front of Long Chen and said in a low voice. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Northern Plains was full of people who liked to fight. Tuobashir was even. More so, otherwise, he would not have found Yang Padian and fought with him as soon as he came to the central continent. Moreover, because he did not defeat Yang Padian, he fought with Yang Padian again and again. It was obvious that he liked to fight. To him, there was no opponent in Northern Plains. He had never lost among the younger generation. He needed someone stronger to give him pressure. Therefore, he found Long Chen. "Go ahead." Long Chen opened his mouth. This was the first time he had spoken. His tone was calm and he was not overbearing or arrogant. However, Lu Ming could hear an aura from it. It was an aura of invincibility. It was an aura that could only be felt when one was extremely confident in oneself. "Take this." Tuobasher roared. His already burly body became even more burly. A terrifying beast roar came from Tuobasher's body. The mace in his hand shone brightly. Bam! Tuobasher took a step forward and charged toward Long Chen. His mace smashed toward Long Chen with a powerful force. Tuobasher did not dare to be careless when facing Long Chen. He used his full strength from the start. Everyone looked solemn. Tuobasher's attack was too powerful. No one could ignore it. However, Long Chen remained calm. When Tuobasher's mace was about to hit him, a terrifying aura spread out from his body. One of his arms swelled rapidly and his muscles bulged. It was twice as thick as usual. Boom! Long Chen directly threw a punch. This punch directly penetrated the space and a long dark passageway appeared. The entire world was shaking. On the platform, Lu Ming and the rest could feel a powerful force spreading toward them. They had to circulate their energy to resist it. Dong! Long Chen's fist collided with Tuobasher's mace. There was a terrifying explosion that sounded like thunder exploding in the sky. It was a collision of strength. Then, everyone saw a figure retreating rapidly, unable to stop. Like a huge cannonball, he retreated all the way out of the platform. It was Tuobasher. He was thrown out of the platform by Long Chen's punch. His face was pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Hiss! The sound of people sucking in cold breaths could be heard. Tuobasher was defeated by Long Chen with a single punch. Tuobasher's strength could be seen from the battle between him and Yang Padian. His strength was absolutely terrifying. His strength was shocking and could suppress the world. His battle prowess was not weaker than Yang Padian at all. However, he was thrown out by Long Chen's punch and spat out a mouthful of blood. This kind of scene was really too shocking. The people from Zhongzhou were not too surprised. However, the people from Northern Plains, Southern Ming, Western Desert, and Eastern Wilderness were even more shocked. On the platform, Yang Padian and Kong Lin had grave expressions. Underworld Child, Unscrupulous Monk, and the Arch-God were all shocked. "My hair, my Buddha. Damn his mercy. What a monster." Unscrupulous Monk chanted a strange Buddhist name. What terrifying power. There was a grave look in Lu Ming's eyes. Lu Ming could vaguely feel that Long Chen's bloodline was not to be underestimated. It was definitely a terrifying bloodline. After defeating Tuobasher, Long Chen's arm returned to normal and he stood there calmly. He was very ordinary, but no one dared to look down on him, not even the sovereigns. As long as such a prodigy did not die, he would definitely become a sovereign in the future. He might even reach a higher level and dominate the divine wilderness. Such a prodigy was rare even since ancient times. Now, there were only 7 people left on the platform. The 7 of them looked at each other. "Yang Padian, let's fight." A 5-colored light flashed and Kong Lin appeared in front of Yang Padian. Among the 5 giants of the central continent, Yang Padian was ranked 3rd and Kong Lin was ranked 4th. In the Battle of Providence, Kong Lin had lost to Yang Padian by a small margin. Today, he was going to win and avenge his humiliation. "Then I'll defeat you again." Yang Padian was very confident. He pointed his halberd at Kong Lin and the void shook. On the other hand, 5-colored light bloomed on Kong Lin's body. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, the 5 elements. The 5 elements peacock was born with the ability to control the 5 elements. It was extremely powerful. Of course, this kind of control was different from a martial artist comprehending 5 intents at the same time. This was because the 5 elements of the 5 elements peacock were separated, unlike Lu Ming who had merged the 5 elements. The 5 elements peacock was only blessed in controlling the 5 elements. Kong Lin had 90% of the 5 elements peacock's bloodline and naturally inherited the talent to control the 5 elements. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two of them moved at the same time and charged at each other. Bam! Bam! At this moment, Lu Ming stepped out and walked toward one of them. The arch-god. Lu Ming walked toward the arch-god. The arch-god stared at Lu Ming with a grave expression. You should go down. Lu Ming said indifferently. Have I seen you before? Dishan stared at Lu Ming. He felt that Dishan's temperament was very similar to Lu Ming's. Really? Don't tell me there's someone as invincible as me in this world. Lu Ming grinned. His blood-red hair fluttered in the wind as boundless killing intent swept towards the arch-god. Although your battle prowess is strong, you can't do anything to me if I want to dodge. Dishan said. He was confident in his space will. Really? Lu Ming sneered. His blood-colored spear stabbed out like a bolt of blood-colored lightning. The space around Dishan rippled like water. He moved his body and disappeared from where he was, reappearing 100 meters away. The concept of space is indeed wondrous, but in my eyes, it can't withstand a single blow. Lu Ming took a step forward and formed a seal with both hands. A door of light appeared, emitting a brilliant light that suppressed the monarch god. The emperor deity's expression changed drastically because he suddenly felt like he had fallen into a quagmire and could not move. Not only him, but even space itself had been sealed. This is the 9 seals of the divine gate. An emperor suddenly stood up and exclaimed in shock. It's the 9 seals of the divine gate, the peerless martial art of the sky-sealing emperor back then. I didn't expect it to be mastered by Lu Shaoqing. Another old emperor said. More than 100,000 years ago, this peerless martial art was famous in the world. It was the peerless martial art of an emperor, but with the passing of that emperor, this peerless martial art disappeared from the world. Unexpectedly, it reappeared today. The other onlookers were secretly shocked. It turned out that this was an emperor peerless martial art. Space travel. Dishan roared and unleashed his full strength. The space around his body trembled violently as he tried to break free from Lu Ming's seal. Then add another one. Lu Ming moved his hand, and another divine gate appeared and suppressed the emperor deity. This time, the emperor deity's body was completely immobilized. During this period, Lu Ming did not stop cultivating the 9 seals of the divine gate. After several months of hard work, Lu Ming could already condense 2 divine gates of the 9 seals of the divine gate, greatly increasing the power of the seal. Whoosh! The blood-red spear turned into a ray of light, piercing through the void and piercing through the emperor deity's chest. Bang! The spear shook, and the emperor deity's body flew far away. He flew out of the platform and vomited blood. You're too weak. I won't kill you today because of the sacred emperor, but I'll definitely kill you when I meet you in the future. Lu Ming said coldly. If it weren't for the rule that he couldn't kill his opponent today, he would have killed the emperor deity instead of just severely injuring him. However, the emperor deity was no longer a threat to Lu Ming. If he wanted to kill him, he would have plenty of opportunities in the future. The emperor deity kept vomiting blood. His face was pale as he barely floated in the air. He stared at Lu Ming and roared, "We must have met before. Who are you?" Lu Ming did not look at him again. He turned around and watched the battle between Yang Padian and Kong Lin. Yang Potion's space will was much stronger than the emperor deity's, and he had also mastered other wills. In the end, a purple-gold halberd floated above his head. The 9 golden chakras were extremely dazzling. 9th grade divine level bloodline, overlord level skyprides had awakened 9th grade divine level bloodlines. Is this the legendary halberd of the void? Someone exclaimed. Yang Potion's bloodline was a legendary supreme divine weapon, the halberd of the void. It could shatter the void and cut open the void. Yang Padian used the bloodline fusion and turned into the halberd of the void. His battle strength was even more terrifying. Kong Lin also turned into a 5-colored peacock. Unfortunately, he was still no match for Yang Padian. After dozens of exchanges, Kong Lin was completely suppressed and was forced to retreat. In the end, Kong Lin roared and left the platform. Kong Lin was defeated. Now, there were only 5 people left on the platform. Long Chen, underworld child, and scrupulous monk, Yang Padian, and Lu Ming. Each of them was an extremely powerful existence with unparalleled battle strength. The battle had reached the most critical moment. As long as 2 more people were defeated, the top 3 would be determined. Tell me, who do you think is stronger and weaker among the 5 of them? The crowd began to discuss. Long Chen is undoubtedly the strongest. He defeated Tuobashir, who was no weaker than Yang Padian, with 1 punch. His battle strength is unfathomable. As for the other 4, it's hard to say. I think Unscrupulous Monk, Underworld Child, and Lu Shaoqing are about the same. Yang Padian is slightly weaker. Not necessarily. Yang Padian is very strong. He might not be weaker than the other 3. I don't think he's weak either. The next battle is the pinnacle. Everyone expressed their opinions one by one. I have hair. Benefactor, why don't we exchange a few blows? Unscrupulous Monk chanted the name of Buddha. His white cassock fluttered as he walked toward Yang Padian. That's exactly what I want. Monk, you were the one who put out the fake Sacred Mansion token in the Sacred Mansion secret realm. It's time to settle the score. Benefactor misunderstood. Benefactor Lu misunderstood back then as well. Someone must have framed this little monk. This little monk is a monk with a compassionate heart. How could I do such a thing? Who slandered this little monk? Tell me, and I'll slap him to death. Unscrupulous Monk put his palms together, looking solemn. The first part of his speech was normal, but the last part made everyone look at each other. Outside the platform, Moonless Bodhisattva put her palms together, the veins on her face throbbing. Yang Potion's lips trembled as he said, "There's no need to say any more. Let me test the Venerable's methods." Without wasting any time, Yang Padian turned into a halberd and started a huge battle with Unscrupulous Monk. Without a doubt, Unscrupulous Monk's bloodline was also a grade 9 divine grade bloodline. It was a golden Buddha with a solemn appearance and a compassionate face, giving off boundless Buddhist light. Everyone was speechless. How could a weirdo like Unscrupulous Monk awaken such a supreme Buddhist bloodline? The battle between the 2 took up half of the platform. Lu Shaoqing, let's fight. A black light flashed, and Underworld Child appeared before Lu Ming. Fight. There was no need for words. Lu Ming spat out a single word, his battle intent soaring. As long as he defeated Underworld Child, Unscrupulous Monk and Yang Padian would fight it out, and Lu Ming would enter the top 3. His goal was to enter the top 3, and he had to enter the top 3. Boundless black underworld chi erupted from Underworld Child's body. Ghostly cries came from within, sounding extremely horrifying. A saber appeared in Underworld Child's hand. It was a black scimitar, and evil spirits appeared on it as if they were about to crawl out. Whoosh! Underworld Child charged at Lu Ming and chopped down with his scimitar. Ghostly cries and wolf howls filled the air. Kill! Lu Ming roared, his killing intent surging. The blood-red spear turned back into a drop of blood and floated above Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming executed the hell-suppressing heavenly art and sent out a palm strike, clashing with Underworld Child's saber light. Bang! 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 Intense collisions rang out as the 2 of them exchanged more than a dozen blows in an instant. How cold! What a strange attack! Lu Ming felt a chill all over his body. Not only that, but even his spiritual spirit also felt cold. Underworld Child's attacks not only damaged his physical body but also his spiritual spirit. 5 colored concepts swirled about, forming a battle armor that covered his entire body. True essence flowed endlessly, blocking the Underworld Child's strange attack. At the same time, Underworld Child's every palm strike. Underworld Chi, Underworld Child's. However, the Underworld Child was indeed terrifying. Even amongst the young tycoons, he was a peak existence. He had awakened a 9th-level divine bloodline. The power of his bloodline was also extremely terrifying. The bloodline secret skills and bloodline martial skills that were comprehended from the bloodline were extremely powerful. The augmentation of a level 9 divine bloodline far surpassed the augmentation of 7 dragon energies. Moreover, the Netherworld child's intent realm was very terrifying. It had many different types. Although it did not have as many types as Lu Ming, its level was higher than Lu Ming's and its power was not too far off from Lu Ming. It could be said that geniuses who had reached the level of young tycoons were very strong in all aspects and were very well-rounded. Lu Ming's bloodline was only at the 7th level of the divine rank. On the other hand, the 3rd bloodline possessed endless power. However, Lu Ming did not dare to borrow too much of it. The more he borrowed, the stronger his murderous intent would be. Lu Ming would be controlled by the endless murderous intent. Once he lost control of himself and was dominated by the murderous intent, he would become a walking corpse, a puppet that only knew how to kill. Of course, as Lu Ming's cultivation increased, his control over himself became stronger, and the power he could borrow also became stronger. Now, compared to when he was at the 1st level of the spirit god realm, the power he could borrow had increased by a lot. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged dozens of moves. 9 seals of the divine gate. Lu Ming formed a seal, and 2 divine gates appeared to suppress the underworld child. Hell's Gate. A large black gate appeared in front of Underworld Child's body. The gate shone and quickly enlarged, unexpectedly blocking the sealed gate. Death God, appear. Immediately, a black figure appeared above Underworld Child's head. This figure was covered in a black cloak, and its appearance couldn't be seen clearly. Only 2 balls of red flames danced and burned in its eyes. This figure held a black scythe in its hand, and black flames danced on it. Death God, the legendary Death God, this was Underworld Child's bloodline, and without a doubt, it was at the 9th level of the divine rank. 12 Capital Heaven Battle Formation. Underworld. Child transformed into the Death God, and a cold and unpleasant voice sounded. The Death God moved, and actually turned into 12 figures that charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming used the sealed gate again, but he could only seal 2 of them. The other masters still charged at Lu Ming. Boom. Boom. Boom, Lu Ming punched continuously, constantly activating the hell-suppressing heavenly art and increasing its power as he fought against the 10 death gods. 10 punches landed on the 10 sides of the death gods, forcing them back. However, Lu Ming's face turned pale. What a strange attack, what terrifying power. Lu Ming's eyes turned serious. The physical attacks of the death gods weren't very strong, but they had a strange power that could directly penetrate the body and attack the spiritual god. In other words, they were attacking the soul of the spiritual god. Underworld Child's attacks could directly penetrate the soul and destroy it, killing without leaving a trace. If not for the fact that Lu Ming had consumed the spirit-refining fruit and a large number of spirit-refining pills, causing his spirit to be very condensed and surpass others, he might not have been able to withstand it. Even so, Lu Ming's spiritual god was still trembling, and his soul felt like it was being torn apart. Kill. Underworld Child attacked again. At this time, the sealed gate had lost its effect, and 12 underworld gods charged at Lu Ming. Every single one of them seemed to be real. Lu Ming controlled the 5 intents and formed a 5-colored battle suit on his spiritual god. Then, he fought with the death gods. With the 5-colored battle suit protecting his spiritual god, it was slightly better. However, his spiritual god was still under constant attack and trembling. If this continued, his spiritual god would suffer unimaginable injuries. The spiritual divinity was the foundation of a martial artist. It was where the essence, energy, and spirit resided. If the spiritual divinity was injured too severely, it would greatly affect one's future cultivation. Looks like Lu Xiaoqing is going to lose. He's not a match for Underworld Child. Legend has it that Underworld Child's bloodline can directly attack one's soul and kill without leaving a trace. It's very strange and powerful. It's impossible to defend against. Speaking of which, Lu Xiaoqing's bloodline is very strange. It doesn't have a chakra. I also noticed this. It's strange, but there are all kinds of strange things in the world. Maybe he cultivated some kind of secret technique that concealed his chakra. Everyone discussed as they looked at the platform. At this time, Lu Ming and Underworld Child's battle seemed to be a draw. However, those who understood Underworld Child knew that if this continued, Lu Ming would definitely be at a disadvantage and lose. On the other side, Heartless Monk had already gained the upper hand in his battle with Yang Padian. I must win this battle. No matter the price. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with determination. He couldn't lose this battle. He had to use this opportunity to take away Xianxia. He had to win. Lu Xiaoqing, lose. Reap the Reaper. A cold and unpleasant voice could be heard. The death sickles in the hands of the 12 Grim Reapers drew a mysterious and strange arc, slashing toward Lu Ming. The 12 Reaper scythes covered all directions. Underworld child, you're the one who will lose today. Lu Ming gave a long howl. Roar. The next moment, there was an earth-shattering roar of a dragon. 9 dragons appeared above Lu Ming's head and a vast dragon power spread out. Lu Ming turned into a ray of light and entered the 9 dragons. 9 dragons stomping the sky. Boom. Boom. The 9 dragons took 7 steps with their claws, each step stronger than the previous one. The powerful energy forced the 12 Reapers back. 9 dragons, Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. He's Lu Ming. At this moment, a few people shouted in disbelief. The arch-god, the patriarch of the Wang family and the patriarch of the Jiang family shouted in unison. They were too familiar with the 9 dragons' bloodline. There could only be one person with the 9 dragons' bloodline, and that was Lu Ming. How is that possible? How can Lu Ming be here? The patriarch of the Wang family murmured in disbelief. We saw Lu Ming at the Talisman Puppet Sect before we came to the Middle Continent. Did Lu Ming come to the Middle Continent through the teleportation array? But how is that possible? Isn't the Talisman Puppet Sect cut off contact with the forces of the Middle Continent? The patriarch of the Jiang family mumbled. Even though they didn't believe it, the 9 dragons' bloodline told them that the person in front of them was Lu Ming. Lu Ming, it's him. No wonder I felt that his aura was familiar. The arch-god shouted. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. He couldn't accept that the person in front of him was Lu Ming. The person who defeated him so easily was Lu Ming. Originally, he had been full of confidence. His concept of space had long since reached the 4th level, and it was becoming more and more terrifying. His cultivation had also broken through to the spirit god realm. He was fully confident that when he faced Lu Ming again, he would be able to easily defeat him and avenge the humiliation he had suffered in the Battle of Destiny. However, reality was cruel. Lu Ming had become even more powerful, far surpassing him, and could easily defeat him. Right now, Lu Ming was like a huge mountain in front of him. At the scene, there was another person who was also incomparably shocked, and that was Xianxia. Lu Ming, Lu Xiaoqing is Lu Ming? He roared in disbelief as a terrifying killing intent burst out from his eyes. Looking at the 9 dragons' bloodline in front of him, the scenes of the past in 9 Dragons City appeared in his mind. What? Lu Ming? What Lu Ming? I heard that the top genius of the Eastern Barren Territory is called Lu Ming. Could it be him? It can't be? Is he a genius from the Eastern Wilderness? The surrounding onlookers were in an uproar as they discussed animatedly, feeling that it was inconceivable. Just how many identities does he have? At first, he was the commander of the ancient Saint Dynasty's law enforcement army. Then, he was recognized as the famous Lu Xiaoqing, and now, it was Lu Ming. Many people were already in disarray. I don't care who you are. Kill. The 12 Grim Reapers roared as they charged towards Lu Ming. Roar. The 9 dragons roared as a terrifying devouring power burst out from their mouths, enveloping the 12 Grim Reapers. Borrow power. With a thought, a trace of blood-red energy from the 3rd bloodline flowed into the 9 dragons' bodies, causing a layer of blood-red light to appear on the 9 dragons' bodies. Boom. Boom, the 9 dragons stepped forward and aimed at one of the Grim Reapers. After 7 steps, the Grim Reapers exploded. The divine dragon swung its tail and unleashed the power of the heaven-suppressing hell art, shattering the other Grim Reapers. The 9 dragons slithered upwards and pounced on Lu Ming and the other 2 Grim Reapers. Enveloped by the devouring power of the 9 dragons, Underworld Child felt his essence blood, true essence, and bloodline power become unstable. His strength was greatly affected. On the other hand, Lu Ming unleashed his full power and used the bloodline fusion art. He was even stronger than before, and the situation was reversed. Lu Ming had the upper hand. However, Underworld Child wasn't willing to admit defeat, so he used all his strength to fight against Lu Ming. However, after a few moves, another Grim Reapers was defeated. As time passed, more Grim Reapers were defeated. After dozens of moves, only one Grim Reapers was left on the platform. Bam! After being struck by the 9 dragons' claws, the Grim Reapers were forced to retreat. So powerful. Everyone was shocked. After Lu Ming unleashed his bloodline, his battle strength had increased by a level and had completely surpassed Underworld Child. 9 Dragons Bloodline, one of the top 10 battle beasts. Interesting. At the side of the platform, Long Chen, who had been unmoved, muttered under his breath as his eyes flashed. However, no one heard him. Dong! Dong! The 9 dragons stepped in the air and pounced on the last Grim Reapers. Bam! Although the Grim Reapers tried their best to resist, they were already at the end of their rope. How could they stop Lu Ming? Their bodies exploded, revealing Underworld Child's true body. His face was pale, and his body flashed backward rapidly. The 9 dragons chased after him. Underworld Child's expression changed. In the end, he sighed and left the platform. Leaving the platform meant that he had admitted defeat. He knew that there was no need to continue fighting, so he could only admit defeat. Seeing that Underworld Child had admitted defeat, the 9 dragons' bodies shrunk rapidly. In the next moment, a handsome young man appeared on the platform. This was Lu Ming's original appearance. It was also the appearance that he had used when he was using the name Lu Xiaoqing. At this moment, almost everyone's gaze fell on Lu Ming. Lu Ming, it's really you! The Wang family patriarch roared. His killing intent was extremely strong, and a powerful aura spread out from his body. What are you doing? A cold shout sounded in the Wang family patriarch's ears, causing his body to tremble and his aura to weaken rapidly. It was the voice of an emperor. All the emperors were gathered here. Now that the emperor had not spoken, how could he release his killing intent? Lu Ming. The Arch clenched his fists tightly, his veins popping out. The people of the Archdeity Palace were really shocked and surprised. They did not understand why Lu Ming would appear here. Lu Ming, it's really him. I didn't expect him to be so strong. The Heavenly Corpse sects Shui Jiani, Shizhan, and the Heavenly Monster Valleys AO2 and Feng Xian all sighed in disbelief. It had been almost 2 years since the last Battle of Providence. During these 2 years, they had been improving, but Lu Ming's improvement was even more shocking. He had already left them far behind. Even the top geniuses of the Divine Wilderness continent had been defeated by Lu Ming. He was already standing at the peak of the Divine Wilderness continent's younger generation. As for them, they were still too far away. Is he really Lu Ming? I didn't expect such a terrifying genius to appear in the Eastern Wilderness. Someone in the crowd said with a complicated voice. The Eastern Wilderness had always been the weakest. Previously, everyone had said that only the Arch was decent. The other geniuses of the Eastern Wilderness were not worth mentioning. But now, Lu Ming had appeared. He had suppressed everyone and was destined to enter the top 3. So he is Lu Ming. Everyone looked at Lu Ming and all kinds of thoughts flashed across their minds. However, most of them were amazed by Lu Ming's strength. Brother Lu, you've kept us in the dark. Outside the platform, Sandalwood Fairy spoke, as if she was rebuking him. I'm sorry, Fairy. Lu Ming had to do it. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. Since he had already exposed himself, he would admit it. It seems that this is a great era. Even the Eastern Wilderness has someone like Lu Ming. Yeah, this is a golden age. We can't underestimate any region. There might be powerful elites everywhere. Someone exclaimed. Lu Ming's battle achievements were too dazzling. Previously, Lu Xiaoqing's name had already shaken the central continent. Recently, he had even defeated Lu Yusin, the Arch, Lion Du, the Cerberus, and the Underworld Child consecutively. 3 of them were supreme geniuses, his battle achievements were too glorious. Lu Ming, Lu Ming, Lu Ming from the Eastern Wilderness. He's from the Eastern Wilderness. His powerful devouring power should be the talent of the 9 dragons. Sanguinarum stared at Lu Ming. No one knew what he was thinking. Similarly, many elites of the Tianwu sword sect also had murderous intent in their eyes. However, no one dared to do so on such an occasion. Boom! Boom! At this moment, the violent roars on the platform finally pulled everyone back from their thoughts. Everyone shifted their gazes away from Lu Ming. The battle between Heartless Monk and Yang Padian had also reached its final stage. Yang Padian was no match for Heartless Monk. After 100 moves, he was defeated by Heartless Monk and blasted out of the platform. At this point, the top three were born. They were Long Chen, Lu Ming, and Heartless Monk. Many people were looking forward to it. Now, the three of them were all terrifyingly strong and unfathomable. Needless to say, Long Chen had always been the most powerful elite. He was the first to become a spirit god and was invincible among his peers. Just now, he had defeated Tuobashir with one punch, which shocked everyone. Heartless Monk, the Western Desert's eccentric holy monk, was extremely strong and had defeated Yang Padian. He kept smiling and looked harmless, making people feel that he was unfathomable. Lu Ming could be considered the strongest dark horse this time. First, he had transformed into Lu Shaoqing, then he had transformed into the commander of the law enforcement army. He had slaughtered his way here, defeating numerous experts and even a prodigy like the underworld child. His strength was unfathomable. Everyone was looking forward to the clash between the three. Everyone was looking forward to seeing if Lu Ming or the unscrupulous monk could force out Long Chen's true strength. That was because until now, no one knew how strong Long Chen was. My hair. Monk Wuliang chanted the name of Buddha and looked at Lu Ming. Haha, benefactor, so your name is Lu Ming. Nice to meet you. Monk, we've met several times. Lu Ming smiled. Haha, that's right. Benefactor Lu's combat strength is profound and admirable. I didn't expect you to defeat the underworld child. I fought with the underworld child many times in the past, but I couldn't defeat him. Since you defeated him, I'm no match for you. I admit defeat. Monk Wuliang chuckled, then turned around and stepped off the platform. Monk Wuliang admitted defeat. Now, only Lu Ming and Long Chen were left. The Nine Dragons bloodline. Interesting. I'd like to see the power of the Nine Dragons bloodline. Long Chen, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. He looked at Lu Ming with anticipation in his eyes. This kind of anticipation was like a person who had been invincible for too long and had no opponents. Now that he suddenly saw an opponent, he revealed that kind of anticipation. Yes, Long Chen had been invincible for too long. He had been invincible among the younger generation. He needed an opponent and longed for one. Without a doubt, in his heart, Lu Ming could become his opponent. This was not arrogance, but his true thoughts. I'd like to fight with you, but unfortunately, I'm not interested in the first place. After saying that, Lu Ming moved and left the platform. Lu Ming's target was the second or third place. He didn't want to take the first place at all. The first place was to marry Xianxia. Lu Ming only wanted the second or third place to make the sacred emperor agree to one of his conditions. Lu Ming actually admitted defeat. What a pity. It's really a pity. Many people sighed. They thought that they would be able to see a peak battle, but the result was unexpected. First, Monk Wuliang admitted defeat. Then, Lu Ming also admitted defeat directly. In this way, this competition ended just like that. Alright, this competition ends here. Long Chen has taken the first place and will be engaged to my daughter, Xian Yanlin, soon. Xie Qitian stood up and announced. Beside Xie Qitian, Xian Yanlin smiled happily. On the platform, Long Chen looked at Xian Yanlin with a smile on his face. Not many people knew that Long Chen and Xian Yanlin had feelings for each other and had been secretly dating for a long time. This competition was just a formality. Xian Yanlin and Xie Qitian knew that Long Chen would take the first place without any suspense. It was impossible for anyone to defeat Long Chen. Xie Qitian could also take this opportunity to win over many overlord forces and establish good relations with them. It was killing many birds with one stone. From now on, the Heavenly Sun Palace and the Imperial Xia family will be married. The Imperial family will be even more powerful. Someone sighed secretly. Longchen came from the Heavenly Sun Palace, an extremely powerful overlord force. Longchen and Xianyanling's marriage meant that the two forces would be strong in the future. In this generation of the imperial family, there are many geniuses. Xianyanjuan, Xianyanling, and Xiayan are all top geniuses. Is the imperial family going to return to glory? The imperial family's luck is indeed strong. In the future, with the marriage with the Heavenly Sun Palace, there is a possibility that the two strongest geniuses will rise. However, other forces may not let them rise as they wish. In the dark, some people whispered to each other. The marriage between the imperial family and the Heavenly Sun Palace had far-reaching effects. And Lu Ming, heartless monk. Xie Qitian looked at Lu Ming and heartless monk. The two of them flew onto the platform and bowed to Xie Qitian. I agree. For the second and third place, I can promise you one thing. What do you want to ask for? Lu Ming, you go first. Xie Qitian looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. It was finally time. He had been waiting for this moment. The Wang family patriarch, Jiang family patriarch, Di Shen, and the others were also nervous. If Lu Ming asked for the sacred emperor to protect him against Di, it would be troublesome. Di could do nothing against the ancient Saint dynasty. Sacred emperor, Lu Ming has no other request. I only ask for one thing, and that is to set Nianqing free. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. Xie Qitian frowned. The others were also stunned. No one had expected Lu Ming's request to set someone free. Nianqing? Who is that? Many people were curious. This name is very similar to the two princesses. I heard that the royal family has a little princess whose bloodline is different from the royal family. Could it be that Lu Ming is talking about this little princess? Someone guessed. In the end, many people sighed. Lu Ming's request was not worth it. It was a waste of a great opportunity. However, Lu Ming's gaze was firm. In his heart, this was the most important thing. The Wang family head, Jiang family head, the arch-god, and the others heaved a sigh of relief. They were really afraid that Lu Ming would ask Xie Qitian to protect him. Haha, how foolish. The Wang family head laughed in his heart. Lu Ming, don't be delusional. Xianyanqing is different. You want to set her free? What a joke. Also, back in Jiolong City in the eastern wilderness, you were the one who repeatedly obstructed us and injured the royal family's people. How dare you say such words today? How audacious. Xiaozhen got up and looked at Lu Ming coldly, berating him loudly. What? How dare you injure the royal family's people? Lu Ming, you sneaked into the enforcer troop and purposely destroyed the relationship between the royal family and the other overlords. What are your intentions? A middle-aged man stood up and said coldly. Lu Ming recognized that this man was the royal uncle, Xie Qiyu, who had appeared when Lu Ming was confronting the Sky Martial Sword Sect's elders at the Enforcer Hall. Because of Lu Ming, their relationship with the Sky Martial Sword Sect had deteriorated, forcing Xie Qiyu to appear. He was already unhappy with Lu Ming, so he naturally came out to scold him. She is indeed the little princess of the royal family. That weirdo. Xiaozhen's words made everyone's heart skip a beat. But how did Lu Ming get to know the little princess? It seemed that in the eastern wasteland, the imperial family had suffered losses at the hands of Lu Ming. This Lu Ming was really a monster. Lu Ming glanced coldly at Xiaozhen and Xie Qiyu before ignoring them. He faced the Saint Emperor and said, Saint Emperor, you said that as long as I get into the top 3, I can make a request of you. My request is to set Nianqing free. I can give up everything else, including entering the Saint Emperor Ancient Palace. Lu Ming's posture was ramrod straight. He was neither servile nor overbearing, and his gaze was firm. Xie Qitian frowned even more. His face turned cold as he said, Lu Ming, this won't do. You'd better change your condition. There was no room for doubt in his tone. Xie Qitian's meaning was very clear. It was impossible for him to do that. However, Lu Ming would not give up just like that. Holy Emperor, why not? Is it because Nianqing's bloodline is different from the rest of the imperial family? Could it be that only those with pure and holy blood were from the Xia clan? Those who lean towards the dark bloodline are not from the Xia clan? Please forgive me for my humble opinion. This way of thinking is too pedantic. Lu Ming's voice resounded throughout the area, silencing everyone. Almost everyone looked at Lu Ming in shock. How dare Lu Ming talk to the Saint Emperor like that? Even a fool could tell that Lu Ming was implying that the Saint Emperor was pedantic. He was really audacious. Even other emperors did not dare to speak to Xie Qitian in this manner. Lu Ming's words were simply too shocking. How dare you? Lu Ming, you lowly ant. How dare you talk to my father like that? You're courting death. Xianxia roared. You deserve to die and your entire family should be exterminated. Xie shouted coldly. Although his words were short, they were filled with killing intent. Xie Qitian did not speak. He was still frowning slightly. No one knew what he was thinking. Lu Ming continued to ignore Xianxia and Xie Qiyu. He did not even look at them as he continued to face Xie Qitian. Bloodline is just a tool for martial artists. It depends on how you use it. If you use it well, it's good. If you don't use it well, it's not good. Why do we have to look at the attribute? The key is the person using it. Lu Ming's voice was loud and clear. He was neither servile nor overbearing. He was not afraid at all as he argued. Ridiculous. Xianxia has a different bloodline. That's a rebel bloodline. If she was set free, she would have turned against the imperial family. Xianxia continued to berate. Haha, ridiculous. What is a rebel bloodline? Back then, the chaotic Sky Emperor was forced out. If the imperial family treated him equally, without humiliation or oppression, how could he betray us? Lu Ming laughed. As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. Boom. Boom. Boom, suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from the imperial family. Cold killing intent shrouded Lu Ming. How dare you? You're courting death. You deserve to die. You've committed a heinous crime. Roars rang out as powerful existences were enraged. Terrifying auras filled the air as if the world was about to be destroyed. Endless pressure pressed down on Lu Ming. Among them, there were quite a number of powerful figures at the supreme level. Boom, Lu Ming used all his strength to resist, but he was still suppressed by the pressure. His body shook violently and he quickly retreated. A mouthful of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The chaotic Sky Emperor was a taboo of the imperial family. Lu Ming dared to mention it on such an occasion. This was a sore spot for the imperial family. Sacred Emperor, there is an ancient saying that a monarch is not joking. Moreover, you're the Sacred Emperor. Do you want to go back on your words? Lu Ming shouted. Since he had come this far, there was no way out. Lu Ming had nothing to fear. He could only move forward bravely. When I said that I would agree to a condition, I was referring to something that I could do. Xie Qitian said. What's so difficult about my condition? Moreover, Nianqing is your daughter, your biological daughter. Did you give birth to her just to lock her up for life? Lu Ming shouted. The true essence in his body circulated crazily. The five-colored intent enveloped his body to resist the pressure from the outside. How dare you? Men, kill this man. Xianxia shouted. His killing intent was boundless and his face was ferocious. Back then, when he was in Nine Dragons City, he went there as the prince of the ancient sage dynasty. He should have been high and mighty and everyone would surround him. However, in the end, Lu Ming defeated him in front of everyone and made him lose face. He had always hated Lu Ming. Even after so long, he hadn't forgotten about it. Now that he had such an opportunity, he naturally wanted to cut Lu Ming into pieces. Kill! Two guards in iron armor shouted. Terrifying auras erupted and they were about to step out and kill Lu Ming. Everyone sighed. They thought that Lu Ming was going to die today. It was a pity that such a genius would die. Enough. At this moment, Xie Qitian said faintly. He waved his hand gently and the two guards immediately stopped. The other members of the imperial family also restrained their auras. Lu Ming felt his body relax and he let out a long breath. Lu Ming, I'm the emperor and I'm a man of my word. However, your condition is an important matter for the royal family. I can't agree to it so easily. How about this? Xianxia is now in the 9 Underworlds demon realm, fighting for the royal family and hunting the demon Xia clan. If you're willing to enter the 9 Underworlds demon realm and hunt the demon Xia clan, and when you've killed enough demon Xia clan members and accumulated enough merits for the royal family, I'll let you leave together. Xianxia said after pondering for a while. Sacred Emperor, are you serious? Lu Ming stared at Xianxia. I'm a man of my word. Everyone who enters the Abyss of Demons realm and kills the demon Xia clan will get points. As long as you can get 10,000 points, I promise to let the two of you go and never interfere with Xianxia's affairs again. Xianxia said. Okay, I promise. Lu Ming said. In front of so many emperors and people, Lu Ming believed that Xianxia would not go back on his word. Lu Ming also knew that it would not be easy to kill the demon Xia clan in the Abyss of Demons realm, but there was still hope. Moreover, his identity had been exposed, and Di would know soon. In the Abyss of Demons realm, not only could he find Xianxia, but he could also avoid Di temporarily. For Lu Ming, it was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. At this time, Xianxia, Xianxia, and the others' eyes flickered, but they did not say anything. No one knew what they were thinking. Okay, it's settled. When the banquet is over, I'll ask someone to take you to the Abyss of Demons realm. Xianxia said. Then, Xianxia asked Heartless Monk about his conditions. Heartless Monk was smart and said not to mention it for the time being. Okay, 3 days later, the top 10 can enter the Sacred Emperor Ancient Palace to comprehend. Xianxia announced. Then, the banquet continued. The banquet lasted for half a day before it ended. The overlords began to leave one by one. The Wang family patriarch, Jiang family patriarch, Di Shen, and the others also left in a hurry. They had to rush back to the eastern wilderness to report to Di about Lu Ming. It was too strange. Lu Ming was still in the Talisman Puppet sect, so why did he suddenly appear in the central continent and enter the Abyss of Demons realm? They had to let Di know as soon as possible. Soon, the crowd dispersed. Lu Ming, come with us. 2 guards in iron armor came to Lu Ming and said with a cold expression. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the 2 of them and discovered that he could not see through their cultivation level. It was unfathomable. To the Abyss of Demons realm? Lu Ming said. That's right. The Sacred Emperor ordered us to bring you to the 9 Underworlds Devil Domain. The entrance to the 9 Underworlds Devil Domain is to the north of the Holy City. One of the armored guards said. Please. Lu Ming nodded. The 2 armored guards took the lead, and Lu Ming followed behind them, heading north of the Holy City. Not long after, they arrived at the north side of the Saint City. Then, they passed through layers upon layers of barriers and arrived before a giant door made of light. Along the way, Lu Ming calculated that they had passed through a total of 18 checkpoints. Each checkpoint had an extremely powerful formation and was guarded by a powerful expert. From this, it could be seen that the royal family placed great importance on this place. This is the entrance to the demon realm of the 9 Underworlds. Take this jade pendant. As long as you kill a member of the demon temple in the demon realm of the 9 Underworlds, the jade pendant will sense it and you will get the corresponding points. But in the depths of his eyes, there was a trace of a sneer. Thank you. Lu Ming took the jade token and put it away. Okay, let's go in. One of the guards said. Lu Ming nodded, then turned around and stepped into the light door, disappearing from sight. He wants to get 10,000 points in the demon realm of the 9 Underworlds? What a fool's dream. He'll stay there for the rest of his life. The Holy Emperor's move is brilliant. The 2 guards sneered, then turned around and strode away. At this moment, Xianxia and Xianxia were sitting opposite each other in a hall in the royal palace. Brother, your move is brilliant. Not only did you shut Lu Ming's mouth, but you also fulfilled your promise. I'm really impressed. Xianxia took a sip of spiritual tea and smiled faintly. It's almost impossible to get 10,000 points by killing a member of the demon temple in the demon realm of the 9 Underworlds. But I still feel uneasy. Xianxia frowned and said, Xianxia, that bitch is too talented. He's not weaker than the overlord-level Heaven's Pride. Moreover, he awakened a dark bloodline. He's like a fish in water in the demon realm of the 9 underworlds. He can still cultivate and improve his cultivation. As for Lu Ming, he is even more shocking. More than 3 years ago, he was only at the Spirit Sea realm and his cultivation level was lower than mine. However, in just slightly more than 3 years, his cultivation level has soared to the 3rd level of the Spirit God realm. His combat ability is even more shocking. He has defeated many giants and supreme talents consecutively. In my opinion, apart from Long Chen, no one can suppress him. I can't rest easy as long as such a person is alive. You want to kill him in the demon realm of the 9 underworlds? Xie Tianyu said. Yes, but although Lu Ming's cultivation is only at the 3rd level Spirit God realm, his battle strength is too terrifying. I'm afraid that ordinary 6th level Spirit God realm experts are no match for him. To kill him, we'll have to send 7th level Spirit God realm experts or even stronger existences. But with my authority, I can't mobilize such powerful existences, so I need Uncle's help. Xiezhen said. Yes, you're right. Lu Ming can't be left alive. Moreover, we'll take this opportunity to kill that freak Xianxia as well. Xie Qiyu's face revealed a cold smile. Thank you, Uncle. Xiezhen was overjoyed and thanked him. After Lu Ming stepped into the light door, he stepped out of another light door in the next moment. Where is this? Lu Ming glanced around and found that he had arrived at another place. This place seemed to be a city. Above the city, there was a huge light screen that enveloped the entire city, and the scene outside the light screen couldn't be seen clearly. Is this the demon realm of the 9 underworlds? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Another person has come. A voice came from the side, and Lu Ming saw a few burly men in armor. Brothers, is this the demon realm of the 9 underworlds? Lu Ming stepped forward and asked. Yes, this is the demon realm of the 9 underworlds. We're the martial artists of the imperial family, and we're responsible for guarding this city to prevent the Masha clan from attacking the exit. Why are you here? One of the burly men explained and then asked. I'm here to kill the Masha clan and earn points. Lu Ming said, but he didn't tell the truth. Another exile. Hearing Lu Ming's words, the burly men's faces turned cold, and they sneered. Exile? Lu Ming frowned. Alright, you'll stay in this city for the night. The moon is in the sky now, and the demon qi is at its thickest. In order to prevent the demon qi from seeping in, the city is now closed and won't be opened. You can leave the city tomorrow. One of the burly men in armor waved his hand casually. Lu Ming nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He strode out of the place. Soon, Lu Ming came to a street and found that there were quite a lot of people here. However, each of them had a strong aura, and they were all experts. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, he found that there were many existences in the spiritual god realm. These people were all sent by the imperial family to guard this place. Lu Ming walked around and asked around. As expected, he couldn't leave the city now and had to wait until the next day. Lu Ming found a quiet place, sat cross-legged, and waited quietly. As soon as the 4 old men appeared, they exuded a terrifying aura, causing the expressions of the burly men to change drastically. Gentlemen, where did you come from? One of the burly men asked. One of the old men waved his hand, and a token appeared in his hand. When the burly men saw the token, they immediately straightened their bodies and showed respect on their faces. So it's you, sirs. May I know what brings you here? One of the burly men asked cautiously. Did a young man come in earlier? The old man with the token asked. Are you talking about that exiled person? He came in about an hour ago. He should be somewhere in the city now. The burly man in the armor replied respectfully. Somewhere in the city. The 4 old men nodded and left. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was the 2nd day. Lu Ming flew toward the city wall. Those who want to leave the city, hurry up. At the city gate, a burly man in armor shouted. At this time, the city gate had opened, and only one person could pass through at a time. From the opening, black mist filled the air. Lu Ming's body flashed, and he rushed out of the opening. Is this the 9 underworlds demon realm? After rushing out of the city, the light suddenly dimmed. The light between heaven and earth was very dim, and there was a black mist floating between heaven and earth. The entire land was dark. Looking up, there was a sun in the sky, but the sun was also dark, and it looked very depressing. This place is filled with dense demon chi, but there is no spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Lu Ming sensed that there was no spiritual chi of heaven and earth in this place, and it was filled with dense demon chi. For ordinary warriors, it would be very difficult to cultivate here. Because there was no spiritual chi of heaven and earth, they could only absorb demon chi and refine it. However, the difficulty of refining demon chi was dozens or hundreds of times more difficult than refining spiritual chi of heaven and earth. But for Lu Ming, it did not matter. He had the 9-dragon bloodline and could devour and refine everything. He could also quickly refine demon chi. Little Qing, where are you? Lu Ming looked into the distance, and his body moved, turning into a beam of light and rushing forward. Not long after Lu Ming disappeared, 4 old men rushed out of the city behind him. Their expressions changed, and they chased after Lu Ming. Lu Ming went forward, looking at the 9 underworlds demon realm. The 9 underworlds devil realm was vast and boundless, with mountains, rivers, and rivers. It was said that it was an extremely large mid-sized plane that had automatically evolved into a boundless world. There were also countless creatures living here, all types of plants, too many to count. Moreover, most of the plants were black or dark red, and so on. There were also powerful demonic beasts here. However, these demonic beasts were born by absorbing demonic chi. They were called demonic beasts. Their intelligence was on the lower side, but they were very strong. Of course, the ruler of the 9 underworlds demon realm was the Masha clan. It was said that the Masha clan used to be a big clan in the Divine Wilderness continent in ancient times, and they occupied a large territory. Later, they were defeated by the human race, and fled to the 9 underworlds demon realm. But they were still very strong, and they often attacked the ancient Saint Dynasty Xia family. Therefore, the imperial family sent a large army to guard the entrance. Moreover, the Masha clan was very cunning, and they could fly in the 9 underworlds demon realm. It was difficult to kill them. Although the imperial family Xia family would send experts to kill them every once in a while, it was impossible to kill all of them, and they were a big problem for the imperial family. There was also a rumor that the reason why Xiao Wan, the Emperor of Chaos, could start a rebellion and hurt the imperial family Xia family was because of the help of the Masha clan. Whoosh, suddenly, a beam of black light shot out from a mountain peak below. It was moving at an alarming speed, aiming for Lu Ming. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He stretched out 2 fingers and accurately flicked the black light away. This is the Masha clan? Lu Ming looked at the creature that had attacked him. It was a short humanoid creature that was 2 heads shorter than Lu Ming. This creature was covered in black hair, and there was a pair of fleshy wings on its back. On its wings, there were sharp black bone spikes. The bone spikes that had stabbed at him just now were the same kind of bone spikes. Moreover, this creature had a mouth full of fangs, and its appearance was incomparably hideous. It was like the legendary Azura. This was the Masha clan. Human, kill! The Masha clan roared. In his hand, there was a black bone spike. With a flap of his fleshy wings, he rushed towards Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. The bone spike in his hand was like a sharp sword, stabbing towards Lu Ming. This Masha clan had the battle power of a human martial arts practitioner at the 5th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a spear light appeared. With a flash, it flew out like a bolt of lightning, killing this Masha clan member. Then, a jade token appeared in Lu Ming's hand. However, there was no reaction from the jade token. Didn't they say that after killing the Masha clan member, the jade token would give the corresponding points? Why is there no reaction? Lu Ming frowned slightly. Then, he flew closer to the corpse of the Masha clan member, but there was still no reaction. There were no points at all. What's going on? Lu Ming's frown deepened. Not good, Lu Ming, there are a few powerful beings flying towards us at an extremely fast speed. They are coming from the direction of the city that you came from just now. Dandan, who had just arrived at the 9 underworlds devil realm, suddenly cried out. How many powerful beings are there? Could they be here to kill the Masha clan as well? Lu Ming muttered as he looked in that direction. Xiao. 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 Xiao, 4 rainbow lights streaked across the sky and flew towards them at an extremely fast speed, bringing with them a rolling sound of explosions. When they saw Lu Ming, their eyes lit up, and cold murderous intent spread out. There's murderous intent. They are here to kill me. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he retreated without hesitation. Lu Ming, die! An old man in a black robe roared. His voice shook the heavens. Behind him, a silver combat sword was unsheathed. A ray of silver sword gleam lit up the dark Jiuyou demon realm, splitting the entire sky. The terrifying sword aura instantly crossed a distance of hundreds of miles and slashed toward Lu Ming. Not good, it's the 8th level spirit god realm. Lu Ming's heart trembled. The power of the sword was too terrifying, as if it could destroy everything. Moreover, it was so fast that Lu Ming didn't have time to perform the bloodline fusion. He could only unleash the power of the 9 dragons' bloodline and merge it with his body. At the same time, his glabella lit up, and the small red pagoda appeared. It enlarged rapidly and blocked in front of Lu Ming. Clang, the silver sword light slashed the red pagoda, and the terrifying power sent it flying, crashing into Lu Ming. Lu Ming and the small red pagoda flew back like 2 cannonballs. Boom, Lu Ming crashed into a mountain and broke the peak of the mountain. His body flew back a few miles before he stopped in the air and spat out a mouthful of blood. Swoosh! Swoosh, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. The 4 elders had already appeared around Lu Ming, surrounding him tightly. Their terrifying aura was released without any concealment, forming a terrifying pressure that pressed down on him. 2 7th level and 2 8th level spirit god realm experts. After sensing briefly, Lu Ming knew the abilities of the 4 of them. The Imperial Xia family is really despicable. Lu Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and revealed a mocking smile. There wouldn't be a second force other than the Imperial Xia family that could enter this place to kill him. He didn't need to guess to know that these 4 people must have been sent by the Imperial Xia family. Lu Ming really didn't expect that the Imperial Xia family, as the imperial family of the ancient Saint dynasty and an ancient family with a heritage of 1,000,000 years, would be so despicable. They promised him in front of others, but secretly sent people to kill him. Moreover, they really thought highly of him. They actually sent 2 7th level and 2 8th level spirit god realm experts. These people belonged to the advanced level of the spirit god realm. Even in the various forces, they were the top experts. Those who could cultivate to the 7th level of the spirit god realm and above weren't weak. Generally, those with 2nd and 3rd level spirit god realm bloodlines wouldn't be able to cultivate to the 7th level of the spirit god realm. Those who could reach the 7th level of the spirit god realm and above would awaken bloodlines that were at least 4th level of the spirit god realm. There was no doubt that these people had mastered a spirit god realm martial skill and were very powerful. Even with Lu Ming's strength, defeating or even killing a 6th level spirit god realm expert wouldn't be a problem. However, he definitely wouldn't be able to defeat a 7th level spirit god realm expert. Not to mention an 8th level spirit god realm existence. Lu Ming wouldn't stand a chance against an 8th level spirit god realm expert. This time, it could be said that he must be killed. Impudent. You can't judge the imperial family. You want to save a freak like Xianxia? You must be dreaming. A 7th level spirit god realm old man berated. A saber floated above his head and a terrifying saber intent bloomed in the air. Haha, you act one way in front of others. How can you be a member of the imperial family if you do such a despicable thing? No wonder the Xia family declined. Lu Ming sneered. How dare you? You're courting death. Everyone, hold the line for me. Leave this brat to me. I will definitely kill him today. The old man with the floating saber shouted with killing intent. All right, I'll leave him to you. The old man at the 8th level of the spirit god realm that attacked earlier nodded, and then he retreated with the other 2 to form an enormous encirclement. They surrounded Lu Ming and Xianxia at the center and blocked off all paths of retreat for Lu Ming. Clang, the battle saber vibrated as it was held in the elder's hand. His eyes were filled with excitement as he smiled malevolently. Lu Ming, remember, the one who killed you is Xiachu. Qi, the saber slashed down, and the saber power filled the air. A vast and terrifying saber light violently slashed toward Lu Ming. Above Lu Ming's head, the third bloodline appeared. A wisp of power entered Lu Ming's body, turning Lu Ming's long black hair blood red. At the same time, the third bloodline wriggled and turned into a long spear. Swoosh, Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand and swept it out, colliding with the saber light. Bang, a terrifying explosion spread out 1,000 miles. Lu Ming's body shook violently, and his body involuntarily retreated repeatedly. The battle strength of a 7th-level spirit god is indeed terrifying. Lu Ming was secretly alarmed in his heart. The battle strength of a 7th-level spirit god had already completely surpassed Lu Ming's. Die. So what if you're a heaven's pride whose name shakes the world? So what if you're a rare heaven's pride? You're still going to die at my hands. Xiachu let out a long howl, and his saber intent became even stronger as he charged toward Lu Ming. 9 dragons appeared above Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming transformed into 9 dragons, and with the support of the third bloodline's power, he unleashed a violent attack and fought with Xiachu. Xiachu also executed bloodline fusion. Xiachu's bloodline was a 5th-level divine rank battle saber. Under his 7th-level spirit god cultivation, it was incomparably powerful, and Lu Ming was completely suppressed. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged a few tens of moves, and a few saber injuries appeared on the 9 dragons' bodies. This kid's battle strength is truly shocking. He's actually able to fight Xiachu for so long with a cultivation at the 3rd level of the spirit god realm. It's simply inconceivable. An old man at the side spoke. Even if he was about to kill Lu Ming, he couldn't help but exclaim with admiration. In the spirit god realm, the further one advanced, the more difficult it was to surmount a level to battle. Being able to exchange so many moves with a 7th-level spirit god expert with a cultivation at the 3rd level of the spirit god realm was truly too shocking and simply inconceivable. They'd lived for a few thousand years, yet it was the first time they'd seen it. This kid's natural talent is truly heaven-defying. Besides Long Chen, there's really no one on the Divine Desolation continent that's a match for him. In the future, he'll become a terrifying and invincible emperor. Unfortunately, this kid is too lawless, and only death awaits him. Another old man spoke with an extremely cold and indifferent voice, but his eyes contained admiration. Kid, die. Xiachu roared loudly, and his combat strength grew even more violent. After exchanging a few tens of moves, he was actually still unable to kill Lu Ming, and it caused him to feel extremely embarrassed. Moreover, the killing intent in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Old fellow, you've cultivated for a few thousands of years, yet you only possess this little bit of combat strength. If I were you, I would have killed myself a long time ago. Lu Ming ridiculed while swiftly thinking of a way to escape in his heart. The surroundings were locked down by 3 experts, and it was too difficult to break out of the encirclement. Mainly because 8th-level spirit gods were too strong. If there were 4 7th-level spirit gods, then Lu Ming was fully confident in his ability to break out of the encirclement with the 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps. However, there were 2 8th-level spirit gods, so Lu Ming's chances of breaking through were extremely small. Kid, do you think you're a genius? A dead genius isn't a genius. Let me tell you, after I kill you today, I'll go kill that bastard, Xianxia. All of you can dream of leaving this place. Xiachu shouted coldly as his attacks grew even more violent. Bang, killing intent surged from Lu Ming, and his eyes were blood red as he roared furiously. All of you still want to kill little Qing? That despicable bastard should have died long ago. This time, we'll get rid of him once and for all. Xiachu sneered. All of you should die. Die. Kill. 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 Lu Ming let out a furious roar. His third bloodline vibrated, and strands of energy surged towards Lu Ming, filling Lu Ming's heart with endless killing intent. Initially, when Xiachu said that they were going to kill Xianxia, Lu Ming's murderous intent was already terrifyingly intense. In addition, he had borrowed more power from the third bloodline. There was only murderous intent in his mind. Endless murderous intent. Kid, stop. You can't borrow too much power from your third bloodline. Otherwise, you'll become a puppet that only knows how to kill. Dandan called out beside Lu Ming, allowing Lu Ming to barely retain a trace of clarity. At this moment, Lu Ming's body seemed to be filled with endless power. The 9 dragons emitted a dense blood-red color. Whoosh, the 9 dragons clawed at Xiachu. Oh no, this power! Xiachu's pupils suddenly widened, revealing a look of horror. In an instant, he felt that Lu Ming's power had increased exponentially, especially the killing intent. It was extremely terrifying, as if it wanted to kill all living things in the world. It made his heart turn cold and tremble. The 9 dragons clawed at him, and he felt as if he was about to suffocate. Bang! Xiachu's body was directly blasted flying, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. He was enveloped by boundless killing intent and couldn't unleash his full strength at all. Coupled with Lu Ming borrowing even more power from the 3rd bloodline, he directly injured Xiachu with an all-out attack. Subsequently, the 9 dragons roared and directly collapsed. But amidst the light of the 9 dragons' collapse, an enormous steel rushed out and emitted a dazzling radiance. Prison-suppressing steel bloodline. As soon as the prison-suppressing steel bloodline appeared, it rapidly enlarged and became as large as a mountain. The prison-suppressing steel was similarly suffused with a dense bloody light as it pressed down on Xiachu with a powerful momentum. Help! Feeling the terrifying killing intent and aura on the prison-suppressing steel that suppressed everything, Xiachu cried out in horror. Stop! The other 3 experts at the side shouted and charged towards Lu Ming. But Lu Ming ignored them and continued to press down on Xiachu. No! Xiachu roared and resisted with all his might. But at this moment, he was injured and his combat strength was greatly reduced. How could he resist? Puff! As the prison-suppressing steel pressed down, Xiachu spat out large mouthfuls of blood as the blood vessels all over his body ruptured. In the next moment, his entire body exploded with a bang. Xiachu, a 7th-level spirit god expert, was killed by Lu Ming on the spot. Bang! 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 At this moment, the other 3 attacks blasted onto the prison-suppressing steel at the same time, causing it to be sent flying. It emitted a violent vibration and almost collapsed. Kill, kill, kill. The prison-suppressing steel shook as Lu Ming's cold and emotionless voice continuously sounded out from it. This kid can't be allowed to live. An 8th-level spirit god old man spoke and was extremely shocked in his heart. A 3rd-level spirit god martial artist was actually able to kill a 7th-level spirit god expert. It was truly too shocking, and he had never heard of it before. He felt a chill in his heart and was filled with the desire to kill Lu Ming. 2 8th-level spirit gods and 1 7th-level spirit god released a terrifying aura that firmly locked onto Lu Ming. Today, all of you will die. Lu Ming's cold voice rang out. He wanted to borrow more power from his 3rd bloodline to kill all of these people. Lu Ming, you can't continue borrowing the power of your bloodline. Otherwise, you won't be able to maintain your consciousness. Dandan shouted. Kill. We must kill these people. Lu Ming shouted. At this moment, there was only a trace of clarity left in his mind. It was as if he would be swallowed up and drowned by the endless killing intent at any moment. However, it was obviously not enough to kill an 8th-layer spirit god, and he needed to borrow even more strength. However, once he borrowed even more strength, Lu Ming would find it difficult to maintain the tranquility in his heart, and he would definitely be devoured by the boundless killing intent. But at this point, was there any other way? Lu Ming could only go all out. Fine, fine, I'll go all out this time. Brat, there's no need to continue borrowing power. Dandan let out a long sigh and flew away from Lu Ming's side towards the 3 experts. You 3 brats, if you can witness my true power today, you can die without regrets. Dandan said. At this moment, his body was emitting a dazzling light, and a terrifying aura was emitted from Dandan's body. This aura was high and mighty, as if he was the ruler of the world, overlooking the countless lives. It was like he was the world, and the world was him. In the dazzling light, Dandan's body grew at a terrifying speed. In the end, he turned into a divine turtle that was as tall as the sky, and even bigger than a 10,000-foot-tall mountain. This is... The 3 old men turned pale with fright as they felt a fatal threat from the giant divine turtle. Die. A voice came out of the giant divine turtle's mouth. The giant turtle clawed at the 7th layer spirit god expert. The 7th layer spirit god expert wanted to dodge, but he realized that he couldn't move his body. He was imprisoned there as if he was locked by a world. No. He roared as he saw the giant claw coming down, and his body exploded. Not good, run. The remaining 2 8th layer spirit god experts roared in horror. They wanted to escape, but their bodies seemed to have sunk into a quagmire, and it was extremely difficult to move. Kill. The giant turtle spat out the word kill, and 2 rays of light shot out from its mouth, piercing through the 2 8th layer spirit god experts' foreheads and killing them. 2 8th level spirit god realm experts had died just like that. Even though Lu Ming was filled with endless killing intent, he was still dumbfounded. After killing the 3 experts, the giant turtle shrunk rapidly and turned back into a little turtle. It lay in the air weakly and shouted, "What a loss, what a loss. I've been accumulating energy for so long, and it's almost gone in an instant. Lu Ming, you must accompany me, accompany me." Dandan shouted and floated towards Lu Ming weakly. Let's go. Lu Ming's mind still had a trace of clarity. He waved his hand and put Dandan and the 2 8th layer spirit god experts' corpses into the mountain and river diagram. His body moved, and he left this place. Such a big commotion just now would definitely alarm the experts in the city. He had to leave as soon as possible. Lu Ming turned into a ray of blood-red light and crossed the boundless earth. Soon, he appeared 1,000,000 miles away. He found a secret place and entered the mountain and river diagram. Once he entered the mountain and river diagram, Lu Ming sat cross-legged under the Enlightenment ancient tree. He closed his eyes and did his best to resist the endless killing intent. The endless killing intent seemed to be able to drown Lu Ming at any time and turn Lu Ming into a killing machine. The blood-red light on his body flickered. Slowly, the blood-red light faded and returned to the 3rd bloodline. He sat there for half a month. Half a month later, the power of the 3rd bloodline was completely withdrawn into the 3rd bloodline, and Lu Ming withdrew it to his spine. At the same time, he dispelled the endless killing intent in his heart. At this time, Lu Ming opened his eyes. There was no longer any killing intent in his eyes, and they were clear and bright. Huff, Lu Ming let out a long breath. This time, it was really close. The killing intent in the 3rd bloodline had almost devoured his mind. The 3rd bloodline was a double-edged sword. He had to be cautious when using it. If his cultivation was not high enough and he borrowed too much power, he would be drowned in the endless killing intent. This time, fortunately, Dandan made a move at the end. Otherwise, he would have to borrow even more power. In that case, Lu Ming would very likely be drowned by the endless killing intent and become a killing puppet. At the thought of Dandan, Lu Ming looked to the side and happened to see Dandan lying there, chewing on a stalk of spirit medicine in her mouth. She looked weak. Seeing that Lu Ming had woken up, Dandan jumped on Lu Ming's shoulder and shouted, "Lu Ming, this time I lost too much. My vitality is greatly damaged. You have to compensate me for the spiritual herbs, or I'll never let you off." "Okay, I'll give you any spiritual herbs that I don't need in the future." Lu Ming smiled and waved his hand, and a pile of spiritual herbs appeared. Dandan's eyes lit up. It swallowed all the spiritual herbs in one gulp and left them to eat slowly. "Boy, at least you have some conscience. It's indeed powerful." This time, Lu Ming was full of heartfelt admiration. Lu Ming was shocked that Dandan could turn into such a terrifying giant tortoise and kill an 8th layer spirit god in an instant. "Don't make a fuss. Let me tell you, if it weren't for the fact that my strength is far from recovered, I would be much stronger than that. I'm the world tortoise, the leader of the top 10 battle beasts. If I were at my peak and transformed into my true form, I would be as big as the world. Not to mention a mere 8th layer spirit god, even a martial emperor would be killed by me." Dandan was smug. He felt comfortable all over at the sight of Lu Ming's impressed expression. "Could it be that you surpassed the martial emperor realm at your peak?" Lu Ming asked curiously. Lu Ming naturally believed that Dandan was a super expert who had been reborn. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to have such means. Nonsense, which one of the top 10 battle beasts isn't an invincible existence? Martial emperors are nothing. Take your 9 dragons for example. If they were at their peak, they would be able to devour the sun and moon with a single gulp. What martial emperors? They would be able to devour everything in one gulp. Dandan had an invincible confidence. It then sighed and said, I don't know if any of the top 10 battle beasts survived except for me. The battle back then, sigh. In the end, Dandan let out a long sigh. Lu Ming pricked up his ears and listened carefully. Now, with Dandan's recovery, his memory seemed to have recovered a lot. He might even be able to hear some unknown secrets from him. Dandan glanced at Lu Ming and said, Sigh, I'm too weak. I need a good rest. After saying this, it ran away and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming was speechless. He then moved and appeared on another mountain. The corpses of the 2 8th-layer Spirit God Realm elders were still lying there. The corpses of Spirit God Realm experts would not rot even after a few years or decades. Unfortunately, the true Qi and blood Qi have already dissipated. Lu Ming sensed it and sighed, feeling that it was a bit of a waste. However, the blood essence should still be there. The blood essence of an expert at the 8th level of the Spirit God Realm probably won't disperse even after a year has passed. With a thought, Lu Ming activated his 9 dragons bloodline and unleashed his devouring power. A total of 18 pearl-like drops of blood essence flew out and were devoured by the 9 dragons. Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and began to refine them. The blood essence and blood essence energy of 2 8th-level spirit god martial artists were shockingly dense. Lu Ming started to refine them with all his might. Around the 9 dragons bloodline, 7 golden chakras shone dazzlingly. As the power of the essence blood continued to be refined and integrated, the 7 golden chakras shone brighter and brighter. After a short while, with a hum, another pale golden chakra emerged. The 8th golden chakra. His 9 dragons bloodline improved by another level, becoming a rank 8 divine bloodline. The 9 dragons bloodline let out a long roar as its body rapidly enlarged and lengthened. It had doubled in size and looked even more majestic. Withdraw. With a thought, Lu Ming had the 9 dragons bloodline shrink rapidly, turning into a ray of blood light and entering Lu Ming's spine. As expected, there's an extra dragon force. Wait, this dragon force is so powerful. Lu Ming's eyes lit up when he sensed it slightly. The upgrade of the 9 dragons bloodline also gave birth to an extra dragon force. However, Lu Ming felt that the 8th dragon force was so powerful that it was comparable to the previous 7 dragon forces combined. In fact, before this, Lu Ming had already discovered that every dragon force would be stronger than the previous one. However, the extent of the increase was very limited. It would not be too exaggerated. However, the 8th dragon force was much stronger than the 7th dragon force. A rank 8 divine bloodline is indeed extraordinary. No wonder only those who have awakened a rank 8 divine bloodline can be called second-class geniuses in the central continent. A rank 7 divine bloodline is much weaker than a rank 8 divine bloodline. Lu Ming pondered and a smile appeared on his face. The stronger the dragon force was, the stronger his battle strength would be when he unleashed it. Lu Ming was looking forward to seeing what would happen when the 9 dragons bloodline reached the highest rank, the rank 9 divine bloodline. How strong would the dragon force be? There was a huge difference between a rank 8 divine bloodline and a rank 9 divine bloodline. It could be seen by looking at the difference between a tycoon-level genius and a second-class genius. If both the 9 dragons bloodline and the prison-suppressing steel bloodline reached rank 9 divine bloodline, how strong would Lu Ming's battle strength be? If Lu Ming unleashed all of his dragon force now, he would definitely have an easier time and win against other tycoon-level geniuses such as the Underworld Child and the Cerberus. Then, Lu Ming put away the storage rings of the 2 old men. With a wave of his hand, flames spread out and turned the bodies of the 2 old men into ashes. Who sent people to kill me? Lu Ming pondered with a frown. At first, he thought it was Xianxia who sent people to kill him. But later, those people said that they wanted to kill Xianxia after killing him. This made Lu Ming speculate that it shouldn't be Xianxia. If Xianxia wanted to kill Xianxia, he would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? Lu Ming guessed that it was someone else who sent people. Could it be Xianxia? But does Xianxia have such great power to mobilize an 8th-level spirit god expert? Lu Ming pondered. Xianxia had more than a dozen princes under him. Xie Qitian's talent was very ordinary, so he might not have such great power. There should be someone helping Xie Zhen. Could it be Xie Qiyu? Because these two people wanted Lu Ming dead the most. At the same time, Xie Zhen had sent people to assassinate Xianxia. Therefore, he was the most likely. Xie Zhen. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with murderous intent. This person was someone that Lu Ming must kill. After pondering for a while, Lu Ming came out of the mountain river diagram and continued to head towards the depths of the 9 underworlds. This time, Lu Ming slowed down. Along the way, he encountered quite a number of Devil Temple clansmen who attacked him. They were all at the Spirit Embryo Realm. There were those at the 7th, 8th, and 9th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. They were all easily killed by Lu Ming. However, no points appeared on the Jade token. Could it be that Xie Qitian lied to me? Lu Ming's eyes shone with a cold light as he continued to fly. After a day, Lu Ming didn't know how far he had traveled when a city appeared in front of him. Looking from afar, there were figures on the city. They were human martial arts practitioners and not Devil Temple clansmen. This should be the gathering place of the human race. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he flew towards the city. If there were people, he could ask them about Xianxia. As Lu Ming approached, the people on the city noticed him and looked at Lu Ming coldly. It's a human. On the city wall, someone whispered with a bright gaze. Who are you? Someone on the city wall asked. I just entered the 9 underworlds not long ago. Please let me in. Lu Ming said. Newcomer. The eyes of the people on the city wall lit up even more as they said, since you are a human, come in. Lu Ming nodded and flew up the city wall towards the city. The city wasn't big, so there were even fewer people on the road. As soon as Lu Ming flew into the city, numerous pairs of eyes looked at him. He's new. It's not the time for the imperial family to send people to hunt the Masha clan. Looks like this person offended the imperial family and was exiled here. He's so young. He's probably a genius of some power. He's definitely rich. Leave this person to me. I need origin stones. Bullshit. Who doesn't need origin stones? This kid is mine. Numerous voices sounded out in the surroundings, and all of them stared at Lu Ming with burning gazes. These voices naturally entered into Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming frowned as a trace of cold light blossomed from his eyes. He's mine. There was an angry bellow and a burly figure dashed out. He lifted his big hand and pressed it toward Lu Ming. Space trembled without end as a powerful force surged towards Lu Ming. This was a first-level spirit god realm expert. You're courting death. Lu Ming's gaze went cold as he slashed out with his palm. His palm was like a heavenly blade that slashed onto this person's palm. Crack. The bones in this person's palm were directly broken by Lu Ming. He let out a shrill cry as his figure retreated madly, and he looked at Lu Ming with astonishment. This person has some ability. Attack together. Someone shouted loudly. Instantly, 7 or 8 figures pounced towards Lu Ming. These figures were actually domain enlightened spirit god realm experts. There were first-level spirit god realm experts, second-level spirit god realm experts, and the strongest was third-level spirit god realm experts. The 8 of them attacked together and their momentum was extremely terrifying. All kinds of attacks covered Lu Ming's entire body. If it was an ordinary martial artist at the 3rd level of the spirit god realm, he would be injured or even suppressed under the siege of so many experts. But how could an ordinary 3rd level spirit god realm expert compare to Lu Ming? He circulated the hell-suppressing heaven art and slashed out 8 times in succession. Bang! 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 8 explosions sounded out, followed by a wave of the sound of bones breaking and shrill cries. The 8 figures spat out blood as they retreated, crashing heavily into the surrounding buildings. No matter if it was a 1st-level spirit god, a 2nd-level spirit god, or even a 3rd-level spirit god, they all suffered the same fate. And this was Lu Ming showing mercy. Otherwise, all of them would have died in one move. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked at Lu Ming in horror. It's too terrifying. It's only a single move, yet all 8 experts were heavily injured, and even that expert at the 3rd level of the spirit god realm was no exception. What sort of combat strength is this? Moreover, he looked so young, which was even more unbelievable. Could it be that he's one of the top geniuses outside? Someone said in a trembling voice, causing everyone to shudder. No one dared to make a move. Even though there were a few hundred people in this city, it was impossible for all of them to be at the domain enlightened spirit god realm. In reality, most of them were at the spirit embryo realm, and there were only a dozen or so at the domain enlightened spirit god realm. Lu Ming's cold gaze swept across the surroundings. When those people met Lu Ming's gaze, their hearts trembled, and they didn't dare to look directly at Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared above the expert at the third level of the spirit god realm. It was an old man with white hair and a skinny figure. At this moment, he was looking at Lu Ming in horror. Lu Ming's palm strike just now contained an extremely terrifying power, but it didn't explode. He had a feeling that if it exploded, he would already be dead. Young hero, please spare my life. This old man was confused for a moment. The old man kept begging for mercy. Speak, why did you attack me as soon as I came in? Lu Ming asked coldly. Sigh, we were forced to do so. Young hero, you must have just entered the underworld, right? Allow me to explain to you in detail. The skinny old man sighed, and then he explained in detail. It turned out that these people had offended the imperial family, or simply belonged to the ancient Saint dynasty. Because of their mistakes, they were exiled to the underworld to hunt the Devil Temple clan to atone for their sins. However, the Devil Temple clan was innumerable in the underworld demon domain, and they were scattered everywhere. It was very dangerous. As for the martial artists of the human clan, they absorbed and refined the demon chi very slowly in the underworld demon domain. After a long time, they had already used up the origin stones that they had brought. If the speed of refining the demon chi was too slow, it would be very disadvantageous for them in the battle against the Devil Temple clan. Sometimes, it was not them who hunted the Devil Temple clan, but the Devil Temple clan who hunted them. They had no choice but to gather together and build a city to defend against the Devil Temple clan. This was also the reason why Lu Ming saw this small city now. For the people of the underworld demon domain, what was the most precious thing? Of course, the origin stones were the most precious thing. Therefore, when they saw that Lu Ming had just entered the underworld demon domain, they were naturally greedy and wanted to seize Lu Ming's origin stones. To put it bluntly, these people were just a group of pitiful people. You can all leave. I won't make things difficult for you. Lu Ming waved his hand and dismissed the few people who wanted to fight, leaving only the old man. The skinny old man's cultivation was the highest among these people, and he should be the leader of these people. Young hero, do you have any other orders? The skinny old man looked at Lu Ming, and he was a little nervous. To be honest, he had lived for a long time, but he had never seen such a powerful young expert before. Let me ask you, the imperial family exiled you here to let you kill the Devil Temple clan, so that you can get points. When you have enough points, they will let you go, right? Lu Ming asked. Yes, that's right. However, the points are just a scam. The skinny old man gritted his teeth. A scam? What's going on? Why didn't I get any points from killing the Devil Temple clan? Lu Ming asked. Young hero, the imperial family told you, how many points do you need to get out? The skinny old man asked. 10,000. Lu Ming said. 10,000? The skinny old man's eyes suddenly widened, and he gasped with disbelief on his face. Lu Ming frowned, and he waited quietly for the old man to continue. Haha, young hero, in my opinion, the imperial family has no intention of letting you out at all. They want to keep you here forever. The old man smiled bitterly. What do you mean? Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly. Young hero, you still don't know how points are obtained, right? Let me tell you, killing members of the Devil clan below the domain enlightened spirit god realm doesn't give you any points, and only by killing experts at the domain enlightened spirit god realm and above can you obtain points. Killing a first-level spiritual god will give you 1 point, a second-level spiritual god will give you 2 points, a third-level spiritual god will give you 3 points, and so on. Killing a 9th-level spiritual god will give you 9 points, and killing a perfect spiritual god will give you 10 points. Killing a Supreme Stage Devil Temple clan member will give you 100 points, and killing a Monarch Stage Devil Temple clan member will give you 10,000 points. The skinny old man explained. Damn it. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly while killing intent flashed explosively in his eyes. He understood that he'd been tricked. Xianxia, a dignified saint emperor, had actually deceived him. According to this conversion, how could he possibly obtain 10,000 points? Killing a first-level spiritual god Devil Temple clan member would only give him 1 point, and killing a perfect spiritual god would only give him 10 points. Even a Supreme Stage Devil Temple clan member would only give him 100 points. This meant that he had to kill 100 Supreme Stage Devil Temple clan members in order to obtain 10,000 points. Besides that, Monarch Stage Devil Temple clan members would give him 10,000 points, but killing a Monarch Stage Devil Temple clan member? Perhaps Lu Ming would never be able to obtain 10,000 points in his lifetime. They wanted to imprison Lu Ming in Nine Serenities Demon Realm for the rest of his life. What a ruthless and brilliant method. Lu Ming's body emitted a cold murderous intent, which made the skinny old man shudder. Everything will wait until I find Xiaoqing. Lu Ming exhaled deeply, and withdrew his murderous intent. Senior, do you know where Xianxia, the 16th princess, is? Lu Ming finally asked the question that he wanted to ask the most. Nine Serenities Demon Realm was too big. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. This old man had been here for many years, so he might know something. 16th princess? You mean the princess with the bloodline of the royal family? The skinny old man said. Yes. I have some impression of her. 16th princess was exiled to Nine Serenities Demon Realm 3 years ago. When she first came here, her cultivation was still weak. She stayed in the periphery of Nine Serenities Demon Realm for a while. Later, she stayed in this city for a year. I'm quite familiar with her. Sigh, it's a pity that the royal family treated a rare genius like her so badly. Why are you looking for her? The skinny old man said, and then let out a long sigh, as if he felt sorry for Xianxia. Hearing this, Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and he said, I'm her friend. Senior, do you know where she is now? I don't know. The skinny old man shook his head and said, the royal family asked 16th princess for the same thing as you, 10,000 points. So, after her cultivation improved, she left here and went deep into Nine Serenities Demon Realm. Crack, the old man's words made Lu Ming clench his fists, and the murderous intent in his heart bloomed uncontrollably. Lu Ming's heart was very uncomfortable, the murderous intent toward the royal family, Xianxia, and Xianxia was very strong. They wanted to imprison Xianxia in the 9 underworlds for the rest of his life. Especially 3 years ago. At that time, Xianxia was only at the Sea of Soul realm, but they had already imprisoned Xianxia in the 9 underworlds. It was not hard to imagine how much Xianxia had suffered and how many dangers he had encountered in the past few years. At the thought of this, Lu Ming's heart ached. But now, Xianxia had already entered the depths of the 9 underworlds. Where was he? Lu Ming's thoughts wandered for a long time before he calmed down. Senior, please take these origin stones. Lu Ming gave the skinny old man a storage ring, which contained tens of thousands of origin stones. Then, Lu Ming soared into the sky and left the city, heading towards the depths of the 9 underworlds. In the 9 underworlds, there was also day and night. During the day, there was a dark sun floating in the sky. At night, there was a blood moon in the sky. Moreover, when the blood moon was in the sky, the devil chi in the world was extremely dense. At this time, the devil clan and the demonic beasts would be stronger, while the human race would be suppressed. The blood moon in the sky and the devil chi was vast and mighty. However, to Lu Ming, it did not affect him at all. The 9 dragons' bloodline burst out, devouring the billowing devil chi and refining it into true yuan. Lu Ming flew rapidly into the depths of the 9 underworlds. There were definitely more than a few human race warriors in the 9 underworlds. In the depths of the 9 underworlds, there must be a gathering place of the human race. Lu Ming planned to find the gathering place of the human race and inquire about it. Swoosh! Swoosh! There was a sharp sound of something breaking through the air. A few black figures whizzed over and charged toward Lu Ming. The 3 devil clan members were extremely ferocious. They held bone spears in their hands and stabbed at Lu Ming. Their speed was terrifyingly fast, and their auras were also very strong. These three were first-level Spirit God Realm Devil Clan members. With the blood moon in the sky, it was extremely dangerous to walk in the 9 underworlds because many of the Devil Clan members would move out. Roar, the 9 dragons roared, and the devouring power shrouded the 3 Devil Clan members. The 3 Devil Clan members could not move at all, and their eyes were filled with fear. Then, the energy and blood essence of the 3 Devil Clan members were devoured by the 9 dragons, and they turned into 3 dried corpses. The 9 dragons had reached the 8th level of the divine realm, and their devouring power was undoubtedly stronger. After killing the 3 first-level Spirit God Realm Devil Clan members, a change finally appeared on the Jade token, and a number appeared, 3, Lu Ming sneered. Killing a first-level Spirit God Realm Devil Clan member only gave him 1 point. Compared to the terrifying number of 10,000 points, what was the use of this? Lu Ming's figure flashed, and he continued to fly towards the depths of the 9 underworlds. In just a short while, the 3 first-level Spirit God Realm Devil Clan members' blood essence were completely refined by Lu Ming. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, the blood essence of the first-level Spirit God Realm Devil Clan members was naturally useless to Lu Ming. Just like this, Lu Ming continued to travel for 3 days. Along the way, he encountered more than a dozen attacks. Some were from the Devil Clan, and some were from the Devil Beasts here. However, there were not many of them above the Spirit God Realm. Most of the attacks were from the Spirit Embryo Realm. In 3 days, Lu Ming had crossed thousands of mountains and rivers. Die. Human. Kill him. In front of him, a sharp voice sounded. Lu Ming heard it and knew it was the voice of the Devil Clan. Then, a series of explosions sounded in front of him. Apparently, a fierce battle had taken place. Lu Ming did not hesitate and flew towards the source of the sound. After 3 days, he was finally going to meet a human again. In a mountain range, 7 to 8 Devil Clan members were besieging a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's cultivation was very high. He was at the 4th level Spirit God Realm, and he was fighting with 7 to 8 Devil Clan members. However, the 7 to 8 Devil Clan members were all strong practitioners. The weakest among them was at the 2nd level Spirit God Realm. The rest were at the 3rd level Spirit God Realm, and there was even one at the 4th level Spirit God Realm. With so many Devil Clan members working together, the middle-aged man was at a disadvantage. He could only defend himself and did not have the strength to fight back. Break for me. The middle-aged man fought back with all his strength and chopped a 2nd level Spirit God Realm Devil Clan member to death. However, his back was also cut by a 4th level Spirit God Realm Devil Clan member's bone spur, and blood flowed out. He used all his strength to break out of the encirclement and flew forward. Behind him, the other Devil Clan members chased after him. The middle-aged man was running in the direction of Lu Ming. After flying for some distance, the middle-aged man saw Lu Ming's figure. "Little brother, leave quickly!" the middle-aged man shouted. However, Lu Ming stood in the air and did not move. "Little brother, leave quickly. There are experts of the Devil Clan behind you." Seeing that Lu Ming did not move, the middle-aged man shouted again. He was a little anxious. The corner of Lu Ming's mouth curved into a smile. This middle-aged man had a good heart. He reminded him to leave. If it were an ordinary person, they would have used Lu Ming to block the attack to buy time for themselves. It's just a few Devil Clan members. There's no need to run. Lu Ming smiled. The 9 dragons' bloodline appeared and the devouring power erupted, shrouding the entire Masha clan. The middle-aged burly man looked on in horror. Apart from the 4th level Spirit God Masha clan member, the rest of the Masha clan members shriveled rapidly. In the end, they lost their vitality and turned into dried corpses. Whoosh! The middle-aged man was flabbergasted, and he was stunned on the spot. 7 domain enlightened Spirit God Realm clansmen, and the strongest amongst them was in existence at the 4th level of the domain enlightened Spirit God Realm, yet they were instantly annihilated by Lu Ming, and the middle-aged man felt like he was dreaming. Moreover, Lu Ming looked to be so young, yet such combat strength was simply inconceivable. "Big brother, it's done." Lu Ming smiled as he put away the 9 dragons' bloodline, and then he split a portion of his attention to start refining it. Little brother is amazing, truly amazing. I admire you. The middle-aged man stuttered as he sighed with emotion. Lu Ming smiled lightly and didn't say anything. I'm Dushan, what's your name? Asked the middle-aged man. Lu Ming. Lu Ming replied. Brother Lu, big brother has important matters to attend to, so I can't accompany you. Little brother, be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, Dushan intended to fly towards a direction. Big brother Du, what's the matter? Perhaps Lu Ming can be of help. Lu Ming called out to Dushan. He'd finally encountered another human race cultivator with great difficulty, and Lu Ming was just about to inquire about Xianxia from him, so how could he allow Dushan to leave so easily? Alas, the human race gathering place I'm at is being besieged by the Xianxia clan. I received the news and wanted to rush back to provide assistance, yet I never expected that I would be blocked by the Xianxia clan here. Dushan sighed and was slightly anxious. The human race gathering place? I'll go with you. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Alright, perhaps we'll be able to be saved with little brother along. Dushan's eyes lit up as well. The combat strength Lu Ming revealed earlier was unfathomable and formidable to the extreme, so he intended to ask Lu Ming for help as well. However, Lu Ming had saved him earlier and asked Lu Ming to take a risk with him, so he was truly embarrassed to ask. At this moment, Lu Ming had taken the initiative to ask, so he was naturally overjoyed. Dushan immediately led the way while Lu Ming followed behind him, and they flew swiftly towards the north. After flying for hundreds of thousands of miles, the sound of battle cries could be heard from the front. In the distance, they could see a fortress made of strange metal. Around the fortress, there was an intense battle going on. More than 1,000 Devil Temple clansmen surrounded the fortress. Among them, there were many existences with powerful auras. Lu Ming scanned them with his spiritual consciousness and discovered that there were dozens of Devil Temple clansmen at the Spirit God realm. The rest were all Devil Temple clansmen at the high stage of the Spirit Embryo realm. On the other hand, there were very few people in the fort, and there were only a little over 20 of them. All of them were Domain Enlightened Spirit God realm experts, and they were in a battle with the Xianxia clan. However, they were obviously in a completely disadvantaged position. Human, die! A shrill scream was heard. One of the Demon Xia clan's clansmen had a particularly strong aura. Both of his hands were holding a black, extremely sharp bone spear. His body moved as fast as lightning, dashing towards a human expert. That human expert was at the 3rd level of Spirit God realm, but he couldn't fight back against this Xianxia clan member. The bone spike pierced through his glabella, and he didn't even have time to scream before he was killed. The peak of the 5th level of Spirit God realm, Lu Ming could tell at a glance that this Xianxia clan member was at the peak of the 5th level of Spirit God realm. He was the strongest existence in the Xianxia clan. Among the human martial artists, the strongest was only at the 4th level of Spirit God realm. Damn it, kill! Seeing this, Dushan shouted loudly and rushed forward with his battle axe. Another one has come to die. The Xianxia clan member at the 5th level of Spirit God realm glanced at Dushan coldly and sneered. His demonic aura surged, and his pair of flesh spikes flapped. His body pounced at Lu Ming like lightning. A battle axe floated above Dushan's head. It was Dushan's bloodline, a 4th level divine bloodline. Dushan transformed into a battle axe and slashed at his opponent. Ding! Ding! 2 crisp sounds were heard. The battle axe that Dushan had transformed into was sent flying far away. Die! The Xianxia clan member screamed. The bone spike in his hand was thin and long, but it was extremely hard and sharp. It seemed to be able to pierce through everything as it stabbed towards Dushan. Chi! Chi! 2 jarring sounds were heard. The bone spike of the Xianxia clan member had pierced through the battle axe that Dushan had transformed into. An angry roar came from the battle axe. The battle axe shook and dispersed, turning back into Dushan's body. His face was pale as he retreated quickly. Die! The Xianxia clan member's eyes were cold. The bone spike pierced through the air and stabbed towards Dushan's glabella. At this moment, a palm that was like a knife suddenly appeared and slashed at the bone spike. A terrifying force exploded, and the bone spike buzzed and broke into dozens of pieces. The palm knife followed the momentum and struck the shoulder of the Masha clan member. Bam! The shoulder of the Masha clan member exploded, and he was sent flying like a cannonball. A few spirit embryo realm Masha clan members were killed by the impact. Roar! The 9 dragons roared, and a devouring force exploded, enveloping the Masha clan members. The spirit embryo realm Masha clan members were instantly devoured and turned into dried corpses. The first level, second level, and third level spirit god realm Masha clan members screamed in fear and turned into dried corpses under the devouring force. The human martial artists were all stunned. The remaining Masha clan members roared crazily, trying to escape. However, under the terrifying devouring force, they were unable to move as if they had fallen into a quagmire. Kill! Lu Ming rushed over and cut down all the Masha clan members as if he was cutting grass. Swoosh! The 5th level spirit god realm Masha clan member was only injured, but he was not dead yet. He flapped his wings and turned into a ray of demonic light, trying to escape. He knew that a top human martial artist had come. The attack just now had severely injured him. If he did not escape, only death would await him. However, he was shocked to find that he could not escape at all. Lu Ming's figure was like a flickering shadow. He caught up with the 5th level spirit god realm Masha clan member in an instant and appeared behind him. Let's die together. Torrential slaughter. Seeing that he could not escape, the Masha clan member roared angrily. Demonic chi soared into the sky. He spread his wings and his body spun rapidly in the air. A pair of wings cut through the air like 2 sabers, bringing about a torrential attack. It was like a terrifying tornado that could destroy everything. It swept towards Lu Ming. 2 streams of dragon power burst out from Lu Ming's body. He then performed the hell-suppressing heaven skill and slashed down with his palm. This palm was like a heavenly saber that had the power to suppress everything. Boom! The torrential attack of the Masha clan member collapsed instantly. The palm slashed on the Masha clan member and killed him. His energy and blood essence were all devoured by Lu Ming. In the castle, the human martial artists stared with their eyes wide open. It seemed that they had not reacted yet. Brother Lu Ming, thank you for saving us again. Otherwise, sigh. Dushan walked over and thanked Lu Ming. His voice was filled with emotion. If it were not for Lu Ming, he would have been dead long ago. At this time, the human martial artists in the castle came to their senses and flew over to thank him. Especially when they saw that Lu Ming had such battle strength at such a young age, they were even more amazed. I heard that the geniuses of the outside world are rising. The young generation is dominated by the 5 giants. But in my opinion, Brother Lu's battle strength is probably stronger than the 5 giants. A white-haired old man exclaimed. Lu Ming quickly said that he didn't dare and then chatted with them for a while. Through the conversation, Lu Ming found out that all of them had offended the royal family or the powerful figures in the ancient Saint dynasty. There were even experts from the overlord forces among them. They might not know each other outside, but they were very united in the abyss of hell. Because in the abyss of hell, if they weren't united, they would be defeated by the Masha clan one by one and be buried here. Similarly, the royal family had set a score for them. As long as they could complete the score, they would be allowed to leave. However, the score was so high that it made them despair. However, they were all spiritual god realm experts who could live for 5,000 years. They weren't willing to be locked up in the abyss of hell for the rest of their lives. Therefore, they hoped that they could accumulate enough points to leave the abyss of hell. Therefore, they would constantly hunt down the Masha clan. In return, the Masha clan would kill them. That was why the Masha clan attacked the city today. In fact, the Masha clan attacking the city was a common occurrence. However, the Masha clan that came today was a little too strong. Little brother Lu, can we have a chat in the castle? Dushan invited. It's okay. However, I have a question that I would like to ask all of you. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. What is it? Just say it. As long as I know, I will tell you. The others said one after another. Seniors, may I ask if you have seen 16th Princess? Lu Ming asked. 16th Princess? Are you talking about 16th princess who has the bloodline of the royal family? I haven't seen her, but I heard that she is in the abyss of hell. Dushan pondered for a moment and said. Many others shook their heads. I have seen 16th princess once. A voice sounded, causing Lu Ming's heart to skip a beat. It was the white-haired old woman. Senior, when was that? Where did you see her? Lu Ming asked hurriedly. A few months ago, about a few million miles away from here. I even talked to 16th princess. She said that she was going to the Devil Steel Mountain. The old woman replied. What? Devil Steel Mountain. Everyone else sucked in a breath of cold air. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and said, Devil Steel Mountain? Is it very dangerous? Indeed, it's very dangerous. Brother Lu, the Devil Steel Mountain is a forbidden area in the 9 underworlds. Many powerful Devil Temple clan members have entered the Devil Steel Mountain and they all died there. Humans are no exception. Dushan sighed. There's no way out? Lu Ming started to feel anxious. If it was so dangerous, why would Xianxia go? Seniors, do you have a map to the Devil Steel Mountain? Lu Ming said. Brother Lu, are you going to the Devil Steel Mountain? That place is extremely dangerous. Although the Devil Steel Mountain is incomparably dangerous, there are powerful Devil Temple clans residing around the Devil Steel Mountain all year round. They cultivate in the outer region of the Devil Steel Mountain, hoping to obtain some good fortune. Therefore, the outer region of the Devil Steel Mountain is extremely dangerous. Little brother, you have to be careful. The white-haired old woman tried to mediate. Many thanks, seniors. However, Lu Ming must go to the Devil Steel Mountain. Lu Ming's tone was resolute. Now that he knew Xianxia's whereabouts and that he might be in danger, he had to go even if he had to climb a mountain of swords or enter a sea of flames. Seeing Lu Ming's resolute attitude, Dushan, the white-haired old O, and the others sighed and stopped trying to persuade him. In the end, the white-haired old O took out a map and gave it to Lu Ming. The map was rough, but it roughly depicted the 9 Nether Devil Domains' topography and location. On the map, there was a rough route to the 9 Nether Devil Steel Mountain. Many thanks, seniors. Lu Ming will take his leave. Lu Ming kept the map and bid farewell to the others. He didn't want to waste a second. Lu Ming transformed into a beam of light and pierced through the night sky, heading in the direction of the demonic Tablet Mountain at an extremely fast speed. On the way, Lu Ming used an illusory aura technique to darken his aura, making it similar to the Devil Temple clan's aura. As expected, it saved him a lot of trouble. The number of Devil Temple clan members who attacked him decreased greatly. Lu Ming's speed was very fast. He was on his way. A few months ago, Xianxia went to the Devil Steel Mountain. He should have arrived by now. The Devil Steel Mountain is so dangerous. How is Xianxia now? Thinking of this, Lu Ming's heart was burning with anxiety. He couldn't wait to get to Xianxia's side. The Devil Steel Mountain was located in the depths of the 9 Nether Devil Domain. It was very far away from the castle where Dushan and the others were. With Lu Ming's speed, it took him 5 days to reach the Devil Steel Mountain. Lu Ming stood in the air and looked into the distance. He was slightly shocked. This area was filled with mountains as far as the eye could see. There were many mountains and steep ridges with all kinds of strange plants growing on them. However, among the mountains, there was a mountain peak that was extremely prominent. Even from a very far distance, one could see it with a single glance. This was because the mountain peak was too majestic. It was like a crane and a flock of chickens among the mountains. It was high up in the sky and no one knew how high it was. The mountain was shrouded in black mist. It was impossible to see the exact situation of the mountain peak. Is that the Devil Steel Mountain? Lu Ming thought in his heart. His eyes were filled with shock and doubt. This was because he felt that the suppressing hell steel bloodline in his body was emitting a scorching aura as if it was about to appear from his spine. What's going on? Why is the Devil Steel Mountain causing the suppressing hell steel bloodline to react? Lu Ming was puzzled. Let's go. With a thought, Lu Ming flew towards the huge mountain that was shrouded in black mist. As he got closer, he could feel the grandeur and majesty of the huge mountain. The other mountains were also tall and majestic. However, compared to this mountain, they were far inferior. The suppressing hell steel bloodline's reaction was even more intense. Lu Ming's heart jumped. He felt that there was a powerful fluctuation in front of him. It was not just one wave, but several. Each wave contained a powerful devil aura. They were the experts of the Devil Temple clan. Lu Ming withdrew his aura to the extreme and flew forward. That human girl obtained a treasure in the Devil Steel Mountain. We must not let that treasure fall into the hands of the human race. Let's attack together and kill her. Let's go together. That human girl has been surrounded. She can't escape. She must die today. The treasure in the Devil Steel Mountain belongs to the Devil Temple clan. A few dry and unpleasant voices sounded. A few figures flew past in front of him. They were all members of the Devil Temple clan. Their auras were very strong. With a quick glance, Lu Ming realized that the Devil Temple clan members were all in the 6th level of the Spirit God realm. Could the person they are talking about be Little Qing? Not good. Lu Ming's expression changed. He followed the 3 Devil Temple clan members from afar. Boom! Boom, sizzle. Not long after, a violent explosion sounded in front of him. There was also the sound of sharp weapons piercing through the air. There was still a great battle in front of him. This made Lu Ming feel slightly relieved. In front of him, the Devil Temple clan members increased their speed and flew quickly. They were like bolts of lightning. They flew past a few mountains and joined the battle. Not good. Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and rushed over the last few hundred miles in an instant. He arrived at the battlefield. In front of him, more than 10 Devil Temple clan experts were besieging a human girl. Seeing the girl, Lu Ming's heart trembled violently. The beautiful woman in front of him was none other than the Xianxia that Lu Ming yearned for day and night. It had been more than 3 years since Lu Ming and Xianxia had parted ways in 9 Dragon City. After 3 years, Xianxia had matured a little, but he had also lost some weight. His face was cold, and so was his gaze. At this moment, Xianxia's demonic aura billowed to the sky. He gently pressed his palms forward, and a terrifying force field covered a radius of 100 miles, destroying everything. At the same time, above Xianxia's head, there was a beautiful woman. She was sitting cross-legged on a black lotus, and her demonic aura billowed. Her palms were constantly striking out, blocking the attacks that came from all directions. This was Xianxia's 3rd bloodline, which was very similar to Xianxia's 2nd bloodline. However, there were 9 golden chakras around his body. A 9th grade divine grade bloodline. Moreover, Xianxia's cultivation had also stepped into the 3rd level spirit god realm. There were 11 people from the Masha clan besieging Xianxia. The 11 Masha clan members were all in the 6th level spirit god realm. Each of them held a terrifying bone spike in their hands, and they surrounded Xianxia and attacked him fiercely. Xianxia's terrifying force field covered a radius of 100 miles, and the Masha clan member's speed was greatly affected. Moreover, Xianxia mainly focused on defense. Even so, he was still at a disadvantage. If this continued, he would be defeated sooner or later. Girl, hand over the demon statue, and I'll leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, you'll end up miserable. This human girl is really beautiful. Even I am tempted. After I take him down, I'll let him have a taste of my power. A series of unpleasant and ear-piercing voices sounded. You're courting death. At this moment, the killing intent in Lu Ming's heart exploded. Within his body, 8 dragon energies suddenly erupted, filling his body with incomparably powerful energy. Taking a step forward, Lu Ming's body turned into a beam of black spear light, darting into Xianxia's force field. He activated the suppressing hell heavenly skill and threw a punch at a demon temple clan member. The Masha clan member did not expect that someone would attack him at this moment. He wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. Bang! Lu Ming's fist slammed into the demon nether's back, and a terrifying power exploded out, creating a large hole in the demon nether's body. When Xianxia heard the commotion, he thought that the Devil Sha clan's experts had come to reinforce them. Instinctively, he turned to look in their direction. When she saw Lu Ming's figure, her petite figure shuddered violently, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. At this moment, her eyes were completely focused on Lu Ming. She could not take her eyes off him at all. Chi, a sharp sound rang out as it rapidly approached Xianxia. Watch out! Lu Ming was shocked and angry, and he quickly rushed towards Xianxia. At this moment, a Masha clan member seized the opportunity to attack Xianxia while Xianxia was distracted. Xianxia only came to his senses after Lu Ming shouted at him. He unleashed his force field and retreated hastily. However, he was still a step too late. His shoulder was pierced by the sharp edge of the Masha clan's bone spur. A small wound appeared and blood kept flowing. You're courting death. Lu Ming shouted, and his third bloodline appeared. A trace of energy entered Lu Ming's body, turning Lu Ming's hair and eyes blood-red. Kill. His third bloodline turned into a battle sword. Lu Ming held the blood-red battle sword in his hand and used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. He instantly appeared in front of the Masha clan member who had launched a sneak attack. He slashed out with his sword, and sword light burst out, cutting the 6th-level spirit god expert in half. Lu Ming. Xianxia didn't care about his injury, and his eyes were still fixed on Lu Ming, not wanting to move away at all. She was afraid that all of this was an illusion, a dream. If she moved her eyes away, everything in front of her would vanish. She didn't know how many times she had had such a dream. Little Qing, I'm here. Lu Ming reached out a hand and held Xianxia's little hand. Xianxia's little hand was cold. The heat from Lu Ming's palm was transmitted to Xianxia's little hand, causing Xianxia's body to tremble. His big eyes were filled with tears. Lu Ming, is it really you? Am I dreaming? Xianxia looked at Lu Ming in a daze. His little hand tightened and grabbed Lu Ming's big hand tightly, as if he was afraid that Lu Ming would disappear if he let go. Silly, it's really me. Let's kill these Masha clan members first. Lu Ming said softly, and then glanced around. Lu Ming suddenly appeared and killed 2 Masha clan members with lightning speed. The other Masha clan members were shocked, and they retreated far away. They didn't attack for a while. It's also a 3rd-level spirit god kid. He launched a sneak attack just now, and that's why he killed 2 of us. There's nothing to be afraid of. We can kill them if we join forces. A Masha clan member said, his eyes cold. That's right. Let's attack together and kill. Whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, the remaining 9 Masha clan members attacked together. The bone spears in their hands broke through the void, and attacked Lu Ming and Xianxia. Heavenly Demon Force Field. Xianxia finally calmed down and shouted. She pressed her palm, and a terrifying force field exploded. After 3 years, Xianxia had awakened her 3rd bloodline, and her cultivation had reached the 3rd-level spirit god realm. Her force field seemed to have broken through as well, becoming even more terrifying. The heavenly demon force field shrouded the Masha clan members. At the same time, there was a terrifying destructive force in the force field, which greatly reduced the speed of the Masha clan members. However, Lu Ming wasn't affected at all. This kind of intent realm? Lu Ming's gaze flickered. He realized that Xianxia's artistic conception was one more type than before. It was a terrifying demonic artistic conception, and its power was terrifying. Without much time to think, Lu Ming stepped out. His killing intent surged like a tide, and he attacked the Masha clan members. He realized that the 8th dragon force was indeed powerful. At this moment, all 8 dragon forces were unleashed, and his battle strength was even more powerful than before. Swoosh, Lu Ming appeared in front of a Masha clan member, and his cold killing intent shrouded the Masha clan member, making him shudder. Whoosh, the blood-red sword light slashed at the Masha clan member. The terrifying power shocked the Masha clan member, and he hastily used his bone spear to block. With a ripping sound, the bone spear was cut off. The sword light flashed, and one of the Masha clan member's arms was cut off. The Masha clan member was horrified and wanted to run away. However, Lu Ming's second sword attack came. Poochie, bloody light burst forth, blood splashed out, and a head flew high into the air. A 6th-level spirit god realm Masha clan member was killed in an instant. If Lu Ming were to deal with a 6th-level Spirit God Realm Masha clan member alone, it wouldn't be so easy to kill him without a sneak attack. It would probably take some effort. However, with Xianxia's help, killing a 6th-level Spirit God Realm Masha clan member was easy. Swoosh, after killing the Masha clan member, Lu Ming attacked another one. At this moment, the two seemed to have returned to the past. They had returned to the time when they were adventuring in the eastern wasteland. At that time, the two of them had also cooperated like this. Lotus Sword, kill! Xianxia shouted as black lotuses appeared around her. The black lotus petals condensed into black lotus swords in the sky and shot towards the Masha clan. Every lotus sword was terrifyingly powerful. There were intense lingering around them as they slashed through the sky and cut open the space. The Masha clan members could only divert their attention to block the lotus swords. Their battle strength was affected again. Pucci, Lu Ming rushed over and killed another Masha clan member in less than 2 moves. Not good. The two of them are too powerful. Some of the Masha clan members cried out in fear. The combination of Lu Ming and Xianxia was terrifyingly powerful. It wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Their battle strength had increased exponentially. The Masha clan members wanted to retreat. What are you afraid of? Let's attack together. At this moment, an ear-piercing voice sounded. Not far away, a terrifying light flew towards them, emitting a powerful aura. 7th-level Spirit God, Lu Ming's heart shook. It was a Masha clan member at the 7th level of the Spirit God realm. Seeing a Masha clan member at the 7th level of the Spirit God realm, the other Masha clan members became more confident. A 7th-level Spirit God was much stronger than a 6th-level Spirit God. Kill! Kill! The Masha clan members tried their best to break through the force field and charged towards Lu Ming. Whoosh! The Masha clan member at the 7th level of the Spirit God realm charged towards Xianxia. He could see that Xianxia's influence was too great in a group battle. It would be much easier to deal with Lu Ming after dealing with Xianxia. Sizzle! The Masha clan member at the 7th level of the Spirit God realm charged into the heavenly demon force field. An ear-piercing sound rang out along with a series of flames. However, he still broke through the force field and charged towards Xianxia. Xianxia waved his hands and the black lotus swords were deflected by the Masha clan members' bone spikes. Kill! At this moment, Lu Ming's figure flashed and appeared in front of the 7th-level Spirit God realm Masha clansman. He slashed out with his blood-red battle sword and collided with the opponent's bone spike. Ding! Lu Ming's body and his opponent's body retreated at the same time. That Masha clansman was shocked. He didn't expect Lu Ming to be so strong. He was only at the 3rd layer of Spirit God realm, but he was actually able to push him back. Roar! Above Lu Ming's head, the 9 dragons' bloodline emerged. Lu Ming performed the bloodline fusion, turning into 9 dragons. The 9 dragons roared, and a devouring power burst out. Together with Xianxia's force field, it enveloped the Masha clan member. At the same time, the 9 dragons stepped forward and charged toward the Masha clan. On the other side, Xianxia also used bloodline fusion, turning into a peerless heavenly demon. His heavenly demon energy field became even stronger. He pressed his jade-like hand down, and a black jade-like palm print pressed towards the Demon Temple clan. Boom! Boom! Facing the joint attack of the two of them, the Masha clan member at the 7th level of the Spirit God realm was beaten back repeatedly and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Prison suppression, kill! The 9 dragons stepped forward, and every inch of his body could erupt with the prison suppression heaven art. The dragon claws and dragon tails were extremely terrifying. Moreover, Lu Ming had once comprehended a true dragon battle technique from the Jade Wall of the World Academy. When they worked together, their power was even more powerful. Bang! The Masha clan member was beaten until blood kept spurting out of his mouth. His last wing was torn off by the 9 dragons' claws. Then, the heavenly demon that Xianxia had transformed into slammed his palm down on the Masha clan member's chest, almost tearing him into pieces. Although he didn't die, he lost half of his life. No, no! The Masha clan member roared and wanted to escape. At this moment, he was extremely terrified. He never thought that the two-third layer of spirit god realm ants would be so powerful. The two of them working together actually beat him, a seventh layer of spirit god realm existence, without any strength to fight back. However, it was already too late for him to escape now. Bang! The 9 dragons' claws slammed down on the Masha clan member's head, piercing through his skull. A seventh layer of spirit god realm martial artist was dead. Run! The rest of the Masha clan members were so shocked that their hearts almost stopped beating. This was too terrifying. A seventh layer of spirit god realm expert died just like that. It had only been a few moves. All of you, stay here. The 9 dragons roared, and their devouring power spread out rapidly, enveloping the rest of the Masha clan. At the same time, Xianxia's heavenly demon force field also spread out, enveloping all of the Masha clan members. Roar! The 9 dragons stepped forward and instantly appeared in front of a Masha clan member, clawing down and killing him directly. The heavenly demon that Xianxia had transformed into also stepped forward and slammed his palm down, smashing a Masha clan member into pieces. With the two of them working together, killing a 6th layer of spirit god realm Masha clan member was as easy as chopping vegetables. No matter how hard the Masha clan members roared, it was useless. They were all killed one by one. In less than a minute, the rest of the Masha clan members were all killed, and their blood essence and energy were all devoured by the 9 dragons. At this moment, the 9 dragons shrunk rapidly and turned back into Lu Ming. Xianxia also withdrew his bloodline. The two of them stood in the air, looking at each other. Their eyes were filled with longing for each other. Lu Ming! Xianxia exclaimed softly. After the battle, Xianxia was finally sure that all of this was real, and not a dream. Lu Ming really came to the 9 Serenities demon realm, and she really saw Lu Ming. At the same time, the two of them walked towards each other, looking at each other from a distance. Xianxia could no longer hold back the tears in his eyes, and they flowed down his cheeks continuously. Little Qing. Lu Ming reached out his hand and wiped away Xianxia's tears. Lu Ming, you're finally here. Xianxia threw himself into Lu Ming's arms. Lu Ming also hugged Xianxia tightly, as if he wanted to pull her into his body and never let her go. Unknowingly, the two of them kissed for a long time, unwilling to separate. After a long time, their lips parted. Little Qing, let's leave here first. Lu Ming arrived. After the battle here, the Masha clan might come again at any time. Okay. Xianxia nodded. Lu Ming held Xianxia's little hand and flew in a random direction. After more than 100,000 miles, Lu Ming found a secret place and the two of them entered the mountain river diagram. Grotto Heaven treasure? Xianxia blinked his big eyes. Okay, little Qing, heal your injuries first. Lu Ming said with concern. Xianxia's shoulder was stabbed just now, and the injury was not light. Xianxia nodded, sat cross-legged, and began to heal his injuries. After half a day, Xianxia's injuries were completely healed. On a mountain peak in the mountain river diagram, the two of them sat side by side. Xianxia's head leaned on Lu Ming's shoulder, and the two of them talked about their experiences during this period of time. The two of them had not seen each other for more than 3 years, and there was too much to talk about. Lu Ming talked about his experiences in the past few years, and Xianxia's heart was in turmoil. Every time he heard that Lu Ming was in danger, Xianxia would exclaim softly, worried about Lu Ming. When Lu Ming talked about how he came to the holy city to participate in the competition of the younger generation and how he came to the 9 underworlds demon realm, Xianxia's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. He said, Lu Ming, you have been deceived by them. 10,000 points, just like me, is very difficult to achieve. Then, he looked at Lu Ming affectionately and said, Lu Ming, why are you so stupid? It's all because of me that you have to come here. Idiot, if I don't come to find you personally, how can I be at ease? By the way, when you came back from the 9 Dragon City, did you come here? Lu Ming asked. Yes. Xianxia nodded and said, when I came back, Xie Qitian asked people to send me to the 9 underworlds demon realm. Unfortunately, although they know that my bloodline is inclined to the dark side, they don't know that my bloodline is the heavenly demon bloodline. In the 9 underworlds demon realm, I am like a fish in water. My cultivation speed is faster than the outside world. Moreover, I have awakened the third bloodline. With the use of demon chi and demon stones, my cultivation speed is even faster. Speaking of this, Xianxia's voice became cold, as if he was full of hatred towards the Xia family. Lu Ming's arm that was holding Xianxia's arm tightened. It could be imagined that in these years, Xianxia had been struggling and cultivating alone in the 9 underworlds demon realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a cultivation. Thinking of this, Lu Ming's heart ached. Lu Ming, you are here. I am so happy. Xianxia's voice whispered in Lu Ming's ear. Lu Ming turned his head slightly and looked at the beautiful face that was close to him. Feeling Xianxia's soft breathing, he felt his heart throbbing. The beautiful face and the smile on his face seemed to be Lu Ming's everything. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and slowly ran his fingertips across the beautiful face, feeling every inch of Xianxia's skin. Lu Ming slightly leaned his head forward and kissed those red lips that could make men go crazy. Those beautiful eyes were still open, looking at him and listening to Lu Ming's breathing. Lu Ming greedily demanded and entwined his fingers around Xianxia's neck, Xianxia's clothes, and waist. His hand slowly entered Xianxia's body, feeling every inch of warmth. Xianxia's body started to tremble slightly, then he let Lu Ming do whatever he wanted. Lu Ming hugged Xianxia and slowly lay down on the blue stone on the mountain peak. His fingers moved gently, following the warm skin and touching the girl's skin. Lu Ming seemed to be savoring it carefully. The speed at which he moved his fingers was very slow, as if he wanted to use his touch to melt Xianxia's body. Sliding his fingers across the smooth skin, Lu Ming's hand seemed to touch the soft curves. Following the curves, his hand climbed up. The towering curves were so smooth, and the skin there was so soft and full of elasticity, as if it could be crushed with a casual pinch. However, when Lu Ming climbed to the peak, his hand still couldn't help but clench. The soft and elastic part that was slightly deformed from the squeezing stimulated every cell in Lu Ming's body. It made his blood seem to boil, and his breathing became heavy. Ah! A soft sound like the sound of nature came out of Xianxia's mouth, stimulating Lu Ming's blood even more, making his mouth suck even more greedily. Xianxia's soft and beautiful eyes finally couldn't hold back their shyness and slowly closed, allowing Lu Ming to fiddle with them, quietly enjoying the blended love of water and milk. Spicy eyes, really spicy eyes. After an unknown period of time, a sudden shout interrupted the two of them. The two of them opened their eyes at the same time and saw Dandan not far away, staring at the two of them with his eyes wide open. Xianxia's face immediately turned red. Even his ears and neck were red. Continue. Don't worry about me, Dandan said leisurely when he saw the two of them looking at him. Scram! Lu Ming slapped out, and a palm print condensed from true energy blasted towards Dandan. Dandan was sent flying by Lu Ming's slap like a stone. Ah! Lu Ming, you're valuing your lover over your friends. No, you're looking down on your seniors. Dandan's voice came from afar. In the end, he turned into a black dot and disappeared in the air, flying far away. After the commotion caused by Dandan, the boiling blood of the two of them calmed down. You, pervert, Xianxia tidied up her messy clothes and said with a red face. Lu Ming chuckled and held Xianxia's hand. He said, Xiaoqing, why did the Demon Temple clan beseech you? Because of a demon statue. Xianxia said. Then, a demon statue appeared in her hand. The demon statue was small, only the size of a fist. However, it emitted a terrifying demon intent. This demon intent was domineering, as if it wanted to destroy the heavens and dominate the world. What a strong demon intent! Lu Ming was secretly shocked. It was just a piece of the demon statue and it was already so terrifying. This demon statue was definitely a precious treasure to those who practiced diabolism or the Masha clan. It was no wonder that so many powerful figures from the Masha clan had besieged Xianxia. I got this demon statue from the Demon Steel Mountain, Xianxia said. Then, she kept the demon statue and the surrounding pressure disappeared. Xiaoqing, did you really enter the Demon Steel Mountain? I heard that it's extremely dangerous there. Those who entered all died. Although Lu Ming knew that Xianxia was fine, he couldn't help but worry. I heard that the Demon Steel Mountain is indeed very dangerous. Many Demon Temple clan and human cultivators died there. However, I don't know why, but when I get close to the Demon Steel Mountain, I feel a strong throbbing in my heart. It's as if something on the Demon Steel Mountain is attracting me. That's why I took the risk and entered the Demon Steel Mountain. However, the strange thing is that I didn't encounter any danger when I entered the Demon Steel Mountain. Instead, I obtained an opportunity and broke through in my cultivation. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to bring out this demon statue from the Demon Steel Mountain. Xianxia said. You have this feeling too? What is it that's attracting you? Lu Ming was bewildered. Xianxia looked at Lu Ming in astonishment and asked, could it be that you have it too? That's right. When I got close to the Demon Steel Mountain, my second bloodline became hot and restless. It's as if something is attracting it. If I didn't control it, it would have appeared on its own. Lu Ming frowned slightly. He felt that this matter was inconceivable. Xiaoqing, what's in the Demon Steel Mountain? I don't know. I only walked around the periphery and didn't go deep. The Demon Steel Mountain was covered in fog and I couldn't see clearly. I originally planned to study this demon statue before entering the Demon Steel Mountain. Xianxia said. Then, the two of them discussed for a while but still couldn't come to a conclusion. In the end, they decided to explore the Demon Steel Mountain. This was because Xianxia had entered the Demon Steel Mountain without any danger. The two of them chatted for a while more before walking out of the mountain river diagram and looking at the Demon Steel Mountain in the distance. The two of them concealed their auras and approached the Devil Steel Mountain. Along the way, they felt the aura of the Devil clan and went around them. The two of them were getting closer and closer to the Devil Steel Mountain. The closer they got, the more the suppressing Hell Steel bloodline in Lu Ming's body throbbed. Soon, the two of them were 100 miles away from the Devil Steel Mountain. There was already a faint black mist here. The two of them did not retreat and continued forward. 100 miles passed in the blink of an eye and they entered the Devil Steel Mountain. M.O., M.O., M.O. Suddenly, a loud roar sounded in Lu Ming's mind. This voice was filled with a sense of lawlessness, but it also revealed a sense of helplessness and unwillingness. The black mist filled the area. With their cultivation, they could not see more than 20 meters around them. Moreover, there was a terrifying pressure on their bodies that made it difficult for them to fly. They could only land and walk forward. Little Qing, be careful. Lu Ming held Xianxia's hand and walked forward carefully. Buzz, Lu Ming's spine was filled with blood-red light. The suppressing Hell Steel bloodline was throbbing more and more intensely. Lu Ming controlled the suppressing Hell Steel bloodline to prevent it from manifesting. The two of them walked for half a day and felt that they were already halfway up the mountain. They were getting closer and closer to the peak. The throbbing feeling came from the peak. Xianxia also felt a strong attraction to this place, which caused her bloodline to throb. There are so many skeletons. Suddenly, Lu Ming saw many skeletons on the ground. The skeletons were not big and they were obviously the skeletons of the Devil clan. It was said that many members of the Devil clan had died here. It seemed to be true. Moreover, the skeletons all had storage rings on their fingers. Xianxia grabbed at the air and a storage ring appeared in her hand. In the next moment, Xianxia took out a pile of black stones from the storage ring. The stones were filled with dense demonic qi. This is a devil stone. It's very useful to those who practice the devil Dao. To me, it's even more useful than origin stones. Xianxia explained. There are quite a few storage rings here. Perhaps they all have magic stones. Take them. When we leave this place in the future, they will be of great use to you. Lu Ming said. He reached out and sucked in the rings of holding and handed them over to Xianxia. Xianxia cultivated the demonic Dao. These demon stones were most suitable for Xianxia. Xianxia took them and put them away. Then, the two of them searched around and found many skeletons of the Masha clan. Of course, there were also skeletons of humans, but there were very few of them. Demon. Devil. Demon. At this point, the sound became louder and louder. This sound directly affected one's mind and did not enter one's ears. It was as if there was a peerless demon emperor shouting and roaring from above. The two of them continued to move forward. Along the way, they kept the storage rings of the skeletons of the Masha clan. Along the way, they collected more than 100 storage rings and a large number of magic stones. Putting everything else aside, the storage rings alone were worth a lot of money. After another half a day, the two of them finally arrived at the top of the mountain. Along the way, the two of them did not encounter any danger. This made the two of them secretly amazed. The Devil Steel Mountain was very dangerous. Those who entered would die. This could be seen from the skeletons of the Masha clan and the human skeletons that they saw along the way. However, their journey was calm and tranquil. Apart from the Masha clan's cries, there was no other sound. Buzz, when they arrived at the top of the mountain, Lu Ming's spine was filled with blood-red light. The prison-suppressing steel's bloodline was beating wildly. Even Lu Ming could not suppress it. With a loud rumble, the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline appeared and expanded rapidly. Buzz, at the top of the mountain in front of them, a terrifying rumble could be heard. Then, they saw the black fog rolling and separating into two sides. The scenery in front of them was completely exposed. Seeing the scene in front of them, their hearts trembled violently. They were dumbfounded. There was also a stele in front of them. A stone stele. This stone stele was incomparably huge. It stood tall like a majestic mountain. There was only one big word on the stone stele, steel. There was only one word at the top of the stone stele. It was uneven, as if it was not a complete stone stele. It seemed to be only a part of a stone stele. The stone stele was filled with an ancient aura. Its color looked very similar to Lu Ming's prison-suppressing steel's bloodline. Buzz, Lu Ming's prison-suppressing stele flew out and stopped in front of the stone stele. The two of them vibrated continuously and emitted a bright light as if they were responding to each other. Lu Ming, why do I feel that your bloodline and this stone stele are so similar? It's as if they are one. Xianxia was extremely surprised. Lu Ming was also extremely shocked. This was because he felt that the stone stele gave him a very familiar feeling. He knew that the throbbing from before had originated from this stone stele. The two stone steles shook violently as blinding light filled the air. The experts of the Devil Temple clan who were entrenched in the surroundings of the Devil Steel Mountain also noticed it. The Devil Steel Mountain is acting strangely. Could it be that a peerless treasure has appeared? Dazzling light. A peerless treasure has appeared. Let's go and take a look. Numerous figures gathered towards the Devil Steel Mountain, each of them exuding boundless devil aura. They were all experts of the Devil Temple clan. The weakest of them was at the 5th level of the Spirit God realm, and there were even 7th level Spirit God realm experts. A group of Demon Sha clan members appeared 100 miles away from the Devil Steel Mountain. At this moment, the black mist on the Devil Steel Mountain had become very thin. They could clearly see the huge stone stele emitting a bright light. However, the Demon Sha clan members stopped there and did not dare to go any closer. The Devil Steel Mountain's ferocious reputation was not just for show. Those who entered would die. However, looking at the shining stone stele, the Demon Sha clan members could not help themselves. Now that the Devil Steel Mountain has changed, it might not be dangerous. That's right. I saw that human girl go in and bring out a devil statue. She's fine. It's time for the Devil Steel Mountain to appear. Shriveled voices sounded one after another. The eyes of the Demon Sha clan members were burning with passion. Charge! A group of Demon Sha clan members could not help but roar as they charged towards the Devil Steel Mountain. When they charged into the range of the Devil Steel Mountain, a voice sounded in their minds, Demon! 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 The demonic sound was filled with a terrifying destructive power. Some 5th level spiritual god and 6th level spiritual god realm Demon Sha clan members screamed as their bodies fell from the sky like dumplings in a pot. They fell to the ground without any signs of life. They were dead. At least 20 Demon Sha clan members had died in an instant. A few 7th level spiritual god realm Demon Sha clan members roared as they retreated frantically with blood flowing out of their 7 orifices. It can destroy souls. A 7th level spiritual god realm Demon Sha clan member roared as he retreated a few hundred miles. On the top of the demonic steel mountain, Lu Ming's suppressing prison steel bloodline resonated with the huge steel. At this moment, the tremors were getting more and more intense. Buzz, the huge steel let out a buzzing sound, and the entire mountain shook along with it. Huge rocks on the ground exploded as the steel slowly rose up. The steel rose up as if it wanted to follow the suppressing prison steel bloodline out of the mountain. Slowly, the steel rose up inch by inch. It seemed like a section of the steel was embedded into the mountain. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from under the steel. This aura was extremely domineering, as if it could dominate the world. At the same time, a monstrous demonic aura spread out, as if a supreme demon was about to be born. Amidst the monstrous demonic aura, Lu Ming and Xianxia could vaguely see a tall figure under the steel. This person was a middle-aged man with a burly figure. His black hair draped over his shoulders, and his demonic aura was overwhelming. He looked like a demon god. The aura of a sovereign. This is a sovereign, a demon sovereign. Lu Ming's heart trembled. He could feel the majestic aura of a sovereign from this figure. This was the unique aura of a sovereign. Could it be that this steel is suppressing a sovereign, a demon sovereign? Lu Ming's mind raced, and he thought of many things. Ha ha ha, how many years has it been? I can finally escape. An excited roar came from the demonic figure's mouth, and a terrifying aura rushed out, attacking Lu Ming and Xianxia. Lu Ming's five-colored intent surrounded his body, and his true yuan surged. The dragon force burst out to resist this pressure. On the other hand, the heavenly demon bloodline appeared above Xianxing's head, and demonic aura bloomed, blocking this aura. No, I can't let this demon sovereign come out. Otherwise, Xiaoqing and I won't be able to withstand a slap from him. Lu Ming's mind turned, and his eyes focused. His mind was completely immersed in the suppressing prison steel bloodline. Come back! Lu Ming roared in his heart. Bloody light spread out from his spine, and he used all his strength to control the suppressing prison steel bloodline. Weng, the prison suppressing steel's bloodline shook violently. Slowly, it was pulled back inch by Lu Ming. Come back! Get back here! Lu Ming kept roaring in his heart. The bloody light seemed to be on the verge of materializing, and his eyes were bloodshot. Whoosh! In the end, the prison-suppressing monument bloodline was pulled back by Lu Ming. It turned into a bloody light and flew into Lu Ming's spine, disappearing without a trace. Boom! The prison-suppressing steel's bloodline was retracted. The light of the huge steel dimmed and fell down again. No! Beneath the stone tablet, a roar of unwillingness could be heard. With a loud boom, the huge stone tablet pressed down heavily, causing the entire mountain to shake violently. The monstrous demon might also disappeared in an instant. Lu Ming and Xianxia felt their bodies lighten as they exhaled deeply at the same time. The two of them looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. The two of them did not expect that there would be a demon king suppressed on the Devil Steel Mountain. It was no wonder that the Devil Temple clan members had died. It must be the demon king's doing. Lu Ming, the reason why I felt my bloodline throbbing and the strong attraction force is most likely because of the demon king. Xianxia said in a low voice. That should be the case. Lu Ming nodded. Xianxia felt it because of the demon king, while he felt it because of the huge stone tablet. It was a broken stone tablet. What is this stone tablet? Why is it resonating with the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline? Lu Ming had many questions in his heart. Lad, quickly use your bloodline and let me out. At this moment, a deep voice came from beneath the prison-suppressing steel. It was the Demon King. Senior, you are the Demon King, and the two of us are only low-level spiritual gods. If we let you out and you kill us with a single slap, wouldn't we be wronged? Lu Ming pondered for a moment before he spoke. Haha, since you know that I am the Demon King, why would I do such a thing? Since you saved me, you are my benefactor, and I will definitely repay you generously. The Demon King continued to speak from beneath the stone tablet. Even so, I still don't trust you. Lu Ming spoke bluntly. Lu Ming didn't dare to be careless when facing a Monarch Realm expert. Otherwise, he would be killed with a single slap, and that would be an injustice. There was silence beneath the stone tablet, and it seemed like the Demon King was thinking about what to say. After a short while, the voice sounded again, "Lad, your bloodline should be the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline, right? I never expected that there would actually be someone who could awaken such a bloodline in the world." Lu Ming's eyes flashed, but he didn't speak. "Lad, let me tell you something. This stone tablet before you is the real hell-suppressing steel, and it's the main body of your bloodline." The Demon King's voice shook Lu Ming's heart. "What? This damaged stone tablet is the real hell-suppressing steel?" Lu Ming's eyes suddenly opened wide while tempestuous waves arose in his heart, and he gazed at the enormous stone tablet with disbelief. "Otherwise, why do you think your bloodline can resonate with this stone tablet?" "It's because they are one," the Demon King continued. Lu Ming and Xianxia were extremely astounded. According to legend, all bloodlines awakened by cultivators were traceable in the world, and they really existed. Some might have gone extinct during the primeval times and the ancient times, and some might even be found in the modern era. Lu Ming had thought that the hell-suppressing steel was an ancient artifact from the distant past, and he never expected that he would see its true form in the world. This made it difficult for him to calm down. According to legend, the hell-suppressing steel was a supreme divine artifact in the distant past. Later on, there was a great war and it was shattered into several pieces. The stone tablet before you is a fragment of the hell-suppressing steel. The hell-suppressing steel suppresses all things in the world. If not for this steel, how could it have suppressed this emperor? The Demon King explained to Lu Ming, his voice brimming with unparalleled confidence. Thus, as long as you control your bloodline, you can take away this hell-suppressing steel. If your bloodline can fuse with the real hell-suppressing steel, you will obtain enormous benefits, and you will also obtain a supreme divine artifact. If you can gather all the other fragments of the hell-suppressing steel in the future, you can use this treasure to dominate the world. The Demon King continued, his words full of temptation. Lu Ming was truly tempted, and his eyes burned with passion. In the end, a bloodline was only a bloodline. It could be called an illusion, possessing part of the power of a real object. It could also be called a kind of inheritance. For example, a cultivator with a true dragon bloodline could comprehend a true dragon battle skill and borrow part of the true dragon's power. The stronger they were, the more power they could display. But in the end, it was not the real body, and it could not be as powerful as the real body. But with the help of the real body, it was a different story. Lu Ming had never imagined that he would encounter the true form of the hell-suppressing steel's bloodline. Now that he had encountered it, he truly did not want to miss it. Lu Ming furrowed his brows tightly. Various thoughts were running through his mind. Should he let it go or not? Recently, a lot of brothers have asked Xiamu to release more chapters. Xiamu also wants to release more chapters. But the new year is coming, and there are too many things to do. Even if he wants to release more chapters, he can't. Also, the plot of the recent plot has reached the most important time. It needs to be carefully planned and sorted out. Otherwise, it will not be good if I force myself to write it. Most importantly, after the new year, Xiamu will get married. The wedding will be held on the 16th of the first lunar month. Xiamu found that there are too many things to do before the wedding. There are too many things to prepare. So, from today onwards, I will release 4 chapters a day. Before, it was 5 chapters a day with 10,000 words. Now, I will reduce 1 chapter to 8,000 words a day. But this time will not be too long. Today is the 11th of February. At the latest, I will return to 5 chapters a day on the 11th of March. I will work hard in the future and strive to release more chapters. I know that some brothers and sisters are going to scold Xiamu again. But Xiamu really has no choice. Marriage is an important event in life. It is necessary to be busy. But no matter how busy I am, even if I work hard, I will maintain 4 chapters a day. Please forgive me, brothers and sisters. Well, it's the new year again. Xiamu wants to thank the brothers and sisters who have been with Xiamu for such a long time. I sincerely thank you. Xiamu wishes my brothers and sisters a new year in advance. I hope that handsome men can find beautiful women and that beautiful women will become more and more beautiful. Seeing that Lu Ming seemed to be tempted, the Fiend Emperor continued, furthermore, this girl's bloodline is extremely similar to mine. If I were to come out, I can pass on all my skills to her. Given her talent, it will be easy for her to become a king in the future. She might even surpass me in the future. The demon emperor continued to throw out temptations that were hard to resist. The mantle of a demon emperor was definitely a great temptation. Lu Ming, it's all up to you. Xianxia grabbed Lu Ming's hand and said. Xiaoqing, I've finally found you. How could I bring you along with me? I don't care about these worldly possessions. Lu Ming grabbed Xianxing's hand and was about to leave. Come back, what are you doing? Don't you trust me? Am I, Xiao Wan, the kind of person who goes back on his words? Seeing that Lu Ming and Xianxia were about to leave, the fiend emperor panicked and shouted continuously. As soon as he said that, Lu Ming and Xianxing's bodies shook violently at the same time. There was a look of disbelief in their eyes. Xiao Wan? The Emperor of Chaotic Sky, Xiao Wan? How was this possible? The two turned around and glanced at the giant boulder. You're Xiao Wan? Xianxing's eyes were filled with disbelief. Xiao Wan was a peerless figure of the Imperial Xia clan 30,000 years ago. He was also the taboo of the Imperial Xia clan. He had single-handedly changed the situation of the Middle Continent, from the ancient sacred dynasty to the current state of affairs. It was all because of Xiao Wan. He had a mutated bloodline of the Xia clan, just like Xianxia. However, how was it possible that someone from 30,000 years ago was still alive? That's right, I'm Xiao Wan, the Emperor of Chaotic Sky, Xiao Wan. Girl, your bloodline is very similar to mine. You must have a mutated bloodline of the Xia clan, right? Hee hee. The demon emperor let out a meaningful laugh. Impossible, as far as I know, a dominator can only live for 10 to 20,000 years. If you're Xiao Wan, how could you still be alive? Lu Ming shouted. Just now, when the stone steel floated up, he had clearly sensed the aura of life, and not a wisp of imprint, which meant that Xiao Wan was still alive. How could an emperor live for 30,000 years? This is all thanks to the prison-suppressing steel. It's suppressing my body and slowing down the flow of my life force by several times. 30,000 years is equivalent to 10,000 years for me. If I were to be suppressed for another 30,000 years, I would really be gone. The demon emperor explained with a sigh. But Lu Ming's eyes were still flickering. Lu Ming, what this person said must be true. I can sense that this person is of the same bloodline as me. Our bloodlines are very similar. Xianxia whispered to Lu Ming. Was the other party really Xiao Wan? The two of them still found it hard to calm down. It was said that when Xiao Wan rebelled, he fought a great battle with the royal family. The battle caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to rend. Xiao Wan killed countless experts from the royal family. In the end, Xiao Wan was still defeated and killed by the royal family's experts. Could it be that Xiao Wan was not dead, but was suppressed here? Hee hee, no one in the royal family could kill me. They could only use the prison-suppressing steel to suppress me here, hoping that time would wear me down. But they did not expect that although the prison-suppressing steel suppressed me, it also slowed down the flow of my life force by several times. Kid, you and this girl from the Xia family must have been exiled here by the Xia family of the royal family. I can imagine that after what happened to me, the Xia family of the royal family must be 10 times more cautious of those with foreign bloodlines. I find it strange that they did not kill you directly. The demon emperor continued. Lu Ming and Xianxia remained silent. Do you want to be exiled to the demon realm for the rest of your life? As long as you let me out, I can take you and break out of the 9 underworlds. Don't worry, I, Xiao Wan, am a man of my word. I will repay kindness with kindness and revenge with revenge. The demon emperor continued. Lu Ming and Xianxia were very tempted by his words. It was even more tempting than obtaining the prison-suppressing steel or the demon emperor's inheritance. The biggest problem they were facing now was how to get out. Obviously, Xie Qitian wanted to exile them here and trap them in the demon realm for the rest of their lives. But Lu Ming still had many things to do. Di was besieging the Yin and Yang mountain. His family and friends were all there. He had to get out. Okay, I'll let you out. In the end, Lu Ming decided to take a gamble. This was the only chance now. Okay, you just need to control the prison-suppressing steel bloodline and put it away. That's all. The Demon Emperor said. Buzz, Lu Ming did not hesitate. With a thought, the prison-suppressing steel bloodline appeared. As soon as the prison-suppressing steel bloodline appeared, it had a strong reaction with the huge steel. It grew rapidly, vibrated, and emitted a bright light. Put it away. Lu Ming shouted. He controlled the prison-suppressing steel bloodline to put the huge steel away. Buzz. Buzz, buzz. The huge steel kept vibrating. The word steel on it was shining. It resonated with the word steel on the prison-suppressing steel bloodline. It was almost identical. Whether it was the strokes or the aura, it was the same. Lu Ming was sure that this was the real body of the prison-suppressing steel. It was a fragment of the prison-suppressing steel. The fragment of the prison-suppressing steel slowly floated up and rose into the air. Below, the demonic chi filled the sky. The burly figure appeared again. Vast demonic chi spread between heaven and earth. Put it away. Lu Ming shouted. The fragment of the prison-suppressing steel vibrated and flew up into the sky with a boom. But below, the demonic shadow flew up with the prison-suppressing steel and disappeared into it. A huge demonic shadow was trapped in the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel. What's going on? Lu Ming was a little surprised. Sigh, I've been suppressed by the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel for too long. My demonic body is almost destroyed and my demonic chi is almost exhausted. My demonic chi and the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel have almost merged into one. Even if the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel leaves the ground, it's still suppressing me. I can't escape unless my cultivation recovers to the monarch realm. The demonic emperor, Xianxia, sighed. I see. Then how are you going to help us fight our way out of the abyss? Lu Ming asked. That's simple. You just have to merge the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel with your bloodline and put it into your spine. This fragment of the prison-suppressing steel will be under your initial control. As long as you withdraw the suppressive force, I can escape from the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel. However, you can't be too far away from the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel. Otherwise, you'll still be suppressed by the prison-suppressing steel. Xiaowan explained. Lu Ming nodded. He started to control the prison-suppressing steel bloodline and merged it with the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel. After a while, the prison-suppressing steel bloodline merged with the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel. At this time, the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel shrunk rapidly and merged with the prison-suppressing steel bloodline. One could clearly see that the lower part of the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline was shining brightly as if it was real. It occupied about 1/3 of the area, while the upper 2/3 still looked unreal. This was the real fragment of the prison-suppressing steel, there was no mistake. Withdraw. Following this, Lu Ming summoned the prison-suppressing steel bloodline again. If I use the bloodline fusion now and turn into the prison-suppressing steel, its power will be shocking. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He could sense a vast power emanating from the prison-suppressing monument's bloodline. The prison-suppressing steel bloodline's grade didn't increase. It was still at the 7th level of the divine grade, but Lu Ming could feel that its power was shocking. If he used the bloodline fusion, it would be as powerful as a 9th level divine grade bloodline. My cultivation is still too weak. I can't fully unleash the power of the prison-suppressing steel bloodline. As my cultivation increases, I'll be able to unleash even more power. Lu Ming had many thoughts and a smile appeared on his face. This way, the prison-suppressing steel bloodline fusion would become his strongest trump card. I wonder if the prison-suppressing heaven skill will be more powerful. Lu Ming was looking forward to it. He could see that Xiaowan's figure was still at the bottom of the prison-suppressing steel. Lu Ming's consciousness sank into the prison-suppressing steel bloodline and adjusted the suppressing power of the prison-suppressing steel bloodline towards Xiaowan. Weng, the prison-suppressing steel shook and Xiaowan's figure stepped out of the prison-suppressing steel and appeared in the air. Boom, a vast demonic aura burst out and pierced through the clouds. Ha ha ha, I'm finally out. Xiaowan laughed. His long hair was loose and his eyebrows were sharp. One could tell that he was a handsome man when he was young. But now, he seemed to have gone mad. Lu Ming could understand. After being suppressed for 30,000 years, it was already good enough that he didn't go mad. After a while, Xiaowan finally calmed down. He looked at Lu Ming and Xianxia and said, "Let's go. I'll bring you out." A surge of demonic energy swept Lu Ming and Xianxia. Xiao Wan stepped out and appeared outside the demonic steel mountain. Many demonic temple clansmen looked at them in shock. "I happen to have some tonics that can help me recover some of my strength," said Xiao Wan coldly. In the next instant, a terrifying demonic chi exploded from Xiao Wan's body and enveloped all of the Demon Sha clan. "Not good, let's go. Ah, save me." Shrill screams could be heard from the demonic aura. Lu Ming saw many 5th level and 6th level spirit gods of the Masha clan being unable to put up any resistance. They turned into ashes one after another, turning into pure energy that was absorbed by Xiao Wan. Xiao Wan's body was like a bottomless abyss that constantly absorbed the energy. The Masha clansmen at the 7th level of the spirit god realm were still able to resist for a while, but as Xiao Wan took a step forward, they exploded in the air and turned into energy that was absorbed by Xiao Wan. Xiao Wan's skin kept wriggling, and his aura also became a little stronger. "It's a pity that these demon temple clan members are too weak. My immortal demon body has only recovered a little. It's still far from my peak." Xiao Wan sighed. Lu Ming and Xianxia were secretly shocked. Xiao Wan was indeed the demon emperor that shook the world. He was really terrifying. After being suppressed for 30,000 years, he had just come out and his strength was already very shocking. "We can't stay here for long. I'm afraid that the Imperial Xia clan will soon find out. Now, let's kill our way out." Xiao Wan's eyes were filled with cold-killing intent. He wrapped Lu Ming and Xianxia with his demonic chi and stepped out. His speed was terrifyingly fast as he rushed towards the exit of the demon realm. In just a short moment, they had crossed an unknown distance. The city that was the exit of the demon realm was already in sight. Above the city, there was a light shield that enveloped the entire city. Looking from the sky, there were experts guarding the city. In an instant, Xiao Wan appeared above the city with Lu Ming and Xianxia and slapped down with his palm. A terrifying palm print bombarded the light shield. The light shield shook violently and a hole was blasted open. Xiao Wan took a step forward and rushed in. "Who's there?" "Shit, a devil has intruded." Numerous loud roars resounded in the city as numerous powerful auras rose up and charged towards Xiao Wan. So many experts. Lu Ming was secretly shocked when he sensed the aura. Those auras were extremely powerful, overbearing, and terrifying. Many of them were existences at the 5th or 6th level of the spirit god realm. There were even quite a few existences at the 7th level of the spirit god realm and above. "Become my tonics." Xiao Wan's eyes were icy cold as he blasted out with his palm. A group of spirit god realm experts were blasted apart and transformed into surging energy that surged into Xiao Wan's body. His aura grew stronger and stronger. Shrill cries resounded incessantly as experts were killed one after another. "Shit, he's too strong." Those experts turned pale with fright and retreated madly. "You're courting death." At this moment, a few terrifying auras rose up from the depths of the city, and a few figures instantly appeared in front of him. "They're so strong. They've surpassed the 8th level of the spirit god realm." Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The few people that appeared later were absolutely terrifying. Their auras were so strong that they were at the 8th level of the spirit god realm and above. 2 of their auras were vast and unfathomable. 2 9th level spirit gods and 2 perfection stage spirit gods. "Hee hee." Xiao Wan sneered as he charged over. Boundless devil chi condensed into a saber that slashed towards them. The other party erupted with powerful combat strength as well, and terrifying attacks rained down towards Xiao Wan. The entire city shook and emitted dazzling light as numerous grand formations were activated. If it wasn't for these grand formations, the city would have been blasted apart. "Ah!" Suddenly, a shrill cry resounded as a 9th level spirit god realm expert's head was chopped off by Xiao Wan. After that, his spirit god flew out and was swept by devil chi before being absorbed by Xiao Wan. Xiao Wan's aura grew even stronger. The expressions of the remaining 3 people changed drastically. They actually didn't dare block Xiao Wan's attack and retreated with extreme speed. Xiao Wan didn't pursue them and charged towards the exit with Lu Ming and Xiao Wan. "Where do you think you're going?" A vast voice resounded as an enormous palm print condensed into form in the sky. It was as large as a mountain and suffused with a profound aura. That aura was much stronger than the concept of heaven and earth. A prime. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. A prime had made a move. A prime was actually considered a perfection stage spirit god, but a prime was already half a step into the martial emperor realm and had some of the power of a martial emperor. His combat strength was much stronger than other perfection stage spirit gods. Xiao Wan's face turned solemn as a prime made a move. The devil saber in his hand emitted a terrifying demonic aura. Luan Tian, devil saber. Xiao Wan slashed out with his saber, and the sky was split into two halves. The terrifying black saber light slashed onto the enormous palm. Boom, a shocking explosion resounded as the enormous palm was split apart by the devil saber. However, Xiao Wan's figure also retreated rapidly. A white-haired old man stepped out in front of him. The aura of a prime was clearly displayed from his body. What kind of demonic being dares to barge into this place? The white-haired old man spoke, but he was stunned before he could finish his sentence. His eyes widened as he stared at Xiao Wan. His eyes were filled with extreme fear, shock and disbelief. How is this possible? White-haired sovereign was completely stunned when he saw Xiao Wan. He widened his eyes in shock and forgot to attack. Xiao Wan took the opportunity to lead Lu Ming and Xianxia to the exit. Several experts tried to stop them, but they were all slapped away by Xiao Wan. Xiao Wan led Lu Ming and Xianxia into the light gate and disappeared. White-haired sovereign only came back to his senses when he saw Xiao Wan and Lu Ming disappear. Sovereign, who is that man? Why is he so powerful? An expert flew to white-haired sovereign and asked. They were puzzled. White-haired sovereign could have stopped Xiao Wan, but he stopped at the critical moment. I have seen a portrait of this man. He is the divine lord of Luantian, Xiao Wan. White-haired sovereign said solemnly. What? The others widened their eyes in disbelief. Go after him. White-haired sovereign shouted and chased after Xiao Wan. The surroundings shook, and Lu Ming and the others appeared from another light gate. This light gate was the entrance to the holy city. Kill. Xiao Wan charged upward as soon as he appeared. Demonic chi billowed as he broke through all the barriers at the entrance. Xiao Wan broke through all the barriers and finally rushed out of the ground and into the sky. Rip, Xiao Wan tore the space apart and led Lu Ming and Xianxia into the space crack and disappeared. At this moment, Xie Qitian, who was sitting cross-legged in the center of the holy city, suddenly opened his eyes. There was a look of surprise in his eyes. What a strong demonic chi and demonic power. This is the entrance to the 9 underworlds. Did something happen there? Xie Qitian murmured. He then got up and took a step forward. The space cracked automatically and his figure disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in the sky above the entrance to the 9 underworlds. At that moment, the white-haired utmost exalted was rushing out in a hurry. He just so happened to run into Xie Qitian. Sacred Emperor, something bad has happened. White-haired sovereign said in a panic. What's the matter? Xie Qitian frowned. He had a bad premonition. What could make a supreme martial artist so flustered? Holy Emperor, it's Xiao Wan. I saw Xiao Wan. The white-haired paragon said. What? Xie Qitian's eyes widened, and he looked horrified. What did you say? You said that the person who rushed out of the 9 underworlds was Xiao Wan, the divine lord of chaotic skies? Xie Qitian asked several times, which showed how terrified he was. They look exactly the same. I don't know if it's real or not. The white-haired paragon said. Let's go and take a look. Even though Xie Qitian was a saint emperor and would not change his expression in the face of trouble, after hearing that it was Xiao Wan, he lost his sense of propriety and became extremely anxious. Xiao Wan was a taboo in the imperial Xia family. Back then, the imperial Xia family dominated the central continent and even the divine wilderness continent. They were extremely prosperous and had as many experts as there were clouds in the sky. However, because of Xiao Wan, their strength had plummeted and their strength had declined greatly. Now, if Xiao Wan really appeared, with the current strength of the imperial family, how could they fight against him? Xianxia hurriedly entered the 9 underworlds and tore the space apart. Soon, he arrived at the Demon Steel Mountain. Standing in the air above the Demon Steel Mountain and looking at the empty Demon Steel Mountain, Xianxia's body emitted a terrifying aura. 30,000 years. How could he still be alive after 30,000 years? Xianxia muttered to himself. Whoosh! Whoosh! The space fluctuated, and 2 old men appeared beside Xianxia. Their vast rulers might filled the air. Near the Demon Steel Mountain, there were some scattered Demon Sha clan experts. When they felt the terrifying aura in the sky, they all fled for their lives. The demon steel that suppressed Xia Luan is gone. Could it be that Xia Luan is still alive? How could he be alive after 30,000 years? An old divine lord said with a trembling voice. There was a trace of shock in his voice. They knew about the strange phenomenon on the Demon Steel Mountain before, but they did not pay much attention to it. They thought that it was just a trace of Xia Luan's remaining demonic consciousness. After all, how could an emperor live for 30,000 years without dying? It seemed to go against the rules of heaven and earth. They did not know that the steel that suppressed Xia Luan was the prison-suppressing steel. They also did not know that the prison-suppressing steel had slowed down the speed of Xia Luan's life. Xia Luan is simply heaven-defying. He can't be judged by common sense. Moreover, the guard said that he brought Lu Ming and Xianxia with him. This must be related to them. Xianxia said. His voice was filled with coldness. Your Majesty, what do you plan to do? An old divine lord asked. Even if Xia Luan is still alive, he can't be unharmed after being suppressed for 30,000 years. He must have lost a lot of his vitality and strength. Otherwise, with Xia Luan's personality, he wouldn't be in such a hurry to escape. Please use the Tianji apparatus and lock onto Xia Luan. No, lock onto Lu Ming's location. At the same time, spread the message to all overlord forces to kill Lu Ming. Those who succeed will be rewarded with a tribulation heavenly treasure. At this moment, Xianxia had regained his composure and regained the demeanor of a divine lord. At first, he wanted to say Xia Luan, but then he changed his tone and said Lu Ming. He had a vague feeling that this matter must have something to do with Lu Ming. In the past, Xianxia had been in the 9 underworlds for so long, and nothing had happened. However, Lu Ming had only been in there for a short while, and such a big mess had happened. He didn't believe that it was a coincidence. Yes, Your Majesty. The 2 old divine lords bowed. Xia Luan took Lu Ming and Xianxia and tore through space. After 7 or 8 times, Xia Luan stopped. His breath was weak. I've been suppressed for 30,000 years, and my vitality is greatly damaged. My devil body almost collapsed, and I don't have much strength left. The supplements I absorbed before were too weak, and now they're almost used up. I can't help you anymore. Xia Luan sighed. Senior, how can you recover? Lu Ming asked. I need supplements. I can naturally recover by killing experts. If I can kill a divine lord, I might be able to recover my strength. Xia Luan smiled. Lu Ming was speechless. Kill a divine lord? Forget it. He didn't want to die. Of course, there are other ways. Although I was suppressed back then, I still have a backup plan. Take me to the border between the central continent and the east continent. I have a backup plan there. If I can recover some of my strength when I get there, I will be able to protect myself by then. Xia Luan said. Lu Ming nodded. It was normal for someone like Xia Luan to have a backup plan. Then, Xia Luan told Lu Ming an address, and turned into a beam of light. He disappeared from Lu Ming's spine and entered the fragments of the prison-suppressing steel. Let's go. Lu Ming and Xianxia looked at each other and flew toward the east. But not long after, the 2 suddenly stopped. Oh no, is this the divine secret apparatus? Xianxia cried out in alarm, bewildered. Divine secret apparatus? What's that? Lu Ming looked at the ball of light above his head and frowned. How was he going to travel with such a big ball of light above his head? At this time, Xianxia's figure reappeared. He looked at the sky and sighed. Sure enough, the imperial family used the divine secret apparatus. Senior, what's the divine secret apparatus? Lu Ming asked. You should know about the Divine Secret Chamber of Commerce, right? Xianxia said. Lu Ming nodded and said, it's said that the Divine Secret Chamber of Commerce is controlled by the Imperial Xia family. That's right, the Divine Secret Chamber of Commerce was established by the Imperial Xia family. Their purpose is to obtain information from all over the world. They use the Divine Secret apparatus to gain insight into many things that others don't know. At the same time, the Divine Secret apparatus has another function, which is to pursue and capture. As long as they can grasp someone's aura and activate the Divine Secret apparatus, they can condense a projection of the Divine Secret apparatus above that person's head and find that person's location. Now, the Imperial family has activated the Divine Secret apparatus. The Divine Secret apparatus's projection will emit a kind of Divine Secret force field. As long as an inscriber refines a disk array that can sense the Divine Secret force field, they can sense the approximate location of the Divine Secret apparatus's projection and lock onto your location. I'm afraid it won't be long before you are found. Xiaoluan said. Is it really that magical? Lu Ming frowned. He channeled the true yuan in his body and threw out a few punches. A few fist auras soared into the sky and pierced through space, but they were completely useless against the projection of the Heavenly Secrets apparatus. They simply passed through the projection. It's useless. The Divine Secret apparatus's projection can't be destroyed. Unless the other party stops the Divine Secret apparatus, the Divine Secret apparatus's projection will always be there. Xiaoluan said. I don't believe it. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He formed a seal with his hands and 2 light gates appeared in the sky. The Divine Gate 9 Seals Sealing Gate. The 2 light gates landed on both sides of the Divine Secret apparatus's projection, emitting a bright light. Under the light of the sealing gate, the Divine Secret apparatus's projection dimmed and slowly shrunk. This is 9 seals of the Divine Gate? Xiaoluan's eyes. Bang! Bang! In the sky, the projection of the Celestial Secrets apparatus that was about to dim suddenly shone brightly, and the 2 sealed doors exploded. The 9 seals of the Divine Gate are useless. Lu Ming frowned. I didn't expect you to have mastered the Divine Gate 9 seals. This is the ultimate technique of the Sky Sealing Sovereign. With the Divine Gate 9 seals, you should be able to seal the Divine Secret Instrument's projection for a period of time. However, your cultivation is too weak, so you can't seal it. How about this, teach me the Divine Gate 9 seals. Once I comprehend it, I'll be able to seal the Divine Secret Instrument's projection for a period of time and buy us some time. Xiaoluan suggested. All right. Lu Ming agreed without a second thought. It was just a secret technique. So what if he taught it to Xiaoluan? As long as it could solve their current predicament. At that moment, Lu Ming gave the jade talisman that recorded the 9 seals to Xiaoluan. Xiaoluan's eyes lit up. He didn't expect Lu Ming to be so decisive. This kid will definitely be a top figure in the future. Xiaoluan thought to himself. Alright, keep flying east. As long as you keep moving, it'll make it harder for the other party to find you. Xiaoluan said. With that, Xiaoluan entered the fragments of the prison suppressing steel. Little Qing, you enter the mountain river diagram. Lu Ming looked at Xianxia. Xianxia nodded. She also understood that it would be easier for Lu Ming to move alone. With a flash of light, Xianxia entered the mountain river diagram. Lu Ming took a step forward and continued flying toward the east. Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps to travel. He was as fast as a flash of light. Moreover, Lu Ming specifically flew in remote directions. On this day, the entire middle continent was shaken. The royal Xia family sent a message to all the major forces in the world. Not only the overlords, but also the second-tier forces sent a message. The royal family activated the Heavenly Secret Instrument and condensed a Heavenly Secret projection on Lu Ming's body. They called on all major forces to kill Lu Ming. The royal family would reward those who killed Lu Ming with the Tribulation Transcendence Heavenly Treasure. As soon as the news came out, Middle Continent was in an uproar. The royal family activated the Divine Secret Instrument, and their target was Lu Ming. If they remembered correctly, didn't Lu Ming enter the abyss after the million-year sacrifice, many people who knew the inside story knew that the score Xianxia set for Lu Ming was to lock him up for the rest of his life. It was impossible for him to reach that score. But now, the royal family activated the divine secret instrument to kill Lu Ming. How did Lu Ming escape? Most importantly, the treasure rewarded by the royal family was a heavenly treasure. This shocked all the major forces, regardless of whether they were overlords or second-tier forces. Then, they became greedy. The royal Xia family was actually willing to give out a heavenly treasure. As the name suggested, a heavenly treasure could help a martial artist transcend the tribulation. A martial artist would face many tribulations along the way. Putting other tribulations aside, just the heavenly tribulations alone were not few. There would be a heavenly tribulation when one broke through to the martial king realm. There would be a heavenly tribulation when one broke through to the spirit god realm. There would also be a heavenly tribulation when one broke through to the emperor realm. There were many tribulations, and each one was more terrifying than the last. How many people could survive them? On the other hand, a heavenly treasure could help one transcend the tribulation. It could be used regardless of one's cultivation level. Using a heavenly treasure to break through to the martial king realm could be said to have a 100% success rate. Breaking through to the spirit god realm could also increase the success rate by 50%. Breaking through to the emperor realm could also increase the success rate of transcending the tribulation. How tempting was that? Which force? Which expert wouldn't be tempted? Moreover, a heavenly treasure could be used repeatedly. Once one person used it, another person could use it too. It was too important for a major force. How many experts could it increase? The most fatal temptation was for the supreme martial artists. The next step for supremes was to break through to the monarch realm. A heavenly treasure to transcend the tribulation was a fatal temptation to them. Immediately, the overlord forces and second-tier forces refined formation discs that could sense the heavenly secret force field to sense Lu Ming's location. Lu Ming flew all the way. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. He didn't know how far he had flown. There was a projection of the heavenly secret instrument above his head, so he naturally couldn't take the teleportation formation. He could only rely on himself to fly. Oh no, Lu Ming, there's a powerful existence approaching from the north. It's a perfection stage spirit god. Suddenly, Xiao Wan's voice sounded in Lu Ming's ears. A perfection stage spirit god? Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. With his current cultivation, he would only die if he encountered a perfection stage spirit god. He wouldn't have the slightest chance of resisting. I'll take you away. Xiao Wan's figure appeared, and he used his remaining strength to tear open space. He took Lu Ming into space and disappeared. Somewhere far away, the space cracked open and Xiao Wan stepped out of the crack with Lu Ming. At this moment, the demonic qi on Xiao Wan's body had dimmed. Lu Ming, I've done my best and exhausted the last of my strength. I can't tear the space apart anymore. It's up to you now. Xiao Wan said. Lu Ming nodded and frowned slightly. He was thinking of finding a place to hide in the mountain river diagram and wait for Xiao Wan to complete the divine gate 9 seals. He didn't believe that the divine secret instrument's projection could still appear in the mountain river diagram. At this moment, Xiao Wan's gaze flickered. He looked in one direction and sneered. I didn't expect that even some 5th and 6th level spirit gods would join in the fun. Lu Ming, you should have no problem dealing with 5th and 6th level spirit gods, right? Get me some tonics. After saying that, Xiao Wan entered Lu Ming's body and disappeared. Lu Ming stood in the air and waited quietly. Swoosh. Swoosh, not long after, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Rays of sword light pierced through the void and flew towards him. In a flash, the 5 rays of sword light dissipated and 5 figures stood around Lu Ming, surrounding Lu Ming in the middle. There were old men and middle-aged men among the 5 figures, but they all wore the same white robe and carried a long sword on their back. The Sky Martial Sword Sect. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a trace of cold-killing intent. Among the 5, there were 2 6th-level Spirit God Realm and 3 5th-level Spirit God Realm. They were all from the Sky Martial Sword Sect. Lu Ming knew that this territory was most likely the Sky Martial Sword Sect's territory. Otherwise, how could he encounter 5 people from the Sky Martial Sword Sect at once? Ha ha ha, we're the first to find it. What great luck! A middle-aged man laughed loudly. His aura was violent and his 6th-level spirit god realm aura was revealed. His eyes were filled with blazing flames as he looked at Lu Ming. If he killed Lu Ming, he would get a tribulation transcendence heavenly treasure. At the thought of this, his heart trembled with excitement. Although this person is young, he can't be underestimated. I heard that in the Holy City, this person displayed a terrifying battle prowess that was second only to Long Chen. An old man at the 5th level of the spirit god realm spoke with a slightly solemn expression. What are you afraid of? No matter how strong he is, he's only at the 3rd level of the spirit god realm. We have 2 6th-level spirit gods and 3 5th-level spirit gods here. Can he still overturn the heavens? The robust middle-aged man from before said confidently. Are you done with your nonsense? At this moment, Lu Ming spoke out coldly, causing the 5 men from the celestial martial sword sect to be stunned as they looked at Lu Ming in bewilderment. If you're done with your nonsense, I'll send you on your way. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ming's aura erupted, 8 strands of dragon force instantly erupted from his body. He took a step forward and charged towards a 5th-layer spirit god expert, striking out with his palm. Rip, this palm strike was terrifyingly powerful. The space under the palm shattered like tofu. The terrifying aura completely enveloped the opponent. That man's eyes widened as he revealed a terrified expression. However, he didn't even have the chance to scream before he was torn apart by Lu Ming's terrifying power. Blood splattered across the sky. Damn it! You're courting death. How dare you sneak attack us? The other 4 men were slightly stunned. Then, they roared and unsheathed their battle swords. A vast sword aura soared into the sky. Kill! Lu Ming roared as the 3rd bloodline appeared above his head. A strand of energy poured into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body was covered in a bloody light as his killing intent swept out like a tide. A drop of blood turned into a bloody battle sword. Lu Ming held it in his hand and slashed out. Whoosh, a bloody light flashed and slashed towards the 6th-layer spirit god middle-aged man. Shrouded by the endless murderous intent, the middle-aged burly man shuddered. His eyes were filled with horror. He tried his best to slash with his sword, but the sword gleam collapsed under Lu Ming's blood-colored sword. Gleam. The blood-colored sword gleam slashed the middle-aged burly man's glabella. Poochie, the middle-aged man was directly slashed into 2. Even the spirit god didn't escape. The remaining 3 men were terrified when they saw this scene, and they were almost scared out of their wits. How could Lu Ming be so terrifying? A 6th-layer spirit god expert was killed with a single sword strike. There was an entire 3 layers of difference between them. Flee! 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 At this moment, they only had a single thought in their hearts, and that was to flee. The further they fled, the better. This was a god of death. The 3 of them transformed into 3 sword lights and fled in 3 different directions with all their might. Kill! Lu Ming took a step forward and executed the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps to charge towards a 5th-layer spirit god expert. He caught up to this person in an instant and slashed out with his sword. This person let out a roar of despair and resisted with all his might. However, it was useless. The sword light descended and destroyed everything. Pooh, blood splattered as a head flew off into the distance. At the same time, sword chi overflowed and minced this person's spirit god. With such a delay, the other 2 had already flown a long distance away. Don't even think about leaving. Go! Lu Ming waved his hand, and the bloody sword in his hand transformed into a bloody light that charged towards a 5th-layer spirit god expert with extreme speed. On the other hand, Lu Ming executed the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and chased after the remaining 6th-layer spirit god expert. Lu Ming's figure was like a flowing light, and he caught up to his opponent in just a few breaths of time. Lu Ming, you've killed us. You'll die as well. The exalts of my Sky Martial Sword sect have already moved out. You can't escape. This person roared, and his eyes were filled with despair. He executed the bloodline fusion and transformed into a sword, wanting to fight to the death. Even if he died, he wanted to make Lu Ming pay a price. Unfortunately, his thoughts were destined to fail. Lu Ming executed the hell-suppressing heaven art and struck out with his palm. Ever since the hell-suppressing steel's bloodline had merged with a section of the real hell-suppressing steel, the power of the hell-suppressing heaven art had clearly increased when he executed it. Using the same amount of true yuan and the same level of the hell-suppressing heaven art, the power was much stronger than before. Coupled with the eruption of 8 dragon energies, Lu Ming's strength was truly terrifying at this moment. He was much stronger than when he fought the various geniuses in the Holy City. If he were to fight the underworld child now, Lu Ming was confident that he could defeat him in a few moves. Boom! The palm suppressed everything as if it possessed boundless power. It pressed down on the sky and chopped down on the sword that this person had transformed into. Under the palm, the sword was shattered into pieces, and the underworld child returned to his human form and coughed up blood. Under the second palm, the underworld child's body was torn apart. Whoosh, a blood-colored sword light flew over and floated above Lu Ming's head again, turning into a drop of blood. Clearly, the 5th-level spirit god cultivator was also killed by the blood-colored sword. The 5 sky martial sword sect experts were all killed. Demonic chi spread out as Xiaoluan's figure appeared. He looked at Lu Ming in surprise and said, "Your battle strength is not bad. I didn't expect that a genius like you would be born after 30,000 years. If you were in the same era as me, you could be my opponent." Lu Ming's battle strength surprised Xiaoluan. "Senior, you're flattering me," Lu Ming said. "Haha, there's no need to be humble. These people will become my nourishment. They can at least help me recover some of my strength." Xiaoluan laughed and turned into a cloud of demonic chi, which wrapped around the bodies of the Tianwu sword sex experts that Lu Ming had killed and absorbed them all. Xiaoluan had practiced some kind of cultivation technique that was extremely overbearing. It could directly absorb a cultivator's essence and turn it into his own essence. It was comparable to the devouring power of the 9 dragons. Of course, Xiaoluan's cultivation was unfathomable. He was considered an expert even among the emperors, so it was normal for him to have various means. Following this, Xiaoluan did the same thing and absorbed the remaining 4 cultivators. The demonic chi on Xiaoluan's body wriggled and his aura became stronger. 5th and 6th layer spirit gods are too weak. They can only recover a little, but it's better than nothing. Lu Ming, there's a 7th layer spirit god coming from the east. Hee, they're good nourishment. Xiaoluan laughed coldly. Although Xiaoluan's aura was weak and his strength was far from his peak, his spiritual sense was still terrifying. It was at the level of a martial emperor, so he could sense the situation from far away. Therefore, he could sense the enemy in advance. 7th layer spirit god? Then let's kill them. A sharp glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He guessed that the Imperial Xia clan must have promised a valuable reward. Otherwise, why would these people who were not from the Imperial Xia clan be so eager to kill him? However, if they wanted to kill him, they would have to be prepared to be killed instead. Lu Ming took a step forward and headed east. At this moment, in the east of Lu Ming, there were 2 burly men in their 50s or 60s who were flying toward Lu Ming. Both of them were wearing white robes and carrying battle swords on their backs. It was obvious that they were the experts of the Tianwu sword sect. One of them was holding a formation plate in his hand. There was a flickering light on the formation plate not far from them. "We're almost there. Lu Ming is over there. He's not dead yet. Haha, looks like we're the first ones to find him." The 2 of them smiled at each other, their eyes burning with passion. Why is he coming toward us? Suddenly, one of them spoke. They realized that the light on the formation plate was rapidly approaching them. Haha, he's courting death. He doesn't know we're here. Haha, it seems like God's helping us. The other person laughed. Aware of Xiaoluan. Xiaoluan's matter was too serious. The royal Xia family did not divulge the news. Only a few people in the royal Xia family knew about it. The royal Xia family only told Lu Ming to the public. The 2 of them chatted as they flew. Not long after, a black-robed young man arrived in front of them. The gazes of the 3 men collided. However, to the surprise of the 2 Tianwu sword sect powerhouses, Lu Ming did not seem surprised to see them. Instead, there was a trace of murderous intent in his eyes. To be. He shook his head and threw the bad premonition out of his mind. Xiaoluan was only a junior at the third level of the spirit god realm. No matter how strong and heaven-defying he was, how could he surmount 4 levels of cultivation to fight them who were at the 7th level of the spirit god realm? They'd lived for a few thousand years, yet they'd never heard of a genius that could surmount 4 levels of cultivation to battle a 7th level spirit god at the 3rd level of the spirit god realm. How could anyone that could attain the 7th level of the spirit god realm be weak? All of them were extremely formidable existences, and all of them were geniuses when they were young. They felt that they were overthinking things. Let's attack together and kill him. At that time, we'll split the rewards equally. One of them spoke. Even though they felt that it was impossible for Lu Ming to be a match for them, they decided to attack together and end the battle quickly so as to avoid any mishaps. All right. The other person nodded. As well. Clang. Clang. Clang, their swords droned while sword chi tore through the sky and stirred the wind and clouds. Both of them strode forward at the same time and charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming, I'll leave one to you and the other to me. Xiaoluan appeared and transformed into a strand of devilish chi that swept towards one of them. Kill. Without any superfluous words, Lu Ming charged towards one of them. His palm was like a heavenly blade as he executed the health suppression heaven art and pressed down. Clang, his palm collided heavily with the opponent's sword, and a terrifying rumble resounded. A ripple effused out at a terrifying speed from the place where the palm and sword collided. A few hundred kilometers away, a mountain that towered into the clouds was swept by the ripple, and it was directly severed at the waist. Shattered rock shot through the sky while dust and dirt suffused the air. Bang! 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 A figure took 3 steps back successively after the collision. It was an expert from the Sky Martial Sword sect. He took a step back, whereas Lu Ming's figure merely swayed slightly. How could this be possible? The expert from the Sky Martial Sword sect opened his eyes wide, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He was actually blasted back by a single palm strike from Lu Ming in a head-on collision. How could this be possible? He clearly noticed that Lu Ming was indeed at the 3rd level of the spirit god realm. A 3rd level spirit god had actually blasted a 7th level spirit god like him back by 3 steps. This was too terrifying. This lad is too monstrous. Kill him, I must kill him. The expert from the Sky Martial Sword sect roared in his heart. He circulated his true origin to the extreme, and at the same time, he executed bloodline fusion to form a sword and unleashed his strongest combat strength. This lad had a 5th level divine bloodline, roar, a dragon roar resounded, and the 9 dragons bloodline appeared. Lu Ming also unleashed his 9 dragons bloodline and executed bloodline fusion to transform into 9 dragons. The 9 dragons roared as they stepped into the air and pounced towards the opponent. Bang! Bang! The dragon claws smashed through the air and clashed with the sword continuously. However, the sword was completely at a disadvantage and was no match for the 9 dragons. Back then, when Lu Ming had just entered the abysmal demon realm, he had to borrow the power of the 3rd bloodline in order to kill the strong cultivator of the Xia family, who was at the 7th level of the spirit god realm. But now, Lu Ming didn't need to overload the 3rd level spirit god's power to suppress the opponent. After more than 10 moves, the sword was completely suppressed. It was constantly being bombarded by the 9 dragons, and it was constantly trembling and trembling. Every move of the 9 dragons contained the suppressing hell heaven art, and it was too powerful. Every move seemed to have a heavenly monolith pressing down on him. Ah! Suddenly, a scream came from not far away. It was the scream of another expert from the Sky Martial Sword sect. He was killed by Xiaoluan and was wrapped in a ball of demonic chi. This made the expert who was fighting with Lu Ming tremble in his heart, and fear filled his heart. His heart was in a mess, and his strength was even weaker. Lu Ming seized the opportunity to bombard the sword with several moves. With a bang, the sword exploded, and the expert revealed his true form. His face was pale, and he spat out blood. He quickly retreated, wanting to escape. The 9 dragons stepped into the air, and their speed was terrifying as they chased after the opponent and launched continuous attacks. End of chapter 1154. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.